While others traverse the world of Naruto as ninjas, I, Chunmagyo, have transformed into a summoning beast, a panda. Fortunately, with the sign-in system at my disposal, for every ninja I contract, I am granted a chance to draw a prize. At the outset, I drew the SSR element separation ability, transforming into a zealous cultivator that astonished the entire Qingzhou Gorge. While other pandas lazed about munching on bamboo, I had already mastered my unique sage mode. Frog King, White Snake Sage, and Princess Slug, are you three prepared? The Iron-Eating Beast clan is coming to challenge you. Chapter 1. I am a national treasure. Who am I afraid of? God, are you saying you will send me across dimensions to be reborn in the world of Naruto? Indeed, this is the last slot in our dimensional travel promotion. Don't miss out. Wonderful. Thank you. By the way, could you grant me a special ability? Perhaps. A system? Absolutely. I'll even throw in a status bar. Will I be reborn as a commoner's child or a ninja's offspring? I believe it would be better to be a ninja's descendant, naturally possessing ninja talents. I assure you, your talents are extraordinary. Enough chatter. Time waits for no one. Off you go. Chunmagyo ceased his extraction of chakra for sage arts. He plopped down on a wooden stump, casually grabbed a nearby bamboo stalk, and began to munch contentedly. After devouring an entire bundle of bamboo, he patted his round, furry belly and sighed, muttering, "This is quite peculiar, subsisting solely on greens, yet still managing to grow." So plump. At that moment, he appeared, broad and rotund, with striking black and white fur, an unmistakable giant panda. 10 years prior, upon his arrival in this world, he was left stunned. "Oh divine being, why have you reincarnated me as a panda?" Sly grin. The host is indeed a mere 6-month-old panda. System? You must be my system, right? Coldly. The host knows too much. Gunshot sound. Hey, what's going on here? I came to the world of Naruto to become a ninja. Why did I end up as a panda? By the way, are there pandas in the Naruto universe? Seriously, the host's current race is that of a summoning beast from the Iron-Eating Beast clan. As for whether there are pandas in this world, point 1 appeared at the beginning of Boruto. Raises an eyebrow. Good grief. There really is a panda. Chunmagyo, supporting his small yet plump body, gazed around. A group of fluffy black and white creatures lounged lazily on the rocks surrounding the bamboo grove, basking in the sun. Looking down at his pudgy paws, he reluctantly accepted the reality. I finally understand why the divine being hesitated to answer whether I would be reborn as a commoner or a ninja. It turns out I am the offspring of a summoning beast. After a period of confusion, Chunmagyo finally embraced the truth. Being a panda is fine. I still have the opportunity to assume human form later. He recalled the 3 divine maidens of the Dragon Cave. Wasn't that akin to a snake spirit taking human form? I will achieve that in due time. Isn't it just sage arts? Thus began his arduous journey of cultivating sage chakra. He became the most unconventional panda in Qingzhou Gorge. While other pandas lay about, indulging in sleep and bamboo, relying solely on their innate physical prowess to uphold the prestige of their summoning beast lineage, Chunmagyo tirelessly trained his body day and night, breathing and meditating. His fervent dedication startled his parents. His father, a plump panda, earnestly advised him, "Son, we are pandas. Do not forget the essence of being a panda." The essence of being a panda? What is that? Eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, lie down whenever possible, bask in the sun, and truly enjoy life. This is our nature as pandas. It is what we ought to do. You must not forget your original intentions. Chunmagyo was left speechless. How can there be a reverse encouragement to be lazy, advising a child to relax and not strive for excellence? Having been accustomed to a 996-word culture in his previous life, he found it challenging to accept the panda culture. He continued to practice diligently every day, becoming the most brilliant oddity among the languid panda community. Now, at the age of 10, his growing strength instilled him with immense confidence. He felt it was time to venture into the ninja world. Especially, he needed to find someone to sign a contract with. System. Open the status panel. Impatiently, coming, a translucent screen, visible only to Chunmagyo, appeared before him. Name, Chunmagyo. Race, Iron-Eating Beast. Age, 10 years. STR, 355. Dex, 268. Cha, 661. Int, 25. Skills, SSR element control, passive, SSR element separation active. Remaining draw chances 0. Gazing at the panel, he noted the unchanged strength, dexterity, and intelligence. Yet his chakra had increased by over 20, now reaching 661. Chunmajyo nodded in satisfaction. His benefits as a transmigrator were twofold: an outspoken system and a status panel that accurately reflected his state. The system provided him with the opportunity to draw prizes, featuring a variety of ability enhancements. However, to gain a chance to draw, he must sign summoning contracts with ninjas, thus becoming their summoning beast. Each contract signed grants him one draw opportunity. Up until now, Chunmajyo had never left the iron-eating beast clan's territory, Qingzhou Gorge, and therefore had not signed a contract with anyone. He only had the single free draw opportunity provided by the system at the beginning, from which he had drawn the element separation, active skill. SSR element separation. Active, you can create clones of the earth, wind, and fire attributes in unlimited numbers, but each clone will continuously consume your chakra. When he initially drew this ability, Chunmajyo was astonished. Isn't this akin to the ultimate move of the Panda Brewmaster from Warcraft or Dota? Only now, there is no limit to the number or duration of the clones. Yet, it also introduced a continuous energy consumption aspect. The system informed him that this initial free draw was preordained, specifically granting him this cloning skill to prevent him from running out of techniques when signing contracts with too many individuals. Chunmajyo. Good heavens, it truly is the routine of card-based mobile games. Upon entering the game, the free draw acquired would invariably be utilized during the tutorial phase, yielding a fixed R-level card. Nonetheless, the system displayed commendable integrity. This predetermined first draw was indeed SSR level. Over the years, Chunmajyo discovered that the element separation active skill was indeed quite useful. It truly deserved its SSR classification. Particularly, this cloning skill functioned similarly to the shadow clone technique. The clones could cultivate, providing feedback on training experience to the main body. Thus, Chunmajyo unwittingly acquired a passive skill of SSR grade as well, element control. In this light, the system proved to be quite benevolent, allowing it to advertise SSR gifted upon login, Majyo. As Chunmajyo was examining his panel, he heard a panda calling his name. The panda approached him, scampering excitedly with a basket held high, brimming with bamboo shoots. He was a head shorter than Chunmajyo and the grandson of the clan elder, Chun Ruinlu. Breathless, Chun Ruinlu reached Chunmajyo, panting heavily. Mo, I informed my grandfather about your mastery of the sage mode, and he was overjoyed. He even gifted me fresh bamboo shoots as a snack on the spot. He has asked you to come over immediately. Thank you, Runlu. Chunmajyo expressed his gratitude verbally while swiftly snatching a few bamboo shoots from the basket held by the other. Chun Runlu was momentarily taken aback. Is this how you thank me? By stealing my bamboo shoots? Chunmajyo patted the young man's shoulder and advised, My dear brother, this is for your own good. Look at you, panting after just a few steps. We, the iron-eating beasts, are renowned for our robust physiques. None should be like you. Leaving the disheartened young man to ponder his existence, Chunmajyo savored the bamboo shoots and dashed into the depths of the bamboo forest. Chapter 2. The Elder's eyes have lost their luster. The bamboo forest of Qingzhou Gorge was vast, comparable in size to a prefecture-level city from my previous life. As Chunmajyo navigated through the lush green bamboo, sunlight occasionally pierced through the bamboo canopy, casting dappled light upon him. This panda was all set for a photo opportunity. In just about 10 minutes, Chunmajyo arrived at the waterfall in the heart of the forest. He leaped into the air, directly aiming for the top of the waterfall cliff. The residence of the Great Elder was situated here. Previously, the Great Elder resided in a cave behind the waterfall, much like a certain Monkey King. However, as the Great Elder aged, his rheumatism worsened, forcing him to vacate the dim and damp water curtain cave. At the cliff's summit, on the side farthest from the stream, stood a delicately constructed bamboo house. Gently landing, Chunmajyo approached and respectfully knocked on the door. Come in, a frail voice beckoned from within. As Chunmajyo entered, he beheld a thin, elderly panda, seated comfortably on a soft couch, smiling at him. This old panda had sparse, faded fur, no longer a striking black and white, but rather a dull gray and white. His face was lined with many wrinkles, giving him the appearance of having one foot in the grave. Chunmajyo, have you truly mastered the sage mode? Chunmajyo nodded. In reality, compared to the original Naruto series, the The Sage mode he had acquired was not the half-baked version like Scariest. It resembled Naruto's Sage Chakra mode, or even the Sage Fox mode formed by integrating the Nine Tails chakra. It was a transformation characterized by energy enveloping his entire being, altering his appearance. However, among the iron-eating beasts, no one had heard of those mode names. They only knew it as Sage mode. Thus, Chun Mo Gyo refrained from correcting them. Excellent. What a good child. The great elder exclaimed with excitement. Show me what you can do. Following his request, Chun Mo Gyo stepped back, placed one hand on his waist, and pointed skyward, shouting, Henshin. Instantly, his Sage chakra surged, not only filling his body, but also forming a protective layer around his exterior. Moreover, he transformed into the inverse mode. His black limbs had turned white, while his white torso had turned black. The great elder, observing in astonishment, was bewildered. What is this color scheme? Did something go awry? In truth, Chun Mo Gyo had only activated this mode a few days prior, and had felt similarly perplexed when he first gazed into a mirror. Why did he look like this? Staring at his reflection, the black face with two white circles around his eyes. Wasn't that reminiscent of a clown from a Peking opera? He felt somewhat disheartened. His Sage mode lacked the grandeur he anticipated and instead appeared rather comical. However, seeing Chun Mo Gyo's transformation, the great elder could not help but stifle a laugh. He sensed the formidable power emanating from Chun Mo Gyo's transformed state. This sensation, the old panda was overwhelmed with excitement, his lips trembling. Yes, this is the feeling. It is reminiscent of the sages I encountered at the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly from the three Great Holy Lands. By heaven's grace, our Qingzhou Gorge clan now has the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the three Great Holy Lands. We finally have the opportunity to surpass those sages. The panda elder burst into hearty laughter. His murky eyes sparkled with a vigor that belied his age. After a considerable time, he managed to regain his composure. He then urged Chun Mo Gyo to elaborate on how to cultivate this Sage mode. First, one must persist in breathing exercises for at least 3 years, rising early each day to face the rising sun, meditating cross-legged to perceive and absorb natural energy as Chun Mo Gyo began to explain, the light in the great elder's eyes dimmed slightly. Then, one must forego sleep entirely, adapting to a meditative state. The light in the great elder's eyes dimmed further. Next, one must engage in rigorous physical training, for the body is the foundation of revolution. One should complete at least 5 hours of extreme training daily. The great elder's eyes had now become completely devoid of luster. And also, enough. The great elder interrupted. Just consider your mastery of sage techniques as a non-event. Chun Mo Gyo. The great elder shook his head. In Qingzhou Gorge, aside from you, this anomaly, no other panda would willingly subject themselves to such grueling endeavors. It is best to let it go. Chun Mo Gyo. What about your dream of surpassing the three Great Holy Lands? The great elder replied. I shall realize it in my dreams after a good night's sleep. Chun Mo Gyo facepalmed. Got a bunch of lazy pandas who cannot be helped. If this were my past life, my relentless efforts would certainly spark a wave of competition. Yet in Qingzhou Gorge, the pandas only regard me as an oddity, continuing their idle ways. Noticing Chun Mo Gyo pouting in frustration, the old panda awkwardly chuckled. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke. How about this, child? Open the third drawer on your right and take out the scroll. Consider it a gift since you're keen to learn. You might as well learn a bit more. Oh, a scroll? Is it a manual? Chun Mo Gyo was taken aback that the iron-eating beast clan possessed such treasures. He eagerly opened the drawer and retrieved a thick scroll adorned with ancient patterns. This item was left behind by our ancestors, the great elder explained. Our iron-eating beast lineage has endured for 1,000 years, and occasionally, exceptional pandas like you emerge. The scroll in your hands is a compilation of the Meridian health-preserving techniques written by a predecessor from 300 years ago. Meridian health-preserving techniques? Chun Mo Gyo stared at the scroll in bewilderment. Could it possibly teach me acupuncture and massage? That predecessor, much like you, was an exceptional panda, although her interests lay in health preservation and medicine, unlike your focus on physical techniques and sage arts. However, the theoretical knowledge regarding chakra meridians should be applicable to you, especially in physical techniques. Chun Mo Gyo grasped the implication. Just as in the martial arts novels of my previous life, where medicine and martial arts are intertwined, Acupoints and meridians were intricately connected to the physical techniques in the Naruto world. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist, for instance, targeted the enemy's chakra meridians through their Byakugan, striking acupoints to disrupt the flow of chakra. Chun-Mo, Jio tightened his grip on the scroll, realizing its potential value to him. "Thank you, Great Elder," he said, bowing respectfully. The Great Elder smiled warmly. "Very well, you may go. Since you have already achieved your cultivation, as you previously stated, venture forth into the world. You need not interfere with our choices to enjoy life, nor shall we meddle in your pursuit of ambition. Do as you wish. Every panda is freed. I only remind you of one thing. Seek fortune and avoid misfortune. The outside world is not like home. Do not be careless. Do not be like that foolish lad, Ruinlu. I have told him countless times not to sleep directly in the bamboo forest, yet he refuses to listen. Just last month, he dozed off among the bamboo and was jabbed by a rapidly growing bamboo shoot. It has only just gotten better these past few days." Chun Majiao chuckled dryly, enduring the elder's lengthy admonitions before finally taking his leave. Chapter 2. The elder's eyes dull with time. The bamboo forest of Qingzhou Gorge is vast, conservatively comparable to the scale of a prefectural city from my previous life. Chun Majiao weaves through the lush greenery of the bamboo grove, with the occasional sunbeam filtering through the leafy canopy, casting dappled light upon him. This panda is all set for the spotlight, eagerly awaiting the camera. With remarkable speed, Chun Majiao arrives at the waterfall situated at the heart of the bamboo forest in about 10 minutes. He leaps into the air, aiming for the cliff top above the waterfall, where the elder resides. The elder once made his home in a cave behind the waterfall, reminiscent of a certain legendary monkey king. However, as age has taken its toll, afflicting him with rheumatic joint pain, he has had to vacate the damp and shadowy lair. Atop the cliff, on the side far from the stream, stands a finely crafted bamboo cottage. Lightly, Chun Majiao approaches and respectfully knocks on the door. "Come in," a frail voice beckons from within. Pushing the door open, he is greeted by the sight of a thin, aged panda seated on a soft couch, a smile illuminating its face. The elderly panda's fur is sparse and faded, now a grayish hue rather than the classic black and white, and his face is adorned with numerous wrinkles, giving him the appearance of someone who is already halfway to the grave. "Majiao, have you truly mastered the sage mode?" the elder inquires. Chun Majiao nods. In truth, the sage mode he has mastered is not the half-hearted version akin to Jiraiya from Naruto, but rather resembles Naruto's sage chakra mode, or even the sage fox mode that emerges from merging with the Nine-Tails chakra. It is characterized by an energy enveloping his entire being, transforming his appearance entirely. However, among the Iron-Eating Beast clan, no one has heard of these specific modes. They only recognize the term sage mode. Thus, Chun Majiao refrains from correcting the elder. "Good. What a remarkable child," the elder exclaims with growing excitement. "Show me. Demonstrate what you can do." Following the elder's request, Chun Majiao steps back, places one hand on his hip and points skyward with the other, proclaiming, "Henshin." Instantly, the sage chakra surges within him, not only filling his body, but also forming a protective layer around his exterior. His entire panda form transforms into a reversed color scheme. The black limbs now appear white, while the white torso has turned black. The elder stands stupefied, bewildered by the color combination. Is this the right palette? Did something go amiss? In truth, Chun Majiao had only activated this mode a few days prior and had been equally dismayed upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, noting the two white rings around his dark face. "Isn't this reminiscent of a clown from a Peking opera?" he lamented, feeling that his sage mode lacked the grandeur he had hoped for, instead appearing somewhat comical. Yet, upon witnessing Chun Majiao's transformation, the elder refrains from laughter. He senses the immense power radiating from Chun Majiao's new form. The old panda, filled with excitement, trembles as he speaks. "Yes, this is the very sensation. It resembles those sages I encountered at the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly from the 3 sacred lands of Ur. The heavens are watching over us. Our lineage in Qingzhou Gorge may finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 sacred lands. We have a chance to surpass those sages." The elder erupts into hearty laughter, a spark of vitality igniting in his otherwise dull eyes. After a considerable pause, he regains his composure and inquires how one might cultivate such a sage mode. First, one must commit to at least 3 years of breathing exercises, rising early to greet the dawn, sitting cross-legged, and absorbing the energy of nature. Chun Majiao begins. However, the glimmer in the elder's eyes dims slightly. Then, one must forego sleep. Becoming accustomed to meditative focus, the elder's enthusiasm wanes further. Next, consistent physical training is essential. One must remember that the body is the foundation of revolution, accomplishing at least 5 hours of extreme training each day. At this point, the elder's eyes have completely lost their luster. Enough, enough, the elder interrupts. Let us pretend your mastery of sage techniques never occurred. Chen Majiao is taken aback. The elder shakes his head. In Qingzhou Gorge, aside from you, no other panda wishes to undergo such tribulations. Let it be. But what of your dream to surpass the 3 sacred lands? Chen Majiao presses. I shall seek it in my dreams after a good night's rest, the elder replies. Chen Majiao sighs. A group of lazy pandas, unwilling to strive for greatness. If this were my past life, my efforts would surely ignite a wave of competition. Yet here in Qingzhou Gorge, the pandas regard me as an oddity, continuing to recline in indolence. Noticing Chen Majiao's sulky demeanor, the old panda chuckles awkwardly. After some contemplation, he speaks. How about this, child? Open the 3rd drawer to your right and take out the scroll. Consider it a gift. Since you are eager to learn, why not absorb a bit more knowledge? Oh, a scroll? Is it a secret manual? Chen Majiao is pleasantly surprised to discover that the iron-eating beast clan possesses such treasures. He eagerly opens the drawer and retrieves a thick scroll adorned with ancient patterns. This is a legacy from our ancestors, the elder explains. Our clan has endured for a millennium, and occasionally, extraordinary pandas like you emerge. The scroll you hold contains the secrets of meridian health cultivation, penned by a predecessor 300 years ago. Meridian health cultivation? Chen Majiao stares at the scroll, pondering if it will teach him acupuncture and massage techniques. That predecessor was a rarity amongst pandas, much like yourself, though her passions lay in health and healing, unlike your enthusiasm for physical and sage arts. Nonetheless, the theoretical knowledge regarding chakra meridians should serve you well, particularly in physical techniques. Chen Majiao understands. Just as in the martial arts novels of his past life, where medicine and martial prowess were intertwined, acupoints and meridians are closely related to the physical techniques in the world of Naruto. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist, for instance, targets specific acupoints, severing the flow of chakra from the opponent by perceiving their chakra pathways through the Byakugan. Clutching the scroll tightly, Chen Majiao recognizes the invaluable assistance it may provide. Thank you, elder. He bows respectfully. The elder smiles. All right, you may go. Since you have achieved mastery, pursue your adventures as you intend. You need not interfere with our enjoyment of life, and we shall not hinder your aspirations. Follow your desires. Every panda is free. Just a word of caution. Seek fortune and avoid calamity. The outside world is not as safe as home. Do not be careless. Do not be like that foolish boy, Ruinlu. I have warned him countless times not to sleep directly in the bamboo grove, yet he disregards my advice. Last month, he fell asleep among the bamboo and was impaled by a rapidly growing bamboo shoot. Only now is he recovering. Chen Majiao chuckles awkwardly, enduring the elder's long-winded admonitions before finally taking his leave. Chapter 3. The defeated eat dust. Are you even capable? Chen Majiao leans against a wooden post, voicing his frustration. You managed to get lost returning to your own village? Quiet. A woman with long, light yellow hair tied into a ponytail snaps back, her eyes glued to the map, irritation evident in her tone. It's your fault for being so intense. I momentarily lost my point of reference. She has fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and an ominous aura about her. Clad in a tea-green long coat over a sleeveless shirt and deep blue capri pants, she is none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Chen Majiao rolls his eyes, dismissing the obstinate woman. At this moment, he and Tsunade were surrounded by a desolate landscape extending for several kilometers, littered with gaping chasms and the ashes of trees consumed by flames. This devastation was the aftermath of their fierce battle. The encounter between Chen Majiao and Tsunade must be traced back to the morning. Like the 3 great sacred lands, Qingtazan was hidden away in a secret location. The original text described Myobokuzan as nestled within a labyrinthine mountain range, requiring a month to traverse, and without knowledge of the secret pathways, one could never arrive. For Chen Majiao, the most straightforward means of departing Qingtazan was not to spend time navigating the hidden routes, but rather to employ the reverse summoning technique. As he had no contract with anyone, he could not summon his master, but had a higher probability of being randomly teleported away. Much like Jiraiya, who stumbled into Myobokuzan during a random summoning without a contract, Chen Majiao activated the reverse summoning technique that very morning, resulting in his random teleportation. He found himself in a small village, causing panic among the villagers. "Do not be alarmed. I am not a villain. I am a good person," Chen Majiao declared, brandishing his sharp claws to reassure them. The villagers fell silent, unable to discern whether he was calming them or instilling fear with his reflective claws. "Are you Tsunade's summoning beast?" A burly man mustered the courage to ask, visibly anxious. "Hasn't she already set off? Why have you returned?" Chen Majiao was taken aback. "Me? Tsunade? No, I am not her summoning beast. By the way, is Tsunade nearby? That's splendid. I was about to inquire how to get to Konoha and would appreciate an introduction." The man grew even more tense. "Oh no, have I inadvertently revealed Tsunade's whereabouts? Ninja information must not be carelessly disclosed." After much deliberation between the man and the panda, they finally understood each other's circumstances. "So, you just came down from the mountain?" Konoha is indeed a notable place. This area is on the border of the Land of Rivers, close to the Land of Fire. The Land of Rivers lacks a ninja village. Any missions are typically entrusted to Konoha, so the people of this small village have heard of Konoha's renown. Recently, they had been troubled by 2 wild bears roaming into their territory and had contemplated pooling resources to hire Konoha ninjas for extermination. Coincidentally, Tsunade and Shizune happened to pass through the village during their travels. Desiring money for gambling, Tsunade eagerly accepted the mission and had set off half a day ago, likely searching for the bears on the opposite side of the mountain. "If you wish to find her, you must hurry," the burly man urged. "We trust in Tsunade's character and abilities, having already prepaid the mission fee." She mentioned that after dealing with the bears, she would not return and would continue her journey. Chen Majiao expressed his gratitude and dashed off in the direction indicated by the man. As he sped away, the burly man suddenly had a thought. "Wait, isn't PANDA still a bear? What if Tsunade mistakenly assumes that Majiao is also a target, a wild bear, and attacks him?" With that notion, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He forced himself to reassure, "Surely, I am overthinking this. After all, Majiao is a black and white bear and can speak. Tsunade should not be so reckless as to strike without discernment, right?" 30 minutes later, on the other side of the mountain, Chen Majiao was sent flying by a fist the size of a cooking pot, filled with indignation and fury. After a long journey, he had finally tracked down Tsunade's whereabouts. Emerging from the woods, he encountered 2 women resting beside the corpses of 2 gray bears. One was drinking from a flask, and it was none other than Tsunade. As he opened his mouth to greet her, he was met with a resounding wail. Before Tsunade's eyes lit up, more remnants. With that, Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on Chen Majiao's face, sending him hurtling back the way he came. He bounced along the ground several times before finally coming to a halt, having suffered an unexpected calamity upon their reunion. He was seething with anger as he sprang back to confront her. "No one has ever hit me like that, not even my father." "Huh." A slightly dazed Tsunade finally realized that this panda was not a wild bear, exclaiming, "He can talk." The younger kunoichi behind her, Shizune, finally piped up with a warning. "No, Tsunade. That should be a summoning beast, the Iron Beast, likely a neutral entity. In the world of Naruto, where forests abound, pandas are not rare creatures." Tsunade had initially assumed Chen Majiao was merely an ordinary panda and treated him as part of her mission, much like the task of hunting down the ferocious panda depicted at the beginning of Naruto. The effects of alcohol had dulled her judgment, causing her to overlook the extraordinary speed at which Chen Majiao had emerged from the forest. "Stop! It's a misunderstanding," Shizune shouted. But her words did not halt Chen Majiao's advance. Shizune was left with no choice but to reveal her left wrist, where a string-triggered weapon launcher was strapped. Pulling the string with her right hand, she unleashed a flurry of flying needles. Both her arms bore weapon launchers. However, while her right wrist contained poison needles, her left was prepared with tranquilizing needles. At this moment, she held back, intending only to incapacitate Chen Majiao, not to kill him, hence using her left arm. Yet, she had underestimated him. The needles simply ricocheted off Chen Majiao's glossy fur, failing to pierce his defenses. Undeterred, he charged straight towards Tsunade. With the effects of alcohol still lingering, Tsunade was invigorated, laughing heartily. "Huh, what a splendid challenge." Long plagued by hemophobia, she had not enjoyed a satisfying battle in ages. Now, faced with Chen Majiao, an opponent who appeared unlikely to bleed, she felt a surge of excitement and a strong desire to engage. She faced him head-on. throwing a punch of her own. Both combatants stood their ground, allowing the other's fists to collide with their faces. Chun Majiao stumbled back approximately 10 meters, using his feet to dig into the ground to halt his momentum. Shaking his head in astonishment, he pondered. That attack must have had over 200 points of power. It was beyond half my own strength. Meanwhile, Tsunade was sent flying, much like Chun Majiao had been earlier, hurtling over 100 meters before crashing to the ground, bouncing several times before finally coming to a stop. However, Tsunade's condition was far worse than Chun Majiao's. Her clothing was tattered, covered in abrasions, and her face was swollen from the impact. As she rose, she closed her eyes and coughed up blood, indicating significant internal injury. Author's note: please refrain from critiquing her hemophobia. Some readers even left negative reviews claiming I diverged from the original text, suggesting that avoiding sight of the blood would suffice. This is indeed part of the original narrative. Tsunade's first battle after her introduction, alongside Naruto against Orochimaru and Kabuto, involved her deliberately avoiding bloodstains to prevent triggering her hemophobia. In reality, only a segment of hemophobics are so severe that they react to the scent of blood. It's not inconceivable for a ninja to fight while averting their gaze. After all, they are extraordinary individuals. This applies not only to Tsunade but also to Kakashi and Guy, who can evade direct eye contact while still perceiving most of their opponent's movements to maintain the flow of battle. Yet Tsunade remained undeterred, exuding confidence without a trace of fear. With a hearty laugh, she declared, "Release the Ein seal." Instantly, the intricate red patterns on her forehead began to spread. Ninjutsu, creation rebirth. She activated the 100 healings technique, swiftly mending her injuries. Again, she proclaimed with bravado, "TCH, crazy woman." With a single punch, Chun Majiao had avenged himself. But now he had no intention of continuing to entertain the intoxicated Tsunade. It was evident that she was merely indulging in drunken antics, and he had no desire to partake in her folly. Resolute, Chun Majiao bellowed, "Behold the might of dust release." At these words, both Tsunade and Shizun's expressions turned grave, their thoughts racing like lightning. Dust release? This ferocious creature can utilize dust release? What connection does he have with the third Tsuchikage, Inoki? Is he a spy from Awagakure? Or perhaps a summoning beast of Inoki? But why would Inoki dare to teach his village's treasured dust release to a mere summoning beast? As they pondered swiftly, their muscles tensed, ready to act. They knew well that dust release was unstoppable. A mere brush with it could inflict injury, and a direct hit would mean death. Cautious, they prepared for the worst. As the two women braced themselves for battle, Chun Majiao assumed the stance for his technique. Dust release. PM 100 dust particulate technique. The moment his words fell, a whirlwind erupted around him, sending debris swirling and dust flying. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. The overwhelming dust caused Tsunade and Shizun to cough violently. After some time, the dust began to settle, revealing the scene. Both Tsunade and Shizun were left covered in grime, exchanging bewildered glances, while Chun Majiao had vanished from sight. Realizing she had been tricked, Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins of rage. Dust release, my foot. This is just wind release kicking up dust to obscure the enemy's vision, providing an opportunity for escape. You insolent panda, how dare you toy with me? Chapter 4. A fiery and bewildering encounter. Chun Majiao thought it wise to ignore the drunken Tsunade and wait for her to sober up before discussing serious matters. However, Tsunade and Shizun were not inclined to let him off that easily. Chun Majiao's prowess had captured their attention. As ninjas of Konoha, they bore the responsibility of protecting their village. Though they had wandered for years under the guise of travel, their hearts still held a deep connection to Konoha. They needed to ascertain why a powerful summoning beast like Chun Majiao had appeared on the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire, and whether he had a master. Thus, they pursued him relentlessly. After 30 minutes, they caught up to Chun Majiao. In truth, with his agility rating of 268, he could have easily evaded Tsunade and Shizun if he had chosen to flee. Yet, he was eager to maintain contact with Tsunade, hoping for a fruitful dialogue once she regained her senses. He didn't dare stray too far, as he had little experience with tracking techniques and had not practiced stealth in the past decade. Consequently, he was caught. As Chun Majiao was halted, Shizun, the brains of their duo, spoke first. "Please, let us not fight. Can we talk this over?" Just as he was about to agree, he caught a glimpse of Tsunade, flushed and eager for action, and realized she was still far from calm. With a cold snort, He decided to showcase a bit more of his strength to hasten her sobriety. He clasped his hands, shouting, "Fire release! Fireball jutsu!" He executed a tactical lean back, puffed out his chest, and then unleashed a torrent of crimson flames towards Tsunade and Shizune. His movements mirrored that of Naruto's signature fireball jutsu, albeit with less finesse. Tsunade, unfazed, smirked and stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath her. With a swift motion, she lifted a large boulder to shield herself from the flames. But Shinmajiao was not finished. He shouted again, "Flame release! Fireball jutsu!" This time, he expelled azure flames. Tsunade's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She commanded Shizune to scatter as they both barely evaded the broader reach of the blue flames using their body flicker technique. Blaze release! Fireball jutsu! Chun Majiao followed up with a torrent of violet flames, the intensity distorting the very air around them. In a moment of desperation, Tsunade, forgetting her fear of blood, bit her finger and slammed it to the ground, summoning jutsu. A colossal slug, approximately 300 meters in length, appeared to intercept the violet flames. "Ya, ya. The slug cried out in pain. "I apologize, dear slug. The situation is dire. I must ask for your assistance." Tsunade hastily expressed her apologies. Her relationship with the slug was complicated. It was not as intimate as Jiraiya's with the sage frogs, nor as transactional as Orochimaru's with the snakes. Tsunade respectfully referred to the slug as Lord Slug, while the slug addressed her as Lady Tsunade, indicating a level of formality and distance. This was because all slugs were essentially manifestations of the giant sage slug, and in their current forms, they regarded Tsunade as an esteemed senior. Now, forced into a corner, she had no choice but to rely on the slug for protection, hence the need for apologies before it suffered any harm. The weary slug responded, "No problem, Lady Tsunade. Be cautious, the opponent still has strength to spare." Indeed, Chun Majiao readied himself once more, puffing his cheeks. "Inferno release! Fireball jutsu!" "Stop!" Tsunade had no choice but to concede. "We surrender." She realized that if she did not call for a halt, the situation would become dire. The panda had gradually increased the power and area of his attacks, and it was clear that the next would be even more formidable. Not only was her own life at stake, but Shizune's was undoubtedly in jeopardy as well. Seeing Tsunade relent, Chun Majiao let out a cold snort, but refrained from releasing the inferno. Tsunade scratched her head, mustering her courage. "Let us have a proper conversation, shall we? Esteemed iron-eating beast?" As Shizune approached, eager to mediate, she offered a conciliatory smile. "It was all a misunderstanding. We sincerely apologize." After a round of dialogue, Shizune bowed once more. "I'm truly sorry. We were quite rude." Tsunade, still somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "What made you think it was acceptable to be without attire? No wonder I mistook you for a wild beast. Intelligent summoning beasts usually wear clothing. Even ninja cats and ninja dogs don garments." Chun Majiao scratched his head. Unable to offer an explanation, the Iron-Eating Beast clan was notoriously lazy and had little interest in crafting garments. Buying them from outside was deemed too cumbersome, so they simply relied on their long fur to go without. "Once back in Konoha, I must have a few tailored outfits made. I am, after all, a civilized panda," he resolved silently. The Iron-Eating Beast from Qingzhou Gorge remarked, "I have seen your kin before, 20 years ago. A ninja from the Land of Water summoned one on the battlefield, invulnerable to blades and quite formidable." Chun Majiao chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to engage further. He understood the unspoken conclusion of Tsunade's words. Aside from being impervious to blades and bullets, there were hardly any other advantages. The Iron-Eating Beast clan of the Kingtizan possessed formidable physical prowess. Their fur rendered them invulnerable to weapons and immune to fire and water, achieving a defensive capability comparable to Jiraiya's hair ninjutsu, and this effect was realized even in their normal state. Their physical bodies were as robust as those of the previous Raikage, enhanced by lightning chakra stimulation, though still inferior to the third Raikage's actively activated lightning armor. Moreover, they possessed a certain degree of self-healing ability, akin to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. This clan could be described as extraordinarily gifted. However, as fate would have it, the pandas were inherently lazy, squandering their remarkable talents. They never actively pursued the learning of ninjutsu or sage arts. Even in terms of physical techniques, they were too lethargic to practice, relying solely on their innate abilities. Their indolence led to an increasingly corpulent physique and a sluggish pace. In battle, they became mere targets. incapable of adequately protecting their employers. If only a panda of colossal size were to emerge, perhaps they could contend with the supersized summoning beasts and tailed beasts. Alas, the pandas' eyes remained rather ordinary, with the tallest among them not exceeding 3 meters. Thus, they dwindled into insignificance, their names scarcely recognized in the summoning realm. Yet, you are unlike other iron-eating beasts, as you have mastered the art of fire release. Tsunade recalled the azure and violet flames from before, still haunted by the memory. Chun Majiao chuckled with pride. By honing a single chakra attribute to its utmost, one can achieve a qualitative transformation. There is no need to strive for a combination of 2 chakra attributes to form a bloodline limit. A singular chakra attribute can be immensely powerful. He spoke the truth, drawn from his personal experience. The name of the ninjutsu he had just shouted, Firechild Spews XX, was merely a whim, and the differences in range and intensity were solely due to variations in chakra supply. However, the X release he uttered was a true name of a release he had developed himself: Flame Release, Blaze Release, and Scorch Release. Mastering a single chakra attribute to its pinnacle could yield tremendous strength. For instance, the 3rd Raikage and the 5th Raikage's Black Lightning, as well as Kakashi's Purple Lightning, were all formidable. Danzo's Wind Release had also reached the level capable of slicing through the Susanoo of the Uchiha brothers. The Flame Release of the second brother, based on the black flames of Kagutsuchi, appeared to yield average results, yet it was indeed superior to ordinary fire release. Since mastering the elemental control, passive, skill, Chun Majiao's mastery over fire, earth, and wind had reached an extraordinary level. Among them, fire release could evolve into flame release, blaze release, and scorch release. The flame release of the second brother was not from the same system. The colors of the flames differed significantly, and the practical effects were far greater. Chapter 50. Young lady, would you like to sign a contract with me and become the summoning beast of the monkey wine? It was hard to imagine that at just 10 years old, she had already perfected her fire release. Tsunade, half in jest and half in self-pity, lamented that her years of training seemed to have gone to waste. Chun Majiao grinned. Who can blame me for having an edge? With my SSR level elemental separation, active skill, the elemental clones I create are remarkably similar to shadow clones. They can transmit experience and memories back to the main body. Therefore, when I was training my chakra, I deliberately created numerous clones to practice independently, letting the Earth Panda train in Earth Release, the Fire Panda in Fire Release, and the Wind Panda in Wind Release. After their training was complete, I would dispel the clones and receive all the training results back into my main body. This way, I rapidly mastered the 3 elemental techniques of Earth, Wind, and Fire. Ultimately, I gained recognition from the status bar, which automatically added the SSR level elemental control, passive, skill. SSR elemental control, passive. You have become exceedingly proficient in the transformations of Earth, Wind, and Fire chakra properties, having thoroughly mastered them, allowing you to utilize them simultaneously, combining Earth, Wind, and Fire for enhanced effects. Could it be that I am qualified to learn Dust Release? Chun Majiao realized this with great joy. The skills of the Panda Wine Immortal aligned perfectly with the properties of Earth, Wind, and Fire, unexpectedly granting him the opportunity to learn Dust Release. However, without a mentor, he found it challenging to uncover the path to mastering Dust Release. His energy was also limited. Over the years, he had primarily focused on honing his physical techniques and sage arts, neglecting to explore Dust Release on his own. What? You can also perform sage arts? Hearing Chun Majiao's boast, Tsunade was utterly astonished. Her summoning beast hailed from one of the 3 great sage regions. She was well aware of the formidable nature of sage arts from these regions. Currently, she was only aware that her grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had mastered the wet bone forest sage arts, and her companion, Jiraiya, had barely achieved half of the Mayaboku mountain sage arts. In her memory, only the 3 great sage regions possessed the inheritance of sage arts. She was astonished that this young, audacious panda, despite his age, could also perform sage arts, and, according to him, had even created his own. What an extraordinary prodigy. Tsunade felt a pang of jealousy. As the princess of the Senju clan, she was accustomed to being envied for her exceptional talents, but it was rare for her to find herself envious of another, especially when that individual was merely a panda. In truth, as previously mentioned, Chun Majiao's benefits as a transmigrator were twofold. The status bar was not entirely accurate. and he possessed the strongest physical talent of the entire iron-eating beast race, similar to the exceptional physique of Hashirama's sage body, which should be considered a significant boon. As the deity who facilitated his transmigration had assured him, I guarantee your innate talent is exceptional. Yet, Chen Majiao, somewhat awkward about his panda lineage, subconsciously hesitated to acknowledge this fact. How about it? Am I impressive? Chen Majiao raised an eyebrow, coaxing her. Would you like to sign a contract with me? Allow me to become your summoning beast. Tsunade felt a twinge of temptation, but upon reflection, she smiled wryly and declined. Forget it. I've already signed a contract with Lord Snail. It wouldn't be appropriate to sign another. In reality, ninjas could contract multiple summoning beasts, regardless of whether they belonged to the same race. In the original work, Sasuke had simultaneously possessed both an eagle and a blue snake as summoning beasts. However, under normal circumstances, the three great sage regions held a prestigious status in the summoning realm. If one signed a contract with a sage region and then frivolously sought to contract with summoning beasts of other races, it would be met with disapproval. Do you look down on our sage region's frogs and snakes so much that you seek a mistress? The blue snake was a unique case. It had been rescued by Sasuke and, unlike the aggressive Manda, was more tolerant, allowing Sasuke to contract a new summoning beast. Furthermore, the eagle was merely used for transportation, not affecting the blue snake's position as a combat summoning beast. Tsunade could not afford to casually sign with Chen Majiao, fearing the displeasure of the snail sage. Oh, please consider it again. Chen Majiao persisted. The snail sage is quite accommodating. He won't mind. And you should know, the summoning contract with me is rather special. You won't need to bite your finger to summon me. It's perfect for someone with your blood phobia. Tsunade felt even more tempted. As a medical ninja, she played the role of a healer and truly needed a capable partner who could withstand attacks. In the past, within the legendary Three Ninjas team, Jiraiya had taken on the role of defense. Orochimaru had excelled in offense, allowing Tsunade to provide healing without always having to charge into battle. Now that the legendary Three Ninjas team no longer existed, she could not rely on Shizune. Chen Majiao, possessing both defensive and offensive capabilities, was perfectly suited to her needs. Then I shall consult with Lord Snail. She summoned a palm-sized snail. After the slug listened to her shy explanation, it readily agreed, saying, No problem, Lady Tsunade, just sign with him. Indeed, among the three great summoning lands, the slug sage was the most agreeable, Chen Majiao thought to himself. Tsunade, still somewhat uneasy, said, I'll cancel the summoning. You should confirm with the slug sage. While these slugs were indeed avatars of the slug sage, they possessed independent thoughts when alive and did not communicate with the sage in real time. Therefore, the opinion of a single slug could not represent that of the slug sage. Fearing to offend the sage, Tsunade decided to let the little slug return with the message. After about 10 minutes, the little slug returned with a positive response. It's all set. The main body said it's fine, don't worry about us. Tsunade finally sighed in relief and gestured to Chen Majiao. Come on, hand me the contract scroll, I'll sign with you. Chen Majiao chuckled and produced a simple storage scroll. He unrolled it, summoning a stack of papers. Picking up the top few pages, he handed them to Tsunade, saying, My contract format is a bit different. Take a look. Tsunade, puzzled, accepted the papers and examined the content closely. Ino, too, curiously leaned in to read. Summoning contract Party A, Chen Majiao Party B. Please sign in blood. After mutual agreement, both parties consent to the signing of this contract. Article 1. Requirements and responsibilities of summoning. Both Tsunade and Ino were taken aback. A contract system? Chen Majiao nodded seriously, explaining, signing with me is unique. It must be formalized through a contract. He was correct. This contract was provided by the system. Without adhering to this format, they would not receive the card drawing chances offered by the system. Please pay close attention. The contract terms are crucial and must be followed. Chen Majiao cautioned, for instance, summoning cannot be done by stepping on my head. In the original work, the three legendary ninjas, as well as the new generation of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, often summoned colossal creatures by standing atop their heads. Tsunade, accustomed to making a grand entrance by stepping on the giant slug, expressed her displeasure. You've taken away an opportunity for flair. Chen Majiao scoffed. Stepping on my head would undermine my dignity, and if the summoned creature happens to be my fire clone, your lower half would be burned away. Fire clone. Tsunade quickly realized that this panda could, like the slug sage, arrange clones for summoning. Indeed, Chen Majiao affirmed. then performed a backflip. When he landed, he transformed into 3 pandas, one engulfed in flames, another swirling with gusts of wind, and the last surrounded by a rotating halo of earth and stone. They were the elemental clones, representing fire, wind, and earth. In unison, they declared, "I can manifest countless forms. Typically, I will arrange clones to accept summons. If one clone cannot handle the situation, it will summon additional clones or the main body for assistance." The trio's harmonious voices startled Tsunade and Ino. "Wait, where is your main body?" Ino inquired curiously. "We can all be the main body or clones," the 3 pandas replied in unison. Chun Majiao's elemental separation ability, akin to the ultimate technique of the Panda Brewmaster from Dota, meant that as long as one clone survived, he would not be deemed dead. The main body would regenerate from that clone. Fascinating, Tsunade marveled. While it was not surprising for a soft-bodied creature like a slug to split and merge, she was astonished that a panda could possess such unique cloning capabilities. Glancing at the stack of standardized contract text that Chun Majiao had yet to retrieve, Tsunade surmised. "You intend to sign contracts with multiple parties, correct?" "Indeed," the 3 pandas replied in sync before turning to Ino. "Young lady, would you like to sign with me and become a part of the Monkey Wine?" Chapter 6. The origin of the 8 gates. Tsunade and Ino did not immediately decide whether to sign. Tsunade expressed her doubts regarding the combat strength of Chun Majiao's clones. Misunderstanding, she assumed the panda clones would be as fragile as shadow clones, easily dispelled, thus expressing her preference to summon only his main body. In response, Chun Majiao, having reverted to his main form, sought to demonstrate the durability of his clones. He summoned an Earth Panda clone with a wave of his hand, instructing it to spar with Tsunade. The Earth Panda engaged in a fierce battle, shaking the ground and causing mountains to crumble. It did not evade, but met Tsunade head-on. After a few minutes, observing that the Earth Panda was struggling against Tsunade and appeared to be at a disadvantage, Chun Majiao waved his hand again, summoning a Fire Panda clone. The Fire Panda joined the fray, suppressing Tsunade. Its fiery form was particularly effective against her close combat ninja style, forcing her to resist fiercely. With another wave, Chun Majiao summoned 3 Fire Pandas, 3 Wind Pandas, and 3 Earth Pandas, all of whom approached Tsunade with sinister grins. "All right, enough. I concede," Tsunade exclaimed. Leaping out of the combat zone, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You can summon this many clones? Your chakra must be immense." Chun Majiao raised an eyebrow in delight. His chakra value had reached 661, automatically regenerating about 1 point per second. Summoning a single clone consumed 1 point of chakra per second. Theoretically, he could maintain 6 or 7 clones simultaneously. However, these clones could not freely utilize their special skills. Doing so would exponentially increase chakra consumption. Nevertheless, even without utilizing skills, these panda clones possessed attributes and physical prowess equivalent to half of Chun Majiao's own. Overwhelming Tsunade was entirely feasible. Rather than feeling disheartened by her defeat, Tsunade was exhilarated. She realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. She never expected to encounter such a powerful summoning beast in this remote wilderness. Together with Ino, she eagerly signed the contract, officially making Chun Majiao their summoning beast. "Congratulations, host. You have completed 2 contracts, earning 2 card drawing opportunities." The system's notification echoed, igniting Chun Majiao's excitement. 10 years. A whole decade. Do you know how I spent those 10 years? Without power, I dared not venture out of the Qingzhou Gorge. Without leaving, no one would sign with me. No contracts meant no rapid strength growth. It was a vicious cycle. I had no choice but to diligently cultivate for 10 long years. The torment of having a system I could not utilize felt like wearing silk garments in the night. Now my golden finger has finally opened. He longed to shout and check the remaining card drawing chances, too, and then squander them. However, with Tsunade and Ino still present, Chun Majiao had to suppress his eager emotions and refrain from activating the card draw for the time being. Noticing Chun Majiao's expression of delight, Ino's eyes sparkled with mischief. She suddenly asked, "Are you looking to sign more contracts?" "Absolutely," Chun Majiao admitted openly. "I want to make a name for myself and become the strongest summoning beast in the ninja world." Ino smiled slyly. "How about going to Konoha? There are many exceptional ninjas there who could sign with you." Knowing the extent of Chun Majiao's strength, Ino naturally preferred that he sign contracts only with ninjas from Konoha rather than those from other villages. She deliberately spoke up, enticing Chun Majiao to go to Konoha. Chun Majiao readily agreed. saying, "You need not say it. I intended to go to Konoha anyway. I wanted to catch up with you all and seek your assistance in being introduced. Who would have thought you would take action? That is splendid." Konoha was delighted and turned to Tsunade, saying, "Lady Tsunade, let us take him back to Konoha." Tsunade hesitated slightly, but nodded in agreement. At that moment, she was still grappling with the shadows of psychological trauma and was reluctant to return to Konoha, a place filled with painful memories. She yearned to continue her travels, to indulge in drunken revelry and gambling. Yet, her rationality informed her that, in a certain sense, Chun Majiao, this summoning beast, was akin to a tailed beast. Enlisting him in Konoha held significant strategic importance. If he were to be poached by Sunagakure or other villages, it would be disastrous. Realizing this, she had no choice but to momentarily set aside her personal emotions and prioritize the matter at hand. "We shall take you back to Konoha. You will find it to your liking," Tsunade said with a forced smile. "By the way, why do you wish to go to Konoha?" She needed to ascertain that Chun Majiao harbored no hostility towards Konoha. Chun Majiao produced an ancient scroll, stating, because of this scroll was the one bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder of the Iron-Eating Beast clan, containing the Meridian health-preserving techniques penned by a peculiar ancestor from 3 centuries ago. Oh. Tsunade curiously took the scroll, examining its label and realizing it was a secret technique scroll related to chakra meridians. Hesitantly, she asked, "May I open it to take a look?" As a medical ninja, she had a profound understanding of meridians. After all, she was the one who healed the original works Li, who nearly ruined himself by opening the 8 gates. A connoisseur understands the intricacies. She recognized the scroll's value and was immensely intrigued. However, within the ninja world, it was commonplace for treasured techniques to be fiercely protected. Secret arts and scrolls were often too precious to be revealed. She dared not peruse Chun Majiao's secret technique scroll without permission. Yet, Chun Majiao appeared unconcerned, shrugging his shoulders and responding, "By all means. I brought it out for you to see the contents." What a simple-hearted panda he was, so much more straightforward than humans, Tsunade and Konoha thought simultaneously. Tsunade expressed her gratitude and opened the scroll, sharing the moment with Konoha. Before long, they discovered the issue at hand: the opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the wound gate, the dull gate, the scenery gate, the shock gate, the death gate. Konoha read aloud, her expression one of astonishment. "Isn't this the 8 gates of Duanjia?" Chun Majiao calmly replied, "Indeed, this is the prototype of the forbidden body technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia, which your village's might guy utilized to single-handedly overturn the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, transforming them into the 3 treasures, shocking the entire ninja world." "Prototype?" Tsunade interjected, playing along. "Yes," Chun Majiao affirmed. He had been astonished the first time he encountered this scroll. It was unexpected that the origin of the 8 gates of Duanjia, which was once of unknown provenance in the original work, actually stemmed from the Iron-Eating Beast clan. He smiled, explaining, "I also received this scroll from the Grand Elder of our clan, which led me to speculate about the origins of the 8 gates of Duanjia. You should turn to the last pages and see the signature of the author." Following his suggestion, Tsunade pulled the scroll to its conclusion and focused her gaze. "Compiled by Chun Lulu. Written by Might V. Tsunade read with difficulty. The ninja world did possess English, albeit a rare ancient form that was only occasionally used in the Land of Lightning. For instance, Lightning Release. Laser Circus was a direct translation of the term, while other places merely used letters to denote counting. Until the era of Boruto, English had seen a slight resurgence. In the handheld RPG game that Boruto and others played, character attributes were represented by STR, strength, DX, dexterity, CHA, chakra, surprisingly not mana, and INT, intelligence. Chun Majiao's status panel was similarly constructed. The system had informed him that the status panel was inspired by the events in Boruto, utilizing English letters to represent attributes as a form of tribute. "I heard that Might Guy's son is called Might Guy, right? It means a young man with strength." Chun Majiao chuckled. "Have you ever wondered why the Might family chooses names based on the ancient language of the Land of Lightning?" "The Might family? The Land of Lightning?" Tsunade frowned, mistakenly believing that Chun Majiao was attempting to sow discord. "Do not misunderstand." Chun Majiao waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant. "I am merely sharing my conjecture. Several centuries ago, the Might family resided in the Land of Lightning. Our clan, situated in the Qingzhou Gorge, is nestled among the towering mountains of the Land of Lightning. Thus, both the Might family and our clan have grown accustomed to using the ancient language of the Land of Lightning for naming. Might V, Might Guy, Chun Lulu, Chun Mojo all follow this pattern. Chun Majiao thought to himself. Their naming convention differs from the previous world, where surnames come before given names. Eventually, perhaps to evade war or for other reasons, the Might family departed the Land of Lightning and made their way to the Land of Fire. Decades ago, with the establishment of the ninja village, they formally became part of Konoha, now undeniably Konoha citizens. There is no question, they are true Konoha people. The only remnants of their origins in the Land of Lightning are their relatively robust highland physiques and the custom of naming in the ancient language. Before their departure from the Land of Lightning, there was an individual named Might V within the family who had connections with our clan's Chun Lulu ancestor. This connection possibly arose from a summoning contract. Consequently, he learned the meridian health-preserving techniques from Chun Lulu and passed down the knowledge. Might V or his descendants transformed this medical knowledge into martial arts, ultimately giving rise to the forbidden body technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia, until Might Guy mastered it fully and brought it to prominence. All of this is my conjecture, and I believe it to be quite plausible. Upon hearing Chun Majiao's speculation, Tsunade pondered in silence for a moment before nodding in agreement, acknowledging its validity. Your conjecture is likely true. Upon reflection, the Might family has long since declined, indistinguishable from commoners. After all, they can hardly practice ninjutsu anymore. Without ninjutsu, it is challenging to stand out in Konoha. By the time of Might Guy, he lacked many necessary skills and techniques for tasks. He could not perform stealth, assassination, or intelligence gathering effectively. His overall capabilities were too weak, and his task execution scope was too narrow, relegating him to the rank of a mere genin. Despite his potential for explosive combat power, the Might family is now sparse. Lacking in numbers, only he and his son remain. If their family has indeed been typical commoners since ancient times, they would struggle to access profound and obscure knowledge of meridians and acupoints. Logically, they should not possess mastery over the 8 gates of Duanjia, a formidable and intricate forbidden technique. Given the perspective and resources of commoners, they would scarcely have opportunities for trial and error, as their finances would hardly suffice for medicinal supplies. One can only conclude that the ancestors of the Might family once basked in glory, with the 8 gates of Duanjia gradually passed down through generations. The original source of the 8 gates now appears to be this health-preserving scroll, crafted by your forebears. Indeed, Chun Majiao grinned, for he shared this belief. The extensive knowledge of meridians and acupoints associated with the 8 gates would have been preserved through generations solely within the lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. An ordinary peasant, on the other hand, would be fortunate to have even heard of the Shanzhong acupoint, a commonly used first aid point. Hence, I plan to visit Konoha to witness the illustrious Might Guy, who has deep connections with our clan. If possible, I aspire to master the 8 gates and endeavor to improve it. It is somewhat lamentable that a technique evolved from health-preserving secrets has become so perilous, capable of causing severe injury or even death. Chun Majiao felt an even greater sorrow for Might Guy's fate. When he first watched Naruto, he greatly admired Guy, who nearly kicked his way to the finale. He did not wish for his journey in this world to mirror Guy's original destiny, confined to a wheelchair for the latter half of his life. Even if it meant diminishing the potency of the 8 gates, he was determined to find a solution so that Might Guy could shine beyond mere fleeting moments. This extraordinarily diligent individual should not succumb to the burden of lineage. He deserves a more splendid future. Eureka! This is the direction. Tsunade's exclamation startled the drowsy Chun Majiao. He sarcastically remarked, "What? Has the renowned Tsunade of the legendary 3 ninjas finally discovered where Konoha is?" Tsunade shot him a glare and retorted, "Finding our location amidst this heap of ruins is no small feat, you know?" Returning from fetching water, Shizun bore a smile, hesitant to involve herself in the quarrel between the 2 titans. "Let us set forth," Tsunade proclaimed, exuding leadership as she issued commands. "Destination Konoha. We shall arrive within 2 days." Afterward, she scrutinized Chun Majiao's round belly, uncertain. "Are you up for it?" She projected her preconceived notions of the iron-eating beasts, bulky and sluggish. She felt Chun Majiao might struggle to keep pace. Chun Majiao, unwilling to accept such an insult, declared, "A man, regardless of being a giant panda, shall never concede defeat. Come on, let's race and see who runs faster. With an agility score of 268, how could mere mortals compare to his speed? He brimmed with confidence. Through years of training, he had come to understand the significance of strength, agility, and intelligence. Strength represented vitality and physical attack power. Agility denoted action speed, including attack speed, hand-sealing speed, and movement speed, along with a portion of reflex speed. Intelligence encompassed cognitive ability and insight, as well as some resistance to genjutsu. The combination of strength and agility determined the prowess of physical techniques, while strength and intelligence together influenced chakra recovery efficiency. Finally, agility and intelligence dictated the development and fluidity of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and senjutsu. In contrast to ordinary civilians, whose scores hovered around 5, ninjas often fared better. However, Chun Majiao estimated that even an average jonin would possess roughly 50 strength, 100 agility, and 20 intelligence. After experiencing Tsunade's formidable punch to his face, he gauged her strength to be around 200, with a potential maximum of 250. Tsunade was the strongest strength-type ninja he had encountered. Yet, his own strength was 355. No ninja in this world could rival him in sheer power. Only tailed beasts and colossal summoning creatures could match him in a test of strength. While his agility was slightly lower, it still reached an impressive 268. Far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Only his intelligence languished at a mere 25, not particularly exceptional. This was the reality of Chun Majiao, who, despite being from a physically robust iron-eating beast clan, possessed the strongest physical talent and devoted himself to relentless training. Tsunade dared to underestimate his speed? Let her witness firsthand. He boldly challenged Tsunade to a race. Let the competition begin. Tsunade smiled slightly, confidently accepting the challenge. Half a day later, her face smeared with dirt, she began to question her life choices. Where did the panda go? Where has he run off to? She hurriedly trailed behind the sprinting Chun Majiao, choking on dust, ultimately losing sight of him. Chun Majiao, akin to an overzealous husky, dashed off without a care. Oh no, what if he just kept running and got lost? Tsunade felt a pang of anxiety. Ignoring Shizune, who lagged further behind, and disregarding her own excessive fatigue, she pressed on without rest. After a while, she found herself staring incredulously at Chun Majiao, who leisurely grilled fish by the riverside. I thought you would abandon us and head straight for Konoha. How about it? Are you impressed? Chun Majiao beamed with pride. Tsunade clicked her tongue and nonchalantly plopped down beside him, snatching the grilled fish from his hands and taking a sizable bite. Hey, you caught it and grilled it yourself. Chun Majiao protested. Tsunade, chewing on the delectable fish, responded with her mouth full. Aren't you a panda? Go eat your bamboo. Chun Majiao rolled his eyes. In this desolate ravine, where is the bamboo? I am an omnivorous creature. Meat is also acceptable. Chapter 8. Unstoppable special effects. Why can you run so fast? Tsunade was utterly curious. Chun Majiao's speed and endurance surpassed her preconceived notions of the iron-eating beasts. Because I have trained, he succinctly summarized the current state of his kin. I am the only one willing to cultivate myself, not squandering our racial gifts. He sighed, reaching a conclusion. I see, Tsunade reflected, beginning to admire Chun Majiao's perseverance. In such a languid environment, he still manages to remain dedicated to his training. That is indeed commendable. In truth, Chun Majiao understood that his ability to persist in training was largely due to the existence of a status panel. The panel visually represented his attribute growth, instantly displaying the results of his training efforts. This provided him with significant motivation. Much like how individuals in his previous life found confidence in their weight loss journey as the numbers on the scale steadily declined. At present, Chun Majiao fixated on his panel, caught in a mix of hope and anxiety. Tsunade, unable to perceive the panel's existence, found it hard to comprehend Chun Majiao's discontent. Is it really that serious? I merely took one of your grilled fish. Moments earlier, before Tsunade's arrival, Chun Majiao had paused by the river, catching fish while instructing the system. System, hurry up. I want to draw a card. With no one around, he could no longer resist his card-drawing cravings. Excited, here it comes. Please confirm if the host wishes to initiate a card draw. You will consume one card draw opportunity. I confirm. Before Chun Majiao, 6 illusory tarot card-like cards appeared, arranged in 2 rows of 3. Each card face down, concealing its content. Chun Majiao silently prayed, and then revealed the card in the lower right corner. The card burst forth with dazzling golden light, and Chun Ma Jiao was elated. It is the radiance of an SSR. On the front of the card, aside from an intricate and profound design, was inscribed, INTX2. Envious, congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSR level card, Intelligence Doubling card. SSR? Intelligence Doubling? Chun Ma Jiao felt a rush of excitement. It sounded impressive. The card transformed into a stream of light, merging into his body. He sensed a surge in his cognitive sharpness. Wait a minute. I can't keep this card for myself. Can I? Shinmojo was informed that the cards drawn would be activated immediately, leaving no room for saving them for a more opportune moment when his intelligence value would be higher. Disappointed, he understood that his plan to hold on to the INTX2 card for maximized benefits was futile. Without further hesitation, he instructed the system to initiate a second card draw. This time, he selected the card positioned in the upper middle. Upon revealing it, a silver shimmer indicated that it was of SR grade, with the inscription, STR 100. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the SR grade card, STR 100. An increase of 100 in strength? Quite impressive. Shinmojo felt a surge of happiness. However, that joy was short-lived as he realized the discrepancy. Why was he granted the strength card instead of the intelligence doubling card? If he had received the opposite, he could have achieved a strength of 710 and intelligence of 125. Instead, due to the low base intelligence, the SSR grade intelligence doubling card provided lesser actual benefits than the SR grade strength card. A minor loss indeed. He remained fixated on the panel, sighing heavily, until Tsunade's arrival broke his reverie. Name, Chunmojo Race. Iron Eater Age, 10 STR, 455 DX, 268 CHA, 661 INT. 50 skills. SSR Elemental Control, Passive. SSR Elemental Separation, Active. Remaining draws, 0. Despite not acquiring new skills during the 2 draws, there was a notable increase in his base attributes, which he deemed satisfactory. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake off the vexation of receiving the cards in the wrong order, realizing that sometimes, too much knowledge leads to unhappiness. After resting by the river for half an hour, Shizun arrived, panting heavily. Your physique is lacking, Shinmojo remarked disparagingly. Shizun rolled her eyes in response, unable to retort. Her agility was likely around 100, reasonably fast, but her stamina was insufficient for prolonged running. Typically, ninjas exhibited high burst but low endurance. Calculating swiftly, Shinmojo decided. This won't do. I'll have my clones carry you both. He summoned 2 wind element panda clones, gesturing for them to climb aboard. They can run faster than you. The clones possessed approximately half of Chunmojo's base attributes, with the wind pandas leaning towards agility, boasting around 160 in that regard. Tsunade curiously hopped onto one of the wind pandas, only to be buffeted by the swirling winds, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Shinmojo observed the comical scene with astonishment. Wow, it can really shake. Unable to endure, Tsunade jumped off, reprimanding the wind panda. Could you turn off that whirlwind? The panda shrugged nonchalantly. Apologies, it's a built-in effect. I can't turn it off. Tsunade then redirected her frustration towards Shinmojo. Why didn't you summon Earth clones instead? Shinmojo sighed in exasperation. The Earth pandas are slower, and their Earthstone aura effect can't be turned off. Riding one would mean enduring sand swirling in your face. Then we'll ride on you, Tsunade exclaimed, jumping onto his shoulder and tugging at one of his ears. Instructing Shizun, you sit on his other shoulder and hold on tight. With a huff, Shinmojo grumbled, I really can't escape the fate of being a mount. Seeing that he didn't oppose, Shizun cautiously climbed onto his other shoulder, crouching down. Shinmojo lamented, I'm only 10, yet I bear burdens beyond my age. Tsunade playfully smacked the back of his head. Who's heavy? Women. Shinmojo retorted, rolling his eyes as he began their fast-paced journey. As they sped along, Shizun, startled by the rush, opened her mouth only to be met with a gust of wind, nearly choking. Don't open your mouth, Shinmojo advised coolly. You might bite your tongue. Chapter 9. Eating dango and singing a tune. Shinmojo ran tirelessly throughout the night, finally arriving at the gates of Konoha by dawn. Gazing up at the towering green wooden gates, he felt a thrill. At last, I've arrived at the epicenter of the Naruto saga. As Tsunade was set down, she regarded the gates with a complex expression reminiscent of someone returning home after a long absence. In contrast, Shizun had fewer sentiments, doubling over to vomit by the roadside. Having discovered her motion sickness, Is that Lady Tsunade? She has returned. The long-standing gate guards, Chiyu and Kitty-Eye, cheered in unison. Kitty-Eye approached directly, while Chiyu signaled to the hidden guards to inform the Hokage of her arrival. You're Tsunade. It took me a moment to recognize you. Chiyu and Kitty-Eye, right? She remarked, having been away from Konoha for so long that she nearly failed to recognize them. Indeed, Lady Tsunade. It's been 5 or 6 years since your last visit. Kitty-Eye exclaimed. Chiyu inquired eagerly, will you be staying this time? The presence of a top-tier medical ninja would offer great reassurance to the village's ninjas. With a wry smile, Tsunade shook her head, setting aside her emotional wounds. She was still unable to work at the Konoha medical unit due to her hemophobia. Just as she was about to find a way to explain herself, Shinmojo interjected, enthusiastically greeting Chiyu and Kitty-Eye. Hello, esteemed gentlemen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I couldn't help but notice your distinguished appearances. Do you happen to be in need of a summoning beast? Chiyu and Kitty-Eye exchanged puzzled glances, taken aback by the overly familiar panda. Tsunade face-bombed, dragging Shinmojo away by his ear. Enough of that. First, we need to check in at the Hokage's office before you go around making contracts. Please. I don't want to leave. Shinmojo protested. That is, Shinju Chiyu. He had previously confirmed with the system that card draws indeed had a built-in prize pool setting. In this day and age, genuine random card games are nearly non-existent. The system typically determines the quality of card draws based on the qualifications and potential of assigned targets. If an individual is destined to remain a mere genin, their cards will be drawn from the N-rank tier. Should they progress to Chunin, they will draw from both N-rank and R-rank cards. Upon reaching Jonin, they will draw from R-rank and SR rank cards. Achieving the status of Kage allows for draws from SR rank and SSR rank cards, while those who ascend to the Ultra Kage level will draw from SSR rank and UR rank cards. And for those who attain the 6 paths level or higher, draws will only be from UR rank cards. Previously, Shun Majiao drew an SSR card from Tsunade, a powerful Kage, and an SR card from Shizune, a Jonin. The potential of both individuals has been largely realized, with their current strengths reflecting their potential limits. Overall, these card draws were commendable, yielding the highest level cards permissible within the set parameters. However, the specific contents of the cards left Shin Majiao somewhat dissatisfied. Now, having encountered the bug character, Kamizuki Izumi, from the Naruto mobile game she had played in her past life, she fervently hoped that he could exhibit Ultra Kage potential. The character in the mobile game was indeed worthy of cultivation. What if, in reality, he also possessed immense potential? What if he could truly become Kamizuki Obito? Although the Naruto world in reality may not align with the mobile game, what if? Her gambler's instinct ignited. Shun Majiao felt a surge of excitement and longed for a signing and card-drawing spree to test her luck. Unfortunately, Tsunade did not afford her the opportunity, pulling her away instead. Only Shizune remained behind, explaining to the two gatekeepers, Lady Tsunade may only be back for a few days before she must depart again. We are burdened with a special classified mission. She was not entirely mistaken. Had anyone else been so reckless as to leave the village for years, they would have been labeled a rogue ninja. Tsunade's unique status allowed the third Hokage to yield, casually assigning them a long-term classified mission outside the village to prevent others from prying into their affairs. Tsunade, indeed, occasionally traversed between the great houses of various nations under the title of the foremost healer of the ninja world, assisting the powerful with their ailments and, to some extent, alleviating tensions between nations, contributing to the peace and stability of Konoha. Before Tsunade and Shun Majiao could reach the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with his two advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado, came forth to greet her. You have finally returned, Hiruzen expressed with relief, his wrinkled face blooming into a smile. You have aged considerably, my old teacher, Tsunade remarked with a complex sentiment. Years of absence had rendered their relationship somewhat estranged, and neither pursued further conversation. Seeing this, Koharu, with her stern demeanor, interjected, Tsunade, you ought to settle down. This time, do not leave again. She assumed the authoritative role of an elder, attempting to forcefully retain Tsunade. Tsunade discreetly grimaced. She had never been particularly fond of the two advisors, especially after their vehement opposition to her proposed reform of the medical ninja system. However, she knew she must afford them some respect publicly. With a wry smile, she shook her head. My blood phobia has yet to be treated. Returning would only be burdensome. Allow me to continue my travels in search of a remedy. Noticing Koharu and Hamura's persistence, Tsunade swiftly shifted the topic. The reason for my return is actually because of him. She tugged Chin Majiao, who was happily indulging in dango, toward her. Just as she was about to introduce him, she froze, fixated on the dango in his hands, forgetting her intended words. "Where did you get that dango?" she exclaimed. She had rushed Chin Majiao to the Hokage building without passing through the food street. So from where did this dango originate? Tsunade was bewildered. Since entering Konoha, she had been somewhat disoriented. Her eagerness to pull Chin Majiao away was partly an attempt to escape familiar sights, especially those that could evoke memories of her past with Shinjuro or Kato-dan. Thus, she had run, closing herself off from her surroundings and drowning in her inner turmoil, completely oblivious to Chin Majiao's actions or the origin of the dango. About that, Chin Majiao replied leisurely as he savored the skewers. "We passed a 10-year-old girl with pink hair, and I noticed she was carrying a bag of dango, so I casually snatched it. It's quite delicious." Tsunade, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura were taken aback. "Who are you, a bandit? Snatching a little girl's dango?" Meanwhile, a 9-year-old Sakura Haruno stood at a distance, holding half a skewer of dango, her mind in disarray. She struggled to comprehend the recent events. "I just came from the food street, one hand eating dango, the other carrying it to bring back for mom and dad. With gifts in hand, I stepped out of the street, singing while eating, and suddenly a panda mugged me. And that woman dragging the panda looks so much like my idol, Lady Tsunade." Chapter 10. Little girl, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. Lord Majiao, are you certain that pink-haired girl headed this way? Of course, my sense of smell is quite keen and can easily discern human scents. Ah, Lord Majiao, please refrain from telling a girl that she has an odor. That is quite impolite. Huh. Women. Chin Majiao and Shizun soon arrived at the food street, a bustling part of Konoha's commercial district. Just moments ago, Tsunade had been rather frustrated while requesting money from Hiruzen and then handed it to Chin Majiao, insisting he accompany Shizun back along the original route to apologize and make amends to the little girl. Upon arriving at the spot where he had snatched the dango, Chin Majiao discovered that Sakura had already departed. Following her scent, he made his way to the food street. It seemed that, having experienced the world's harsh realities for the first time, Sakura did not falter but instead returned to purchase dango anew. As she emerged from the dango shop, a bag of freshly bought dango in hand, she unexpectedly collided with the pursuing panda. How outrageous. Have you become addicted to thievery? You've already stolen one bag. Do you intend to snatch a second? Shizun, spotting Sakura, quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, child. Your dango was taken by him, wasn't it? We are here to apologize and compensate you. Shizun pressed Chin Majiao's head down, compelling him to bow as well. Realizing that Chin Majiao bore no heirs, she grew bolder. Aside from maintaining the respectful title of Lord Majiao, she wasn't hesitant to tease or play with the panda. Seeing Sakura's confusion, Shizun smiled ruefully and explained, he is a newly summoned spirit beast and is not yet familiar with the rules of human society. He meant no harm. Please forgive him, and we will make amends for your dango. Chin Majiao, struggling to lift his head, resolutely refused to admit fault. He interrupted Shizun's explanation, boldly patting Sakura on the head and nonsensically declaring, "Wow, incredible, incredible. You have a divine aura emanating from your crown. Did you know that?" Huh. Sakura and Shizun both stared blankly, puzzled by his words. "Little girl, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. You are truly a rare ninja talent." Me? A ninja talent? Sakura's mind raced with possibilities. Could it be that, compared to the clan-born Ino, I, a commoner, possess even greater talent? Am I worthy of becoming a renowned female ninja like Lady Tsunade, who commands respect in the ninja world? The alluring voice of Chin Majiao resonated within Sakura's mind. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? You shall take on the task of upholding justice and maintaining peace in the ninja world, all right? Sakura nodded with a silly grin. Since we are fated to meet, why not treat me to some dumplings, and I shall grant you permission to sign a contract with me. How does that sound? Sure. Sakura readily agreed. Amidst the astonished expression of Shizun, Chin Majiao not only refrained from compensating her, but instead profited from a box of 3-color dumplings. She pulled Chin Majiao closer and whispered into his round ear, "Is it appropriate to deceive a young girl who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy?" Chin Majiao shot her a glance. "I did not deceive her. Her future achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours, believe it or not." Shizun scoffed. Clearly unconvinced, How could a girl from a civilian background possibly surpass me, a jonin? Shizune, you have become conceited, Chunmajiao retorted. Having read the original work, he understood that although Haruno Sakura might not measure up to her two extraordinary teammates, her eventual strength would be barely on par with that of a Kaguya. Even if she fell slightly short, her potential was certainly Kaga level, far exceeding that of Shizune, who had suffered numerous defeats as a jonin. Shizune had only inherited a portion of Tsunade's medical skills and lacked combat abilities. Without mastering the strength of 100 or the creation rebirth techniques, she relied solely on hidden weapons and poisons, making her far less formidable than her junior, Sakura. The prospect of summoning Kaga-level entities, capable of drawing SR or even SSR cards, was an opportunity Chunmajiao would not overlook. His prior act of seizing Sakura's dumplings stemmed not only from envy, but also from the desire to forge a connection with her. And now, it had succeeded. The naive Sakura, easily swayed by a few words, unwittingly entered into a contract with Chunmajiao. Happy congratulations, host. You have completed one contract and gained a chance to draw a card. Heart. Chunmajiao beamed at the system notification. Watching the entire scene unfold, Shizune sighed. Feeling that Chunmajiao was deceiving Sakura, though she had no evidence. She could only assist Sakura by treating the finger she had just pricked to sign in blood. In the future, when you summon me, you won't need to bite your finger, Chunmajiao instructed Sakura. According to the summoning contract, simply perform the 5 seals. Hai, Su, Yu, Shun, and Wei. You need not use blood as a medium or draw symbols on the ground, if you wish to specify which type of clone to summon. After the Wei seal, you can follow with another Wei seal for a earth cat, a sea seal for a wind cat, or a yin seal for a fire cat. In urgent situations, if you cannot perform all the seals, theoretically, you can just perform the one corresponding to earth, wind, or fire to summon my clone instantly. However, doing so means that the chakra required to open the summoning space will be solely your responsibility. I cannot cover that for you. In other words, while single seal summoning is quick, it will consume a significant amount of your chakra. You likely won't be able to manage it until you become a chunin. Do you understand? Sakura nodded excitedly. Having just witnessed the formidable presence of the clones summoned effortlessly by Chunmajiao, she realized she had struck gold. Trading 2 boxes of dumplings for a powerful summoning beast was a deal she could not complain about. Moreover, Chunmajiao's summoning contract was unique, differing from standard summoning techniques. Under normal circumstances, summoning Chunmajiao's clones did not require the summoner to provide the full amount of chakra to open the summoning space. The majority of the chakra would be supplied by Chunmajiao. In essence, it was not the summoner who opened the space, but rather the summoner expending a small amount of chakra to send a signal to Chunmajiao. Subsequently, Chunmajiao would actively tear through space to appear beside the summoner. During the summoning process, the primary contributor of chakra was Chunmajiao. Consequently, even now, with 3 years remaining until Sakura could become a genin, she could successfully summon Chunmajiao. A lack of chakra or insufficient chakra manipulation skills on the part of the summoner was not an issue. There would be no repetition of the original story scenario, where Naruto, disrupted by the 9 tails within him, struggled for ages yet could only summon a tadpole. Upon realizing Chunmajiao's advantage of low summoning costs, not only was Sakura thrilled, but even Shizune's gaze towards Chunmajiao changed. Could it be that in future battles, any genin from Konoha could summon a panda clone? Each clone could contend with someone as powerful as Lady Tsunade for a time. Imagining a battlefield filled with pandas, Shizune shivered, contemplating that Lady Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage, and indeed the entire Konoha would need to reassess Chunmajiao's worth. However, she was unaware that her envisioned scenario was overly idealistic for the time being. Chunmajiao's chakra reserves and recovery rate were far from sufficient to sustain numerous clones simultaneously. I can transform into countless forms, he boasted, his pride getting the better of him. He playfully patted Sakura's head, laughing heartily. Remember, from now on, with me protecting you, no one in Konoha will dare to bully you. Sakura nodded enthusiastically, completely forgetting that she was not the 9 tails Naruto. In peaceful Konoha, there was hardly anyone who bullied her. Especially now, she had begun to display a certain level of ninja talent. The local children no longer dared to mock her wide forehead. As for the minor squabble with Ino, it was merely a trivial disagreement between friends. The only one who had ever bullied her was Chunmajiao, who had snatched her dumplings earlier that day. Chapter 11. Chunmajiao, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you no longer wish to be Hokage? It was a sunny day, with spring in full bloom. Countless birds chirped on the trees and rooftops, seemingly mocking the humans inside for being so busy and failing to appreciate the beauty of spring. Inside the building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was engaged in handing out task assignments to the ninjas of Konoha. This building served as Konoha's mission announcement hall. In truth, the task of issuing assignments and accepting task submissions was not one that the Hokage should personally handle. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen always took a moment out of his busy schedule to perform this public relations duty, cheerfully encouraging the astonished Konoha ninjas and calling them by name to remind them that the exalted Hokage still remembered them. This would foster greater loyalty and dedication among them. Sarutobi Hiruzen relished this feeling. He would go to great lengths to demonstrate his wisdom and benevolence. Today, hoping to recharge from the gratitude and admiration of others, he once again took on the role of the front desk staff. However, the first person to rush up to him bore a look of dissatisfaction. Bang! Chun Majiao slammed his palm down on the table before Hiruzen, toppling the neatly stacked mission scrolls. Ignoring the anxious members of the Shadow Guard and Umbu surrounding him, he directed an angry shout at Hiruzen. Hokage, why has a mission been issued for the Chunin class to monitor me? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in surprise, then quickly donned a kind smile, patiently explaining, Majiao, do not misunderstand. This is not a personal matter. You must understand that any new powerful individuals entering Konoha must undergo a period of assessment. This has been Konoha's long-standing rule. After all, we must safeguard the village and prevent spies from infiltrating. No. Chun Majiao shook his head, interrupting. You haven't understood my point. Why have you only sent a Chunin to monitor me when my strength is so formidable? Do you underestimate me? Immediately dispatch an elite Jonin to keep an eye on me. Hurry up. Move quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, thought it was quite absurd for someone to actively request an upgrade in surveillance measures. Observing Chun Majiao's furrowed brows and genuine anger, Hiruzen felt overwhelmed. Enough of this, Majiao. Who do you think is playing games here? Chun Majiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed his palm against the table, creating a resounding thud. This is a matter of principle. You are showing me a lack of respect. Who am I? I am the future strongest summoning beast of the ninja world. You dare to assign only a Chunin to monitor me? Is this Hokage truly lacking in judgment? Dispatch a Jonin to oversee me at once. Or better yet, come and supervise me yourself. Otherwise, do you believe I want to initiate the Konoha collapse plan immediately? The surrounding ninjas were perplexed, unable to grasp Chun Majiao's reasoning. What a refreshingly unique threat you have there. Hiruzen, observing the frustrated panda before him, pondered for a moment before proposing. How about this, Majiao? Don't you wish to meet my guy? He should be back tomorrow after completing his mission. I can arrange for him to monitor you. You could discuss how to improve the 8 gates with him. If you achieve any results, do let me know. Chun Majiao nodded in satisfaction, his expression one of pride. Very well, although with my strength, even my guy would not be able to stop me from causing mischief. However, I, Chun Majiao, am willing to acknowledge him as the strongest in taijutsu. He possesses that title and is at least worthy of the task of monitoring me. Let him come. Hiruzen chuckled, treating him as one would a child, offering a few more encouraging words before sending him on his way. As he watched Chun Majiao depart, Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, reflecting silently. Indeed, a powerful summoning beast, albeit a bit peculiar in his thought process. He recalled how, yesterday, while Chun Majiao had gone with Tsunade to apologize to a young girl, Tsunade had succinctly narrated Chun Majiao's origins and strength to him, a powerful taijutsu user, a ninjutsu summoning beast, and possibly even a sage. Hiruzen couldn't help but compare Chun Majiao with his own summoning beast, Enma. Enma was renowned as the strongest summoning beast, primarily due to his indestructible body and mastery of formidable ninjutsu, which complemented his master in battle. Chun Majiao possessed similar attributes. His physical strength could withstand Tsunade's brute force and ignore Shizun's flying needles. His ninjutsu was immensely powerful, likely representing the pinnacle of fire chakra transformation. And he might also have mastery over wind and earth chakra transformations. In addition to the advantages Enma possessed, Chun Majiao also had formidable shadow clone techniques and possibly even sage abilities. Hiruzen had to concede that Enma seemed to pale in comparison. A summoning beast of such strength wishing to contract with the Leaf Village was indeed significant. Tsunade and Shizun's swift decision to bring him back to the village was entirely justified. However, Based on the recent incident involving the young girl and today's protest against the inadequate surveillance, it seemed this panda had quite a quirky personality. Hiruzen hoped he would adhere to Konoha's regulations in the future. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Hiruzen realized he hadn't been entirely candid. Since yesterday, it wasn't just a Chunin team monitoring Chinmajiao. He himself occasionally utilized a crystal ball to employ the telescope technique to observe any developments within the hotel concerning Chinmajiao. All he observed was a diligent panda practicing, with no unusual activities. He began to believe that Chinmajiao's intentions for coming to Konoha were quite straightforward: to seek a contract, gain recognition, and study the 8 gates. Recalling the 8 gates, Hiruzen remembered when Chinmajiao had boldly expressed his desire to examine the forbidden technique. The panda had even presented the scroll of the iron-eating beast clan's meridian nurturing secret technique, suggesting it could serve as a backup for Konoha. Tsunade had privately expressed her greater appreciation for this scroll, explaining that the techniques of massage and acupuncture could effectively alleviate the hidden injuries left by lower and middle-ranked ninjas practicing taijutsu. Moreover, it could provide significant insights for medical ninjutsu research. In terms of overall value to Konoha, the difficult-to-master 8 gates might indeed not compare to this widely applicable nurturing technique. Hiruzen felt a sense of gratitude toward Chinmajiao for so generously offering such a precious technique. Perhaps he could embrace the will of fire and become Konoha's exclusive summoning beast. As for the 8 gates that the panda desired, Hiruzen planned to reciprocate the gesture. If it is to be given, then let it be given. Moreover, should the 8 gates be improved, this panda would likely not withhold any secrets. This was not merely Hiruzen being magnanimous. Might Guy, a staunch supporter of the will of fire, had previously submitted the complete 8 gates to the village, along with the rights to its usage and distribution. Thus, in the original narrative, Kakashi had also utilized the first gates. The 8 gates, while somewhat forbidden, were not as strictly restricted. However, Konoha had not prioritized this perilous technique, especially since its practice was particularly grueling and time-consuming, further diminishing its perceived value. Hiruzen had never even considered including it in the sealing book, which allowed the character Shinnu in the movie to easily steal the 8 gates and fuse it with other forbidden techniques to achieve immortality. It wasn't until Might Guy's astounding turnaround that Hiruzen began to take the 8 gates seriously. Regrettably, the difficulty of mastering it remained a significant issue. Hiruzen understood that a person's energy was finite. He could not compel the ninjas in the village to train in the 8 gates with the same relentless dedication as Might Guy and Might Die, for that would result in neglecting other areas of training. Specializing solely in taijutsu was not necessarily beneficial. It would limit task acceptance, much like Might Die. Thus, even a genius like Kakashi could only open the first 3 gates, as he wouldn't invest all his energy into this singular forbidden technique. If Chinmajiao could reduce the difficulty of mastering the 8 gates, Hiruzen squinted, lost in thought. Chapter 12. Malicious Perception. Inside the hotel, Chinmajiao sat cross-legged, adopting the orthodox Taoist meditation posture, breathing in the natural energy. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes. Oh, it's ultimately not as abundant as the energy in the mountains. He discovered that, akin to the so-called spiritual energy described in cultivation novels, natural energy was indeed more concentrated in remote, uninhabited mountains. Practicing sage techniques in the heart of Konoha proved to be rather inefficient. However, he was indifferent to this slight disparity. His primary intent was to enter the sage chakra mode, allowing him to merge with the natural environment and ascertain whether he was being monitored. Having read the original text, he knew that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could utilize a crystal ball to employ the telescope technique to observe any corner of Konoha. Thus, he was only willing to confirm that Hiruzen was not spying on him before daring to draw cards. Yesterday, Hiruzen had occasionally peered in, causing Chinmajiao to feel uneasy about maintaining the sage chakra mode. He had to suppress his eagerness and refrain from drawing the card related to Sakura Haruno. Today, feeling quite disgruntled, he had gone to Hiruzen early in the morning to cause a ruckus. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself somewhat relieved, no longer frequently glancing in his direction. Perhaps it was also due to his engagement with the front desk staff today, which left him little time to peer into the crystal ball. Upon returning to the inn, Chinmajiao meticulously confirmed through his mystical chakra mode that no one was directly spying on him. He hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. System, come out quickly, It's time to draw cards. Excited, here I come. Chun Ma complained. By the way, can't the card drawing just happen in my mind? Like a mere formality, automatically completing itself? Just like our telepathic communication, or like the status panel that others can't see. Don't let anyone witness the card drawing process. Nose picking, sorry host. The act of drawing cards must be executed physically in reality. That's the rule. Serious face. Why impose such a ridiculous rule? Solemnly, because drawing cards requires sincerity, hands together. Chun Ma was left speechless. To draw an SSR, it seemed, one must adhere to some ceremonial significance. He sighed and decided to let it go. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he urged, let us commence the card drawing. Serious, please confirm whether to proceed. Stop wasting time, I confirm. Drawing one card? You will consume one card drawing opportunity. Irritated. Fine. I suppose the process must be completed, right? Chun Ma resignedly repeated. I confirm. Before him, 6 indistinct cards materialized. Buddha, God, the 3 pure ones, and all deities, bless me. After his prayer, he decisively flipped over the card in the upper left corner. It's you. The revealed card emitted a silvery glow. Damn it. It's only SR level. Chun Ma expressed his dissatisfaction. System. What is going on? Sakura Haruno's potential should be at the shadow level, right? Sympathetic. Yes, she possesses shadow level potential, but unfortunately, host, your luck is lacking, and you drew an SR card from a mixed pool of SR and SSR cards. Tragic. Chun Ma felt disheartened. There aren't many shadow level powerhouses in this world. This precious opportunity has been wasted. Plus, I didn't even utilize the SSR intelligence doubling card from Tsunade effectively. Am I just having a streak of bad luck? Sincerely, host. I suggest you refrain from invoking too many other deities during your next prayer before drawing cards. Didn't you meet that one before your crossing? Pray to him. But I don't know his name. Scoffing. It doesn't matter if you don't know the names of gods. As long as you know who you are praying to, even if you use nicknames like Dragon Fruit or Sesame, it would still work. Alright. Chun Ma resolved to try the system's recommended metaphysical card drawing method next time. He gathered his spirits and examined the SR card he had drawn. Reading its inscription, skill card SR malicious perception, passive. Malicious perception? ISNT that the Ninetales ability? Chun Ma hurriedly checked the skill's detailed description. SR malicious perception. Passive, you possess the ability to discern good and evil, being highly sensitive to malice within a radius of 1,000 meters, including but not limited to pain, hatred, and murderous intent. Chun Ma felt a surge of joy. Awesome. Such a practical skill, and it's merely SR level? However, he soon realized the disparity between this skill and the innate abilities of the Ninetales. As a stream of light enveloped him, the card integrated into his being, and he immediately sensed faint malice emanating from several residents of Konoha within the kilometer radius. Chun Ma was taken aback. Why are there several people who dislike me? Am I not the beloved panda? After a moment, he understood. This malicious perception skill is different from the Ninetales. The Ninetales could discern whether the malice was directed at itself, whereas the skill I acquired merely collects all malice indiscriminately. Its practicality is significantly diminished. Chun Ma realized, if I found myself on the battlefield, I would merely sense malice from all directions, unable to predict attacks directed at me, rendering this skill practically useless. Moreover, oh no. System, is there no way to turn this off? Not long after acquiring this passive skill, he found himself overwhelmed. He finally empathized with the suffering of the Ninetales, Kageyama-shun, and Professor X. The incessant mental connection was maddening, especially when all he sensed were negative emotions. Over time, it would undoubtedly drive a person insane. Chun Ma acknowledged. The Ninetales endured a millennium of human conflict, hatred, betrayal, and suffering, yet only became slightly extreme, brutal, and dark. It truly is a living bodhisattva. It didn't go mad or desire to annihilate the world. That's no small feat. Chun Ma had no confidence that he could endure as the Ninetales had. He merely wished to deactivate this skill immediately. Shrugging, it cannot be turned off. You either adapt to it gradually, or wait for a future draw to obtain a skill upgrade card to enhance it. Otherwise, you must wash away this skill. Regretful, wash away the skill? How does one do that? Overwhelmed, Chun Ma felt he would be driven mad before he could adapt to this troublesome skill. The probability of patiently waiting for a skill upgrade card from a draw seemed exceedingly slim. It appeared he would have to wash away the skill and abandon it altogether. Facepalming. Didn't you notice the recycle bin feature on the status panel? Contemptuous, huh? Open the status panel. Chun Majiao stared at the suddenly appearing status panel, realizing, with the system's prompt, that there was a small trash can icon at the lower right corner of the panel. Adjusting glasses, you can drag basic attributes or skills into the recycle bin for reclamation. You will lose the selected attribute or skill, receiving corresponding upgrade points equal to 10 of its value. Chun Majiao attempted this, clicking on the power points to drag. A dialog box promptly popped up, asking him to select the specific points to use, 1455. So that's how it works. Even attributes can be recycled. Sincerely, I do not recommend you recycle attributes, as the return rate is only 10, which is not cost-effective. Chun Majiao nodded, reluctantly dragging the still fresh malicious perception skill into the small trash bin of the recycle bin. The status panel immediately displayed a new line beneath the remaining draw opportunities. Remaining upgrade points. 3. Huh? Chun Majiao exhaled deeply, feeling as though the world had grown quieter. Wait, can I upgrade skills 3 times with these points? How generous. Snickering, not quite. You can use these 3 points to enhance basic attributes by 3 points in any attribute. You can also use them to upgrade skills. But upgrading SSR skills to UR requires a significant amount of upgrade points. Typically, it's more reliable to rely on skill upgrade cards. Shrugging, so it could only add 3 points to basic attributes. As for upgrading skills, Chun Majiao glanced at his 2 SSR skills, Element Control, Passive, and Element Separation, Active, each with a new prompt indicating Upgrade Progress 0-100. Thus, to upgrade SSR skills to UR level, he would need to add 100 upgrade points for a successful upgrade. In other words, he would need to waste over 33 SR skills. That indeed felt too distant. Chun Majiao pouted and decided to allocate all 3 points to the Element Separation, Active, skill. Little by little, it will accumulate. Given the disparity between SSR and SR skills, a UR skill, being a tier above SSR, would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Alas, it seems all efforts were in vain. Chun Majiao rubbed his throbbing head, still haunted by the perception of malice. At this moment, he felt a profound sympathy for the Nine Tails. Initially, he had intended to deliver a sound thrashing, to stand upon its head and declare its danger, thus asserting himself as the mightiest summoning beast. However, seeing its pitiable state, he resolved to show a bit of compassion instead. Chapter 13. I am determined to be the patron thinking of the UR skill, and then of the Nine Tails. Chun Majiao could not help but draw parallels with the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. After all, he was a child of considerable potential. On par with the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto possessed the ability to directly draw UR-level cards, perhaps even wielding UR-level skills himself. Chun Majiao yearned to meet Naruto at that very moment. Yet, having recently joined Konoha, he was still within a probationary period with limited freedom of movement. It seemed unlikely that he would encounter Naruto soon. Just like last night, when he had wished to visit the food street to sample the legendary Ichiraku ramen, only to be intercepted by the Chunin squad monitoring him, who insisted he postpone his visit. This left him disheartened, ultimately returning to his inn for dinner instead. He suspected that Naruto was likely enjoying a bowl of ramen at that very time, which was why he had been stopped. Had it been any other customer, the scrutiny might not have been so stringent, compelling him to alter his schedule. It appeared that a meeting with Naruto would not happen in the near future. What of Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke also harbored potential akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. However, Sasuke currently resided alone in the remote Uchiha compound, far removed from the heart of Konoha. To deliberately venture to the Uchiha estate would be rather conspicuous and might provoke the sensitive nerves of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Visiting the Ninja Academy was out of the question as well. Aside from Naruto attending school there, the other students were all heirs of ninja clans, making the environment highly regulated. Chun Majiao could only hope that Sakura would summon her shadow clone during the school trials. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to intervene. He scratched his fluffy head, aware that he was not one for meticulous planning. So he did not expect to devise any elaborate strategies. He would leave things to fate. The night passed in silence. The following day, adhering to his long-established biological clock, Chun Majiao rose at 5 to practice breathing exercises. Around 7, he paused for breakfast at the inn. After 8, he set out for a run, clutching the silver coins given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man, having heard that Chun Majiao was newly arrived and financially struggling, generously provided him with 150,000 Ryo for emergencies, even covering his lodging expenses. With the coins in hand, Chun Majio intended to purchase some clothing. He recalled the conflict that had arisen when he first met Tsunade, who had regarded him as a wild beast due to his lack of attire. Now, resolved to be a model citizen of Konoha, he deemed it essential to procure some garments. Nevertheless, his physique resembled that of a typical panda, broad and stout, making it challenging to find ready-made clothing that fit. Unlike other pandas, he was not excessively overweight. He possessed considerable muscle, yet his overall size was indeed quite substantial, resembling a smaller version of the watermelon-shaped pufferfish. Ready-to-wear shops would likely not cater to his size, so he planned to visit a tailor to have a few outfits custom-made. Soon enough, he arrived at the commercial street, an extension of the food street. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha entered a period of stability and development, and this area gradually evolved into a bustling commercial hub. In the era of Naruto, it would become even more vibrant, featuring enormous advertisement screens akin to New York's Times Square. Shinmajo halted, gazing up at the sign of a shop, Erping Cloth House. This must be the place, he muttered to himself. Prior to his visit, he had consulted with the inn staff, who informed him that Erping Cloth House was a specialized fabric supplier and tailor for ninjas. The materials offered were exceptionally durable, specifically designed for combat. Upon entering the cloth shop, he was greeted by walls lined with shelves showcasing an array of colorful fabric samples. "Welcome. Please wait a moment. I will attend to you shortly. Feel free to peruse the fabrics," said a young lady in an ornate kimono. In front of her stood a young girl, around 10 years old, who was being attended to. The girl sported symmetrical buns on either side of her head, dressed in a sleeveless red top that exuded a charming Chinese aesthetic. "Is that you, Tenten?" Shinmajo squinted. "Excellent. I have gained another master." "Wait, that sounds rather awkward. Regardless, since I have encountered Tenten, I cannot let this opportunity slip away." Conveniently, as a ninja of common origin without a significant clan background, she would likely be in need of a summoning beast. Tenten was also observing Shinmajo. Like the shopkeeper, she recognized at first glance that this large panda was indeed a summoning beast. After all, beasts were not permitted to enter Konoha, and Chun Majio's ability to navigate the sliding door with a bulging bag clearly indicated his intelligence. A summoning beast had come to a cloth shop? Tenten was filled with curiosity. "Hey, little girl, do you need a summoning beast? I see you possess exceptional talent and fortune, destined for greatness. Why not sign a contract with me and let me become your summoning beast?" Shinmajo began to promote himself. He spoke no falsehood. Tenten was indeed one of the luckiest characters in the entire Naruto series. In the world of Naruto, the disparities between individuals were immense. The strong could easily overpower the weak. Some became strong through innate talent, others through relentless effort, and yet others through ancestral advantages. Only Tenten rose to power through sheer luck. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, she unexpectedly stumbled upon several artifacts: the Basho fan, the Kinobori Kasen, the Amber Purification Jar, and the Red Gourd, missing only the 7-star sword to complete the set. In an instant, Tenten's fortunes changed, allowing her to hold her own against formidable foes. One could not help but marvel at the sheer luck she possessed. Wait, a contract? A summoning beast? Tenten was taken aback. Such a stroke of fortune had suddenly befallen her, leaving her with a sense of unreality. If Shinmajo could hear her thoughts, he would counsel her, "Get used to it, child. There will be more artifacts appearing before you in the future." The shopkeeper, not pleased with their conversation, feigned a cough. "Ahem. You too, this is a cloth shop. If you have personal matters to discuss, may I suggest you do so elsewhere?" "Oh, my apologies, Bachan." Tenten quickly regained her composure. "As per the previous supplementary order, my father wishes to increase the order quantity by 50 to be delivered within 5 days. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely," the shopkeeper nodded. Tenten's family operated a well-known ninja tool shop, Manpinto, frequented by many ninjas in Konoha. Ninja tools encompassed more than just metallic components. They often required accompanying fabric for items like kunai wraps and special protective pouches for shuriken. Therefore, Tenten had been sent to collaborate with Erping Cloth House to secure the necessary materials. After concluding the significant business transaction, the shopkeeper turned to Shinmajo and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. How may I assist you?" Shinmajo silently gestured for her to wait a moment, signaling to Tiantian, who understood and patiently stood by. She was uncertain whether Shinmajo's earlier mention of signing a contract was genuine. However, as a commoner ninja, She could not afford to miss any opportunity to contract a spiritual beast. Are you serious? Miss Erping inquired, her expression one of incredulity. She observed the sketch drawn by Chun Maggio and reflected on his previous animated description, wanting to ask, is there something amiss in your mind? The words nearly slipped out, but her professional demeanor, honed over the years, kept her from voicing them. Instead, she firmly stated, just as I instructed, please prepare a few outfits for me. Chun Maggio solemnly insisted. Miss Erping sighed, as long as you are satisfied, 3 sets will cost 21,000 taels. Chun Maggio readily paid the amount and allowed Miss Erping to take his measurements. Once completed, he intended to leave with Tian Tian, saying, let us find a place to converse. Miss Erping quickly interjected, no need, I have nothing else to attend to here. You may discuss matters in the shop. I will pour you some tea. On one hand, she did not wish to offend them, especially after interrupting their previous conversation. On the other hand, she was concerned about the young Tian Tian being deceived. Thus, she decided to let them talk within the shop, allowing her to keep an eye on the little girl. Chun Maggio explained his background and abilities to Tian Tian, demonstrating his ability to create clones, producing only wind and earth clones, deliberately omitting the fire cat, as open flames were prohibited in the fabric shop. Tian Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want a sign. I want a sign. Chun Maggio chuckled and presented the contract to her. Tian Tian took it, reading aloud. Spirit contract. Party A. Chun Maggio. Party B. Please sign in blood. She furrowed her brow. Did you mix up the parties? Despite her youth, she often helped in her family shop and was familiar with contracts. She understood that, in contractual terms, she should be hiring Chun Maggio, thus making her Party A and him Party B. Chun Maggio stood tall and declared, there's no mistake. Regardless, I am determined to be Party A. Tian Tian remarked. Miss Erping, this panda is quite powerful, albeit a bit peculiar. Chapter 14. The Ninja's Talent Leaf Whirlwind. Otsutsuki Elbow Strike. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Uchiha Body Slam. On the training ground, a person and a panda exchanged moves, countering one another. On the sidelines, a panda leisurely sipped milk tea and munched on cookies, utterly relaxed. Occasionally, he glanced at the scroll in his hand. The combatants grew frustrated. Might Guy leaped out of the fighting circle, calling out to the observing Chun Maggio, Maggio, come join us in relishing youth. Don't just send your clones to battle. Chun Maggio remained unmoved, his eyes glued to the scroll. I sought you out to study the 8 gates, not to be your sparring partner. Ever since he met Might Guy, he had been drawn into sparring sessions, leaving no time for their planned research on the 8 gates. Guy raised an eyebrow, giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. Don't say that, my friend. We can derive inspiration from real combat. Having quickly bonded with Chun Maggio, he referred to him as a brother within just 2 days. Despite Chun Maggio's reluctance, akin to Kakashi's, to engage in Guy's frequent challenges, he opted to send out clones instead, providing Guy with an endless supply of sparring opportunities, which made Guy exceedingly happy. Over the past 2 days, his exuberance had intensified. However, he was slightly dissatisfied that Chun Maggio had yet to enter the fray himself, remaining preoccupied with studying the 8 gates. Merely observing one tea suffice, Guy exclaimed, snatching Chun Maggio's drink and downing it. The 8 gates must be mastered through years of arduous training. Chun Maggio nodded, acknowledging Guy's assertion, yet he did not intend to emulate Guy's methods. The 8 gates indeed lacked shortcuts, and he had reached a hurdle in his studies. However, he was determined to discover an alternative path. If no shortcuts existed within the 8 gates, he would create a new technique inspired by them, establishing a shortcut within this new methodology. This was not merely an attempt at cleverness. Rather, he recognized that the 8 gates lacked a sustainable development approach. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, characters like Lee and Guy faced severe consequences, even nearing death. This technique stood in stark contrast to the principles of balance, longevity, and stability revered in Chinese martial arts. It brutally unleashed human limitations without regard for consequences, focusing solely on ephemeral bursts of power. While undeniably powerful, it left no means for recovery afterward. Chun Maggio felt compelled to reconsider the 8 gates, aiming to establish a new martial art foundation based on the principles of Meridian secret arts. After all, he possessed a system capable of acquiring various skills, and he did not need to risk his life over this. Moreover, the training for the 8 gates was indeed painstaking, making it challenging to shorten the training period. In the past, He had encountered fanfiction where characters like Kakashi or Uchiha Sasuke mastered the 8 gates within a year or two. However, such feats were unattainable in reality due to physical limitations. The notion that Kakashi and Sasuke possessed talents several times greater than Guy's, enabling them to learn the 8 gates in a fraction of the time, was a fallacy. After witnessing the 8 gates firsthand, Shinmagyo understood that it was far more complex. While possessing a gifted physique could indeed expedite the process, it would only reduce the time by 2 or 3 years, a mere drop in the ocean when considering the total training period of approximately 20 years. The essential grueling training could not be circumvented. After all, physical advantages accrued over time required gradual enhancement and could not be achieved instantaneously. Furthermore, given Kakashi's physical constitution, he did not possess significant talent in this regard, at least not surpassing Guy. Shinmagyo had no intention of enduring another decade of relentless training. His previous 10 years had been compelled by the need for self-preservation, lacking any means of defense. Now that he had emerged, equipped with the ability to draw cards, he intended to maintain a certain level of training and practical application without subjecting himself to further hardship. Thus, he had to abandon the 8 gates, necessitating a complete transformation into another technique. Unfortunately, Shinmagyo remained without a clear direction for developing a new technique. If only he could acquire forbidden techniques like the 7 days calling technique or physical manifestation, which could complement the 8 gates, it would be splendid. At present, Shinmagyo felt akin to a skilled artisan unable to create a masterpiece due to a lack of materials. The task of improving the 8 gates loomed heavily ahead. "Oh, that little rascal is back," Guy suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Shinmagyo's thoughts. Shinmagyo looked up to see a small figure at the entrance of the training ground. The child appeared to be around 10 years old, with bushy eyebrows reminiscent of Guy's, almost as if he were Guy's illegitimate child. It was none other than Rock Lee, sporting a mushroom haircut instead of the traditional bowl cut. Upon entering the training ground, Lee began running in circles, still employing a normal running posture, his arms tucked at his sides, moving rhythmically with his legs, rather than the typical ninja style of keeping one's arms behind. "This child is back to train. He is a promising prospect," Guy remarked with a proud smile. Shinmagyo nodded in agreement, expressing a desire to sign a contract with him. Kai scratched his head in jest. "Why do you want to sign a contract with everyone you meet? You should hurry up and sign with me." Shinmagyo shot him a glance. The two shared a mutual understanding and clicked instantly. However, Kai had yet to agree to a contract with Shinmagyo because he was already bound to the Tortoise of Patience. Although the tortoise was not from one of the 3 major sanctuaries, its age and prestige commanded respect. Therefore, Kai felt it necessary to inform the tortoise before signing with Shinmagyo, as he wished to maintain decorum. Unfortunately, it was early spring, and the tortoise was likely still in hibernation. Tortoises are known for their lengthy slumbers, especially the older ones, which can sleep for half a year or more. Consequently, Kai decided against disturbing it and resolved to wait a few months before discussing a potential contract with Shinmagyo. However, Shinmagyo wasn't shy about his true feelings. The tortoise was nothing more than a burdensome spirit beast. To Kai, the tortoise was entirely useless in battle. In the original narrative, the tortoise only appeared briefly when Kai summoned it as a platform during a fierce battle, demonstrating no combat capabilities. Tortoises are inherently slow, and with its modest size, its shell offered little in defensive prowess. Frankly, as a spirit beast, its practicality was even inferior to that of a common weasel. Might Guy, like his father Might Due, lacked proficiency in ninjutsu and relied solely on physical techniques. This made it all the more essential for him to have a powerful spirit beast that could compensate for his shortcomings. Waiting without action was not a feasible solution, and Shinmagyo urged, "Why not summon the tortoise and let me awaken it?" Kai chuckled nervously and declined, "Let us just wait a bit longer." With no other recourse, Shinmagyo shifted his attention to the approaching Lee. "Hey, you over there. Come here," he called out unabashedly. Lee hesitated, stopping in his tracks to glance back, ensuring that Shinmagyo was indeed addressing him and not someone behind him. "Stop looking around. I'm talking about you, the one with the bushy eyebrows." Shinmagyo beckoned him over. Once Lee approached, he inquired, "Hello, did you need something?" He curiously surveyed Shinmagyo, who was adorably fluffy and bear-like. Unsure why this charming panda spirit beast had called him over, Shinmagyo patted his round belly and began his usual pitch. "Young one, I see you possess exceptional talent. A once-in-a-century ninja prodigy. Why not sign a contract with me and allow me to be your spirit beast. This familiar rhetoric had successfully convinced Sakura and Tintin in the past, but this time it fell flat. Lee's expression dimmed. He lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. Please don't joke with me. I know I lack any talent for ninjutsu, he replied sorrowfully before turning and running away. Chapter 15. Sparring with Might Guy. Chun Majiao slapped his forehead, realizing he had misspoken. Lee was currently in a state of confusion. In the original story, this phase of uncertainty would linger for another year or two until he had a heart-to-heart with Might Guy. Guy had been observing Lee, the diligent young lad who often trained on the playground. After becoming a teacher, Guy had specifically encouraged Lee, telling him he was a hard-working genius. Guy shared his own childhood experiences, helping Lee understand that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one could still become a formidable ninja. This conversation solidified Lee's determination to dedicate himself to physical training. At this point, however, Lee was not yet mature. He was merely a sensitive and fragile child, often hurt by the ridicule of others at the Ninja Academy, leaving him uncertain if his efforts would yield any rewards. In his bewilderment, when Chun Majiao spoke of his extraordinary talent, Lee could only perceive it as mockery. Seeing Lee tear up and flee, Chun Majiao reflected on his words and then conjured a wind clone. The wind cat swiftly caught up to Lee, tugging him back. Young one, don't be so hasty. Chun Majiao explained slowly. I meant no offense. Kai chimed in. Indeed, I've been watching you for a while. You're dedicated, and I believe in your potential. With tears still on his face, Lee stared wide-eyed at the sincere smiles of the pair, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Are you too serious? He asked cautiously. Guy gave a thumbs up, winking with a sparkling smile. Of course. You're destined to become an incredible ninja. I promise. Chun Majiao added with a grin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a spirit beast from the green bamboo stream, proficient in physical techniques, ninjutsu, and sage arts. I aspire to become the strongest spirit beast in the ninja world, and I believe I can achieve this goal within a few years. Lee's mouth dropped open in awe. His naive nature led him to instinctively trust Chun Majiao's confident declarations. Despite not fully understanding what sage arts were, it simply sounded impressive. Chun Majiao pointed at Kai, and this is Might Guy, a jonin of Konoha. The term jonin was familiar to Lee, and he immediately regarded Kai with admiration. Yet, Chun Majiao emphasized, Kai's actual combat power far exceeds that of an average jonin. If he were to unleash his full strength, there would be almost no one in this world capable of withstanding his assault. Lee gasped, looking at Kai in disbelief. This goofy guy in a tight outfit is really that strong? You're exaggerating, Kai chuckled modestly. He and Chun Majiao exchanged glances, silently communicating that Kai had mastered the 8 gates. However, he had never used the 8th gate, the Death Gate, fearing its repercussions. Even the 7th gate, the Shock Gate, had only been momentarily opened during training, never in actual combat. He was not yet as powerful as he would be 6 years later, when he nearly brought the story to its climax. However, Chun Majiao knew that Kai was already capable of standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Looking deeply into Lee's eyes, he earnestly stated, I am not joking. Kai's true strength when fully unleashed is genuinely terrifying. Even I can only retreat in the face of it. I dare not confront it directly. I estimate that only a few individuals in the ninja world could survive his full power, and those who choose to stand against it would face certain death. Lee instinctively believed Chun Majiao's serious words. But Kai, he hardly knows ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He only excels in physical techniques. Chun Majiao enunciated deliberately. Lee gasped in surprise, looking at Kai for confirmation. Kai nodded with a smile, seeing Lee in shock, unable to regain his composure. Chun Majiao stood up and cheerfully invited Kai. Shall we spar? Didn't you say you wanted to fight my true form? Kai's face lit up with excitement. You agree? Great. But let's set some ground rules. No going all out. Using the Shock Gate now has significant after effects. Let us stick to the door of healing or the door of joy. Chun Majiao observed as Kai flexed his muscles in anticipation and promptly offered a reminder. Kai glanced around the playground environment, contemplated his own financial constraints, and nodded. Then we shall seal the door. If the destruction is too severe, neither of us can afford the consequences. Turning to Shaoli, Chun Majiao advised earnestly. Stay close to my clone, do not wander off, and observe closely. Shaoli, still in a daze, nodded in agreement. As Chun Majiao and Kai positioned themselves at the center of the playground, they formed opposing seals. Kai then shouted with fervor, seal the door, and swiftly bypassed the initial barriers, rapidly reaching the door seal. Instantly, a powerful gust of energy surged from him, even causing his hair to stand on end like a broomstick. The prelude to the onslaught had begun. He charged towards Chun Majiao at an astonishing speed, executing a kick that produced a sonic boom. Xiao Li, watching from the sidelines, held his breath in awe. Just sensing Kai's battle intent made him feel as if he were frozen, unable to move. Meanwhile, in the arena, facing Kai's flying kick, Chun Majiao stood his ground, crossing his arms and shouting, "Iron block." He braced himself against the attack. In truth, he lacked the iron block skill from One Piece. It was merely a bluff. After the initial strike failed, Kai spun around, unleashing the Leaf Hurricane, augmented by armed color hockey. Chun Majiao remained steadfast, absorbing the impact. However, without any skills to aid him this time, his ordinary defense faltered, and he was sent flying several meters by Kai's spinning kick. Yet, before he could touch the ground, he twisted his body, readjusted his stance, and propelled himself back with a flurry of punches, a series of rapid jabs. Kai, with his vast melee experience, blocked several punches, quickly identifying an opening. He delivered a palm strike to Chun Majiao's chin, knocking him to the ground. Xiao Li, witnessing this, gasped sharply, muttering, "Incredible. Both sides are so formidable." To his side, Feng Mao shook his head, saying, "This is merely the beginning. We haven't even warmed up yet." Xiao Li was left speechless. On the ground, Chun Majiao, realizing he had been easily overthrown by Kai, acknowledged that despite his 10 years of rigorous training and significant improvements in physical fitness and martial arts, he still lacked the practical skills that Kai possessed. Thus, he changed his strategy and began to employ ninjutsu, earth release. Hiding in the ground, lying on his back, he sank into the earth, swiftly re-emerging 10 meters behind Kai. Wind release, great wind song. Multiply, fire release, great flame circle. He executed 2 ninjutsu simultaneously, creating a combination technique typically requiring 2 ninjas. The wind fueled the flames, which surged through the air like a stampede of wild horses, casting a fiery layer across the playground, reminiscent of a sunset's fiery clouds. Kai dodged the erupting flames with remarkable speed. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Majiao rushed towards Kai, and as he neared, he struck a punch while Kai was still recovering from his previous exertion, causing him to stumble. He then spun around, gesturing with his fingers, fire release, Grindelwald's gas stove. Instantly, a circle of azure flames erupted around both him and Kai, forming a towering wall of fire that confined their movements. Kai, undeterred by the encircling flames, steadied himself and lunged forward. He understood that in close combat, he had the upper hand. However, Chun Majiao did not engage and instead retreated, even stepping into the azure flames. This was the remarkable power of his SSR level skill, elemental control, passive. The mastery of elements was exceedingly domineering. Its effect included immunity to the elements he himself released. The flames surrounding Chun Majiao were not merely a visual effect. They harmed others, but left his clone and himself unharmed. While Chun Majiao trapped Kai within, he himself escaped. Frustrated, Kai halted, grumbling, "Fine, you're playing dirty. If you keep this up, I can't exit without opening the scene door, and I'll only be a target." Kai silently cursed, realizing, "If I jump out of the circle, I'll be easily knocked down due to height. If I try to break through the flames or disperse them, the force required would necessitate opening the scene door, which we agreed not to do. Breaking the door is beyond my capabilities." Chun Majiao chuckled, not bothering to argue that if he added the flame release, Kai wouldn't be able to extinguish it either. After all, while he possessed the flame release, Kai had the scene door and the death door. It was a stalemate. Continuing the match would inevitably lead to destruction of the venue. He concluded with a smile, acknowledging that everyone had held back, and it was merely a friendly spar. A draw would suffice. Fire release, dragon extinction magic, fire technique. He inhaled deeply, absorbing all the remaining flames in the vicinity. After a hearty belch, he felt invigorated, unharmed. This demonstrated his mastery over fire chakra. He could reclaim the flames created from chakra, returning them to his own chakra, akin to the character Kiba from Naruto. However, unlike Kiba, he could not absorb all chakra attributes. The two combatants returned to the sidelines, approaching a still-stunned Xiao Li. "How do you feel?" Chun Majiao winked at Xiao Li. "Do you understand now? Kai's strength comes solely from his physical skills, and you can achieve the same." Xiao Li, regaining his composure, felt a spark of determination in his eyes. Chapter 16. The theory of talent at this moment. Chun Majiao yearned to pat Xiao Li on the shoulder and boast, "Look at how powerful my ninjutsu is. It perfectly complements the pure physical ninjas like you, covering your weaknesses." Yet, it was not the time to highlight the shortcomings of pure physical ninjas. The most pressing matter was to instill confidence in Xiao Li, to show him that pure physical ninjas could also be formidable. Thus, he decided to sing Kai's praises instead. However, he needn't say much, having witnessed their spar firsthand. Xiao Li comprehended Kai's strength profoundly. "Can I truly become so powerful?" Xiao Li asked, his voice hoarse from excitement. "Absolutely," Kai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with fervor. "As long as you persist and train diligently every day, you will surely catch up to me, if not surpass me." Xiao Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But this time, his heart was not filled with bitterness. "I understand now. I want to become an exceptional ninja, even if I cannot perform ninjutsu or jinjutsu." In that moment, he established his ninja way. "I believe that hard work can surpass talent." Seeing Xiao Li buoyed, Kai clapped him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "In my eyes, you are a genius, a hard-working genius." "A genius in effort?" Xiao Li understood and beamed with a sunlit smile. Meanwhile, Chun Majiao remained silent, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. "I might seem to dampen your spirits by contradicting you now, but I must say, talent is indeed crucial. The ninja world is a harsh realm. Without talent, it is challenging to stand out. This is the harsh reality we must face." His words were heartfelt. Perhaps Kishimoto-sensei struggled to manage the vast narrative, transitioning from emphasizing effort in the early part of Naruto to prioritizing lineage in the latter half. The contrasting ideologies led to a dissonance in character development. Naruto Uzumaki, often dismissed as an underachiever, possesses remarkable potential. He is the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of the fourth Hokage, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Each aspect of his lineage contributes immensely to his capabilities. While his diligence is commendable, it is undeniable that without these inherent advantages, achieving his ultimate accomplishments would have been exceedingly challenging. Although this perspective may seem harsh, the world operates on such realities. Bloodlines, aptitude, and talent are crucial and significant. Upon hearing Chun Majiao's unexpectedly contrarian remarks, Guy and Li were momentarily taken aback. However, Chun Majiao's gaze turned earnest as he addressed Li. "You must recognize that you do possess a certain level of talent. Those devoid of any talent cannot even aspire to be ninjas. Their destinies cannot be altered by mere effort. They are inherently incapable of sensing or utilizing chakra. Your ability to perceive and harness chakra signifies that, while you may struggle with precise manipulation, you are not entirely devoid of skill. Even in your training of physical techniques, you are still utilizing chakra." Many readers from previous lives have misconstrued this, believing Li to lack chakra entirely. In truth, he possesses it and is capable of executing techniques such as walking on water and climbing trees, just as depicted in the original work. Li simply finds himself unable to accurately channel and distribute chakra when performing ninjutsu or jinjutsu, hindering his ability to stabilize chakra release. His physical techniques, including the leaf hurricane and the lotus, all involve the circulation of chakra within his body. The 8 gates technique, too, is reliant on chakra. Without it to impact the chakra pathways, how could one open the gates? Chun Majiao proceeded to enlighten Li about the distinctions between the hard fist and soft fist styles. The hard fist technique employs chakra in a more coarse manner, requiring less precision and typically functioning within the body without external release. Conversely, the soft fist style, exemplified by the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, necessitates precise chakra manipulation and external release to achieve its effects. The ability of the gentle fist to deliver a seemingly light strike, yet inflict internal damage, is directly linked to the chakra introduced into the opponent's body. Thus, you are suited for the hard fist technique, and in this regard, you undoubtedly possess talent. Do not lament your perceived lack of genius or innate ability. Have you considered how those truly devoid of talent might feel when they hear such statements? The genuinely talentless are those commoners who cannot sense or utilize chakra at all. Their paths are entirely blocked, leaving them without direction or opportunity. They cannot hope to become ninjas and must instead ponder their talents in commerce or agriculture. The aptitude for being a ninja is forever beyond their reach. You, however, still have the path of the hard fist technique to explore, so pursue it. Do not blame fate or create arbitrary distinctions between those with or without ninja talent. Remember, you are endowed with ninja talent. Cherish it and fully realize its potential. Especially once you have mastered the hard fist technique, you will stand proudly among all ninjas, illustrating that it is not a narrow path, but a broad avenue. What grievances could you possibly harbor? Be thankful for this talent and hold it dear. Chun Majiao's perspective was enlightening, even surprising Guy, who had not considered such nuances. After a prolonged silence, Guy sighed deeply, a look of relief washing over his face. He placed a hand on Chun Majiao's shoulder and earnestly stated, "Brother, you are right. Including myself, we have all been somewhat obsessed with the notion of talent." Guy had always been particularly concerned about this issue, viewing Kakashi as his lifelong rival and constantly comparing himself to him, precisely because Kakashi is widely recognized as a genius. Those who preach that effort can replace talent often place the greatest emphasis on the influence of talent. Chun Majiao smiled and added, "In any case, remember, you do not need to console yourselves with the notion that I am merely a hard-working genius, as if effort alone constitutes a form of talent. Do not forget that you inherently possess the talent for the hard fist technique. Of course, effort is indeed indispensable, particularly for the hard fist technique. Success cannot be achieved without diligent practice." Both men nodded gravely. Few can match the level of dedication exhibited by Guy and Li. And even Chun Majiao felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. He had not pushed himself to their extreme levels of self-discipline over the past decade. Furthermore, he did not wish to continue such strenuous exertion. He intended to leverage the system for growth, allowing himself some relaxation in his autonomous training. After all, he still wished to enjoy life as a panda. The notion of laboring tirelessly for a lifetime was simply beyond his capacity. Yet, he held immense respect for Guy and Li, who could achieve such feats. "Now, let us dispense with the philosophical discourse," Chun Majiao said, playfully ruffling Li's hair. "Let's get down to business. I have great faith in you. This is not mockery. I am entirely serious. Therefore, I wish to propose a contract. The strongest summoning beast in the ninja world wishes to partner with the foremost physical technique master of the ninja realm. What do you say? Are you willing?" Li, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously. "Of course, I am willing." Coming from a humble background, he had little access to summoning beasts and had never had the opportunity to possess one. The mere chance to encounter a powerful and esteemed summoning beast, like Chun Majiao actively seeking to partner with him, filled him with joy. "Let us sign the contract." Chun Majiao laughed as he produced the document. Without hesitation, Li signed his name, not even glancing at the terms. Chun Majiao took the time to explain the key clauses to him. "Are you saying that I will not have to lead the summoning process, but rather you will take charge?" Li murmured, elated. His lack of proficiency in precise chakra manipulation often resulted in summoning errors, akin to Naruto's experiences with the Nine-Tails interference in his chakra. Summoning techniques, after all, belong to the realm of space-time ninjutsu, demanding a higher level of chakra application precision. This was precisely why Li had never acquired a summoning beast in the original storyline, not even signing with Guy's Ninja Turtle. Now that he learned he would not need to oversee the summoning process, and that Chun Majiao would handle the majority of the chakra usage, he was overjoyed. Once the contract was finalized, Guy eagerly invited Li to join his self-imposed training regimen. The two, one an adult and the other a youth, united like kindling and flame. Igniting their fervor, they leaped and walked on their hands together on the training ground, exuberantly shouting about youth. Chun Majiao watched the two with a smile, yet refrained from joining, remaining engrossed in the scroll of the 8 gates technique. Chapter 17. The Alluring Panda. Signing the contract online. Are you leaving already? Won't you stay a few more days? Outside the village of Konoha, Chun Majiao inquired of Tsunade and Shizune, who were shouldering their packs. "Yes, my decision is resolute. I am departing shortly," Tsunade replied, casting a fleeting glance at the village gates, a hint of anguish flickering in her eyes. She quickly suppressed her tumultuous emotions and cautioned Chun Majiao. "You must behave while in Konoha. Do not cause any trouble." Chun Majiao replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I will be on my best behavior." "I wonder why I find that hard to believe." Tsunade, Shizune, and the similarly present Sarutobi Hiruzen all shared this thought. Observe the current attire of Chun Majiao, clad in a traditional martial arts long gown, cinched at the waist with a cloth belt, and adorned with 5 tall poles tied to his back, each draped with long banners inscribed with, "The toad shakes its head, the slug trembles." Even the great serpent must take a detour. I am the mightiest spiritual beast. Fist striking the six paths, foot kicking the tailed beasts, hands grasping the sun and moon to pluck the stars. There is none like me in this world. In my lifetime, I do not sign with iron-eating beasts. To call oneself a ninja king is futile. If heaven did not give birth to me, Chun Majiao, the ninja world will be eternally shrouded in darkness. The sight of Chun Majiao's flamboyant ensemble causes those who encounter him to break into a cold sweat, pondering, who is this charlatan from the martial world? Tsunade, too, is filled with trepidation. Are you sure it's wise to tread upon the three sacred lands so boldly? Chun Majiao lifts his head defiantly, exhaling through his nostrils. I merely speak the truth. I wish to be low-key, but my prowess does not permit it. Tsunade, exasperated, covers her forehead. How foolish of me to attempt reasoning with Chun Majiao. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjects. What do you mean by calling yourself a ninja king? Enough of this nonsense. I have already signed with the monkey demon. I cannot sign with you. Chun Majiao retorts. For heaven's sake, the term ninja king is a generalization, not aimed at you. What I truly wish to convey is, to call oneself the progenitor of chakra, the ancestor of ninjas, the god of ninjas, the rose of the battlefield, even the Azura of the ninja realm, is equally futile. Alas, I had no choice but to select ninja king, a term somewhat lacking in dignity. It was merely to meet the word count and maintain symmetry. Do not take it too personally. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face darkened, retreats in silence, choosing not to engage further. After several days of interaction, they have all come to understand. When this panda becomes obstinate, there is no saving him. To avoid being dragged into his antics, the best course of action is to ignore him and allow him to indulge in his folly. Engaging him in debate will only force one to descend to his level of intellect, where one is inevitably outmatched by his vast experience in absurdity. Very well. Tsunade pats Chun Majiao on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. I must take my leave. Chun Majiao nods in response. You too, stay safe. He holds a favorable impression of this forthright woman. Tsunade, with a proud thump of her chest, assures, rest assured, Shizun will take good care of me. Shizun, standing nearby, questions, why are you so proud? As Tsunade and Shizun depart, Chun Majiao turns to seek out Guy and Li. Sarutobi Hiruzen calls to him. How has your research on the 8 gates with Guy been progressing? Chun Majiao scratches his head. Well, there has been a slight discovery. What discovery? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression brightens with anticipation. I have realized that neither I nor my Guy are suited for research. Sarutobi Hiruzen glares at Chun Majiao with disdain. Chun Majiao's chubby face flushes, and he chuckles awkwardly. Could you possibly send someone more adept at the 8 gates, someone sharp-minded, to assist us? Every beginning is challenging, and we are struggling without direction. He contemplates waiting a year or so, and if there is still no progress, he will inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every beginning is difficult. The middle is tough, but the conclusion is the hardest. Thinking of someone knowledgeable about the 8 gates and quick-witted, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately thinks of Kakashi Hitaki. However, he is reluctant to assign Kakashi to such a trivial task. The most pressing issue in Konoha is the growing demand for missions in the Land of Fire, juxtaposed against the insufficient number of ninja personnel. 6 years have passed since the Third Great Ninja War, and the Land of Fire has entered an era of economic development, with an increasing number of wealthy individuals, leading to a surge in mission requests for Konoha. Yet, the number of ninjas has not seen a significant increase. Since the advent of peace, the graduation period for Konoha's Ninja Academy has been extended by 3 years. During the Second and Third Wars, children as young as 8 or 9 would graduate from the academy and become genin. Now, they must wait until around 11 or 12 to graduate. Consequently, the average age for chunin and jonin has also risen. This has resulted in a slower growth rate for the active ninja population in Konoha, ultimately leading to a shortage of ninjas available for missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen has even had to reduce the number of members in the Umbu and the Shadow Guard, allowing some to emerge into the open and regain their jonin, especially elite jonin statuses, to take on missions and alleviate the village's pressure. Individuals like Kakashi Hitaki, Yuzuki Yugao, and Moonlight Gale have all retired from the Umbu at a relatively young age, unlike Shimura Danzo, who served in the Umbu until middle age. Kakashi, in particular, is a versatile ninja with a strategic mindset, capable of efficiently completing any task. Even if you lose something, Kakashi can utilize his Ninken's keen sense of smell to help you retrieve it. His mere presence significantly eases the village's burden and bolsters its reputation. Apart from the time during the Second Great Ninja War, when mission types were not distinctly categorized, Kakashi has emerged as the most prolific mission completer among Konoha's new generation. At this critical juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed hesitant to have Kakashi abandon missions for research. He shakes his head. At this moment, I have no suitable candidates to assist you. What? You won't send Kakashi? Shin Majiao's hopes are dashed once again. Another card draw will have to wait. He scratches his head and proposes another request. Could you allow me to study conventional ninjutsu? Conventional ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen is taken aback. Majiao, are you not quite proficient in ninjutsu? Shun Majiao smiles awkwardly. In truth, I have merely delved deeply into the nature transformation of chakra within my body. Thus, I excel in wind, fire, and earth techniques. However, the specific ninjutsu I utilize are all self-created and lack sophistication. It is akin to Haku, who, despite possessing a formidable bloodline limit in ice release, developed techniques that lack practical application due to his unstructured education from a young age. Should experts like Akiji or Gray witness his abilities, they would likely find it laughable. Mastery of X release does not inherently guarantee effective application in ninjutsu. I hail from the Bamboo Grove, and the Iron-Eating Beast clan lacks any ninjutsu heritage. My ninjutsu has all been haphazardly crafted, devoid of systematic foundational knowledge. This explains why Chun Majiao's fire release techniques, such as yin release and hor release, can be easily evaded by formidable opponents like Tsunade and Might Guy. To injure such powerful foes, he must expend a considerable amount of chakra to execute large-scale attacks. The Great Fireball technique, often dismissed as ineffective against foes, is, in fact, a well-formed technique with speed and high damage potential. In the original narrative, its lackluster performance is primarily due to its encounters with skilled adversaries. The Great Fireball technique is generally employed as an opening move to either force an opponent to evade or obscure their line of sight. Currently, Chun Majiao's flames are even less effective than the Great Fireball technique, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm. He urgently requires a systematic education. And who better to learn from than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is renowned as a ninjutsu expert and has authored numerous ninjutsu texts and even textbooks. He is a veritable treasure trove. Chapter 18. The Contact with Roots. What ninjutsu would you like to learn? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquires, narrowing his eyes and stroking his chin. Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. These are the ninjutsu meticulously selected by Chun Majiao. While they may not boast high ranks, primarily consisting of B and C rank techniques, they could greatly enhance the versatility of Chun Majiao's strategies. Even if he does not utilize them directly, they may serve as references for developing his own projectile-style ninjutsu, linear single-target ninjutsu, area of effect damage ninjutsu, defensive ninjutsu, and displacement ninjutsu, among others. The various types encompass a complete circle, allowing for a systematic and comprehensive optimization of one's ninjutsu framework. For instance, Chun Majiao once employed the earth release technique, shifting the earth to an inch during his confrontation with Kai. However, it was far from perfect. The underground traversal distance was limited and easily detectable, resembling a half-finished version of the earth release heart decapitation technique. Should one grasp the principles behind the heart decapitation technique, it would undoubtedly refine the shifting the earth to an inch technique. No, ninjutsu, entirely. After listing the skills he wished to acquire, Chun Majiao smacked his lips and added, of course, since my understanding of Konoha's ninjutsu is rather limited, I have not heard of many techniques. If you have any that might suit me, do share, such as the basics of sealing techniques or medical ninjutsu. You are quite bold, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly inquired, Majiao, would you consider joining Konoha? To become a true part of Konoha, signing contracts solely with its ninjas? Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to fully recruit Chun Majiao. If he could secure this panda onto his chariot, providing him with these B and C rank techniques, it would not be out of the question. Humph, how naive. Chun Majiao scoffed inwardly. By not signing with other villages, how many fewer opportunities for lottery draws would I have? With a face full of regret, He replied, I'm afraid that won't be possible. My ambition lies within the entire ninja world. I wish for all to recognize the might of our iron-eating beast clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, insisted, staying in Konoha could also elevate your reputation. There will always be battles of various magnitudes where you can demonstrate your prowess. No. Shin Majiao interrupted, shaking his head with a sense of pride. With my strength, my enemies wouldn't survive an encounter, leaving no chance for me to spread my fame. Sarutobi Hiruzen, restraining his impulse to curse, thought to himself, call you fat, and you still puff up? He persisted. We in Konoha could actively promote your name. Huh? Just like your title of the strongest Hokage? Shin Majiao shook his head vigorously. Let us leave it at that. Please don't persuade me further. I truly do not belong in Konoha. I can only assure you that I will never turn my blade against Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in disappointment, unsatisfied with Shin Majiao's choice. As a politician, he did not trust Shin Majiao's verbal assurances. Thus, he declared, I cannot simply give you these ninjutsu without reciprocity. You must earn them through merit. Previously, the 8 gates technique was given as an exchange for the meridian cultivation secret. Now, without some cost on your part, you cannot expect to acquire any ninjutsu from me for free. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved that unless Shin Majiao made progress with the 8 gates or offered something in return, he would not part with these techniques. Such a cunning fellow. After being coldly rejected, Shin Majiao felt helpless and had no choice but to temporarily concede. He turned away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, shaking his head as he walked back, displaying the temperament of a 10-year-old. In truth, his need for these ninjutsu was mostly for reference, to enable him to develop new techniques rather than an obsession with the techniques themselves. These ninjutsu, with their hand seal methods, were designed for human hands. While his bare paws lacked such dexterity, his stout claws were particularly incapable of forming the intricate seals that required complete finger interlacing. Thus, he could not perform seals like Chun, Si, Wu, and Yu. Shin Majiao could only create similar ninjutsu using his habitual sealing methods, even if it meant expending more chakra. Ideally, he would develop convenient single-seal ninjutsu or no-seal ninjutsu. Should he succeed in this endeavor and relay the findings back to Konoha, it would undoubtedly benefit Konoha significantly, inspiring the ninjutsu scholar Sarutobi Hiruzen with numerous new techniques. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen refusing to provide any pathways for learning, Shin Majiao found himself at an impasse. Just wait. Even if I learn from other sources, I want to share it with Konoha, he muttered in frustration, his displeasure lingering until he encountered Kai and Lee on the training grounds. What's wrong? Kai inquired, noticing Shin Majiao's sour expression. Shin Majiao pouted, sulking. The Hokage won't give me the ninjutsu scrolls. Kai chuckled, defending the 3rd Hokage. There's no choice. Even low-level ninjutsu is fundamental to the village and cannot be handed out so easily. Shin Majiao shrugged, non-committal. After a moment, Kai spoke. I happen to have the scroll for the Earth Release Heart Decapitation technique. It was left to me by a friend, and I have the right to distribute it. I'll fetch it for you. He turned to Lee. You stay with Majiao and learn. I'll be right back. With that, he dashed off. Shin Majiao felt warmth in his heart. Kai is indeed the most genuine. He composed himself and said to Lee, from today onward, I will teach you chakra control since you are lacking in this area. It's better to start early. I'll teach you tree climbing and water walking. Wait, water walking and tree climbing. Shin Majiao led Lee to a tree at the edge of the training ground, demonstrating how to climb using only his feet. He instructed him to evenly distribute chakra beneath his feet and maintain that balance. As he showcased the technique, he effortlessly walked up the tree. Lee, eager to imitate, began his climbing training. His chakra control proved problematic, reminiscent of Naruto in the original story, as he fell after just 2 steps. However, like Naruto, he displayed resilience. Undeterred by repeated failures, Shin Majiao stood by the tree, occasionally supporting him to prevent harsh falls. Noticing Lee's impatience, he reassured him, I understand your eagerness, but don't rush. Focus on that feeling, don't be hasty. Lift your feet at a normal walking pace, 1 step at a time. This teaching approach differed from Kakashi's methods in the original narrative, where he advised Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to charge forward with determination as far as they could go. Yet, this strategy was unsuitable for children like Naruto and Lee, who struggled with chakra control. In the original story, Naruto gradually found his way only after consulting Sakura. Lee nodded, calming himself, and resumed practicing diligently. Chen Majiao watched him with an approving smile. Suddenly, he lost his smile. A group of ninjas wearing animal masks and donning umbu attire appeared abruptly around them, subtly encircling the two. Umbu? No, wait, it's Root. Chen Majiao sensed the ill intentions of the newcomers, noticing their assertive demeanor, blocking their exit before approaching. It became clear they were not Sarutobi Hiruzen's umbu, but rather Danzo's Root. As expected, the leader, a ninja with a leopard mask, spoke. Iron-eating beast Chen Majiao. Lord Danzo requests an audience with you. While he used respectful language, his cold tone conveyed a commanding presence that left no room for Chen Majiao to refuse. Chen Majiao frowned and declined. Then let him come find me. How audacious. The Root member with the leopard mask barked angrily. Lord Danzo is a high-ranking official of the village. How dare you show such disrespect? Such tyranny? Chen Majiao was taken aback. He had thought that members of Root operated in secrecy, even more so than the umbu, and perhaps they were even more ruthless. However, he had expected them to maintain a low profile unless absolutely necessary. He had forgotten that Danzo employed brainwashing tactics to control Root. Danzo instilled blind reverence among all Root members, so the moment Chen Majiao displayed any disdain for Danzo, the Root members reacted with fury. Chen Majiao squinted, casting a glance at Xiao Li before forcibly suppressing the unpleasant feelings that had resurfaced within him. He conceded, "Is it the higher-ups of the village? I suppose I can go, but I am currently awaiting the return of the elite Jonin Might guy, which may take a little time. Just 10 minutes at most. I kindly ask for your patience." The Root member, known for his fierce demeanor, coldly retorted, "Lord Danzo is pressed for time. You must depart immediately." Damn! Chen Majiao's temper flared instantly. His eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "You dare to disregard my courtesy?" Chapter 19. To Danzo, "Who are you? Do I even know you?" Chen Majiao was in a foul mood today. He had just seen off Tsunade, a friend of sorts, and had been humiliated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He realized that beneath Sarutobi's kind and gentle exterior lay a rather petty nature, calculating and miserly, hardly befitting of a Hokage. True to his character from the original narrative, he was indecisive and incompetent, lacking discernment. After initially showing enthusiasm, Sarutobi's demeanor towards Chen Majiao had suddenly shifted, which left him quite displeased. It was not that Chen Majiao needed to extort ninjutsu from Sarutobi to appreciate his worth. It was simply that the swiftness of Sarutobi's change of heart made Chen Majiao quite uncomfortable. Upon learning that Chen Majiao's research on the 8 gates would not yield immediate results, and that he could not fully join Konoha, Sarutobi's warmth quickly turned cold. This chill, in truth, felt rather unnatural, leading Chen Majiao to suspect that Sarutobi harbored ulterior motives. He realized that, compared to Tsunade and Guy, Sarutobi had not treated him sincerely. Despite the old man's constant smiles, Chen Majiao sensed that this was not someone with whom he could forge a deep bond. Nevertheless, the situation had not yet reached the point of outright hostility. Chen Majiao recalled the silver he had received from Sarutobi. Such small favors were etched in his memory. He understood that repaying Sarutobi a measure of gratitude would clear the air between them. However, he could no longer regard this old man as a close friend. Amidst this discontent, Danzo had the audacity to send a Root member to further irritate him. Chen Majiao, mindful of Xiao Li's safety, took a step back. To his astonishment, the arrogant Root member would not even wait 10 minutes. Chen Majiao's temper, already volatile, erupted. "You dare to disregard my courtesy? Then prepare to face the consequences." With that exclamation, he swiftly split into 9 panda clones, 3 of fire, 3 of wind, and 3 of earth. One wind clone seized Xiao Li and retreated explosively, while 2 fire clones followed to protect them. The remaining clones charged directly at the Root members, launching a surprise counterattack. Several Root members were caught off guard by Chen Majiao's audacity to strike against them within Konoha. Unprepared for the rapid onslaught of clones, they were swiftly knocked to the ground. Only the fierce-faced and dog-faced Root members, possessing considerable skill, managed to evade the clones' physical attacks in time. The dog-faced member quickly unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunai, striking with precision and layering his attacks to engulf several clones. Yet, irrespective of their elemental types, the clones pressed forward, absorbing the weaponry's impact and continuing their relentless assault. Overwhelmed, the dog-faced member soon found himself collapsing to the ground, joining his fallen comrades. The remaining fierce-faced member, wielding a chakra blade, retreated while shouting, "Chen Majiao, are you truly opposing Konoha?" Several clones huffed in anger, one of which retorted, "You, hiding in the shadows, do not represent Konoha." The fierce-faced member mistakenly believed that the Earth clone who spoke was the original body. In a desperate gambit, he threw a smoke bomb and utilized body flicker technique to appear before the clone, pressing his blade against its neck, shouting, "Stop at once, or I shall not hold back." The Earth clone coldly smirked, choosing to ram its neck against the chakra blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The Earth clone emerged unscathed, its neck completely intact, while the chakra blade shattered. The fierce-faced member was left dumbfounded. Am I truly battling the third Raikage? A colossal fist from the Earth clone swiftly interrupted his thoughts, rendering him unconscious. Chun Majiao's clone stood triumphantly amidst the fallen root members, the entire skirmish, including dialogue, having elapsed in a mere 16 seconds. Xiao Li, being pulled away from the battlefield, stared in astonishment. That was too quick. I barely processed what happened before it was over. Xiao Li, spoke one of the wind clones, you should return now. Today's training ends here. Practice on your own. And remember to place a mat under the tree for safety. Xiao Li, suppressing his excitement, nodded and suddenly inquired, Are you all right here? His gaze was filled with concern. Seeing Xiao Li's worry warmed Chun Majiao's heart. Though some in Konoha are unworthy of companionship, there are still those worth forging deep connections with. Fear not, the fire clone replied with a smile. There's nothing to worry about. Chun Majiao himself had no issues. His previous concerns stemmed solely from whether Xiao Li would be safe. He worried about the battle affecting Xiao Li and feared that if he fell afoul of Danzo, the latter might accuse Xiao Li of colluding to undermine Konoha. However, with Root's aggressive stance, he had no choice but to cast aside his apprehensions and act decisively. In his past life, he learned an important truth. Indecision and timidity only embolden the arrogance of the unscrupulous. If Danzo dared to push back, Chun Majiao would not hesitate to turn against him, even if it meant severing ties and opposing Konoha. Ultimately, it would be Danzo who would face the consequences. Chun Majiao possessed the confidence to confront this situation. He understood that Danzo's greatest threat to him was the Mangekyo Sharingan of Shursui, Kotoame Tsukumi. Lacking high intelligence, Chun Majiao had no means to resist Kotoame Tsukumi. However, as long as he ensured that his original body did not confront Danzo, he would be safe. Losing a clone to control was inconsequential. His advantage lay in his unique ability, the Panda Sake Immortal Element Separation active skill, which allowed the Panda Sake Immortal to resurrect within a clone. He could transfer his soul consciousness to any elemental clone at will, exchanging awareness with it. Furthermore, when he dispelled an elemental clone, his original body would revert to the physical form of the elemental clone at the moment of consciousness transfer. Initially, when he first encountered Root, Chun Majiao had thought it would be difficult to evade. Instead, he considered transferring his soul consciousness into one of the elemental clones, allowing a new clone formed from his original body to visit the Root headquarters. He even contemplated promoting himself well within the Root organization. Signing a contract with Danzo or Root members was not out of the question. After all, it was all a gamble, and why not? There were many skilled individuals within Root, providing ample opportunities for card draws. What a delightful prospect. However, the arrogance of the Root members sent by Danzo ignited Chun Majiao's anger. They had unwittingly crossed paths with him. Chun Majiao was never one to harbor deep thoughts. His emotions were always transparent. Given the circumstances, he decided to express his frustrations openly. He intended for Sarutobi and Danzo to recognize that he was not someone to be trifled with. Chun Majiao maintained all 9 clones in the field, ensuring his original body was not the only one present. He was wary that Danzo might appear and attempt to use Kotoame Tsukumi to control his original body. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low, it was wise to be prepared. The clones did not have to wait long before 3 groups converged simultaneously. From the southwest came Sarutobi Hiruzen accompanied by several Umbu. From the north approached Shimura Danzo with a number of Root members. Arriving from the south was Might Guy, who had returned with the scroll of the decapitation technique in his heart. How audacious to unleash a summoning beast in Konoha. The first to speak was Danzo, who immediately placed blame on Chun Majiao. Following him was Hizashi. What is going on? Why has a conflict arisen? Majiao? Lastly, the bewildered Guy chimed in. Huh? What happened? Majiao, are you alright? Where's Li? Ignoring Danzo, Chun Majiao directed a few of his shadow clones to glance at Guy, flashing reassuring smiles to indicate that he was fine. Subsequently, the nearby Earth Cat spoke. Lord Hokage, I was waiting here for Guy's return when, out of nowhere, a few umbu appeared, insisting that Lord Danzo requested my presence. I barely know who Lord Danzo is and intended to refuse, but they claimed he was a high-ranking official in the village. I decided to follow them. However, when I explained that I was temporarily unable to leave and asked them to wait a few minutes, they insisted on taking me by force. When did Konoha become such an oppressive place? I am not your prisoner. Why force me to meet someone I've never heard of? I suspected a trick and subdued them without causing harm, simply rendering them unconscious while I awaited your arrival. I wanted you to see if there was any deceit involved. How dare someone direct the Hokage's umbu to act in such a tyrannical manner? Preposterous, Danzo retorted furiously, wanting to assert that these individuals were under his control in the roots, but he could not openly state this. In truth, the root organization had been legally disbanded, and he had been stripped of his position after his assassination attempt on Hisashi was exposed. Nevertheless, Hisashi, being rather incompetent and overly sentimental, turned a blind eye and continued to tolerate Danzo's clandestine maintenance of the root's operations. Hisashi likely still harbored the notion of letting Danzo handle the unsavory matters. However, he failed to consider that the root had entirely transformed into an underground organization, effectively becoming uncontrollable. The root was no longer a mere branch within the umbu, but had evolved into Danzo's private army. Most of the root's activities had completely escaped Hisashi's oversight. This was a perilous sign that any astute politician should be wary of. A blade is only effective when wielded by oneself. Sarutobi Hisashi, the Hokage, was indeed exceedingly inept. His direct troops had been undermined and lost control, yet he remained indifferent. At that moment, Danzo wished to counter Chinmajiao, asserting that these individuals were managed by the root under his authority, but he refrained from uttering such words, for that would be a grave insult to the Hokage. Thus, he swallowed his words and instead declared, "As a mere traveler, you have no right to interfere in the umbu's investigative actions." This rephrasing diminished his authoritative tone significantly. Chinmajiao remained unimpressed, pinching his nose in a manner that exuded disdain, showing no respect for Danzo. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Danzo's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Chapter 20. Chinmajiao. Danzo's vision is limited. He shall remain as he is in this lifetime. Hisashi's gaze flickered several times before he finally chuckled. It appears to be a misunderstanding. He had discerned everything from Danzo's expression. Danzo considered Chinmajiao a destabilizing factor and planned to eliminate him. Wait, why did I say again? Hisashi shook his head. He could even envision the scenario where, after everyone dispersed, Danzo would barge into his office for a confrontation. This panda is far too dangerous. We must bring him under the root's control. Hand him over to me, Hisashi. Your methods are far too lenient. No, that would utterly offend his clan. We are still unaware of the Iron Beast's full capabilities. After all, if one panda possesses sage techniques, the others might as well. Moreover, word of our actions against summoning beasts would surely cause discontent among other clans in the summoning world. Danzo, I will not permit you to act against him. Hisashi, you are always so cautious. You are growing old. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You, Sarutobi, will regret this. In Hisashi's imagination, he had already visualized the precise posture Danzo would take as he stormed out, his arm positioned just so. An unreliable old comrade. Even realizing Danzo's persistent rudeness towards him, Hisashi still had no intention of fully dismissing Danzo, allowing him to retreat into a life of leisure. Their shared experiences in battle during their youth made Hisashi overly trusting of Danzo. Even though Danzo once attempted to assassinate him, Hisashi believed their fundamental objectives aligned. Both were striving for Konoha's welfare. To some extent, one could argue that while Hisashi indoctrinated others with the will of fire, he had also hypnotized himself into believing a portion of it. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Thus, he placed unwavering trust in Danzo, even tolerating the heinous crime of assassination and treachery. This tolerance did not reflect his benevolence or magnanimity. Rather, it exposed his emotional biases and lack of discernment. Utterly incompetent. At this moment, although Hisashi was dissatisfied with Danzo's overreaching interference, he still harbored no thoughts of punishing him. Instead, he sought to defuse the situation. Danzo, I will handle this matter with Majiao. You need not concern yourself. Danzo snorted, falling silent, resolved to confront Hisashi in his office for a private discussion. Hisashi then turned to Chinmajiao. Majiao, please refrain from such rashness in the future. Let's communicate properly instead of resorting to violence. Chun Majiao, sensing the opportunity, scratched his head with an innocent expression. Rest assured, I am as honest as they come. Hisashi internally mused about his lack of trust. Why am I so skeptical? Yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. You mentioned wanting to discuss ninjutsu earlier. We can revisit that later. But, well, you might need to bring something worthwhile to exchange. Humph. Waiting for me here? Chun Majiao had nearly deduced what Sarutobi Hisashi desired. Sage techniques. The sole card he had yet to reveal was indeed sage techniques. He had only mentioned to Tsunade that he could use sage techniques akin to the first Hokage, entering sage mode, without demonstrating them further. He intended to keep this as a trump card, ensuring that Konoha would think twice before acting against him. Moreover, he had obscured the difficulty of learning the Panda sage techniques, intentionally leading both Tsunade and Hisashi to believe that even the seemingly lazy Iron Beast clan might be collectively cultivating sage abilities. He had molded his lineage into his support. Yet, evidently, his obfuscation only ignited Sarutobi Hisashi's covetousness for the Panda sage techniques. From the moment Chun Majiao requested ninjutsu, Hisashi had conceived the idea of persuading him to part with sage techniques. However, Chun Majiao's request for such basic ninjutsu was too trivial. Had Hisashi openly suggested trading for sage techniques at that moment, it would have been excessively brazen. Therefore, he deliberately feigned reluctance, rejecting Chun Majiao's request, intending to let him face some obstacles before becoming increasingly desperate for ninjutsu, at which point he could demand a hefty price. Such a pragmatic individual seeks to extract sufficient immediate benefits from me before offering the corresponding returns. Chun Majiao glanced at Hisashi and then at Guy, who was watching him with concern from a short distance, and sighed internally. Though we all reside in Konoha as ninjas, why is there such a vast disparity in our humanity? His relationship with Guy was entirely that of friends, devoid of the meticulous calculations of mutual benefit and loss. Yet, ultimately, Risen is a politician, unable to be entirely sincere. In truth, this elder initially performed his superficial duties quite adeptly, and Chun Majiao even felt that he was rather amiable and approachable. However, today, in pursuit of sage techniques, he abruptly altered his stance, subtly pressuring Chun Majiao. This sudden transformation allowed Chun Majiao to see his true character, a self-serving individual who only acts when the odds are in his favor. Well then, elder, since there is nothing pressing today, I shall take my leave. He did not hastily inquire about the exchange of ninjutsu for sage techniques. Sage techniques were not beyond his willingness to offer, as he initially intended to use them to ensnare others, even contemplating giving them away freely as part of a clever scheme. Yet, since the third Hokage opted for a transactional approach, he would treat it as a paid game instead. As it was a transaction, he could no longer show his eagerness for ninjutsu. Fairness in the exchange was paramount. Chun Majiao was fully aware that the sage techniques he had developed were not easily mastered. Much like the sage techniques of the three great sanctuaries, they required considerable talent and foundation, perhaps even more so. His own ability to learn stemmed primarily from the divine endowment of talent. As for others trying to learn, it was uncertain whether they could even succeed, and even if they did, it would be rather futile. Exchanging sage techniques for ninjutsu? Who would truly incur a loss? Chun Majiao then turned to Danzo, his expression earnest. This unknown, disabled elder, should you still possess ninja prowess and wish to contract a summoning beast, feel free to contact me. Danzo paused, restraining his desire to retort, remaining silent. He wished to sign Chun Majiao, but desired even more for Chun Majiao to serve only himself and Root. Teasing Danzo, Chun Majiao laughed heartily, summoning several clones to swiftly escort Guy away from the scene. Risen and Danzo exchanged bewildered glances. Danzo signaled with his eyes, "Do not leave after school." Risen responded with his gaze. "Is this the established procedure?" "Understood." At the barbecue restaurant, Chun Majiao and Mike Guy indulged heartily in a private room. Guy quietly spoke. "You've offended Lord Danzo today. Will it be all right?" Years in the elite Jonin class had tempered Guy's naivete. He had become aware of the dark side of the village represented by Danzo and Root. Years ago, when Kakashi had just joined the Umbu, seeing Kakashi as a rival, Guy had applied to join the Umbu himself, only to be rejected. The third Hokage could not possibly agree. The Umbu favored missions of assassination and intelligence gathering, which required stealth-oriented ninjas. How could they allow Guy, a practitioner of the strong fist style, to create chaos that would be the talk of the town? What would that even amount to? A berserker-esque creed? To kill everyone who sees me, even if I succeed in infiltrating? After being rebuffed, Guy foolishly approached Danzo, offering himself to join Root. Yet Danzo also turned him down, deeming Guy insufficiently dark. Danzo's rejection was indeed quite regrettable. He failed to recognize Guy's strength and missed out on a formidable asset. However, his concerns were understandable. Guy's demeanor was simply incompatible with Root. Fear not, Chunmagyo interjected, eagerly devouring meat. Danzo lacks the stature to rise above. His vision is limited, and his life will remain that way. He cannot even discern the value of Might Guy, despite the clear demonstration of Might Dai. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, the scenario Risen had anticipated was unfolding with precision. Risen, I am the Hokage. Danzo, you shall regret this. Chapter 21, Earth Release. In the stillness of night, Chunmagyo wandered soundlessly in the hotel's backyard. He was digesting. The evening's barbecue had been excessive, having consumed bamboo shoots for a decade. He found it nearly impossible to resist the allure of grilled meat. At this moment, he walked barefoot, the pads of his feet allowing him to tread quietly, so as not to disturb the other guests. In his hands, he held a scroll, one that Guy had given him, containing the Earth Release, heart decapitation technique. So that's how it works, he mused under the moonlight, observing the scroll and speaking softly to himself. This is how chakra operates, leading to such wondrous results. The ninjutsu of the Naruto world is indeed remarkable. It need not be limited to bloodline techniques, secret arts, or forbidden techniques. Even ordinary ninjutsu defies conventional science. For instance, the heart decapitation technique. It requires no pre-dug pits or traps. One can directly teleport underground and emerge from beneath the enemy to strike. It can even pull the enemy underground, leaving only their head exposed. The principle resembles the body replacement technique, incorporating illusions and short-range spatial transitions. Of course, this so-called spatial transition is merely superficial, hardly qualifying as true space-time ninjutsu. With numerous limitations, its practical applications are quite rare, far inferior to Sasuke's heavenly hand power. If an ordinary ninja were to use the heart decapitation technique against Tsunade, she could simply stomp her foot, shattering the ground, and the ninja below would be crushed by the Earth's pressure, bypassing even the burial process. Chunmagyo was unconcerned about the drawbacks of the heart decapitation technique. He merely sought to understand its principles. The heart decapitation technique involves the serpent seal, which Chunmagyo's panda claw could not execute. He intended to refine his own short-distance technique based on it. The short-distance technique, relying solely on Earth Release, was indeed imperfect. He murmured to himself, I still require advanced Earth Release. Yes, akin to the advancements in Fire Release, Flame Release, Blaze Release, and Scorch Release. He had reached the pinnacle of nature transformation in Earth attributes, developing Earth Release. The name may sound peculiar. It actually derives from the elemental associations of earth, water, fire, and wind. In terms of hierarchy, Earth holds greater significance than the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Without delving into metaphysical abstractions, the foundational definition is clear. Earth signifies the land remaining after fire has consumed water, encompassing the entire land, including soil, gravel, minerals, and organic remnants. Thus, naming it Earth Release reflects a broader inclusiveness, elevating it above simple Earth Release. Chunmagyo chose this name. Unlike Fire Release, which has 3 advancements, the volatile nature of fire allowed him to find 3 distinct developmental paths, each reaching its zenith. Flame Release, Blaze Release, and Scorch Release are equally potent but possess unique characteristics, akin to Black Lightning and Purple Lightning. In contrast, he only identified Earth Release as the sole developmental direction for Earth Release. Yet it encompasses a multitude of extraordinary abilities. At present, Chunmagyo's Earth Release techniques are few and not yet mature, but several stand out, such as the short-distance technique akin to the heart decapitation technique. The weight-based concepts like heavy rock technique, super heavy rock technique, light rock technique, and super light rock technique, the defensive technique akin to hardening technique, and abilities reminiscent of the Greek mythological giant Antaeus, who draws strength from the earth. While these techniques remain underdeveloped, Chunmagyo needs to find corresponding ninjutsu for reference and optimization. As for Antaeus, he might explore the characteristics of Wood Release to learn how to absorb strength further. Currently, he lacks access to those corresponding ninjutsu, having only recently acquired the heart decapitation technique. He delved into his research, deepening his understanding of the short-distance technique. Perhaps in the future, he could indeed emulate the divine art of travel from myth, capable of traversing thousands of miles in an instant. After completing his study of the short-distance technique, he shifted his focus to his system. Activate status panel. Yawn, here we go. The status panel floated before Chunmojo, displaying his information. Name, Chunmojo. Race, Iron Eater. Age, 10, STR, 455, DX, 368, CHA, 661, INT, 50. Skills, SSR, Elemental Control, Passive, SSR, Element Separation, Active. Remaining card draws, 0. Remaining upgrade points, 0. His agility had increased by 100, thanks to the daily lottery. And given his potential as a Jonin, he had drawn an SR card, DX 100. However, Xiao Li, with his shadow level potential, had surprisingly drawn an SSR card, a hidden data enhancement card that increased his chakra recovery speed by an additional 1. This allowed Chunmojo to recover approximately 2 chakra per second. Unfortunately, the panel did not display detailed data, rendering any improvements in sustainability invisible at a glance. Xiao Li's lottery result proved to be quite practical, as it allowed Chunmojo to increase his permanent shadow clone count from 7 to 13. Yet, Chunmojo felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning that the system rated Xiao Li's potential merely at the shadow level, lacking the superior shadow level potential. It was well known that the formidable Guy, who nearly defeated the legendary Madara, possessed undeniable superior shadow strength. Although Xiao Li trained under Guy, his potential did not surpass that of his mentor. Chunmojo surmised the reason. Xiao Li's chakra control deficiency was more pronounced than Guy's. In the original narrative, Guy could at least dispel Jinjutsu and had signed a contract with a summoning beast, while Xiao Li had neither the ability to dispel illusions nor a summoning contract. This disparity in chakra control hampered Xiao Li's progress significantly. Despite Xiao Li's ability to master basic chakra techniques like tree climbing and water walking, advancing further would prove increasingly arduous. The gentle fist style, too, could not afford to develop without finesse in later stages. It relied heavily on rapid chakra movement to execute techniques like the fire palm and air cannon, which necessitated a high-speed punching technique. Upon realizing this, Chunmojo felt regret at missing an opportunity to draw a UR card and sympathized with Xiao Li. Previously, when he had advised Xiao Li on the importance of talent, it was to prepare him psychologically. However, Chunmojo did not wish for Xiao Li to resign himself to fate. If the chance arises, I shall help you break through the constraints of your talent. You deserve a broader future. Lack of personal aptitude? No bloodline. Insufficient talent? Then let external forces assist. I shall be your support. The concept of foundation extends beyond mere personal talent. The presence of mentors and allies plays a significant role as well. Chunmojo envisioned himself, a master of martial arts, assisting Xiao Li in forcibly opening his chakra pathways, though that remained a distant thought for now. He was currently overwhelmed with his own challenges. He had yet to fully comprehend ninjutsu or the 8 gates. The path ahead was still long. System. Why can't the techniques I've developed, like the instantaneous technique, be recognized by the panel and included in the skill list like elemental control? Because only when the host has thoroughly mastered a skill can it be acknowledged by the panel. Your instantaneous technique is far from complete. Chunmojo understood. His ability to automatically comprehend elemental control, passive, was merely a byproduct of element separation, active. This cloning technique naturally endowed him with 2 innate effects. First, each clone automatically mastered a specific element. Second, the clones could share experiences and memories like shadow clones. Thanks to these effects, the transformation of chakra properties in his main body progressed swiftly as he received the elemental mastery feedback from the clones. Ultimately, he effortlessly formed a passive skill that was recorded in his skill sequence. None of his other techniques, such as the instantaneous technique, had any clones that could perform them. They relied entirely on Chunmojo's original body or clones to develop through exploration. The current level of development was still far from adequate, lacking the refinement necessary for recognition by the status panel. Sighing, Chunmojo resolved to be patient, believing that one day he would have the panel acknowledge his efforts. Chapter 22 Chunmojo. What? Do you want me to introduce you to the mother panda? Although Tsunade, Hizashi, and others perceived Chunmojo's flamboyant attire as utterly dubious, akin to a charlatan, He confidently roamed the streets for 2 days, encountering numerous ninjas who approached him to inquire about contracts. After all, ninjas are opportunists, skilled in seizing chances. Thus, despite Shinmojo's ostentatious display, they were intrigued enough to ask for details. Reasoning that inquiring wouldn't lead to any harm, one cannot let social anxiety prevent the grasping of golden opportunities. The panda's striking appearance caught attention as he ambled through the streets, and the panda never seemed to part from an assortment of delectable treats: 3-colored dumplings, soy sauce balls, takoyaki, and oden, all consumed with great delight. While enjoying takoyaki, he even added bonito flakes according to his taste, clearly indicating he was a highly intelligent summoning beast, likely capable of speech. Perhaps the banner was indeed penned by him. What if he truly possessed the immense strength claimed by the banner? With a spirit of experimentation, many leaf ninjas approached Shinmojo, who welcomed them warmly. During introductions, he embellished his abilities magnificently and demonstrated his cloning prowess. Ultimately, several ninjas signed contracts with him on the spot. Most were mere extras, unnamed in the original narrative, with the exception of 3 named individuals: Aoyama from Yamashiro, Raitan, and Shiranui Gunma. These 3 were special jonin of the same team, and Shinmojo recalled them faintly, remembering their past confrontation with Kukazu. All right, the contracts are established. Shinmojo clapped enthusiastically, inadvertently intensifying the awkward atmosphere instead of uplifting it. Can't you at least show a little awareness? Why not clap along with me? He forced himself to ignore the discomfort, adopting a serious demeanor to remind them. Lastly, I must reiterate that all contract terms must be adhered to. Otherwise, I reserve the right to unilaterally terminate our agreement. Shiranui Gunma, with 1,000 books clamped in his mouth, shifted his jaw slightly, signaling he had just moved his jaw. He inquired, "The first and 23rd clauses specify the scope of summoning and prohibitions, but the descriptions are somewhat unclear. What specific circumstances permit summoning you? In simple terms, you can summon me for practical simulations, such as jonin exams, if the exam rules allow. Additionally, if there is a legitimate reason for my assistance, you can summon me, even if it's unrelated to combat. However, I may charge a fee based on the situation, and it won't be inexpensive. At other times, please refrain from bothering me, like if your girlfriend merely wishes to broaden her horizons." Shiranui Gunma nodded in understanding, then emphasized, "I don't have a girlfriend." Shinmojo shot him a glance. "What? Do you still want me to introduce you to the mother panda?" Shiranui Jenkin. In truth, Shinmojo exhibits a rather hypocritical stance. He insists that these minor characters refrain from bothering him unnecessarily, as he cannot embody countless personas in a genuine sense. If summoned too frequently, he would be utterly overwhelmed. However, he is more lenient with the likes of Xiao Li and Xiao Sakura, encouraging them to call upon him even for school simulations or practical training, provided their instructors consent. This is due to his earnest desire to infiltrate the Ninja Academy and secure contracts with Naruto, Sasuke, and the other 12 elite ninjas. Compared to these children, the ninjas he has recently contracted possess limited potential, primarily comprising Genin and Chunin levels. After the lottery, he finds himself with cards ranging only from N to R levels. Frankly, these lackluster cards are unimpressive. Collectively, they contribute a mere 80 points to his attributes, falling short of even a single SR level card boasting 100 attributes. Of course, this is partly because 4 among them drew skill cards while 3 obtained hidden data cards, such as 0-1 chakra recovery speed and 0-5 self-healing effects, rather than solely attribute cards. The 4 skills acquired are all of N level, which Shinmojo finds utterly unimpressive. Skills like fall damage reduction of 1, passive, are nearly inconsequential. With various means to achieve free flight, he is unlikely to encounter situations that necessitate a fall, even if such a scenario were to arise. Opting for alternative methods to mitigate or evade fall damage would be far more reliable than this feeble passive skill. As for upgrading it, Shinmojo is reluctant to squander his upgrade points on such niche skills. Thus, he decides to wash away all 4 N-level useless skills. Each N-level skill yields 0.5 upgrade points, culminating in a total of 2 points, all allocated to elemental separation, active. Indeed, cards from N to R levels hold little promise, with the recycling upgrade points being disappointingly low. Shinmojo reflects. Today, he unexpectedly encountered the Yama City Aoba team. These 3 are exceptional jonin, and quite youthful. In terms of potential, they should be able to reach jonin status, right? Finally, there is hope for drawing an SR card. However, at present, he cannot afford to focus on card drawing. The trio has invited him to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Chun Majiao cheerfully settles at the long table, a panda occupying the space of two individuals. Uncle, I would like a bowl of pork cartilage ramen with a soft-boiled egg added. The hand-pulled ramen chef, squinting with curiosity, glances at Chun Majiao. His little shop has been operating in Konoha for many years, yet this is the first time he has seen a summoning beast dine on ramen. It is said that the third Hokage often provides fruits for his summoning beast, Inma. He has also heard of the Inuzuka clan, who favor fish balls produced in Konoha. However, a high-ranking summoning beast dining so brazenly in the Konoha food district is likely a first for Chun Majiao. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs cannot be considered high-ranking summoning beasts, as they do not speak. Furthermore, the Inuzuka clan is quite cultured, allowing their ninja dogs to dine at home, but often being considerate of others when outside, typically purchasing a separate meal to feed their dogs outside the establishment. Alright, please wait. The hand-pulled ramen chef, after inquiring about the orders from the Yama City Aoba trio, happily goes off to prepare. He is a calm and fair-minded individual, devoid of bias or discrimination. Even Naruto, the nine-tailed fox, receives his honest treatment, so naturally, he would not disdain Chun Majiao, this high-ranking summoning beast. Instead, engrossed in his ramen, he is more curious about whether his ramen will suit the panda's palate. During the wait, Yama City Aoba expresses gratitude. Lord Majiao, thank you so much. We never expected that as ordinary ninjas, we could sign a contract with such a powerful high-ranking summoning beast. Chun Majiao smiles silently, sensing that something is amiss. In the past 2 days, the 30-odd ninjas who have contacted him have all originated from civilian backgrounds or small clan lineages. Not a single ninja from medium or large clans has approached him. Not one from the Sarutobi, Nara, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Hyuga, or any other prominent families has made an appearance. No inquiries have been made about his circumstances. It seems as if they have conspired to remain passive, mutually supervising one another to ensure no one reveals themselves. A face surfaces in Chun Majiao's mind, the jovial visage of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it you who is orchestrating this? Forcing my hand? Compelling me to relinquish my sage techniques? Or perhaps you are merely reminding those ninja clans to restrain their power expansion? Or could it be a combination of both? Chapter 23. Retreating to advance to compel various clans to remain inactive. The only one with such authority is likely the esteemed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is he the one preventing all the medium and large clans from engaging with me? Chun Majiao cannot help but speculate. Since the time of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Konoha has been dedicated to the dream of the village. Successive Hokages have sought to eliminate clan divisions, urging each clan to fully integrate into Konoha, prioritizing the village over their own families. The suppression of the proud Uchiha clan and the admonition of the Hyuga clan's strict division of main and branch families are tangible manifestations of this declanning policy, akin to the suppression of aristocratic families during China's Sui and Tang dynasties. Could it be that Chun Majiao surmises Sarutobi Hiruzen merely wishes for the small clan ninjas and civilian ninjas to contract with me, thereby enhancing their strength and enabling them to contend with medium and large clans? He feels that his conjecture is likely close to the truth. A feeling of agitation wells up within Chun Majiao. He is indifferent to Konoha's developmental policies. His sole desire is to sign contracts with every ninja in Konoha, which undoubtedly includes those from medium and large clans. After all, nearly all jonin hail from these prestigious families. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions have crossed Chun Majiao's bottom line. This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy to show this Hokage a thing or two. Chun Majiao resolves firmly within himself. On the surface, he remains unaffected, blissfully savoring his pork cartilage ramen. The hand-pulled artistry is indeed extraordinary, worthy of his 34 years of immersion in the ramen craft. Chun Majiao swiftly finishes his meal, cradling the large bowl, slurping the broth with gusto. The essence of Japanese ramen lies in the rich broth, and he certainly would not waste it. In his previous life, he would have refrained from drinking for fear of gaining weight. Now, having learned that even bamboo can contribute to weight gain, he has long since abandoned such concerns. Having finished, he lets out a long sigh of contentment and a satisfied burp. How did it taste? The hand-pulled ramen chef eagerly inquires about Chun Majiao's opinion. Absolutely delightful. The texture is superb, and the flavor is rich and fulfilling. The ramen's chewiness is exceptional. Every aspect, from fermentation to kneading and cooking, is impeccable. The bone broth has been simmered long enough, with timely removal of floating oils to ensure the steam channels remain unobstructed, allowing for further concentration of flavor. The ratio of seaweed to pickled ginger is just right, neither overpowering the original flavor of the broth nor allowing any gamey scent from the pork to linger, rendering it rich yet not greasy. The only drawback is the quality of the tender bamboo shoots, which possess a slight natural bitterness that disrupts the overall flavor harmony. I believe it would be better to replace the tender bamboo with pre-marinated shoots soaked in the broth to eliminate bitterness. It may lack some freshness, but it would be preferable to avoid introducing bitterness that detracts from the whole. Chun Majiao critiques with the flair of a culinary connoisseur. He does not speak idly. In his previous life, he was an amateur food enthusiast with a certain degree of culinary appreciation. In this era of information overload, the vast knowledge he has amassed regarding culinary arts and ingredient pairings is enough for him to masquerade as an expert in the world of Naruto. Moreover, as a panda in this realm, he possesses an expert-level palate when it comes to bamboo shoots. He is undoubtedly qualified to critique the quality of the bamboo shoots selected by the chef. Indeed, the chef, Hondan, was so exhilarated that his eyes widened slightly, prompting Chinmagyo to confirm that he wasn't using the Rinnegan. You are absolutely right. I never imagined you had such profound insights into ramen. Chinmagyo humbly replied. I merely know how to eat. I cannot cook at all. He acknowledged the chef's concerns about the bamboo shoots, and Hondan sighed. However, I truly lack a reliable supply channel for quality ingredients. It seems, as you suggested, we may have to resort to using pickled bamboo shoots instead. But that still does not resolve the issue of what type of bamboo shoots should be used for ramen without bone broth. Pickled shoots cannot be used with seafood broth, as their saltiness would overwhelm the delicate flavors. When the topic of ramen preparation arose, Hondan became animated, pondering various ideas. A supply channel for tender shoots? Chinmagyo mused to himself, recalling the Chinju Gorge. There, one could find an abundance of exquisite tender bamboo shoots. For a moment, he felt a pang of homesickness, reminiscing about the tranquil and simple life in Chinju Gorge. For 10 years, he had yearned to leave that place and return to the vibrant human world, to once again relish the colorful tapestry of human existence. Yet now, having arrived in Konoha and after navigating the Machiavellian intrigues of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he felt utterly fatigued and found himself longing once more for the carefree days in Chinju Gorge. The conversation about bamboo shoots, sparked by ramen, inadvertently stirred within him the desire to return home. Chinmagyo paused, suddenly pondering seriously. This could be quite feasible. All right, then I shall return. My true self will go back. On one hand, he could connect with Hondan and become his supplier of ingredients, ensuring he would earn enough to sustain his lifestyle in Konoha without relying on Sarutobi Hiruzen's financial support, thus eliminating any indebtedness to him. On the other hand, it would also serve to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you do not want me to remain in Konoha, I shall depart. Let us see how concerned you are when I leave. Will you restrict my ability to sign contracts with ninjas from other villages? By then, you will be the one begging for my return. With this thought, Chinmagyo felt a sense of certainty. The best strategy to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen was to retreat strategically. And the reason for retreat is right here. Hondan had delivered it to him. Good sir, Chinmagyo laughed heartily, introducing himself. I am a creature of iron from Chinju Gorge. Nestled within the lofty mountains of the Land of Lightning, Chinju Gorge boasts a vast bamboo forest. The bamboo shoots from Chinju Gorge are incredibly tender and delicious, regardless of how they are prepared. This is a universally acknowledged truth among the thousands of pandas in our iron-eating beast clan. I am convinced that using the tender bamboo shoots from Chinju Gorge in conjunction with your ramen will undoubtedly elevate its quality. Oh, Hondan responded with surprise. Are you saying you can supply me with the tender bamboo shoots from Chinju Gorge? Chinmagyo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I can easily traverse back and forth to Chinju Gorge using my shadow clones and summoning technique. The summoning technique is a unique spatial ninjutsu within the Naruto world, which opens a portal between the summoner and the contracted summoning beast, allowing the beast to instantaneously appear beside the summoner. Normally, Chinmagyo could only arrive at the side of those he had contracted with, and they must initiate the summoning. However, after a millennium of development, the summoning technique had evolved beyond its original concept. For instance, it can summon non-biological entities, such as the Rashomon and puppets, as long as a blood connection is established. Additionally, reverse summoning allows the summoning beast to call upon its master. Moreover, summoning could be performed collectively by an entire clan, wherein the summoner contracts not just one beast, but an entire lineage, determining the summoning target based on chakra consumption. Shinmagyo had also developed a unique application of this summoning technique. His true self and clones could summon each other at will. Similar to the animal path from the 6 paths of pain, they could summon other paths. This inter-summoning principle was also frequently utilized by Orochimaru, involving complex techniques that often required ninjutsu, secret arts, and even scientific technology, particularly relying on summoning snakes to summon snakes. Shinmagyo's PANDA clone ability, derived from an SSR skill card, was quite extraordinary. The boundary between his clones and true self was relatively indistinct, allowing the panda wine immortal to resurrect on any of his clones. Therefore, after a brief study of the summoning technique, he could achieve inter-summoning as well. He could summon his true self with a clone, and vice versa, or even summon clones with clones. He had already left a clone in Chinju Gorge. This meant he could summon his true self back at any time. Unless Konoha set a trap to forcibly seal the summoning space and swiftly subdue Shinmagyo to prevent his escape, he could come and go as he pleased. Without delay, Shinmagyo produced a clay cat clone and, with a grin, said to Handan, "Seeing is believing. I will return now to fetch some tender bamboo shoots for you." With a puff of smoke, his true self vanished. Meanwhile, the clay cat remained behind to continue conversing with Handan and the Aoyama team. After a short while, the clay cat stood, clasped its hands together, and shouted, "Summoning technique." Summoning forth a wind cat. The wind cat presented a bamboo basket filled with succulent bamboo shoots to Handan. "Give it a try." Handan received it with great solemnity, his face alight with joy. "Hey," a bystander voiced a query. "Lord Magio, isn't your true self coming back?" The wind cat revealed a knowing smile. "My true self suddenly decided to stay home for a few days. He won't be returning for the time being. No worries. We still have several clones here in Konoha, and if anything arises, we can handle it." Chapter 24, The Non-Dispersal Treaty. What? Shinmagyo's true self has gone missing? Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet, scattering the documents he had been processing across the floor. He paid no heed to gathering the papers and urgently inquired, "What happened? What is going on?" The Chunin, kneeling to report the unexpected situation, shrank back nervously, sweat beading on his brow. "Lord Third, it is as follows. We were monitoring Shinmagyo as usual, observing him sign a contract with the Aoyama team, after which they invited him to eat at Ichiraku Ramen. During his conversation with Handan, the owner of Ichiraku, he mentioned that the bamboo shoots used in the ramen were unsatisfactory and indicated he would return to Chinju Gorge to procure superior bamboo shoots. It appeared he intended to collaborate with the owner and establish a long-term supply agreement. He left a clay clone behind, and his true self then vanished, seemingly summoned away by the summoning technique. His true self was missing for about 15 minutes, after which the clay clone attempted to summon him back, but instead, a wind clone appeared. The wind clone delivered the bamboo shoots to the owner and responded to the bystander's question, stating, "My true self had a sudden whim to stay home for a few days and will not be returning for the time being." Upon hearing the entire account, Sarutobi Hiruzen was left somewhat speechless. Going home for a few days? This giant panda is far too carefree, isn't he? He simply leaves on a whim. Then, as he pondered the thoughts of a superior, it immediately occurred to him. Was he perhaps expressing dissatisfaction? Had he noticed my temporary prohibition against numerous clans signing contracts with him? Or was it merely discontent stemming from my refusal to grant him ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, and for a moment, he even forgot to instruct the reporting Chunin to rise or leave. After a long while, he regained his composure, gazed at the Chunin, and with a smile, nodded. "I understand. You may return now. The surveillance mission for your team is temporarily suspended. You should return and rest for a few days. Once Chun Majiao's true form returns, I will reassess the risk he poses and determine whether further surveillance is necessary. It is likely that it will not be required. At that point, you may simply submit the task commission." The Chunin was somewhat taken aback. He had initially thought that this surveillance mission would end with a record of failure, especially since their target had vanished right under their noses. To his surprise, the Hokage was so accommodating. A wave of gratitude surged within him, and eager to make amends, he suggested, "We are not fatigued. Do you see any need for us to continue monitoring his shadow?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, smiling as he replied, "No need, it is merely a shadow. There is no need to be overly concerned." In truth, he was fully aware that Chun Majiao's shadow was powerful and should not be underestimated. Ordinarily, continued surveillance would be the prudent course. However, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. He feared completely offending Chun Majiao. He worried that Chun Majiao's true form might never return to Konoha. Thus, how could he dare to allow continued surveillance of the shadow? He could not afford to further provoke this obstinate panda. Chun Majiao's temperament resembled that of a child, quite stubborn. It was best to appease him. After sending away the Chunin, Hiruzen lit a pipe and began to contemplate quietly. It seems that the recent restrictions have been too conspicuous, leading him to suspect something, perhaps. His departure was not without a hint of petulance. It appears I must hastily meet with his shadow and offer some sweet enticements. Should I bestow upon him ninjutsu or lift the restrictions on clan ninjas? The former might be challenging to satisfy him, while the latter, what a splendid opportunity. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed engaged in discussions with the leaders of various large and medium-sized clans, delicately proposing a temporary prohibition on their interaction with Chun Majiao. Such actions, when made public, could be quite offensive. Yet he proceeded, citing the ambiguity of Chun Majiao's goals and the uncertain danger he posed, and he forcibly commanded the large and medium clans to refrain from contact with him. Hiruzen believed that Chun Majiao's emergence represented a fortuitous moment, a chance to balance the various powers within Konoha and suppress the influence of the larger clans. He could not ignore the allure of this opportunity. He was not intentionally targeting Chun Majiao. Rather, he sought to utilize Chun Majiao's presence to achieve a better equilibrium. Particularly, the secret techniques Chun Majiao had previously brought forth had already aided him in this regard. Naturally, he wished to expand upon this success. The health techniques could significantly reduce the physical training injuries of lower and middle-ranking ninjas. They could even achieve this without relying heavily on medicinal resources. Mastering techniques such as massage and acupuncture alone would suffice. This meant that lower and middle-ranking ninjas could further enhance their physical prowess. Among these, the majority comprised civilian ninjas and those from small clans. Did this not signify a potential rise for a marginalized group? Sarutobi Hiruzen was determined not to miss this golden opportunity to rebuild a new balance. Thus, he began to pressure Chun Majiao to yield his sage techniques while restricting large and medium-sized clans from contracting with him. All of this was to solidify the Hokage's political power and establish a new order within the village. However, he had not anticipated that such bold moves would backfire, causing Chun Majiao to withdraw entirely. Hiruzen felt a pang of panic. Oh no, could I have truly driven him away? King Zujian is in the land of lightning. What if he abandons Konoha and turns to Kumobikure instead? People often realize the value of something only after they lose it. Hiruzen recognized that he had been too lax in his attitude towards Chun Majiao. It was also partially due to Chun Majiao's childlike demeanor that led Hiruzen to believe he could easily manipulate him. Now, filled with regret, Hiruzen thought, no, I must quickly meet his shadow. Whatever low-level ninjutsu he desires, I shall provide. If he wishes to contact the Hyuga and other clans, then let him. At the very least, I must coax his true form back first. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood and made his way outside. On the way, he refrained from utilizing a ninja's speed, choosing instead to walk at a normal pace to grant himself ample time for reflection. As he calmed, he realized another issue. In truth, whether Chun Majiao's true form remained in Konoha did not impede his shadows from contacting other ninja villages. His contracts did not require a unique contract scroll. He possessed an abundance of contract copies. He simply needed to send the shadow with hundreds of copies of contracts to other ninja villages, and he could still complete the agreements. Bringing his true form back to Konoha, fundamentally, did not restrict or influence him. It was merely an attempt to foster his allegiance to Konoha. In reality, Konoha had no means to forcibly limit his contact with other ninja villages, unless they were willing to go so far as to eliminate him directly. But could they truly bring themselves to kill him? And if they did, would other formidable beasts emerge as a consequence? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, torn for a long while, before ultimately resolving, no, I cannot kill him. He can summon at any moment, and should an assassination attempt fail, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, his value is immense. The potential hazards post-murder remain unclear. Therefore, I must not take such drastic measures. This realization compels me to alter my attitude towards him. I must adopt a more conciliatory approach. He must develop an affection for Konoha, willingly leaning towards it. Through emotions and bonds, I shall forge an implicit non-expansion treaty with Chunmajiao. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen comprehended that he had previously focused solely on balancing various powers. Driven by a desire for quick results, he had overlooked Chunmajiao's long-term value and disregarded his personal intentions. Now, this Hokage had finally calmed down and begun to think comprehensively. In his newfound clarity, he even discerned a detail from the intelligence just provided by the Chunin. The Earth Shadow remaining in Konoha was very much aware of when to summon the Wind Shadow. After spending 15 minutes at the ramen shop, the Earth Shadow immediately rose to initiate the summoning technique. This indicated that the Earth Shadow was well informed that the true form and the Wind Shadow were prepared with a basket of bamboo shoots. This implied that Chunmajiao and his shadows possessed the capability for remote communication. They might even be capable of sharing information in real time. Thus, Chunmajiao could inform the shadow back home to summon him immediately. Hence, the Earth Shadow knew precisely when to summon the Wind Shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen astutely deduced the truth. He had not heard of the 6 paths of pain and was unaware that the pains could share vision. However, he had, through subtle clues, discovered that Chunmajiao's shadows had a similar effect, unlike the shadow clones, which could not share real-time information with the true form. If the two were separated by a considerable distance, the experiences of the shadow clone would remain unknown to the true form. The reverse was equally true. The shadow clone would be oblivious to the circumstances of the true form. Only upon dispelling the shadow clone would the true form learn of the experiences the shadow clone underwent from afar. In contrast, Chunmajiao's Panda Shadow could exchange vision with the true form, even allowing for communication or enabling the true form to control the shadow's actions. Hiruzen guessed correctly. Chunmajiao's elemental separation, active, skill stemmed from either Warcraft or Dota. In the game, one can utilize a doppelganger to gain visibility and simultaneously control its specific actions. Thus, Chunmajiao is certainly capable of this. However, multitasking proves to be quite challenging. He cannot maintain precise control over all his doppelgangers at once. More often than not, he allows them to act freely. As Sarutobi Hizashi mused over the words Chunmajiao had boasted about, he could not help but smile wryly. What a troublesome ability it is, indeed, one that defies limitation. Chapter 25. You cannot defeat the Ninetales. Earth Cat and Wind Cat walked side by side down the street. Is your main body still controlling you? Wind Cat inquired. Earth Cat shook his head. Chunmajiao could maintain contact with his doppelgangers at any time. However, over great distances, it would incur additional chakra expenditure. Therefore, he only informed Earth Cat of the need to perform the summoning technique while also advising them on their forthcoming actions. Afterward, he severed communication, allowing them to act freely. What shall we do now? Wind Cat asked. Earth Cat replied, let us return to the inn, retrieve the other 2 outfits, and continue our street recruitment for ninjas interested in signing contracts. Wind Cat nodded in agreement. As doppelgangers, their attire mirrored that of the main body but lacked any miscellaneous accessories, such as the banners carried by the main body. They needed to return to the inn to collect the spare ones. Having observed through the crystal ball that the 2 doppelgangers were seemingly returning to the inn, Sarutobi Hizashi hurried over. Ultimately, he successfully intercepted the 2 doppelgangers just as they were exiting the inn with their banners. Majiao, where is your main body? Hizashi asked with a jovial tone, feigning ignorance of Chunmajiao's return to his hometown. The main body has gone back to Kingzujian, Wind Cat replied casually. Hizashi feigned exaggerated surprise. What prompted such a sudden departure? Was your stay in Konoha uncomfortable? If there are any difficulties or grievances, do share with me. Earth Cat chuckled lightly and interjected. Oh, it's nothing. I was simply enjoying bamboo shoots in my ramen and suddenly felt homesick. So I decided to return for a while. In truth, it matters little whether the main body is present or not. After all, we can manifest countless forms. Anyone can be the main body. Anyone can become the main body. If you require anything, I can relay your message to the main body. He can descend with his soul and consciousness onto me at any moment and return via summoning. Wind Cat proudly chimed in. Indeed, he can leave at any time. This is me, Chunmajiao, the most powerful summoning beast, free to roam the world. Anyone can be the main body. Anyone can become the main body, they mused. Capable of summoning at will and even transferring soul and consciousness. Sarutobi Hisashi remained skeptical, unwilling to accept the veracity of such information, for it indicated that Chun Majiao's doppelganger ability was exceedingly troublesome. I was previously contemplating whether to eliminate this panda to prevent him from signing contracts with other villages. But if he truly possesses the capability to summon at will, switching between main body and doppelgangers, who knows where his main body could be transported? It would be utterly impossible to eliminate him. Hisashi's heart grew heavy with this realization. He reaffirmed his stance towards Chun Majiao. He must not offend him, but rather seek to ally with him. Ah, that's good to hear, Hisashi laughed awkwardly. I was just concerned that perhaps your main body had faced some grievances in Konoha and was unwilling to return. That would indeed be our loss. Earth Cat laughed heartily, though with a forced smile, saying, how could that be? We wish to deepen our cooperation with Konoha. The ninjas here are all talented, and their words are charming. We absolutely adore it here. Hisashi smiled apologetically and inquired with a hint of flattery, by the way, are you carrying those banners to seek out contracts? That method seems rather inefficient. Why not utilize my name to organize a few meetings, allowing Konoha ninjas to come to you for contracts? Wind Cat nodded vigorously, excitement evident on his face. Earth Cat and Wind Cat exchanged sly smiles, thinking, using my name. Is that your way of trying to curry favor? Hisashi continued. Though begrudgingly, in truth, many ninja clans are quite interested in you. However, I previously advised them to formulate a plan to avoid bothering you frequently. Subsequently, they can invite you one by one for visits, and you may secure quite a few contracts. This signified that he would no longer obstruct Chun Majiao's connections with larger clans. Earth Cat cheerfully responded, thank you, Lord Third Hokage. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Seizing the opportunity, Hisashi shifted the topic to ninjutsu. Speaking of which, regarding the ninjutsu you sought previously, I discussed it at length with the higher-ups after returning, and ultimately decided we could grant you those ninjutsu. We could even provide you with more advanced techniques. Having anticipated Hisashi's next words, Earth Cat and Wind Cat exchanged knowing glances and replied in unison, that sounds wonderful. Hisashi, feigning embarrassment, continued with the latter part. However, Majiao, you must understand us. The leakage of ninjutsu is indeed quite against the rules. We need to have a justification. Could you perhaps offer your sage arts in exchange? We can mutually benefit and progress together. This way, we can also provide an explanation to the council and various clans. As expected, the two doppelgangers responded nonchalantly, sure. No problem. You agree just like that? Hisashi was taken aback. He had prepared a lengthy speech, expecting it to take considerable effort to persuade Chun Majiao. To his astonishment, the agreement came so effortlessly that it made Hisashi suspicious. Does the panda's sage art have some significant flaws? Instinctively reluctant to accept this reality, he preferred to believe that the sage art was flawed and thus not so precious. Sensing Hisashi's conflicted feelings, Earth Cat pretended to offer a friendly warning. We can teach you our sage arts, but we must inform you in advance. What? Hisashi inquired hurriedly. Our sage arts, in terms of practical efficacy, are indeed superior to those of the three great sacred lands. However, in terms of difficulty and danger in cultivation, they are also considerably higher than those of the three great sacred lands, especially for those of you without a carnivorous beast constitution. Attempting to cultivate independently? Essentially impossible. You would be best off selecting someone to receive personal instruction from my main body. Hisashi nodded, fully aware of these challenges. He had long anticipated such difficulties. He had learned from Jiraiya just how arduous and perilous the training of sage arts from Mount Myaboku could be. He recalled how Jiraiya had nearly turned into a toad statue, saved only by the timely intervention of Fukusaku sage. In truth, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not intended to promote sage techniques throughout the entirety of Konoha. Such an aspiration was impractical. His sole desire was for the successor of the Hokage lineage to acquire the art of sage techniques, thereby solidifying their position of authority. He had his sights set on Tsunade as the primary candidate, followed closely by Jiraiya, although neither of them seemed inclined to return to the village at present. There was also the promising Kakashi, who could be considered. However, Kakashi was still quite young and might struggle to command the likes of Danzo, Shikamaru, and Ino, making it wiser to postpone his training for a later successor. Perhaps I should undertake this endeavor personally? I have heard that the esteemed sage Shima and the revered sage Fukusaku have significantly extended their lifespans through mastery of sage techniques. The great toad sage has lived for an entire millennium. As Hiruzen contemplated this, a fervor ignited within him. His ambitions, which had waned with age, were rekindled. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I truly wish to live for another 500 years. He gathered his scattered thoughts and cheerfully declared, Very well, I shall trouble you, Makuzai, to personally guide me in the cultivation of sage techniques. Of course, should you have any uncertainties regarding ninjutsu, feel free to inquire of me at any time. Let us learn from one another and progress together. The two shadow clones exchanged incredulous glances. Does this old man intend to seize the opportunity for himself? They had initially presumed that Hiruzen would assign Jiraiya or Kakashi to learn his sage techniques, one possessing a solid foundation and the other brimming with potential. To their surprise, the old man was rather greedy, wishing to learn himself. Are you truly set on learning personally? Have you considered the toll it may take on your frail body? The Earth Cat remarked solemnly. Hiruzen straightened his back. Makuzai, do not underestimate me. In my youth, I was unable to defeat the Nine Tails and had to endure its rampage in the village. Wind Cat unceremoniously interrupted him. Hiruzen glared, forcing himself to continue. I have meticulously refined chakra of the 5 elements. Wind Cat repeated, You could not defeat the Nine Tails. You earned the title of the ninja hero. Yet you could not defeat the Nine Tails. You authored numerous ninjutsu manuals and textbooks, earning the title of the ninjutsu doctor, but still, you could not defeat the Nine Tails. Hiruzen fell silent, his face darkening as he puffed out his cheeks in frustration. Is this obstacle insurmountable? Are you merely speaking the unvarnished truth? The Nine Tails is a natural disaster. It is entirely reasonable that a ninja could not conquer it. He selectively forgot the grandeur of the first Hokage. Cough, cough. Hiruzen decided not to engage in a futile argument with Chun Makuzai, having long recognized that this troublesome panda was beyond redemption. Thus, he seized the moment, boldly proposing, Since I may struggle to master your sage techniques, why not include a clever young individual to accompany me in learning from your true form? Hurting one sheep is the same as hurting two. The two clones merely scoffed. What a greedy old man. However, they did not voice their objections. That so-called clever young individual was likely Kakashi. It would be an excellent opportunity to assess the true potential of the renowned prodigy. Chapter 26. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Makuzai. Shall I introduce you to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Shun Makuzai's true form was leisurely gnawing on bamboo in the serene home of the Qingzhou stream. His parents were delighted to see him return. My dear son, his mother, a sleek and soft-furred panda, advised, Now that you are back, do not venture out again. Can't you use your shadow clones for summoning? That is not an option, mother. Shun Makuzai shook his head vigorously. Speaking with a tone of authority, the ninja world is far from peaceful. I must keep a watchful eye on it. His mother shot him a disapproving glance. In truth, Shun Makuzai spoke the truth. The threat from the Otsutsuki clan loomed large. Thus he could only pass by home and stay for mere days at a time. After exchanging greetings with his parents, he carried his bamboo to the sunbathing rock designated for his clan members. By now, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and no other pandas remained. Rubbing his hands together, he called upon the system. System, hurry. It's time for the lottery. Joyful, coming right up. By the way, does this lottery have a 10-pull option for some guaranteed returns? Shrugs no. That is rather unaccommodating. Disdainful. Having a chance to draw is already a blessing. What more could you wish for? Shun Makuzai sniffed. Enough with the chatter. Let us proceed. And please confirm so I can respond accordingly. As expected, the system inquired once more, and only upon Shun Makuzai's confirmation did it activate the lottery. Shun Makuzai drew 3 rounds, successfully acquiring all cards associated with the Mountain City Aoyama team. He obtained 2 R-grade cards and 1 SR-grade card, all of which were attribute cards. Alas, is my luck truly this poor? 3 cards with Jonin potential, and yet only 1 SR? Shaking head. No, host. Your luck is quite favorable. 2 cards with Chunin potential yielded R-grade at maximum, and 1 Jonin potential card also reached maximum SR grade. Chunin? But they are all special Jonin already. Have they regressed? Patiently, the term Jonin, Chunin potential, is classified by the system here according to the comprehensive combat capabilities at the character's limits. Shrugs, special Jonin is merely a title conferred by Konoha. Those Chunin, due to their specialized skills, were promoted to special Jonin, enjoying similar treatment to Jonin, yet their overall strength, from my perspective, remains at Chunin level and does not reach Jonin standards. Shun Makuzai understood. He recalled that in the original story, the members of the Mountain City Aoyama team were promoted to special Jonin due to their mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. By forming a triangular formation, they could teleport individuals or objects instantaneously to other locations. This technique held significant strategic value, playing a crucial role in warfare. Hence, they were elevated to special jonin, while their actual combat prowess remained at chunin level. At best, their cooperative ninjutsu attacks were impressive enough to potentially ensnare even jonin. Additionally, the Mountain City Aoyama himself could read minds, serving a role akin to that of interrogators like Ibiki Marino, which also sufficed for his promotion. Talented individuals often received special treatment. The jonin potential one. Is it Mountain City Aoyama? Shaking head. No, it is Nara Shikaku. It seems that Mountain City Aoyama, despite being proclaimed as adept in mind reading, summoning, binding, and illusion techniques, had encountered bottlenecks in his development early on, forcing him to pursue a more generalized growth. In contrast, Nara Shikaku possessed higher qualifications and potential, yet in the original narrative, he exhibited a rather carefree demeanor, merely going through the motions, likely preventing him from ever truly reaching the zenith of his capabilities. Shin Makuzai once again realized that extracting gold from minor characters was fundamentally improbable. Gold will always shine, and the original narrative spans a considerable time. Therefore, the significant characters who eventually shone brightly in the original tale were the true golden customers, able to provide a premium card drawing pool. System, open the status panel. Nose picking, OK. Name, Shun Makuzai Race, Ailarapida Melanaluka Age, 10 years Street, 484 DX, 398 CHA, 757 INT, 153 Skills. SSR, Elemental Control, Passive. SSR, Elemental Separation, Active. Remaining draw attempts, 0 remaining upgrade points, 0. Shun Makuzai nodded, feeling quite content with his growth and strength. Currently, he surpassed the human threshold in strength, agility, and intellect. If this trajectory continues, it will not be long before he transforms into a being capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. Chakra, although it transcends ordinary limits, still finds itself overshadowed by a few extraordinary beings possessing vastly greater reserves, such as the Ninetales and Senju Hashirama. One must persist in the pursuit of drawing cards. The next step involves observing the clones, hoping for the opportunity to acquire more favorable draws. It is hoped that Sarutobi Hiruzen has softened his stance by now. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed showed signs of yielding. After reaching a consensus with his two clones, he cheerfully invited them to dine together. The clones declined, stating that as mere manifestations, they could sustain themselves solely through the absorption of natural energy. Sarutobi did not press the issue. He was, after all, troubled by the fact that the clones of Chun Majiao could not deactivate their special effects, making it challenging to dine in certain establishments. However, he soon proposed a surprising suggestion that astonished both Funiko and Tsuchiniko. Speaking of the Ninetales, I was just thinking of visiting the Jinchuriki this evening to treat him to dinner. Would you care to join? Even if you choose not to partake in the meal, perhaps you could at least meet him? What is happening? Funiko and Tsuchiniko exchanged bewildered glances. They were perplexed as to why Sarutobi Hiruzen had suddenly relaxed his restrictions, allowing them to interact with Naruto. Sensing their confusion, Sarutobi offered a wry smile and elaborated. The power of the Ninetales is formidable. Within that child, it does not behave obediently, consistently disrupting his chakra flow. This interference prevents him from effectively refining his chakra, and he may even be unable to become a ninja. His self-defense capabilities are alarmingly deficient. As he spoke, Sarutobi couldn't help but draw a comparison to the perfect Jinchuriki from Kirigakure and Kumogakure, feeling somewhat disheartened about Naruto. He reminded himself, Naruto is still young. Perhaps he will flourish as he matures. It is imperative to protect him during his growth. This investment cannot be abandoned. If you can sign a contract with him, you would at least provide him with a layer of security. Your summoning is unique. It does not require the summoner to expend excessive chakra. Thus, even with the Ninetales interference, that child could successfully summon you for protection. Are you suggesting that I become Naruto's bodyguard? Funiko interjected, his frown deepening. Your reasoning is about as clear as mud. Why do you suddenly trust me now? You have yet to clarify that. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, responding candidly, Old man, we have only recently arrived in Konoha. We are still considered outsiders, are we not? Why would you trust us to interact with the Jinchuriki? Are you not concerned that we might incite another Ninetales disturbance? Sarutobi internally lamented. Is it not due to your clone's extraordinary abilities, along with your mastery of advanced fire techniques, that I regret to discover you could wreak havoc upon Konoha with minimal effort? Yet, he refrained from saying this outright, opting instead for a more diplomatic approach. After several days of observation, we have come to trust you. Besides, with your strength, you need not rely on the Nine Tails to execute your plans. Oh, right, he continued, using your own words, you could initiate the collapse of Konoha, haha. Thus, the two clones grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. It must be said, at times, the old man does display considerable audacity. However, unbeknownst to them, Sarutobi had already informed a substantial number of Umbu, Jonin, and Sealing teams to encircle Naruto's home, creating a layered perimeter. He had also urgently relocated key individuals nearby, forcing them out of the encirclement. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not exhibit the nonchalance he appeared to convey. He had prepared for the worst-case scenario. In some respects, if Chun Majiao indeed harbored malicious intent towards Konoha, he even hoped to use this bait to trigger a targeted explosion, rather than risk retaining a ticking time bomb that might erupt unexpectedly. This was a gamble and a test. Chapter 27. This child lacks affection and disciplined. Tsuchiniko proceeded with the original plan to shop, while Funiko accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen to Naruto's residence. Along the way, Sarutobi provided Funiko with a precautionary briefing, outlining Naruto's challenging plight. Rumors had spread throughout the village, alleging he was the reincarnation of the demon fox. He faced disdain and fear from the ignorant villagers, serving as an outlet for the pain left by the Nine Tails incident. I do my utmost to halt the spread of rumors, but the voice of the masses is ultimately uncontrollable. I cannot publicly disclose the truth that the Jinchuriki is indeed Naruto, for doing so would render him a target for hostile forces against Konoha. Funiko scoffed silently. Ultimately, if one does not severely punish the source of the rumors, Shimura Danzo, how can one claim to be attempting to quell their spread? Utterly foolish. Moreover, if one cannot even muster the courage to reveal the truth, have you lost the ability and determination to protect a single child? Are you still the esteemed ninja of your incompetence at its finest? Shin Majiao did not subscribe to the conspiracy theories surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen. He recognized that the old man was not deliberately exacerbating the situation. The third Hokage was not as the internet portrayed him, allowing rumors to fester while manipulating Danzo to play the villain in order to win Naruto's allegiance for his own purposes. Not to mention, in the original narrative, he observed Naruto being bullied through a crystal ball, his concern for Naruto's inner turmoil being unmistakable. The fact that Naruto grew up without harboring hatred for Konoha is an unexpected development, a rare event worthy of celebration for the entire village. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose interests are intertwined with the village, would never wish to see Naruto develop animosity towards Konoha. That would be tantamount to hating him as Hokage. The conspiracy theories surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen simply do not hold water logically. He lacked confidence that his small acts of kindness would be enough to realign Naruto's mindset, which was already tainted by the village's disdain. Danzo could engage in such manipulation because he possessed the means to brainwash Naruto for his own gain. However, if Hiruzen were to attempt such a maneuver, directly brainwashing Naruto, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others would surely object, and he would lose the support of many within the Hokage's faction, tarnishing his name. Ultimately, it was Danzo's selfishness that led to Naruto's plight. Should Naruto descend into darkness, resulting in casualties among the villagers, Danzo would have a pretext to take control and brainwash Naruto. Hiruzen, on the other hand, would never facilitate such a scenario unless he were utterly foolish. He would not wish to see such a detrimental trend, which served no benefit to him. His desire to prevent such a trend was genuine. He simply lacked the authority to punish the instigator severely and had no courage to reveal the truth. In the end, he could only gaze into the crystal ball, internally lamenting Naruto's fate, showcasing his own incompetence and ineffectiveness. He was not a sinister or malevolent individual, but he was undeniably a foolish and inept one. Funiko silently mocked him. You still have the audacity to argue. What a disgraceful display, ostensibly feigning ignorance. He innocently pressed, surely the esteemed Hokage can do something as simple as stopping rumors? Identify the source, punish the slanderers, and then issue a clarifying statement to guide public opinion, turning the situation around. It is not difficult at all, is it? Hiruzen's expression stiffened. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. The first step in Funiko's proposed solution, Punishing the rumor-mongers was something he had failed to accomplish. Merely warning Danzo had been utterly ineffective. Tuanzong continues to manipulate the rumors from the shadows, ensuring their relentless proliferation as long as the source persists. The rumors will never cease. Moreover, if he fails to address Tuanzong's actions, neglecting to serve as a warning, certain meddlesome individuals may become the new origin of these tales, resulting in an endless cycle. Rijan remarked, Emojio. You have just emerged from obscurity and lack an understanding of human nature. Society is far more complex than it appears. Feng Mao shook his head, choosing not to respond. Do I lack understanding? I've witnessed the events trending online, the twists and turns occurring repeatedly. Is it not merely a matter of issuing a ban and clarifying the truth in 2 simple steps? If you fail to execute the first step of the ban, who can you blame? Only yourself. Feng Mao, refusing to engage in argument, extended a claw towards a distant rooftop. That child, through my natural energy. I sense an anomaly in his chakra. Could he possibly be the Jinchuriki? Rijan followed the direction and immediately spotted a young boy in a yellow tracksuit, tossing mud into the courtyard from the rooftop. He grimaced slightly. Indeed, it is he. Naruto is up to his mischief again. Feng Mao observed the furious homeowner beneath the eaves and the playful Naruto atop the roof, chuckling. This child lacks affection and perhaps a firm reprimand as well. Sarutobi Rijan nodded in agreement, surmising Naruto's intentions. The boy was resorting to mischief to deliberately attract the attention of the indifferent villagers. Yet, such antics would only exacerbate their disdain for him, a complete miscalculation. After all, as an orphan, Naruto had no one to care for or discipline him. His wild nature was entirely understandable. He hardly knew how to alter the disdainful perception others held of him. Not to mention, his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, was not particularly well-behaved in her youth either. Naruto's mischievous disposition was not solely a result of his upbringing, but also partly inherited. Shall I fetch him? Feng Mao offered eagerly. Sarutobi Rijan glanced towards the shadows, spotting the ANBU insignia, confirming that they were within the encircled area, and replied with a smile. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Feng Mao soared into the sky, startling Sarutobi Rijan, who gaped in astonishment. He can actually fly. Manipulating the air currents, Feng Mao cheerfully exclaimed. Air release, dance of the sky, and swiftly darted forward. Before the homeowner and Naruto could react, like a hawk seizing its prey, he dove down and snatched Naruto. Ascending again in a graceful arc, Naruto screamed in fright while soaring through the air. Feng Mao landed lightly and gently set Naruto down, but the terrified boy's legs buckled, causing him to kneel before Feng Mao. There's no need for such formalities upon our first meeting, Feng Mao stated. Regaining his composure, Naruto spotted Sarutobi Rijan and scrambled to hide behind the old man. Grandpa Hokage, what kind of monster is this? Feng Mao scoffed. I had hoped to support you in shedding the title of Demon Fox, and yet here you are, calling me a monster. Stop with the nonsense, Sarutobi Rijan said, taking comfort in Naruto's instinctive trust as he hid behind him. He is a summoning beast. Summoning beasts are the finest companions for ninjas. Feng Mao interjected. Could you please rephrase that? It brings to mind the saying that a dog is man's best friend, which feels rather awkward. Summoning beast? What is that? Naruto asked curiously. Rijan's expression soured. Have you been sleeping in class again? You should have covered this theoretical knowledge months ago. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Yet, warmth flooded his heart. The old man still remembered his curriculum. For someone as humble as he, simply being cared for and remembered was deeply moving. Chapter 28. Contracting with Naruto. You are level card. Rijan patiently explained to Naruto what a summoning beast entails. Do you understand? Powerful. Wise high-level summoning beasts are rare and highly sought after. Every ninja hopes to be fortunate enough to contract a high-level summoning beast, but such opportunities are exceedingly rare. I understand, Naruto exclaimed, gazing at Feng Mao with starry eyes. He must be a high-level summoning beast, right? He can talk and is incredibly strong. He can even fly. Feng Mao raised his head coolly. Flying is merely a minor skill. You are yet to grasp the true extent of my power. What you see is merely a clone. My true form is even more formidable, and we possess countless clones as powerful as I. In the future, we shall become the strongest summoning beasts in the ninja world. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh my, you are amazing. Can I contract with you? Fearing rejection, he straightened his back and boasted, I will definitely become Hokage. I will undoubtedly be a great ninja worthy of you. Seeing Naruto's fervent admiration for the Hokage, Rijan beamed with joy. Feng Mao scrutinized Naruto, recognizing the unwavering determination in his eyes. Truly, he was one of my favorite characters. Good lad, you possess ambition. I believe in your potential. Keep striving. You will surely realize your dreams. You wish to contract with me? Very well, I accept. Naruto nearly burst into tears at these words. He often declared his desire to become Hokage, yet those who heard him would only mock his dreams. Some, in their irritation, would even curse him, calling him a mere fox demon and urging him not to tarnish the Hokage's name. Even his beloved third grandpa, upon hearing his grand aspirations, would merely smile and advise him to study diligently if he wished to become Hokage. Now, before him stood this panda, the first to acknowledge his dreams and believe in his ability to achieve them. At 9 years old, he experienced the profound feeling of being trusted. Rest assured, I will definitely become Hokage, Naruto choked out. Seeing this, Rijan felt a sense of comfort and recited the words of the Will of Fire, partly addressing both Naruto and Chunmogyo, and partly to inspire himself. Feng Mao, indifferent to such empty platitudes, endured the speech before hastily redirecting the conversation. Naruto, let us sign the contract. Yes, Naruto nodded vigorously, although he was unaware of what a contract entailed. Feng Mao retrieved the contract from the pouch strapped to his leg, which he had brought from the inn. His upper body, enveloped in swirling wind effects, was ill-suited for a backpack, so he opted to carry a ninja tool pouch, as some ninjas do, to contain the contract. He unfolded the paper and gestured for Naruto to sign with his blood. Naruto's hands trembled with excitement. Feng Mao felt equally exhilarated, forcing himself to suppress his emotions to avoid arousing Sarutobi Rijan's suspicions. You are level card at last. The 2 SSR skills he possessed were already his foundation for survival. The prospect of a UR skill, even beyond the SSR level, promised unimaginable power. Even if the card drawn was not a UR skill but a UR attribute card, that would suffice, based on growth patterns. A UR attribute card could enhance his attributes by 500 to 1,000 points. If 1,000 points were allocated to strength, his power would soar to around 1,500. It would not be far-fetched to assume that a punch delivered at full force could rival that of a daytime tiger. Congratulations. The host has successfully contracted once, earning 1 card draw opportunity. Feng Mao mused. Even the system is excited. The occurrence of the system's repeated messages is indeed a first for me. Meanwhile, far away in the Qingzhou Gorge, the main body of Chunmogyo also received a notification from the system. He too sensed that the system's prompts were somewhat unusual, deviating from the usual cheerful congratulations to the host. He hastily activated the perspectives of Feng Mao and Tuma to discern what was transpiring. To his astonishment, Feng Mao was facing Naruto. The main body was immediately overwhelmed with excitement and initiated a mental dialogue with Feng Mao. Wow, was that recent contract with Naruto? Feng Mao responded, yes, indeed, main body. Isn't that delightful? The main body exclaimed, absolutely ecstatic. You are. Feng Mao eagerly interjected. Hey, let me draw. When I return tonight, I want to draw for myself. Don't you dare draw while you're back home. Chunmogyo's main body chuckled softly, realizing that his avatar mirrored his own tendencies, particularly in seeking an engaging atmosphere. All right, you draw. But remember to notify me in advance so I can witness the card drawing live. Thanks, main body. No need for thanks. We are one and the same. Once the contract was finalized, Nichiren invited Naruto. Little Naruto, let me treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Ichiraku ramen. Naruto promptly replied. Nichiren, smiling broadly, said, No. Today you signed a contract with a summoning beast, marking a significant step in your ninja journey. We must celebrate properly. How about a barbecue instead? Sounds great. Naruto exclaimed, nearly salivating. In truth, Naruto received a considerable monthly allowance. The esteemed Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Hokage, was not one to withhold such modest funds. It was akin to a mayor of a mid-level city who, with various means to amass wealth, could easily accumulate millions, yet fixated on a mere 3,000 monthly stipend for a martyr's family, wanting to take 1,005. Naruto's household boasted a washing machine, refrigerator, microwave, and other appliances, a rarity in an age before widespread radio broadcasts, perhaps even appearing more affluent than the Yuhi family. Though this was merely an appearance, as the original work depicted the Yuhi household as somewhat shabby, leading me to question if it was merely a temporary staff dormitory. However, the issue remained that despite having ample funds, Naruto still struggled to eat adequately due to the reluctance of many establishments to serve him, some even prohibiting his entry. Ichiraku Ramen was one of the rare exceptions, where the kind owner did not discriminate against Naruto. Consequently, Naruto was particularly fond of Ichiraku Ramen, not solely for its delightful taste, but mainly because the owner greeted him warmly. Nevertheless, he did not frequent Ichiraku often, even when he could afford it. He preferred to visit a small grocery store that allowed him to purchase discounted near-expiry goods. Here, he would buy bread, instant noodles, and milk to last him for 10 days to half a month, though occasionally he would overlook the expiry date, leading to situations reminiscent of the original story where he consumed expired milk. Naruto engaged in this practice because he had noticed that when he dined at Ichiraku Ramen, the owner's business seemed to suffer, with few customers willing to sit near the demon fox. Realizing that his presence adversely affected the owner's business, he instinctively reduced his visits to Ichiraku. Even when he did go, it was during quieter times, just before closing, when patrons were scant. He was indeed a sensitive child, not merely dull-witted. Yet, if he had the esteemed Hokage by his side, his apprehensions would diminish significantly, allowing him to visit Ichiraku Ramen and other eateries with confidence. Throughout Nichiren's annual gatherings, there were occasional instances of lavish barbecue feasts. Each occasion left Naruto reminiscing for an entire year. Presently, he was once again bubbling with excitement. Barbecue. 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 After a moment of calming himself, he remembered Feng Mao was still present and tugged at the third Hokage's sleeve, asking, "Hokage Grandpa, can we invite Brother Majou to join us?" He then blinked and recalled a question, turning back to Feng Mao. "Brother Majou, can pandas eat meat?" Feng Mao chuckled, ruffling his hair. "Yes, they can eat, but I'm merely a clone at the moment and don't require food, so I won't be joining you this time. In a few days, my main body will return, and then I'll have him treat you to Ichiraku Ramen, alright?" "Sure." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. His joy stemmed not merely from the prospect of ramen, but from the fact that someone beyond the third Hokage was willing to share a meal with him, especially someone only a year older, making it a delightful experience of camaraderie with a peer. As he watched Feng Mao depart, Sarutobi sighed in relief. He discreetly signaled for most of the hidden agents to withdraw while carrying Naruto. I admit there was an element of gamble in this, but it paid off. Chapter 29. Seeking the Tao Pearl. How about it? Can we start? Feng Mao rubbed his hands eagerly. Wait a moment. The main body replied remotely. The fire cat remaining in the water curtain cave expressed a desire to watch the live stream, so I'll have him come over. This way, we can share the remote perspective and conserve some chakra. Tuma laughed heartily. Indeed, we are all Chinmajiao. We love to witness the spectacle. At this moment, Feng Mao and Tuma sat face to face in a room at the Konoha Inn, eagerly awaiting the connection from the main body in Qingzhou Gorge to commence the draw for UR cards. "Oh, I'm done here," the main body suddenly announced. "To liven up the atmosphere, I'll add everyone to a group chat. It won't cost much chakra, and we can all witness the card drawing moment together." The fire cat joined the group chat. "Main body, you're amazing." Feng Mao, speaking of which, I'm suddenly feeling a bit anxious. What if I don't draw anything good? Tuma, uffed. Feng Mao quickly saved. Feng Mao, how about this, main body? You draw instead? You can control me to flip the card. The main body responded. Then why wouldn't I just draw it myself? What are you afraid of? Just draw it. Even if it flops, no one will blame you. We're all on the same side. Tuma, uffed. Main body, quickly saved. The fire cat urged, stop dawdling. Life is fleeting, let us get on with it. The main body concurred, exactly. Once we reach UR level, there shouldn't be anything too shabby, right? Even if it's a passive skill that reduces falling damage. If it can reach 100, granting complete immunity, that's still quite useful. Feng Mao took a deep breath, silently praying for divine favor, before addressing the system. System, I wish to draw cards. Excited, here it comes. Please confirm if the host clone will initiate one card draw. You will consume one draw attempt. I confirm. Feng Mao nearly shouted. Before Feng Mao and Tuma appeared 6 cards. Feng Mao inquired, which position should we choose? Top left, top center, top right, or bottom right? The fire cat suggested, I think the top left is the best, the first one. Tuma replied, let us play it safe and choose the middle. The fire cat countered, you just said safe, but we don't want mediocre cards. We want the good ones. The main body reassured, Feng Mao, you decide. Just don't be nervous. Feng Mao inhaled deeply, directing his paw toward the bottom right card. He flipped it over. The four pandas held their breath, gazing at the card's face as it emitted a dazzling purple glow. So, from N to UR, there are 5 colors: white, blue, silver, gold, and purple. Shinmagyo mused inwardly. As the purple light gradually dissipated, the true nature of the card was revealed. Item card UR. Unrestricted ironclad soldier. An item card? The pandas collectively displayed expressions of disappointment. They are comparatively more inclined to acquire cards that can directly enhance their abilities, such as attribute cards, hidden data cards, and skill cards, rather than external items. To their astonishment, this time, the rare UR card turned out to be an item card. However, upon closer inspection of the item's name, excitement began to swell within them. The Unfettered Iron Soldier. That name rings a bell. Isn't the weapon of the six-eared macaque? It could rival the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong. Could it be that I have obtained this divine weapon? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the item card emitted a radiant glow and began to vanish. The light ultimately converged into a single point, transforming into a needle. Good heavens! It can indeed change size at will? Can it transform into a needle to plug an ear like the golden rod? Feng Mao, exhilarated, grasped the needle, establishing an ethereal connection with it, as if by an unspoken bond. Oh, the Unfettered Iron Soldier, indestructible and invincible, capable of transforming freely into myriad forms. The weapon of my destiny, exclaimed Feng Mao in awe. What's happening? Speak up, inquired Huo Mao. Why do I feel like something has integrated into my soul? Replied Ben T. We feel it too. Suddenly, we sense a surge of security. Is this what a personal treasure feels like? Added Tuma. No. This divine weapon has surpassed the level of mere treasures. It is indeed a personal divine weapon, asserted Ben T. The sensation we just experienced must have been the process of soul binding, right? Feng Mao nodded as the needle vanished from his claws. Ben T, give it a try. You should be able to summon it too. In the Qingzhou Gorge, Chen Majiao extended his bare paw, and a needle abruptly appeared in his palm. Wow, it truly is. It seems that once this item emerges, it binds to our souls. Summoning it directly extracts it from our very essence. No need to plug it into our ears. He mused, marveling at the capabilities of this divine weapon. Wow, how powerful. I never knew it could do this, exclaimed Huo Mao. The Riddler, get out of Qingzhou Gorge. What on earth is going on? Hurry and explain, urged Huo Mao. Everyone can silently summon it in their hearts to call forth its avatars. Give it a try, instructed Feng Mao. Divine weapon avatars? Huo Mao and Tuma paused, then extended their bare paws to attempt the summoning. Each panda received a needle, instantly understanding its function. Huo Mao laughed heartily. Overcome with joy, this is incredible. Absolutely magnificent. Tuma trembled with excitement, repeatedly praising a divine artifact. Without a doubt, a divine artifact. If Chun Majiao possessed a passive skill of SSR level elemental control, then the Unfettered Iron Soldier bore 5 passive skills, all of UR caliber. 1. Indestructible. The Unfettered Iron Soldier can never be damaged. 2. Invincible. The Unfettered Iron Soldier can destroy any material it touches. 3. Transformative. The Unfettered Iron Soldier can freely enlarge, shrink, or change shape at the owner's will, with the extent determined by the owner's strength. 4. Multiform. The Unfettered Iron Soldier can create numerous avatars, each possessing the full power of the original for 10 minutes, after which their power gradually diminishes, dissipating completely within an hour, automatically ceasing their existence. 5. Personal Divine Weapon. As a personal divine weapon, the Unfettered Iron Soldier is bound to the owner's soul, enhancing its strength and providing comprehensive protection for the owner's essence. Sensing the extraordinary abilities of the Unfettered Iron Soldier, the pandas were filled with exhilaration. They whimsically manipulated the needles, experimenting with their newfound toys. When enlarged, the needle transformed into a dark, lustrous iron rod, an excellent weapon. This is truly astonishing. Chen Majiao marveled, initially disappointed by receiving an item card. He had thought external objects inferior to personal strength enhancement. This sentiment is a common human flaw, the belief that one's own abilities are superior. Since the days of early hominids, this mindset has persisted, a fear that external possessions might be taken, leading to a preference for personal enhancement. In countless Infinite Flow novels, protagonists often lean towards acquiring a fireball spell rather than a handgun with 300 bullets, despite the latter being more practical in the early stages. They desire the fireball spell for personal growth. Yet, in truth, humanity is not inherently robust. Their ascent to the top of the food chain is precisely due to their ability to wield tools and external resources. Those who adeptly utilize external aids are the truly formidable ones. I was initially dismissive of receiving an item card, too amused, twirling the long rod in his hand. But this is different. It is a soul-bound divine weapon. It can be summoned at will and retracted into the soul, truly becoming a part of oneself, a new limb. At this level, it hardly qualifies as an external object. Huomao continuously toyed with the large knife in his hands, excitedly interjecting, "Indeed, and it is immensely powerful. Just think, it can change freely, remain indestructible, and destroy any material it encounters. Isn't this the tangible embodiment of the Tao Gem? In fact, it might even surpass the Tao Gem in strength. In the world of Naruto, upon reaching the Sage of Six Paths level, one can create the Tao Gem using Yin and Yang release, fusing 7 chakra attributes. The Tao Gem is lethal. It inflicts harm upon contact and is far more dominant than the dust release associated with bloodline limits. It can change shape freely, serving an offense, defense, and even as a platform for the owner in midair, while being relatively difficult to destroy. Huomao astutely noted that the functions of the Tao Gem perfectly align with the unfettered Iron Soldier's indestructible, invincible, and transformative properties. Based on their descriptions, the unfettered Iron Soldier appears to surpass the Tao Gem in these aspects. It even approaches the realm of laws, fundamentally regulating all. Its indestructibility and invincibility are not merely contradictions like the strongest shield or spear, but are true products of rules. Indeed, Huomao, you are absolutely correct. This divine artifact is akin to a pro version of the Tao Gem. Feng Mao nodded in agreement. Having been the first to encounter the divine weapon, he had calmed down slightly and began to analyze carefully. However, while the Tao Gem can ignore any ninjutsu and even neutralize Edo Tensei bodies, the unfettered Iron Soldier likely cannot achieve that. It only targets material, not energy or souls. Moreover, its invincible nature may seem like a bug in our current worldview. But in realms like the Primordial Era, Xinxia, or Journey to the West, a divine weapon that only functions upon physical contact with matter is rather commonplace. Who lacks a protective energy shield? I even suspect that the strongest lightning armor or the Nine-Tails chakra cloak in the Naruto world could potentially bypass the invincible quality and directly affect the person. However, we in Dark need not rely solely on the invincible trait to have it take effect upon light contact. We can strike forcefully, shattering the energy shield through sheer strength. Once the shield is breached and the divine weapon makes contact with the enemy's body, we can leverage its invincible nature for a swift kill. Even more decisive than the Tao Gem. Exactly. Regardless of the circumstances, Chun Majiao, with a smile, seamlessly transitioned the conversation. In the world of Naruto, with this, we can stride confidently. Have you noticed? It possesses an inconspicuous, yet remarkably potent additional effect. It is mentioned in the characteristics of the destined divine weapon that when it merges with the owner's soul, it can enhance the strength of the soul. It provides comprehensive protection for the owner's spirit. I just tested it, and I feel I have become immune to any illusionary techniques. Our greatest shortcoming, the issue of low resistance to Jinjutsu, has been resolved. What are Tsukuyami, Kodoamet Tsukumi, or Infinite Tsukuyami? As long as I do not summon the divine weapon and keep it within my soul, I fear none of them. And I do not even need to summon the divine weapon, do I? When I need to wield a weapon, I can simply summon its clone for use. The clone of the divine weapon retains all the power of the original for 10 minutes. In this world, aside from the Otsutsuki clan, who else can withstand my attacks for 10 minutes? Even if there are others, once those 10 minutes are up, I can simply switch to another clone of the divine weapon. With countless incarnations of the divine weapon, I can summon as many clones as I desire. Chapter 30. Sign or Leave. The conspiracy theories surrounding the six-eared macaque from Journey to the West are not any less intriguing than those surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen from Naruto. After all, the appearance of this false monkey king was rather abrupt, and the words of Buddha Sakyamuni sounded quite insincere. Some believe this is a scheme by the Celestial Court and the Spirit Mountain to subdue the rebellious Sun Wukong. They intended to replace Sun Wukong with the six-eared macaque, taking over his journey and usurping his fortune and destiny. Ultimately, the monkey that died before Buddha Sakyamuni was actually Sun Wukong. The one who remained to continue the pilgrimage to the west was the six-eared macaque. Others speculate that this was a self-directed performance by Sun Wukong himself. Unable to endure the incessant nagging of Tang Sung, he deliberately created a false version of himself, prompting Tang Sung to reassess his own value through comparison. He wanted Tang Sung to realize that although he was disobedient, he at least did not intend to harm his life. This self-promotion technique is akin to the real world, where one fabricates evidence of being highly sought after to pressure their employer for a raise. The Celestial Court, the Underworld, and Spirit Mountain all chose to cooperate with Sun Wukong in staging this harmless farce. Chen Majiao is uncertain which theory holds truth, but they certainly seem more plausible than the excuses offered by Buddha Sakyamuni in the original text. When Buddha spoke of the 4 great spirit monkeys, he seemed to run out of words when describing the last 2, casually naming the common golden-haired monkey and the red-bottomed macaque as a mere afterthought. Chen Majiao does not concern himself with the true origins of the 6-eared macaque. In any case, the trusty iron rod weapon in his hand is not a counterfeit, but a genuine divine weapon, comparable to the Rui Jingu Bang. That's enough for him. The UR level card is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, he and several clones were still unable to quell the excitement surging from within. Wind Cat and Earth Cat, while in a hotel in Konoha, had to restrain their exuberance and refrain from being overly ostentatious. Meanwhile, the true body, Fire Cat, in the Qingzhou Gorge, had no such reservations. They dashed into the bamboo forest and began sparring. With a series of thuds and clashes, the 2 pandas engaged in over 100 rounds, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Afterward, Fire Cat, calming the exhilaration within, reflected on the recent battle and shook his head. We have not learned any staff techniques. Our recent combat was far too chaotic. The true body nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems we must find a way to improve our staff techniques. We cannot let this divine weapon go to waste. How about seeking Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Monkey King for lessons? Fire Cat proposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, the Monkey King, excels at wielding a staff. Their techniques appear quite impressive in the anime. The Monkey King, huh? The true body revealed a peculiar smile. He can transform into the Rui Jingu Bang and is reputed to possess an indestructible body. Why don't we challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen to a duel, reenacting the battle between Sun Wukong and the 6-eared macaque? Let the Rui Jingu Bang clash against the trusty iron rod weapon once more. I wonder whose indestructible form is stronger, the Monkey King's or my trusty iron rod weapon. Fire Cat chuckled. I advise you not to attempt it. You might end up harming him. The Monkey King's indestructible body is quite overrated. His form as the Rui Jingu Bang cannot possibly compare to the original from Journey to the West. In the original tale, he once cautioned Sarutobi Hiruzen not to directly clash with Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Even transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang, I still cannot withstand the Kusanagi sword. It is truly embarrassing for the Jingu Bang. However, in practice, they did clash a few times. If the encounters are infrequent, it shouldn't be a major issue. Pitting the Monkey King's version of the Jingu Bang against a UR-level divine weapon would undoubtedly end poorly. Chen Majiao's true body was merely jesting. He knew that in terms of weaponry, the Monkey King's caliber was far inferior. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff techniques are indeed worth learning. The true body concluded, when I return, I will teach Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi Hitaki about sage arts. And I will let Sarutobi summon the Monkey King to learn staff techniques concurrently. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Wind Cat and Earth Cat, who originally planned to spend the night in meditation, unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest, Shimura Danzo. After quarreling with Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old silver coin felt compelled to meet with Chen Majiao. Even if his original plan to recruit Chen Majiao could not be executed, he should at least consider allowing Chen Majiao to sign a regular contract with himself and Root. It cannot be that the entire village of Konoha signed with this panda. Yet Root did not. Wouldn't that render Root significantly weaker? Contemplating this, Shimura Danzo could no longer sit still and decided to visit in person. I wish to speak with your true body. Can you summon him? He said calmly in the guest room. Wind Cat and Earth Cat exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Earth Cat who gently declined. Apologies, but the true body is currently back home, arranging for the crafting of a suitable weapon. He is in a critical period and should not be available for the next few days. This was merely a pretext for the appearance of the trusty iron rod weapon. Crafting a suitable weapon? Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow. Could it be that the iron-eating beasts of Qingzhou Gorge possessed the skills to forge weapons? Similar to the Nico clan under Granny Cat? If there is anything you wish to discuss, you can speak with us, Earth Cat added. The boundaries between our true body and clones are not as distinct. You may fully regard us as the true body. Can it be the same? To be frank, before coming, Shimura Danzo had seriously contemplated whether he should employ the Kodo Amatsukami on Shinmajiao. Given the long cooldown of Kodo Amatsukami, was it appropriate to use it on this panda? Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo had gradually come to understand the complexities of Chun Majiao's clones through intelligence. He recognized that this panda was difficult to kill and hard to control. At the same time, he felt a twinge of envy. If I could control a panda that can transform into countless forms, how many things could I accomplish? Frankly speaking, all combat-related tasks within Root could be entrusted to Chun Majiao. Root could save manpower for other endeavors, such as assassination missions. As Shimura Danzo contemplated this, he became quite tempted. Unfortunately, he arrived without even meeting Chun Majiao's true body. Yet, to be fair, he had never intended to use Kodo Amatsukami to control Chun Majiao's true body that very night. He planned to observe for a while longer. After all, the cooldown on Kodo Amatsukami is lengthy, and he must use it judiciously. He decided to establish a preliminary collaboration with Chun Majiao, allowing this panda to sign a contract with himself and the members of the Root organization. He intended to observe the actual function of this spiritual beast before making a final decision. I wish to sign a contract with you, and furthermore, those under my command will also enter into an agreement with you, Danzo stated plainly. Certainly, you are most welcome. The Earth Cat responded with a professional smile. After all, we need to earn chances for the lottery, don't we? He produced a contract and handed it to Danzo, diligently explaining its terms. If a specific type of clone was to be summoned, one must use the corresponding seal, an unsealed mark for the Earth Cat, a sealed mark for the Wind Cat, and a tiger seal for the Fire Cat. Danzo interjected, what if I wish to summon your true self? What mark should I add? There is none. The Earth Cat replied with a smile. There is no seal for my true self. My true self does not accept specific summons. Danzo's expression soured. If the strength of your clone is insufficient to handle the situation, wouldn't that jeopardize my plans? What consequences would you face for such significant losses? Then I would simply drink 3 cups as punishment, the Earth Cat replied, his smile unwavering. Danzo's face fell, his displeasure evident. Accustomed to giving orders, he was taken aback by the Earth Cat's brazen demeanor, which showed him no respect. Yet, he could not lose his temper completely. As he had received a severe warning from Hiruzen, he felt frustrated, powerless, and at a loss. So we cannot jest, can we? Seeing that the attempt to ease the tension had failed, the Earth Cat decided to counter with wit. He shrugged and turned to the Wind Cat. It's your turn to play the heavy. Being Chun Majiao's clones, they shared a tacit understanding. The Wind Cat immediately caught on, adopting a stern expression and feigning impatience. If you wish to sign, do so. If not, depart. Danzo's face darkened, nearly dripping with irritation. He longed to turn and leave, muttering a classic line about regret. However, he hesitated. Chapter 31. Culinary Cells. Passive. The Earth Cat quickly took on the role of the conciliator, feigning concern. Oh, Wind Cat, don't be so hasty. Then he turned back to Danzo with an unchanged smile, apologizing, please don't mind us. As elemental clones, we each have our characteristics. I, being of the earth element, am relatively stable, while the wind element tends to be more carefree. Thankfully, the fiery temperament of the Fire Cat is not present. Had it been, you might have been blown away already. This statement was hardly an apology. It was a taunt devoid of any politeness. Danzo's anger simmered in his gaze. Not even Hiruzen had humiliated him so. Cursed panda. However, as a high-ranking figure, he was accustomed to enduring humiliation and ultimately restrained himself. He did not explode in fury or storm off. Instead, he bitterly remarked, is this your attitude? Such arrogance towards your employer? The Earth Cat, sensing the moment to retract, ceased provoking Danzo and began to explain earnestly, in truth, you need not dwell too much on the matter of clones. As I mentioned before, you may regard our clones as extensions of the true self. There is no necessity to distinguish between us. Any of us can embody the true self. And even if the true self perishes, either I or he, indicating the Wind Cat, may inherit its soul and become the new true self. We embody unity. Our existence transcends the simplistic individualistic understanding. To illustrate, if you summon me and I find myself unable to manage the situation, I will proactively summon my brethren. If 3 are insufficient, then 5. If 5 fail, then 10. We will find a solution. Should we encounter a unique circumstance necessitating the true self's appearance, we can also summon it forth. Moreover, when we communicate with one another, no seals are needed. It is an instantaneous summoning, efficient, and without delay. This assertion was not an exaggeration. Chun Ma Jiao discovered that, thanks to his unique skill derived from the panda spirit in Dota, when paired with an improved version of the summoning technique, it allowed for a seamless transfer between the true self and the clones. Akin to the abilities of the Earthshaker in Dota, the true self's soul could attach to any clone, resembling the hero's ability to swap places in real time. However, unlike the Earthshaker, which involved physical relocation, Chun Ma Jiao's ability only exchanged souls. The original body would only resurrect on a clone upon its demise. In essence, he was remarkably difficult to kill, provided he had clones positioned elsewhere. The skill of elemental separation, active, was a formidable life-saving technique, capable of executing various strategies, deserving of its SSR classification. Danzo nodded, begrudgingly accepting the Earth Cat's explanation. However, he recognized that this tactic of summoning reinforcements carried risks. Should the Earth Cat be summoned and subsequently fall to a powerful enemy, it would create complications. The caster would need to re-establish seals, consuming precious time for a new summoning. Nevertheless, Danzo had also learned that the panda clones had endured numerous rounds against Tsunade and Might Guy, proving to be more resilient than mere shadow clones. Theoretically, if an enemy capable of eliminating panda clones truly appeared, the caster would likely not have the opportunity to initiate summoning, regardless of whether it was Danzo or another elite shinobi. Very well, Danzo conceded regarding this clause. Moving on to the next topic. Now, let us discuss this clause. Why should? Danzo dithered for nearly an hour before finally signing the contract. Both the Earth Cat and the Wind Cat felt utterly drained. We've told you this is a standard contract that cannot be modified. Why are you fixating on every detail? Danzo even inquired about Chun Ma Jiao's intentions to recruit numerous ninjas. Must you recruit ninjas from outside the Leaf Village? What happens if I encounter someone from the Rock Village, and we both seal our summoning techniques during a life and death battle? What if the clones we summon are all yours? How do we resolve that? The Earth Cat pondered for a few seconds before tentatively replying. If you share such a bond, perhaps a smile could erase past grievances? Danzo's forehead twitched with rage. Erasing grievances, you say? The Earth Cat shrugged. Well, it is what it is. You can handle it however you choose. After a considerable struggle, Danzo finally relented, using his blood to sign the document. He stated that over the coming days, members of the Root organization would gradually come to sign the contract. Once he took his leave, the Earth Cat and Wind Cat breathed a sigh of relief. What a petty individual, with such a small-minded demeanor. How does he aspire to be Hokage? He should just rest. Yet, despite their complaints, Danzo's strength was undeniably formidable. He should be able to draw from the SR and SSR tier card pool. Thus, the Wind Cat cheerfully notified the True Self. True Self, go ahead and draw. This time it's Danzo's lottery. You might just score an SSR pot, with a pot on his back and a stick in hand. He was perfectly poised to cosplay as Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The True Self, situated in the Qingzhou Gorge, drew a card from Danzo. Unfortunately, perhaps due to bad luck, he only received a silver glowing SR card and no SSR card. Skill card, SR identification technique. Active skill, identification technique. Upon closer examination of the skill description, Chun Ma Jiao realized that it was indeed a common identification technique prevalent in Japanese RPG-style novels. The SR identification technique. Active, you can identify any entity within a 10-meter radius, displaying its attributes in the form of a status panel. He casually identified a nearby fire cat, which revealed, name, Chun Ma Jiao, fire attribute clone, STR, 240 DX, 201 CHA, 333 INT, 75 skills, permanent sacrifice, passive, phase shift, passive. Resistance skin, passive, traits, consumes 1 point of chakra per second. The Fire Cat's panel was significantly less detailed than that of its original form. It lacked information such as race, age, and remaining card draws. However, it presented its basic attributes and skills quite clearly. Chun Ma Jiao then attempted to identify the Iron Rod Soldier, only to be informed, out of identification range. It appeared that the SR level skill was insufficient to identify a UR level divine weapon. Just as Chun Ma Jiao lamented the absence of potential identification targets, his acquaintance, The grandson of the Grand Elder, Chun Ruanlu, came bounding over. Ma Jiao, you're back. Chun Ma Jiao casually performed the identification technique on him. Name, Chun Ruanlu. Race, Iron-Eating Beast. Age, 9 STR, 92 DX, 44 CHA, 399 INT. 15 skills, Gourmet Cell, passive, traits, timid and fearful. Chun Ma Jiao was taken aback. Despite Chun Ruanlu's lazy demeanor, he possessed the inherent abilities of the Iron-Eating Beast clan. In terms of strength and chakra, he surpassed the average Jonin by a considerable margin, although his agility was notably lacking. It had been mentioned earlier that the average Jonin generally had strength around 50, agility around 100, and intelligence around 20. In gaming terms, this meant he was more of an agility-focused hero. The typical Jonin's chakra was approximately 200, yet Chun Ruanlu boasted nearly double that amount. Overall, Chun Ruanlu's attributes were somewhat specialized, with agility being his weak point. Aside from that, his other attributes were commendable, particularly his chakra, which likely exceeded that of his kin. However, the most significant aspect was that he possessed a skill. Chun Ma Jiao scrutinized the skill description on Chun Ruanlu's panel. Gourmet Cell, passive. When you savor delicious food, there is a possibility of increasing your total chakra. What? Eating can raise the chakra limit? Such an impressive passive skill? Wait a moment. Could it be that this kid's high chakra is solely due to this passive skill? Chun Ma Jiao felt a twinge of jealousy and hurriedly inquired within his mind. System, why does Ruanlu possess a skill? Furthermore, what is the level of this skill? Why didn't the identification technique indicate it? The system responded. In theory, biological entities can possess innate skills, either due to divine favor or through selective breeding. With a frown. However, the likelihood of innate skills appearing is exceedingly low, at least to the extent of 1 in a billion. Sighing, honestly, this system did not foresee that this little plump panda would possess an innate skill. It is indeed a rare occurrence. Adjusting glasses. As for levels, I only denote the level of skills obtained through card draws by the host. I do not concern myself with the levels of others' innate skills, nor does the identification technique. Chun Ma Jiao pondered for a moment before pressing further. What do you think the level of his Gourmet Cell, passive skill might be? The system shook its head, uncertain. It depends on the actual situation. The identification panel provided does not specify the exact trigger probability of the skill or the magnitude of each increase, so I cannot assess it. Chun Ma Jiao nodded in understanding. The skill description merely stated that it could potentially increase the total chakra. It provided no specifics on the probability or extent of the increase, rendering it too vague. It didn't even clarify what constituted as gourmet food. It seemed that his identification technique was not as impressive as he had hoped. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with this auxiliary skill, yet he decided not to discard it for now. Who knows, during future identifications, he might uncover noteworthy aspects, similar to Chun Ruanlu. An idea struck him. By the way, since your identification technique is an SR level skill, it can only identify up to 1 tier above, allowing for SSR level identification. Therefore, it can be concluded that the Gourmet Cell, passive, skill it successfully identified cannot be of UR level. Otherwise, it would have displayed as an unknown skill. SSR at most. Chun Ma Jiao mused. Let us hope it is indeed SSR. I need you to help me keep track of how often Ruanlu's chakra increases after he enjoys gourmet food, and by how much each time. He felt a desire to nurture his little brother Chun Ruanlu. Despite feeling envious that this boy was so fortunate to have been born with such a remarkable skill, he was nonetheless happy for him, as he was indeed his little brother. I slept until the afternoon and woke up to hear you were back. So I rushed to your house, only to find your father said you were here. Ma Jiao, are you listening to me? Chun Ruanlu said, somewhat displeased. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Why are you so distracted? Chun Ma Jiao patted his shoulder. You slept until the afternoon? Kid, forget about your midday naps from now on. I want you to come with me to Konoha. I must train you properly. We cannot waste your talent. Chapter 32. Making money, no shame what? Chun Ruanlu exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. I won't go. I don't want to train like you. Do you not remember my grandfather's saying? Every panda is free. So am I. Don't force me. I just want to eat until I'm full, sleep, wake up, eat again, and bask in the sun. Chun Ma Jiao smirked. He had anticipated Chun Ruanlu's reaction and had already prepared a counterplan. Ruanlu, he said meaningfully, is that all you aspire to? Just to eat your fill? Don't you want something tastier? You do realize how much delicious food is over in Konoha, right? Chun Ruanlu's ears perked up, starting with Ichiraku ramen. Chen Majiao recounted the praise he had previously given about it. Please refer to chapter 23. Chen Ruanlu drooled at the thought. Is it really that delicious? Absolutely. And to be honest, Ichiraku ramen is merely a casual meal. I haven't even begun to mention the real feasts. The banquet includes grilled meat, roasted chicken, stewed fish, sashimi, eel hot pot. Each dish is a masterpiece. Let me detail them one by one. In the realm of casual dining, there were also numerous delicacies. For instance, Odin, 3-color dumplings, soy sauce dumplings, takoyaki, dorayaki, and so on, all of which were exceptionally tasty. Chen Ruanlu's eyes glazed over, lost in a daydream. Seizing the moment, Chen Majiao grinned like a devil. Ruanlu, I don't insist that you train rigorously. You only need to exercise a little. At the very least, it will help you digest, and then you can continue to savor all sorts of delicious foods. Really? The little plump panda was utterly captivated. Of course, it is true. So, will you come with me? It's far better than gnawing on bamboo shoots all day. Isn't that monotonous? Chen Ruanlu nodded vigorously. Yes. I'll go. I'll just tell my grandfather, and we can set off tomorrow. Upon finishing his words, Chen Majiao prepared to dash back with his short legs, but was quickly stopped by Chen Majiao. Don't rush. You lack a summoning contract and cannot go directly to Konoha. I can only carry you there. So you must wait 2 days. You need to prepare warm clothing. The high-altitude winds can be fierce. High altitude. The little chubby panda perked up at this term. Truly, he was a cowardly creature, as evidenced by the special note in the panel's characteristics. The mention of high altitude made him hesitate. Chen Majiao quickly reassured him. Fear not. I will carry you. Just close your eyes, and it will be fine. Think of ramen. Think of grilled meat. At last, the little chubby panda found his resolve. All right. If we're flying, let us fly. The fervor lasted a mere 3 seconds before he scratched his head again. But where do I get warm clothes? I'll take care of that, Chen Majiao replied with a smile. He merely needed to send a shadow clone to Konoha to procure a set of warm clothing, which could then be summoned over. The space channel opened by the summoning technique was bound to the soul linked by the contract, preventing the transportation of living beings unrelated to the summoning pact, as their souls would interfere with the spatial passage. In contrast, inanimate objects posed no such problem. Thus, while Chen Majiao could not directly summon Chen Ruanlu to Konoha, he could have a clone bring back a set of thick clothing, prepare for a few days, and bid farewell to your family properly. The next time you see them will be at least a few months later. Chen Majiao had no intention of subjecting his little brother to hardship. Once they arrived in Konoha, he would entice the little one with delicious food, compelling him to exercise for a while, at least enough to raise his agility above 200. Otherwise, no matter how much chakra he had, poor mobility would render it ineffective. This level of training should not be overly difficult for a creature of such robust constitution. In simple terms, it would just be a matter of shedding a bit of weight and building some muscle. Having given his instructions, they each returned home. The next day, in an effort to discover if there were any other talented individuals within the clan akin to Chen Ruanlu, Chen Majiao unprecedentedly participated in the sunbathing festival. The other pandas were taken aback, all gazing skyward. The sun hasn't risen from the west, has it? Ignoring their astonishment, Chen Majiao approached a panda and cast an identification technique. During the sunbathing, the pandas were lethargic, lounging in one spot, which made it convenient for him to check each one. Ultimately, he found that none possessed any gifted skills. Of course, yesterday, I told the host that among 2,500 pandas, only 1 in a million would have such talent. Finding another one is already quite impressive. Don't be greedy. It appeared that Ruanlu was indeed exceptionally fortunate. Chen Majiao gazed at the round little panda beside him, rolling around on a smooth rock, contentedly basking in the sun. And couldn't he help but sigh. He was not merely seeking to pressure Chen Ruanlu into becoming stronger. He was primarily considering that his own rise might disturb the status quo of the 3 great holy lands. Should they take offense against the iron-eating beast clan, having a helper would allow him to protect the entire clan without being overburdened. Moreover, Chen Ruanlu could gain chakra and grow stronger through his love of food, a process that was relatively effortless, and the little one was interested in culinary delights. Thus, Chen Majiao was naturally inclined to take him to Konoha to indulge in good food and appropriate exercise. It would be a waste of talent otherwise. At that moment, in Konoha, at the shop of Miss Erping, they were discussing the measurements. This size will do. Miss Erping, please make a warm, windproof outfit and aim to complete it within 2 days. The Earth Cat said to the shop assistant. All right, Miss Erping replied, no problem. She and her sister possessed a certain level of ninja talent. They had attended a ninja school, but had not become genin. Nevertheless, their physical abilities and agility were significantly higher than those of ordinary civilians, allowing them to work efficiently. Many individuals in the ninja world fell into this category, neither pure civilians nor genin, possessing some strength, but lacking in combat capability. The hand-pulled noodle master was one such individual. In the original story, he deftly wielded a rolling pin with his injured hand, accurately knocking down the peeping Shikamaru and Naruto from the roof, demonstrating a degree of skill. The exceptional texture of his noodles stemmed from the strength he exerted while kneading and pulling the dough. At that moment, the hand-pulled noodle master was conversing with Wind Cat. He expressed gratitude. "I truly appreciate your efforts. You traverse to the Qingzhou Gorge daily using summoning techniques for the freshest bamboo shoots. In comparison, my compensation seems rather meager." Wind Cat replied modestly, "It's no trouble. We do it all for the love of culinary arts." The hand-pulled noodle master gazed at Wind Cat with admiration. As if seeing a kindred spirit, "I am not alone in my culinary path." He had just handed Wind Cat 500 Rio as payment for 20 pounds of fresh bamboo shoots over the next 2 days. Truth be told, considering the air freight costs, this price was quite low. After all, even a simple bowl of ramen costs 60 Rio. However, Wind Cat insisted. "No need to raise the price. Let's keep it as is. We'll sustain a steady flow." The hand-pulled noodle master was immensely grateful. At this point, he had already regarded Chen Majiao as his best friend. "In a couple of days, my main body will bring a little iron-eating beast brother along. Although he cannot appreciate noodles, his unique constitution will automatically react to fine cuisine. It will be a perfect opportunity to test whether your ramen skills are up to par. Good luck." "Absolutely." The hand-pulled noodle master's eyes ignited with determination. "I will create even better ramen." Wind Cat relayed the message back to the main body at Qingzhou Gorge. Meanwhile, Chen Majiao, basking in the sun, calculated, from the hand-pulled noodle master. "My monthly income would probably be around 4,000 to 5,000 Rio, which is quite average." Previously, he had not been overly concerned about money. He only needed enough for his daily needs. However, now, as he intended to take Chun Ruinlu, this little foodie, to Konoha for a lavish culinary experience, that amount simply would not suffice. It seemed he must seek ways to increase his income. He pondered silently. Chapter 33. The Summoning Beast's little communication business. The quickest way to earn money, of course, would be through illicit means, such as traveling to the Land of Waves, eliminating the corrupt tycoon Kato, seizing his wealth, and making a substantial profit. However, Chun Majiao was disinclined to pursue such a path. His harmonious relationship with Konoha primarily stemmed from his position as a summoning beast. In this world, dominated by humans, aside from the 3 great holy lands, summoning beasts either subsist in the wilderness or must rely on humans for survival, much like the Ninja Cat clan under Granny Cat. Humans occupy the highest tier of existence, while summoning beasts merely serve them. This mindset is prevalent among the populace. Even if unspoken, it lingers in their subconscious. They do not perceive summoning beasts as a threat to human supremacy, even the intelligent, articulate ones. The sheer number of species serves as a significant constraint. Chun Majiao's identity as a summoning beast allowed Konoha to lower their guard somewhat. The people of Konoha would perceive that there was not much conflict of interest between them and Chun Majiao. However, should he start causing trouble within the ninja realm, it would inevitably encroach upon the interests of Konoha and other ninja villages, raising their suspicions and leading them to view him as an equal or even an adversary. This could jeopardize the success of his contracts, a risk not worth taking. Thus, Chen Majiao refrained from recklessly targeting Kato, a major tycoon whose actions captivated global attention. In the coming years, he planned to lower his visibility and refrain from instigating incidents within the ninja realm, only accepted for summoning, appearing at the request of the summoner. Chen Majiao, I am merely a hired hand. I strike whoever my boss instructs me to strike, and I do not engage in matters that require thinking. Adopting a reclusive demeanor, I allow various factions to lower their guard. Everything shall be discussed after the majority of the ninjas have signed the contracts. Thus, it becomes increasingly challenging to find methods that are both secluded and profitable. Chen Majiao could have charged per session for summoning services like the Ninja Cats and the 10,000 Serpents. However, in order to sign contracts with a broader base of civilian ninjas, he refrained from establishing such clauses. It would be unreasonable to exploit wealthy ninjas while providing services for free to those without means. He only set a clause stating that if summoning assistance is requested during non-combat periods, a fee would be charged. Yet, until now, none of the individuals who signed had encountered any special circumstances that would necessitate summoning him unnecessarily. After all, no one's money comes easily. Chen Majiao had yet to earn a single coin from his summoning services. How to make money? Chen Majiao pondered aloud. Feeling quite troubled, I cannot possibly take the iron-eating beast clan to Konoha to open a zoo for the locals to admire. In the current ninja world, giant pandas are not particularly rare. Selling bamboo shoots from Kingzujian to other dining establishments in Konoha could be a viable option. However, the problem lies in the fact that those establishments often lack the meticulousness that Chen Majiao applies. Their demand for high-quality bamboo shoots is not substantial. Chen Majiao does not wish to devalue Kingzujian's bamboo shoots by selling them at the lower prices typical of ordinary bamboo. After much contemplation, he still found no clear path to independent profit. Chen Majiao had no choice but to adopt a different approach. It seems I must strengthen my collaboration with Konoha. If I cannot earn money on my own, I shall seek partners. Thus, under his direction, the Earth Cat left the commercial street in Konoha and headed straight for the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in paperwork. The Earth Cat disregarded the guard's obstruction, brazenly barging in and plopping down onto a chair, which emitted a squeaky protest. "Old man, I wish to discuss something with you." "Oh." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, smiling amiably. "What is it?" The Earth Cat grinned. "I'm in need of money." Hiruzen's eyes flickered for a moment before he made up his mind. Feigning nonchalance. "No problem, I can give you more." No. The Earth Cat waved his hands earnestly. "How could I trouble you further? I intend to earn money on my own." Chen Majiao realized that cultivating a deeper relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwise, thus deciding to limit their interactions to mere transactions and collaborations. Earning money? Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Previously, upon learning that Chen Majiao's contract was largely free of charges, he had chuckled at this inexperienced panda, unaware of the significance of money. Now, hearing the Earth Cat's words, he was taken aback. This panda must have realized the importance of money and intends to renegotiate the contract. That would be unfortunate. Those who could afford to sign with him were likely only the prominent clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dedicated to the declanization policy, did not wish to witness such developments. "Well, earning money," the Earth Cat nodded and explained. "Just as ninjas receive rewards for completing mission commissions, I wish to earn money in the same manner. I specifically came to inquire if you have any long-term tasks that require many of my clones. I want to use my labor to earn your money." After hearing the Earth Cat's explanation, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it is not a contract revision. He pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. "You know, I actually have a task that only summoning beasts can fulfill, and your clones should be able to perform it even better." "Oh, I am eager to hear more," the Earth Cat said with enthusiasm. "Chen Majiao, you must understand," Hiruzen began. "Currently, the ninja world lacks efficient long-range communication methods. The range of radio support is only about 40 to 50 kilometers. For us in Konoha, it is quite inconvenient to contact distant locations such as the feudal lord's mansion or various watchtowers along the borders of the Land of Fire. If the matter is not urgent, we can use ninja pigeons or ninja hawks to send messages. However, the flight of these animals often takes a day or two. This can lead to delays. Therefore, to avoid being caught off guard by urgent matters without immediate knowledge, we utilize summoning techniques to establish regular contact. Using this widely practiced space-time ninjutsu to achieve the instantaneous delivery of intelligence scrolls. As Hiruzen illustrated with examples, Chen Majiao began to comprehend. Presently, Konoha has assigned personnel near the feudal lord's mansion who summon a ninja dog every morning, noon, and night to deliver prepared intelligence scrolls. Once the summoning is complete, the ninja dog departs with the scroll. Then, 5 minutes later, a designated individual in Konoha, who has also signed a contract with that same ninja dog, will use summoning techniques to bring the dog back to Konoha, retrieving the scroll it carries. Thus, utilizing the spatial transmission effect of summoning techniques, rapid long-distance intelligence delivery is successfully achieved. It is both swift and secure. However, this method is challenging to popularize. Currently, Konoha has only arranged for such communication personnel near the feudal lord's mansion and 5 border outposts. This is because it requires considerable manpower. This relay requires cooperation from summoning beasts, which must possess a certain level of intelligence. Either high-level summoning beasts that are articulate must be chosen, or ninja dogs trained by the Inuzuka clan. Those who can sign contracts with these summoning beasts are often quite talented ninjas, so assigning them to be stationed outside solely as messengers would be a waste of their potential. Considering how many mission commissions these dispatched personnel would fail to complete in a year, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of regret. Then he realized, why not simply replace the summoning beasts with Chunmajiao's clones? His summoning threshold is incredibly low. Intelligence personnel, regardless of their skill level, even if they are merely genin, can directly summon his clones. How about this? You send out some clones to act as messengers. Each day, the clones will receive intelligence scrolls from various intelligence personnel through summoning. Then they can be summoned back to Konoha, delivering the scrolls to us. Afterwards, we simply wait for the next scheduled summoning time. EMS. Chunmajiao was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that he indeed suited the role of a courier quite well. The combination of clone techniques and summoning techniques offers significant potential. In fact, if this develops into a courier business in the future, I could establish a logistics system for the Land of Fire, akin to Dogdong logistics. All that is needed is to leave 2 or more clones at each logistics station, allowing them to summon each other. With this thought, the Earth Cat could not contain his excitement and erupted into laughter, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha ha ha, old man, your idea is brilliant. Let us proceed as you suggested. From today onwards, I shall establish a company dedicated to communication and courier services. A company run by summoning beasts shall be called Little Spirit Talk. Little Spirit Talk Communication and Logistics Company, Limited. Chapter 34. The Iron-Eating Beast Clan, terrifying indeed. Meals must be consumed bite by bite, and paths must be traversed step by step. Currently, Chunmajiao can only maintain 14 clones at a time and cannot distribute them throughout the entirety of the Land of Fire. He has only begun to establish the embryonic form of his company, with the sole business being the construction of an intelligence transmission system for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen did not fully trust him. The code system used by intelligence personnel was entirely incomprehensible to Chunmajiao. He was solely responsible for delivering messages, while the content of the messages was irrelevant to him. The next day, Danzo arranged for members of Root to come and sign contracts with the Earth Cat and Wind Cat in succession. The two of them warmly received the members of Root, feeling quite exhilarated. Due to the system's assessment, it has been conveyed that these individuals possess at least the potential of a Chunin, with approximately 1/3 even exhibiting the potential of a Jonin. The Umbu is inherently an elite organization, having evolved from the roots of the Umbu. Thus it is not surprising that their caliber is commendable. Moreover, Danzo employs a ruthlessly rigorous training method reminiscent of the Mist Village's Blood Mist policy when cultivating talent. Each child is a formidable warrior who has ascended to the pinnacle over the corpses of numerous failures. Those who lack excellence have long been eliminated. This has resulted in a staggering proportion of Root members reporting today, with 1/3 possessing Jonin potential. However, both Tuchan and Fuchan are aware that potential is merely potential. Many individuals, throughout their lives, may never fully realize their inherent capabilities. The actual growth of strength is contingent on various factors, including effort, opportunity, and luck. Thus, it does not imply that 1/3 of the members of Root are currently Jonin or will inevitably become Jonin in the future. Regardless, we, who evaluate solely based on potential, have indeed struck gold. Tuchan excitedly relayed this information to the main body. The main body responded, "Remain calm. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen should arrange a meeting for us upon my return. At that time, we shall secure more Jonin. The mere Root is but a minor organization, lacking the might of the entire Konoha. That will be the time for our grand lottery." Tuchan inquired, "When will you return, main body?" The main body replied, "In 2 days, I shall come with Ruinlu. With my steadfast protectors, I can now traverse freely. Konoha poses no obstacles, including Danzo's Kotoamet Tsukumi." Tuchan, "All right. For the next few days, Fuchan and I will be responsible for securing contracts with Root. By the way, I am eagerly anticipating meeting Sai." The main body chuckled, "Haha, I understand. After all, he is the character we yearned for most in our past life, and also the one we feel most regretful about." Tuchan, hee. Shinmaju lamented in his previous life. "That lad Sai is such a pity. Why can't he grasp the obvious? He possesses the ability to bring his paintings to life. He could be the legendary Ma Liang." Yet he chooses to paint landscapes and traditional art. He should be painting two-dimensional maidens instead. Now that I have the opportunity to interact with Sai in this world, I must find a way to alter his artistic style. Hehe, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. On the early morning 2 days later, above the Land of Thunder, the main body of Chun Majo, utilizing the air flight technique, soared at high speed with the spherical form of Chun Ruinlu. Brother, are you certain this is safe? Chun Ruinlu shouted amidst the howling winds, his eyes tightly shut, trembling in fear. Fear not, Chun Majo bellowed against the wind. Even if you fall, I can catch you before you hit the ground. Would you care to experience the thrill of falling? No. Majo, stop fooling around. The two pandas swiftly traversed the Land of Thunder, heading towards the Land of Fire. Currently, Chun Majo possessed 3 methods of flight. The Earth releases Gravity Imagination World, akin to Inoki's ultra-lightweight rock technique for anti-gravity flight. The air releases flight technique for riding the wind, and the Sage mode of Panda Sage art, which unexpectedly allowed flight through immense natural energy. When combined, these methods yielded incredible speed, comparable to a jet fighter. However, the pampered Chun Ruinlu could not endure such speed. Thus, Chun Majo was left with no choice but to employ the simpler flight technique, soaring slowly. Even so, the biting cold winds caused Chun Ruinlu, curled into a ball, to shiver uncontrollably. After approximately 5 to 6 hours, they finally reached the skies above Konoha. Chun Majo chose to descend directly at the inn's entrance, only to be swiftly surrounded by Konoha ninjas. As Chun Ruinlu's chakra had not been registered, the sensory unit of Konoha, utilizing their vast sensing array encompassing the entire village, detected an unidentified massive chakra source intruding and immediately sounded the alarm. The fastest Umbu, stationed with the Jonin squad, rushed to the scene upon receiving the alert. Do not panic. It is I, Chun Majo. This is my kin. Chun Majo waved his hand, calling out to indicate he bore no ill intent. The encircling Umbu and Jonin squad members breathed a sigh of relief. They were well-informed individuals, and in recent days, the topic of Konoha had centered around the easily contractable panda summoning beast, of which they had certainly heard. Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived fashionably late, greeting them with a smile. Majo, your main body has finally returned. It has been quite some time. The phrase returned was quite pointed, subtly implanting the impression that Konoha was indeed his home. Haha. Chun Majo responded with a smile. I have not been absent for long. I have seen you through my clone's perspective. Just as expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused internally. His clone is more convenient than the shadow clone, providing mutual visual insight. As he approached, Sarutobi feigned a complaint but was, in fact, attempting to foster camaraderie. Even if you can fly, do not neglect the front entrance. Trespassing the sensing array will elicit a response, leading us to believe we are under attack, resulting in a wasted trip. By the way, is this the large chakra source you brought? Who is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Chun Ruinlu. This is my kin, Chun Ruinlu. Consider him my younger brother. Chun Majo refrained from revealing Chun Ruinlu's identity as the grandson of the elder. Pleasure to meet you. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted. Hello, I am very pleased to meet you. Lord Hokage. Chun Ruinlu responded with far more politeness than Chun Majo. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, while casting a deeply scrutinizing glance at the small, pudgy panda. Moments earlier, the sensory unit had informed him that the unidentified chakra source was immense, at least equivalent to the chakra levels of 2 Jonin. Yet now, this little fellow appeared to be younger than Chun Majo. Goodness, the iron-eating beast clan possesses a profound heritage, he thought. Children under 10 are already so powerful. If an elder were to appear, would they surpass Chun Majo? Is the alleged laziness and lack of training merely a facade? Is this clan intentionally concealing their talents to challenge the 3 great sacred lands? How terrifying. It was fortunate that he had not genuinely resolved to eliminate Chun Majo earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen's imagination ran wild, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Chun Majo scratched his head. What is happening? Why do I sense that Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly regards us with apprehension? He had forgotten that ordinary individuals without identification skills could not perceive the so-called attributes of strength, agility, and intelligence. The sensory unit of Konoha, composed of sensory ninjas, was particularly adept at sensing chakra and could accurately gauge the chakra levels of their targets. Hence, they only informed Hiruzen that Chun Ruinlu's chakra was greater than the combined total of 2 Jonin. Yet they did not disclose that this child had significant shortcomings. His agility was exceedingly low. Hiruzen, utilizing conventional wisdom regarding chakra levels to assess Chen Ruanlu, naturally overestimated him, viewing him as a formidable being. Given Chen Ruanlu's age of under 10, it led to a singular conclusion. The Iron-Eating Beast clan is indeed fearsome. Chen Majio thought, I intended to interact with you as an ordinary summoning beast, yet it seems I have inadvertently created distance. I am revealing my true identity as the strongest clan. Chapter 35. The Dilemma of Restraint. Hiruzen invited Shinmagyo to the Hokage's office to have a chat and meet someone. Shinmagyo understood and realized he was eager to expedite the Panda Sage art agenda. The person to meet was likely another student, Hitaki Kakashi. In recent days, Fuchan, who remained in Konoha, had been incessantly pestered by Hiruzen, expressing a desire to commence training in the Panda Sage art at the earliest opportunity. As the Wind Cat busily assisted the Earth Cat in signing root members or continued to advertise in the streets, it found itself overwhelmed and could only defer, stating, "We'll discuss it when the main body returns. Without it, any issues with your training would be challenging for us to resolve." At that moment, Chun Majiao faintly sensed that his clones were becoming insufficient. With a chakra amount of 757 and a recovery speed of around 2 per second, he could maintain 15 clones. Currently, he had 1 in Kingzujian and 2 in Konoha, while the remaining 12 had been arranged with Sarutobi Hizashi to handle communication tasks at the daimyo's residence and various border posts in the Land of Fire. Although he could summon new clones, doing so would diminish his chakra reserves, leading to a deficit where the new clones could not sustain themselves. It seemed imperative that he promptly engage in a lottery to enhance both his chakra capacity and recovery speed. Over the past few days, Root had provided numerous lottery opportunities, totaling 121. It was said that nearly all members, except those on long-term missions, had gathered. Additionally, the new signatories attracted by Wind Cat during occasional street outings numbered 16, bringing the total to 137 lottery chances. This was ample to significantly revamp Chen Majiao's attributes. He initially intended to use the lottery immediately to alleviate his pressing clone shortage. However, as the chances continued to increment sporadically, it rekindled his desire to accumulate more. In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to saving up diamonds in card games, waiting until he had amassed a considerable quantity before making a wish for a successful draw. If he didn't have enough, he would refrain from pulling. Now, this urge to hoard diamonds resurfaced, compelling him to suppress his desire to draw until the opportunities ceased to grow, at which point he would indulge in a grand draw. The timing was nearly ripe, but having just arrived in Konoha, he found himself too preoccupied and resolved to wait until evening to draw at the inn. He first secured a room for Chun Ruanlu at the inn, allowing the lad to rest. Then, he accompanied Hizashi to the Hokage's office. Indeed, Kakashi was already waiting there. At that moment, he exuded a somewhat nonchalant demeanor. "Kakashi Hitaki, it is an honor to meet you." Chen Majiao greeted him warmly. His character was rather peculiar. He had deliberately crafted an identity of someone who had not ventured out for long, but occasionally gathered intelligence and resources from within the ninja world while in Kingzujian. Thus, he openly informed Tsunade and Shizune that he had heard tales of Might Gai's battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Consequently, he extravagantly praised the handmade ramen, portraying himself as a connoisseur of the dish. From his demeanor, it seemed the Iron Beast clan was not as reclusive as one might assume. In truth, the genuine Iron Beast clan had only a few contracts with select ninjas from the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, having distanced themselves from worldly affairs for quite some time. Chen Majiao had to construct this persona, as his knowledge derived from comics and anime must be utilized in this new life. Establishing a character oblivious to the world would make it difficult to explain the source of such information and would hinder his ability to assert dominance in interactions with Konoha. The copy technician of Konoha, Chen Majiao, who possessed the ability to replicate myriad jutsu, seemed to flatter Kakashi by mentioning his nickname, only to suddenly exclaim, "Huff." Quite the flamboyance. Kakashi, who had initially greeted him with a smile, was taken aback, his grin freezing in place. Hizashi, puzzled, wondered why Chen Majiao was so impolite. Chen Majiao shook his head, sighing. "Your father, Hitaki Tsukumo, the Leaf's white fang. What a figure." Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, while Hizashi abruptly coughed. "Ahem, it's Hitaki Tsukumo, the white fang of Konoha." Chen Majiao blinked, smacking his forehead in annoyance at his slip of the tongue, a common occurrence for someone so straightforward. He hastily corrected himself. Oh, we spirit beasts don't mind names, my apologies. It's just silver hair and white fangs. The most distinctive traits. The death god's blade radiating white light. How piercing. Realizing Chun Ma Jiao was complimenting his father, Kakashi's gaze softened somewhat, losing some of its earlier edge. Unexpectedly, Chun Ma Jiao then directed his attention toward Kakashi. But you rely too heavily on the borrowed Sharingan. You neglect your taijutsu and kenjutsu, no longer inheriting the White Fang's legacy. What a pity. I've heard your tale, how you elevated the Sharingan thanks to a parting gift from a comrade. However, according to our Iron Beast clan's historical records, it was discovered long ago during the Warring States period that non-Uchiha bloodline individuals who transplant the Sharingan cannot deactivate it. It will continuously drain the owner's chakra. That eye is not a boon for you, but rather a burden. It has weakened you. It has forced you away from the fierce path you should have followed. You have become overly extravagant. Perhaps tactically, you have become more versatile, more adept at maneuvering against formidable foes, but you lack a decisive strike. You are no longer sharp. Chun Ma Jiao's words resonated profoundly, awakening Hisashi to the realization. No wonder I always felt that Kakashi lacked something in terms of strength. It turns out it was this. Meanwhile, Kakashi struggled to accept. How can you speak so of the eye that Obito gave me? It represents the bond between us. Chun Ma Jiao sighed, taking a step back. I suppose you cannot sever your emotional ties to that eye. I merely expressed a fleeting sentiment. As a martial artist, witnessing a fine talent in taijutsu go astray is somewhat lamentable. Kakashi bowed his head, lost in thought. Hisashi interjected, seeking to ease the tension. All right, let us set that aside for now. Shall we discuss training matters? As he spoke, he retrieved a storage scroll from a cabinet in the office, handing it to Chun Ma Jiao. These are the jutsu you requested. I've added some content based on the circumstances. You might find it useful, such as the shadow clone technique. This is a unique forbidden technique of our Konoha, typically not handed out lightly, but I'm offering it to you this time, considering your substantial chakra reserves, which suit this technique well. Please do not disclose it. Oh, shadow clones. Chun Ma Jiao raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated Hisashi would present this forbidden technique from the sealing arts as an incentive to curry favor. This was Naruto's signature skill. How generous of Hisashi. However, upon reflection, he realized Hisashi's intentions might not be entirely benevolent. Given his already formidable elemental clone abilities, he had little use for the shadow clone technique. Compared to elemental separation, active, the only advantage of shadow clones was their identical appearance to the original, useful for deceiving foes. Yet, Chun Ma Jiao was straightforward in his approach to battle, rarely needing such a characteristic. The shadow clone technique was essentially superfluous to him, providing no substantial enhancement to his strength. Additionally, this forbidden technique came with considerable restrictions and high chakra demands. Thus, should he ever inadvertently disclose it, it wouldn't confer a significant advantage to other ninja villages. Sarutobi Hisashi, you cunning old man. Chapter 36. Sarutobi Hisashi, how do you speak? Can you not express yourself properly? The remarkable performance of the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, has left many readers perplexed. If the shadow clone technique is so powerful, why do other Konoha ninjas seldom use it? Why don't ninjas from other villages seek to learn it? In truth, the shadow clone technique is not particularly practical. It is relatively lackluster. Individuals with a limited amount of chakra, when compelled to employ such techniques, merely distribute their strength thinly, ultimately achieving nothing substantial. This is akin to the situation with Tien Shinhan's use of the four-way fist. In contrast, those abundant in chakra, such as Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, or certain perfected Jinchuriki, possess an array of formidable techniques at their disposal, rendering the use of such dispersed and ineffective tactics unnecessary. Naruto, despite his considerable chakra reserves, lacks a diverse repertoire of techniques, relegating him to repeatedly relying on the shadow clone technique and the Rasengan. The A-rank forbidden technique, the multi-shadow clone technique, has a lower-tier counterpart known as the shadow clone technique, which, comparatively, still holds significant utility. It can be utilized to confuse adversaries or scout ahead. In the original work, Kakashi's shadow clone even managed to deceive Itachi with an illusion. However, the shadow clone technique is not something other villages covet. To be precise, they have already coveted it. They have adapted the concept into earth clones, water clones, and others, which are better suited for their specific needs. This represents the optimal choice based on chakra attributes, akin to Kakashi's later preference for the lightning release shadow clone technique, which can succinctly be termed as lightning clone technique. Moreover, this reflects each village's desire to carve out its uniqueness, distinguishing itself from Konohagakure on a large battlefield. This makes it easier to identify friend from foe, further diminishing the necessity of employing the shadow clone technique. Thus, it appears that Hiruzen Sarutobi is merely wielding low-tier ninjutsu obtained through interrogating captured Leaf Village shinobi, alongside the multi-shadow clone technique, which, even if acquired by other villages, proves to be of little practical use. The term monkey essence aptly applies to this astute, old monkey. Chun Majiao silently scoffed, though he feigned utmost surprise, eagerly accepting the scroll. Wow, thank you immensely. Hiruzen Sarutobi graciously waved his hand, signaling there was no need for formality, and responded, "You may take these ninjutsu scrolls back and peruse them at your leisure. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Today, shall we commence our training in sage techniques?" "Certainly." Chun Majiao nodded, storing the scroll in his spatial pouch. The three of them settled into chairs within the office. Chun Majiao then began his exposition. Sage techniques are methods of harnessing natural energy. We combine natural energy with chakra to form sage chakra. Sensing natural energy largely hinges on talent. However, there are auxiliary means to consider, such as utilizing certain external substances to stimulate the practitioner, enabling them to bear greater risks to perceive and absorb natural energy. It is said that Mount Mayaboku employs toad oil to help practitioners become more attuned, facilitating the absorption of natural energy. Yet, uncontrolled absorption may lead to the practitioner transforming into a frog or even a stone statue. As for us in Qingzhou Stream, our small temple possesses scant treasures, but we do have one item that aids in training. The treasure found within the bamboo forest, bamboo fungus. Chun Majiao produced a storage scroll, summoning a basket brimming with pristine bamboo fungus. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the fungus, resembling mushrooms adorned with netted skirts. Hesitating, "Aren't these poisonous mushrooms?" Chun Majiao shook his head. "This is a delicacy. It can be consumed raw or stir-fried for greater flavor." Over the past few days, he had discovered that Chun Ruanlu, prior to triggering the food cell, passive skill that enhances chakra, had indulged in this very bamboo fungus. When the plump boy consumed it, his total chakra would gradually increase by 12 points. Pointing to the bamboo fungus, Chun Majiao continued to address Hiruzen and Kakashi. "However, the current risk lies in the fact that if you wish to cultivate the Panda Sage technique, let us name it Qingzhou Stream Sage technique, akin to Mount Mayaboku's Sage technique, you must consume this fungus at every meal, and it must be raw. The natural energy it contains will incrementally improve your physical constitution, making it easier for you to absorb natural energy. However, you must solely subsist on this. Once you consume anything else, it will easily disrupt the efficacy of the bamboo fungus, thwarting the optimization process of your physique." It is reminiscent of the spiritual rice and cultivation novels. Before venturing into the valley, one must avoid any earthly essence from entering the body to prevent hindering one's training, thus subsisting solely on spiritual rice. However, a prolonged diet solely of bamboo fungus will lead to nutritional imbalance. You must gamble on whether you perish from malnutrition first or successfully sense and absorb natural energy. At this juncture, he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi earnestly. "Let me reiterate. Given your age, such strain may very well lead you to your grave." He did not lie. The bamboo fungus from Qingzhou Stream indeed proves highly effective for cultivating sage techniques. He himself had not relied on bamboo fungus to develop the remarkable talent bestowed upon him by the divine, allowing him to pursue sage techniques independently. It was only after achieving substantial progress in his training and becoming particularly sensitive to natural energy that he belatedly realized the concentrated natural energy present in the ephemeral bamboo fungus was suitable for aiding sage techniques. However, its efficacy is far from as pronounced or intense as toad oil. Hence, a considerable quantity must be consumed to replace meals for it to take effect. Yet, this approach poses the significant issue of nutritional imbalance. After all, cultivating the Qingzhou Stream Sage technique, even with Chun Majiao's talent, necessitates at least a year of perseverance to yield results. For others, it may take 3 or more years. A person sustained solely on bamboo fungus for 3 years would inevitably deteriorate, especially considering As Chun Majiao had previously mentioned to Elder Panda, the daily routine of early morning breathing exercises, replacing sleep with meditation, and several hours of extreme physical training is indispensable. Thus, undertaking such rigorous endeavors while facing nutritional imbalance would truly challenge the endurance of most. After listening to Chun Majiao's detailed explanation, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. He was aware of his physical condition and recognized that he was no longer the formidable shinobi of his youth. It seems I may indeed struggle to learn sage techniques. He felt a sense of disappointment. Well, I'll take it one step at a time. Let me give it a try. He remained somewhat reluctant to give up. Pondering, what if my talent is exceptional? What if I do not require such an extensive diet of bamboo fungus? You too. Chun Majiao directed his gaze at Kakashi. The reason I brought up the Sharingan upon our first meeting is that it continuously drains your chakra, diminishing your stamina. During the period of cultivating sage techniques, while subsisting solely on bamboo fungus, I fear your chakra endurance may falter. After all, natural replenishment of chakra requires adequate nourishment and rest. The combination of bamboo fungus, the Sharingan, and intense training might see you succumb before the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. What manner of speech is this? Can you not speak tactfully? The old man seemed to have seen through it all. Chun Majiao's formidable strength was his only redeeming quality. Otherwise, his sharp tongue would have long led to his demise. Kakashi's gaze dimmed, after a long silence. He finally replied, "Is there any method to retain the Sharingan while still being able to pursue sage techniques?" He remained undeterred, unwilling to relinquish the parting gift from his friend. Obtaining the wood release cells from Danzo could resolve the issue, Chun Majiao mused inwardly. Yet, such information was not something he could divulge. After some contemplation, he responded, "There is indeed a rudimentary method that may help alleviate your predicament." "What method?" Both expressed surprise. "If natural replenishment of chakra is unreliable, then artificial supplementation shall suffice. We could enlist a few medical ninjas skilled in chakra manipulation to periodically transmit chakra to you, forcibly compensating for your depleted chakra reserves." Chun Majiao was reminded of a moment in the original work when Obito had once requested Sakura to transfer chakra to him while trapped in Kagaya Otsutsuki's space of Yellow Spring. This enabled him to unleash a powerful version of the Blood Tears Kimui, breaking through the spatial barrier. Medical ninjas often acquire techniques for chakra transfer to assist comrades on the brink of death due to chakra depletion. Oh right, how did I not think of that? Hiruzen and Kakashi began to reflect. They had failed to break free from their conventional thinking, neglecting to consider chakra recovery methods beyond eating and resting. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. "Allow me to arrange for the medical ninjas. Kakashi should be fine." "Hold on, there are other matters at hand." Chun Majiao grinned mischievously. Hiruzen, feeling anxious, inquired, "What issues?" "The bamboo fungus cannot be obtained for free. It is a rare treasure in the bamboo grove. Walking a kilometer may yield only 2 or 3 stalks. My clan has previously relied on fate. If we encounter it, we eat it. If not, we let it go. Now, I must enlist my clansmen's help to meet our daily harvesting quota. Surely, you cannot expect them to work for nothing?" A foreboding sense arose within Hiruzen. "How much will this cost?" "Not much," Chun Majiao replied cheerfully, "for 1,000 taels per pound." Hiruzen and Kakashi paused, exchanging glances. Given the high water content of the fungus, they would need to consume at least 4 pounds a day to ensure they were satiated. This meant one person would require 16,000 taels daily. Over 3 years, the two would need to spend more than 35 million taels. Hiruzen winced. "That is exorbitant." Kakashi interjected, "Is this a path to immortality? It feels like a financial drain. Lord Third, if it's not on the public account for reimbursement, I might have to withdraw." Chun Majiao countered, "Old man, it's just 35 million taels. You could sell a son or a head and manage it." Chapter 37. The birth of the internet celebrity food streamer Chun Majiao initially believed that Konoha, being a formidable village, would find 35 million taels to be a trivial sum. However, he overlooked that even large companies in his previous life operated on slim cash flows. The larger the enterprise, the greater the expenses. Beyond expenditures, most funds were converted into fixed assets or investments, leaving little idle cash. Konoha was no different. They could not simply produce a large sum of money up front, as non-formal entities might. After lengthy deliberation, they settled on monthly payments instead of a lump sum. Konoha could manage to pay over time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, harboring doubts about his ability to see this through, thought to himself, What if I falter midway? Can I get a refund on the excess prepaid amount? It might be better not to prepay at all. Paying monthly allows me to learn at my own pace. If Chun Majiao were aware of this mindset, he would surely scoff. With such indecisiveness, how do you expect to master the arts of immortality? After concluding the transaction, Sarutobi Hirazena suddenly realized, wait, why do you need to pay your clansmen to help harvest the bamboo fungus? Can't your shadow clones do the picking? Old man, it sounds as if you think I can exploit my clones without consequence, Chun Majiao retorted. However, that is not the crux of the matter. I genuinely cannot send my clones to harvest. This is something I must emphasize to you, and it is also why I need to personally oversee your training. As Chun Majiao's tone grew increasingly serious, the two immediately straightened their postures. Kakashi responded earnestly, I would like to hear more. Although the bamboo fungus is non-toxic, it is highly susceptible to spoilage, especially after contact with various chakra types. While it may not be classified as poisonous, it can still cause severe gastrointestinal distress, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Therefore, I cannot dispatch my clones for harvesting. You have seen that my clones exhibit the distinctive traits of the 3 chakra types. If an elemental clone were to directly handle the bamboo fungus, it would immediately spoil. I can only rely on my clansmen to harvest it. Placing it carefully in a basket, my clone will then delicately lift the basket and seal it with a storage scroll, only daring to interact with the scroll afterward. Even then, when I deliver the bamboo fungus to you, I must use my sensitivity to natural energy to meticulously inspect it, ensuring that it is indeed safe. Otherwise, should any mishaps occur during your training and you suffer from diarrhea due to the already inadequate nutrition, you will likely be beyond saving. Even if you survive, in your weakened state, you will have to abandon your training and revert to a regular diet to recover, resulting in a complete loss of progress. Thus, it is imperative to prioritize the quality of the bamboo fungus. You must also be cautious. Any leftover bamboo fungus must be sealed and stored, avoiding contact with any chakra sources that may alter its properties. The two nodded solemnly, filled with gratitude for Chun Majiao's transparency. They felt that now that they understood how to mitigate the risks, exercising caution would likely suffice. At this moment, Hirazena remained unaware that his household included a mischievous child named Kinomaru, whose future exploits involving bamboo fungus would lead to significant upheaval, a tale for another time. As noon approached, Hirazena suggested, why don't we go out for a meal together? Once training officially commences tomorrow, Kakashi and I may not have the chance to enjoy fine cuisine again. With a wry smile, Hirazena extended the invitation to Chun Majiao. I'll pass, Chun Majiao declined. My little brother has just arrived in Konoha. I want to accompany him to explore the food street and sample all the delicacies. Before parting, he produced a contract for Kakashi to sign. Kakashi signed readily. His ninja dog, Pakin, along with the other silent ninja hounds, were reasonable and would not mind Kakashi entering into contracts with other summoning beasts. Besides, Pakin, being a sensory-type summoning beast, was fundamentally different from the combat-oriented Chun Majiao, and their domains would not interfere with one another. Congratulations, host. You have completed one contract, earning 1 card draw opportunity. Chun Majiao rolled his eyes at the system's notifications, which had become rather tiresome lately. The cheerful brackets had vanished, replaced with ellipses. Unfazed by the system's decline in enthusiasm, Chun Majiao felt exhilarated. After all, Kakashi was different. He possessed at least the potential of a Hokage. And the lottery presented a significant opportunity to draw SSR cards, far superior to the SR cards obtainable from the group of Jonin. After bidding farewell, Chun Majiao left the Hokage Tower and returned to the inn. He spotted a chubby panda-like figure, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming how delicious the egg rice and miso soup provided by the inn were. Hey, why didn't you wait for me to return? You started eating already? Majiao, you are my true brother. You were right. Konoha's food is amazing. Chun Majiao felt a wave of frustration. What you call food does not include the mediocre fare provided by the inn. The quality is far too low. The inn's communal meal was comparable to fast food from his previous school's cafeteria, hardly anything to rave about. What? Is there even better food? The chubby boy asked, bewildered. Of course. Have you forgotten the names of the delicacies I mentioned? Oh, then take me there at once. Shinruelu felt the meal in his hands lose its appeal and hastily set down his bowl. Chun Majiao shook his head. Do not waste food. Finish your meal first. All right. Shinruelu resumed devouring his food. A mere bowl of rice would only serve as a light snack, hardly enough to satisfy his hunger. As soon as he finished eating, Chen Majiao discreetly cast an identification technique on him. Chakra level, 408, an improvement from the previous 406. Once the score rose from 399 to 406, it was attributed to the recent experiments conducted in the Qingzhou Gorge, which revealed that for Chen Ruanlu, the bamboo fungus could indeed be considered a delicacy. Chen Majiao couldn't help but ponder, is this lad's standard for gourmet food truly that low? Is the talent skill of the culinary cell so easily triggered? A mere serving of hotel food could yield an increase of 2 chakra points, a considerable enhancement. After all, it was merely 1 meal's worth for a human. A panda would still be hungry and would continue to eat. Chen Majiao increasingly felt that Chen Ruanlu's talent skill might be of the SSR caliber. The next question was how often this skill would activate. Soon, the two pandas exited the inn and proceeded to the food street. Chen Majiao resolved to test the frequency of Chen Ruanlu's skill activation. Naturally, he would not allow him to consume easily filling staple foods. Instead, he led him to sample an array of snacks, takoyaki, oden, and tricolored meatballs. The little chubby panda cautiously picked up a skewer of takoyaki, and after just one bite, tears streamed down his face. I never truly lived until now. Chen Majiao was taken aback. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Chen Ruanlu embarked on a joyous culinary journey, expressing grand admiration for each dish, shedding tears of longing and lamenting missed opportunities. It wasn't until he reached the oden that he experienced a profound transformation. He stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. Trembling, he savored the fish roe pouch, repeatedly murmuring, "What is this? What is this?" After nearly 15 minutes, he finished savoring 10 skewers. With an enlightened expression, he earnestly stated to Chen Majiao, "Majiao, I finally understand why humanity has religious beliefs. From this day forth, I am a devout member of the Oden religion." At this moment, his demeanor radiated tranquility and a sense of enlightenment. Chen Majiao thought to himself, even this typically carefree lad, who disregards the opinions of others, was beginning to feel the awkwardness of the situation. How embarrassing. The sight of two pandas shopping together was already quite conspicuous, and this fellow's loud exclamations and exaggerated expressions drew even more attention. By now, a significant number of villagers from Konoha had begun to follow them, trailing behind as they explored each little shop. The villagers looked at the little chubby panda as if he were a popular food vlogger, and many were tempted by his exuberant reactions, pulling out their money to indulge in street food. Chapter 38, Chakra Unit Card, Converted to Pillars. Chen Majiao remained focused on his original intent. While the little chubby panda delighted in his food, he continually employed the identification technique on him. Eventually, he could ascertain the specific effects of the culinary cell, passive, skill. The description within the identification technique read, "When you savor delicious food, there is a possibility of increasing your total chakra amount." The actual tests revealed that this possibility had a specific probability of approximately 80, quite high indeed. However, the precise increase in chakra amount was not fixed. Chen Majiao surmised that it was likely determined by the quality of the food, meaning that the degree to which Chen Ruanlu found something delicious would dictate the chakra value he gained. For instance, after finishing a set of 15 skewers of his favorite oden, he astonishingly gained 6 chakra points, far surpassing the 2 points from the hotel meal. System, what do you think? Wiping mouth, I drool as I watch. Salivating, stop jesting. I mean, in your view, this culinary cell must be an SSR skill, right? It's exceedingly powerful. Serious tone, I estimate it is, but it's not entirely confirmed yet, as I haven't tested whether the increase from consuming the same food a second time is the same as the first. Adjusting glasses, that makes sense. Chen Majiao immediately tried again, having the little chubby panda eat takoyaki and other previously consumed delicacies, discovering that the bonuses remained consistent with the earlier results. Clapping confirmed. It's definitely SSR. Impressive, my dear brother. After nearly half an afternoon of testing, he contemplated piecing together all the tests, including the bamboo fungus experiment in Qingzhou Gorge. He could essentially conclude that as long as Ruanlu continued to consume delicious food, his chakra would keep increasing. There were no restrictions on whether the food was repeated. It would only cease once he was full. After digestion, he could again consume the same food and continue to grow. What a terrifying skill. Could it truly be SSR and not UR? Nose picking. Host, consider how domineering your SSR skill is, and you will understand why the culinary cell, passive, also an SSR skill, is so formidable. After the system pointed this out, Shinmajo realized that he might have been a bit pretentious. After all, having the ability to create clones at will and choose which one to resurrect, rendering himself nearly invulnerable, was already quite extraordinary. It was only natural for the culinary cell, passive, of the same tier, to be equally impressive, even if he had not crossed into this world. If the little chubby panda ventured out and encountered the culinary world of humans, he too might gradually evolve into a monstrous figure akin to Hashirama Senju, possessing an immense chakra volume and ultimately etching his name into history. Of course, it was highly unlikely that this little chubby panda would ever leave the Qingzhou Gorge. Speaking of Hashirama Senju, Shinmajo mused, perhaps when he is resurrected, I could use the identification technique to see if he possesses any inherent talent skills. After all, Hashirama had been dead for decades, yet his cells exhibited vigorous activity akin to cancer cells, even able to be transplanted into others, potentially growing a face like his. Causing sanity points to plummet, such a bizarre phenomenon surely indicated some kind of innate skill. Shinmajo shared his thoughts with the system, which concurred that it was likely, and that Hashirama's talent skill was likely activated due to his reincarnation as a Shura. After discussing this with the system, Shinmajo redirected the conversation. By the way, if Ruinlu has 3 meals a day of Odin, he could gain approximately 55 chakra points. I wish he could learn the calorie control secret technique of the Akimichi clan. That way, once he is full, he could forcibly expend energy, instantly becoming hungry again and continuing to eat. A gluttonous cycle. Before long, he could use pillars as his unit of chakra measurement. isekai'd? What a lowly unit. Who would measure the Earth's equatorial circumference in centimeters? Laughing, your ideas are a bit far-fetched. What do you mean? Serious. When chakra reaches a certain magnitude, if an individual's soul strength cannot keep up, or if their mental restraint is insufficient, they may lose control entirely, akin to the 10 tails. Either they must actively separate their chakra and relinquish it, or they will completely go mad, becoming a mindless beast like the 10 tails. Pouting. So there are such drawbacks? It seems that Ruinlu's chakra growth is not limitless. However, if he were to truly reach the level of the 10 tails, regularly harvesting excess chakra from him would be akin to shearing sheep. And then using yin-yang release to create new-tailed beasts from that surplus chakra would be quite delightful. Shinmajo began to daydream again, completely forgetting that he currently had no grasp of yin release or yang release, let alone yin-yang release. Will you still be able to eat dinner tonight? Shinmajo inquired, observing the little chubby panda clutching his swollen belly, making soft sounds of discomfort. Shin Ruinlu's eyes lit up. Help me up. I can still eat. Shinmajo rolled his eyes. Why don't you take a stroll to digest a bit? We can eat later. Just as planned. I intended to treat a young child to ramen in the evening, having arranged it beforehand. I will take you along as well. The child he referred to as Naruto. Leaving behind the leisurely strolling Chun Ruinlu, Shinmajo made his way towards the Ninja Academy. Nowadays, Sarutobi Hiruzen had relented, allowing Shinmajo to traverse freely within the Hidden Leaf Village, including approaching the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance of the academy, he quietly practiced natural energy, awaiting the end of classes. Gradually, more and more parents arrived to pick up their children, all waiting outside the main gate, curiously eyeing the panda nearby. When the bell rang, the children poured out, each seeking their respective mothers. After a considerable wait, Shinmajo finally spotted Naruto, who emerged alone, looking rather forlorn. At this hour, he always tried to linger a bit longer, so as not to witness the joyous expressions of his classmates reuniting with their parents, thus sparing himself a little heartache. But today, he was not overlooked. Naruto. Upon hearing his name, Naruto looked up in astonishment, seeing a large panda waving at him. Huh. Is that you, Majo? You're back? Yes. Shinmajo smiled as he watched Naruto rush over. I returned this morning. I had some matters to attend to with the 3rd Hokage. Now, I finally have the time to see you. Let us go eat ramen, as we promised. Awesome. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. This was the first time someone had placed such importance on him, coming all the way to the school gate just to keep a promise. But you have to take a detour with me. I brought my younger brother, another panda, who is the same age as you. Let us all go to Ichiraku Ramen together, shall we? Sure. Naruto's heart soared. Could it be that he might gain another friend? Shinmajo's brother likely wouldn't despise him for his fox spirit lineage, would he? Since Ruinlu was still digesting, Shinmajo didn't rush. He took his time walking with Naruto, engaging in conversation. He listened as Naruto expressed his frustration over failing to master the transformation technique in class. The current ninja academy followed a 6-year curriculum, and at 9 years old, Naruto was in the 3rd grade, already learning the relatively simple transformation technique among the basic jutsu. Do I lack ninja talent? Naruto lamented, feeling utterly dejected. Shinmagyo gently patted his head, offering comfort. Take it slow, don't rush. Many great ninjas throughout history were not exceptional during their childhood. They achieved greatness through hard work and perseverance. Meanwhile, he pondered, should he make contact with the Nine Tails and give it a stern talking to, urging it to behave? Chapter 39. I feel my martial arts are quite impressive. Naruto, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessed immense chakra. However, the Nine Tails sealed within him constantly interfered with his chakra control, rendering him unable to properly execute even basic jutsu in his childhood. Shinmagyo wished to assist him. Lacking exceptional eyesight, he could not simply glance into Naruto's inner world and defeat the Nine Tails. Yet, the integration of the heart of iron into his soul had significantly enhanced Shinmagyo's spiritual strength, granting him the ability to connect with the Nine Tails on a soul level. After all, he could already transfer his soul to his clones. Now it was merely a matter of using the blood contract to slightly detach his soul. So it was settled. He would meet the Nine Tails. He silently resolved. However, he intended to consult the 3rd Hokage first. The Nine Tails was far too sensitive, and it was best to discuss his true intentions of helping Naruto harness his chakra with Hiruzen before proceeding, given that they were currently in a cooperative phase. Being forthright about his desire to assist Naruto would likely be welcomed by Sarutobi. Firm in his decision, Shinmagyo planned to take Naruto to see Hiruzen the following day. Coincidentally, tomorrow was the weekend, and the Ninja Academy would be closed. Naruto, if you're facing a bottleneck in your training, I may have a special method to help you, but it requires the approval of the 3rd Hokage first. Are you free tomorrow? How about I take you to see him? Really? Can it be resolved? Naruto asked, his face lighting up. Sure, I'm free. His weekends were typically dull, either practicing, causing mischief, or fishing by the river for a bite to eat. He had never had anyone to play with. Shinmagyo led Naruto leisurely along the way, patiently listening to him recount tales from school. He learned that Iruka-sensei was often strict with him, yet recently, when Naruto encountered difficulties with the transformation technique, Iruka had occasionally offered him extra help. Shinmagyo mused. Perhaps Iruka was being touched by Naruto's indomitable spirit. As they conversed and walked, they took a considerable amount of time to reach the shopping district. Shinmagyo immediately spotted Shunruinlu, who was entangled with 2 individuals. I told you, you've mistaken the panda. I'm not Magyo, he is my brother. If you want a contract, you need to speak with him. I'm not interested in signing a summoning contract. Shunruinlu's voice was filled with impatience. Humans often struggled to distinguish between animals. If Shunmagyo and Shunruinlu stood together, their differences in height and build were apparent, but now, with only one panda visible, there was no way to tell them apart. Ah, Magyo-s here. You should talk to him. Shunruinlu noticed Shinmagyo approaching and gestured. Shinmagyo assessed the 2 individuals before Shunruinlu. Their attire and demeanor clearly indicated they were ninjas from the Hyuga clan. What's the rush? Didn't you receive the notice from the clan? I've already discussed with Lord Hokage, and according to the schedule, I will be visiting your Hyuga clan in 5 days to sign the contract then. The 2 Hyuga ninjas smiled apologetically. We're sorry to trouble you, but we have a pressing mission starting tomorrow, and we may be away for several months. We thought we might get lucky and catch you here to sign the contract in advance. Shinmagyo nodded in understanding. He took out a storage scroll, summoned the summoning contract, and handed it to the 2 of them. They, in turn, wasted no time, fearing they might delay Shinmagyo further, and hastily signed without even reading it closely. After the Hyuga ninjas departed, Shinmagyo turned to Naruto and introduced him. This is Uzumaki Naruto, a child I have great faith in. He is destined to become a remarkable ninja. Upon hearing Shinmagyo's words, Naruto felt deeply moved. The way he looked at Shinmagyo was akin to how one would regard a family member or a close confidant. Shinmagyo then introduced Shunruinlu to Naruto. This is my clan sibling, my younger brother, Shunruinlu. I have little faith in him unless he puts in considerable effort. Brother, how can you belittle me like that? Shunruinlu complained, then turned to Naruto with a friendly smile. Hello, Naruto-kun. Seeing that Shunruinlu genuinely regarded him without prejudice, Naruto sighed in relief and responded joyfully. Hello, Ruinlu-kun. After their introductions, The trio set off towards Ichiraku Ramen. Under the warm hospitality of the ramen chef, they savored a delightful meal. During the meal, Shinmagyo candidly instructed Naruto, "When there's food in your mouth, don't speak. It's impolite. Chew and swallow before talking." Naruto, momentarily interrupted, took no offense. It wasn't he that he had a penchant for punishment. Rather, he cherished this kind of guidance akin to that of a parent or elder brother. It was an experience he had never encountered before. After Chen Ruanlu finished his meal with great enthusiasm, Shinmagyo performed an appraisal technique, discovering that his chakra had increased by 6 points. He understood, for Chen Ruanlu, the culinary delight of Ichiraku Ramen was akin to his beloved Odin. However, speaking of which, if we strictly consider the cost-effectiveness, the inexpensive and space-efficient Odin is more suitable for Chen Ruanlu to unleash his culinary prowess and enhance his chakra than the slightly pricier and more filling Ichiraku Ramen. Nevertheless, Shinmagyo is not a tyrant. He would not force him to consume Odin continuously, as that would inevitably lead to monotony. It is best to allow the little chubby one to indulge in whatever he desires, for starting tomorrow, he must endure some hardship and engage in proper training. "Uncle," Shinmagyo chuckled, addressing Shouta, "as previously mentioned, my younger brother possesses an exceptional talent for discerning gourmet food. To him, your ramen is one of the finest delicacies he has ever tasted." Chen Ruanlu nodded in agreement after listening. Shouta felt an overwhelming sense of honor, as if his life had gained newfound significance. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I will strive further in the art of ramen. The journey is endless, and I have ample room for improvement. Let's go for it." Shinmagyo, Chen Ruanlu, and Naruto all encouraged him. After a satisfying meal and ensuring Naruto was safely returned home, the two pandas began their journey back to the inn. Shinmagyo subtly tapped into natural energy, sensing the presence of ninjas who had been secretly monitoring from a distance. They gradually dispersed, and he smiled faintly, continuing to feign ignorance. He surmised that these ninjas were likely two groups arranged by the third Hokage and Danzo, comprising the Umbu and Root. Upon returning to the inn, Shinmagyo sent the little chubby one to another room and then entered his own. He remotely contacted the fire cat, which was left behind in the Qingzhou Gorge. The earth cat remained in Konoha, and the wind cat was temporarily unnecessary to summon. "Are you interested in watching the live draw? I have over 140 cards to draw." The fire cat eagerly responded, "Absolutely." Thus, the main body granted the fire cat remote visibility. After rubbing his hands together, he summoned the system. "System, let us get started. I want to draw all at once." At this point, he had accumulated 142 draws, with the system informing him that among them, there were 41 Jonin level, 68 Chunin level, and 33 Genin level draws. The high proportion of Jonin and Chunin was thanks to the quality of the contracted individuals provided by the Root organization. Moreover, Shinmagyo found it peculiar that the two Hyuga individuals contracted today were also Jonin level. Those who could leave the village for missions should belong to the branch family. So why dispatch two Jonin for a task? He pondered this but could not deduce an answer, so he set the thought aside. Little steps, here we go. Host, ready for a thrilling experience? Would you like me to categorize them, drawing Genin first, then Chunin, and finally Jonin? Enthusiastic, can you sort them? That would be splendid. Originally, the default drawing order was based on the order of contracts. Since there was no prior arrangement during contracting, the current draws could be chaotic. Now that the system offered a sorting feature, he was naturally quite pleased. In his previous life, when playing mobile games and opening treasure chests, he always opened the lower tier ones first, saving the best for last. Once the system finished sorting, he quickly began drawing the Genin cards. The rapid pace indicated his lack of concern, as they were merely N-level cards. Occasionally, he drew hidden data cards 001 and 003, which were of decent quality. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He merely smiled faintly, remaining unaffected by the outcomes. Notably, he obtained items such as minor elixirs and night vision goggles, which seemed intriguing, so he refrained from recycling them for the time being, contemplating that they might serve as gifts. System, why are you so tedious? Must you ask me if I'm certain every time I draw? It's quite annoying. Frustrated. I find it equally vexing, but it's a predetermined protocol, and I have no choice. Tears, Shinmagyo was at a loss for words. He discovered that his system had a rather amusing quality. It resembled the advanced AI from science fiction novels, often exhibiting human-like behavior, but still bound by strict underlying programming that constrained certain behavioral logics. All right, let us proceed to the Chunin level draws. This time, Chen Majiao slowed his pace slightly. Each draw's outcome was discussed remotely with the fire cat. Hey, this item card, Energy Mortar, can channel chakra and other energies to fire. Although it's a toy, it's indeed quite interesting. It should be useful. This could be sold to Konoha, but I need to think about how to fabricate its origin. At that moment, they remained unaware of the technological revolution that would ensue if the Energy Mortar-S technology was shared with Konoha and other ninja villages. It was technologically comparable to the chakra cannon from the movie, even surpassing it in some aspects. However, that chakra cannon would not emerge until over a decade later, when the ninja world experienced rapid technological advancement during peacetime. If such technology were disseminated now, the Fourth Great Ninja War would be drastically altered. Killer B. Hey, Captain. Where the hell is your iron-eating beast cannon? Even the recently acquired N-level item card, which provided night vision goggles, contained technological advancements that surpassed the current Ninja World's night vision technology by a significant margin. Chen Majiao had yet to realize that the value of high-tech items lay not only in the items themselves, but also in the technological value behind them. After finishing the Chunin card pool, Chen Majiao felt a surge of excitement. He promptly sent all the N-level and R-level useless skills to the recycling station, converting them into upgrade points to enhance his elemental separation active skill. Then, he eagerly proclaimed, "Let us start drawing the Jonin-level cards." After a considerable time, he exhaled after completing the draws. Not bad. Among the 41 Jonin-level draws, he obtained 16 SR level and 25 R-level cards. According to the system, excluding the fixed-level card pools for Genin and Kage, every draw from other pools would yield 6 cards, with a possibility of 1 low and 1 high level, typically resulting in 4 low and 2 high. By this calculation, acquiring over a third of SR cards was quite excellent luck. Among the 16 SR cards, 10 were basic attribute cards, granting him a total of 1,000 points in basic attributes. The growth of basic attributes was the most direct experience of strength enhancement. Feeling his power surge, Chen Majiao laughed heartily. I feel incredibly strong. Even Guangong Wu Ti dare wield his blade before me. Chapter 40. Someone has to work tomorrow. Aside from the 10 basic attribute cards, the SR cards also included 3 skill cards and 3 hidden data cards. Specifically, Skill Card SR, Time Space Shelf, Active, Skill Card SR, Extreme Repair, Active, Skill Card SR, Extraordinary Fertility, Passive, Hidden Data Card SR, Chakra Recovery Speed Extra 03, 2 cards in total, Hidden Data Card SR, Neural Reaction Speed Extra 02. Chen Majiao barely glanced at the descriptions before recycling the Extraordinary Fertility, Passive, skill. I certainly don't want to become a stud. Then he examined the description of the Extreme Repair, Active, skill more closely. With just a hammer, you can quickly repair damaged machines, though it reduces the overall lifespan of the machines. Wasn't he that akin to the abilities of the Big Bad Wolf? While it wasn't to the extent of smashing out rockets with bare hands, being able to fix any machine with a few whacks was already quite anti-scientific. Chen Majiao lamented that he was not a puppet master and had no intention of becoming a scientific ninja tool repair expert in the future. Thus, he resolutely discarded this skill alongside the Extraordinary Fertility, Passive, skill. Ultimately, he retained the Time-Space Shelf, Active, skill. You can open and close spatial rifts, automatically storing and retrieving items. There is no restriction on location during retrieval, with a limit of 10 spatial rifts. Chen Majiao experimented with this intriguing skill, reminiscent of the proverbial carving a boat to seek a sword. At a designated location, one can open a spatial rift to store an item, later, at another site. By activating the same rift, the item can be retrieved. It is evidently akin to a storage ring, a mustard seed bag, or a spatial scroll in skill form, proving to be quite practical. Chen Majiao mused that if Tian were to acquire this skill, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Although Tian possesses storage scrolls capable of holding a plethora of ninja tools, the chaos of battle might often prevent her from unfolding them. This skill, however, is instantaneous, allowing for immediate access to items. Yet, after multiple tests, Chen Majiao discovered a significant drawback. The skill is not particularly suited for an expert in ninja tools like Tian. It can only perform one action, either storing or retrieving, at a time. In other words, when activating the same rift, all items within it are released simultaneously, without the ability to select individual items. Furthermore, when one attempts to store something, it first expels all previously stored items. Ultimately, it lacks the intelligence of a spatial artifact from the realm of cultivation. One can easily imagine the chaos if Tian stored several tons of shuriken and kunai. Upon activation, they would scatter across the ground. The enemy would exclaim in disbelief, wondering why the equipment had been released before the fight even commenced. The inability to selectively retrieve items and the tendency to release existing ones upon storage are significant limitations of this skill. Fortunately, with a total of 10 rifts, Chen Majiao felt it was still manageable. He could simply designate one rift for frequently stored items. However, for Tian, who has a multitude of ninja tools, utilizing just one rift for a single kunai would be impractical. In summary, this spatial shelf, active, has its flaws. But Chen Majiao did not expect it to be overly effective. It suffices to assist in storing a few items. He divided the items he had acquired, including his contract documents and a change of clothes, among several spatial rifts. Once finished, he clapped his hands, feeling a sense of lightness. Indeed, having a storage space is a privilege. So convenient. He then rubbed his face and prepared to draw the final, most crucial card, the one left by Kakashi Hitaki. System. What tier is Kakashi's card pool? Has he reached the level of a Kage? Shaking head. No, his potential is merely at the level of a Kage. Really? Just a Kage? Chen Majiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Seriously, the card draw's character qualifications and potential are calculated solely based on innate abilities, excluding any later enhancements. Moreover, even with the Kamui Sharingan, Kakashi's potential remains at the Kage level, and as you previously mentioned, this Kage level is inferior to other Kage levels. Achieving the Super Kage level is not so easily attained. Shrugging, wait, could it be? If Kakashi is considered without the Sharingan, then Nagato must be evaluated without the Rinnegan as a member of the Uzumaki clan? And Madara, without the Senju cells and Rinnegan? Chen Majiao was taken aback. He suddenly realized that characters with Super Kage potential were fewer than he had anticipated. Shrugging, yes. However, I can estimate that Madara, while alive, possessed Super Kage strength, being the reincarnation of Indra, just like Hashirama, capable of overpowering other Kage. Chen Majiao nodded, still feeling a bit disheartened. Losing the Senju cells would certainly diminish Madara's power. Could it be that Obito is merely at the Kage level? Yet he failed to recognize one crucial fact. If Kakashi cannot be counted as possessing a Kamui Eye, then Obito should be credited with 2 Kamui. And how much potential does the dual Kamui Obito possess? After all, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan with a unique talent. But that is a tale for another time. Now, let us return to the moment when Chen Majiao drew a radiant golden card. Wow, a legend. He was elated to have drawn an SSR card. Upon closer inspection, it was the same as the one he had drawn when training with Lee. SSR Hidden Data Card, Chakra Recovery Rate 1. Not bad. Chen Majiao nodded in satisfaction. He needed this attribute, along with an increase in chakra volume, to realize the true essence of countless transformations. Otherwise, he would have to manage the pace of his expansive contract mode to avoid being overwhelmed by his clones. As previously mentioned, the basic speed of chakra recovery is determined by a combination of strength and intelligence. But enhancing strength and intelligence to improve chakra recovery speed is far less effective than boosting the hidden data itself, allowing for a more rapid increase in its numerical value. In MOBA game terminology, increasing agility enhances attack speed, but directly increasing attack speed yields greater growth in that aspect. Watching the card draw live, Firecat suddenly burst into laughter. What's so funny? This card draw is rather ironic. In battles where chakra is easily depleted, Kakashi, known for his endurance issues, has drawn a card that boosts chakra recovery speed. The main body chuckled at this revelation. Indeed, Kakashi's stamina has always been a concern. Hopefully, after learning my sage techniques, he will become a bit more formidable. With all the card draws complete, Chen Majiao exclaimed, "System, open the status panel." Standing at attention, okay. Name, Chen Majiao Race. Iron-Eating Beast Age, 10 STR, 833 DX, 650 CHA, 1233 INT, 249 skills. SSR Elemental Control, Passive. SSR Elemental Separation, Active. SR Appraisal Technique, Active. SR Temporal Space Shelf, Active. Remaining card draws, 0 remaining upgrade points. 0 seeing his chakra surpass 1000. Chen Majiao exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not like the handheld game in Naruto, where the attribute limit was set at 999 due to cheating. With 1233 chakra and a recovery rate of approximately 57 per second, he could maintain around 70 clones. As he observed the significant increases in strength, agility, and intelligence, he felt a surge of excitement. He stepped out of the inn and took to the skies, flying into the forest behind Hokage Rock, where he cautiously tested his newfound abilities. With an agility of 650, he believed his normal movement speed could rival that of the body flicker technique. However, the sonic boom was rather bothersome, too loud. Ordinary running, after all, is not the same as the body flicker technique. He had barely begun his trials when he attracted the attention of Konoha's guard ninjas and the Umbu. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was supposed to be resting, was roused from his slumber. Hiruzen cast a disapproving glance toward him. Do you have no sense of public decency? Making such a racket, how can the neighbors sleep? They have work in the morning. Chun Majiao scratched his head, offering a sheepish promise to keep quiet. At that moment, he noticed the multitude of gazes upon him, not only filled with reproach, but also astonishment. Many ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, began to comprehend the extent of Chun Majiao's formidable strength. Quietly concluding his final tests, he returned to the inn. Testing strength proved to be quite challenging. Previously, when he had a strength of 355, he could effortlessly shatter boulders and crush iron. Now, with his strength exceeding 800, it was hard to gauge any improvement without a formidable opponent. Thinking of a worthy adversary, he recalled the Nine Tails. Feeling invigorated, he declared, Tomorrow, I shall test the prowess of the Nine Tails. His arrogance blinded him completely, causing him to forget that engaging with the Nine Tails on a spiritual level had nothing to do with physical prowess. Lacking keen eyesight, he faced the Nine Tails. The next day, Chun Majiao roughly shook awake the slumbering Chun Ruanlu, coercing him to train alongside one of his clones. The clone's training bore little fruit, as it could only relay memories and experiences back to the main body, failing to transmit physical data. The clone primarily served to ensure the chubby boy did not slack off. Meanwhile, Chun Majiao's true self leapt onto the rooftop of the inn, facing the rising sun, engaging in breathing exercises and cultivating his chakra. Around 8 o'clock, through summoning techniques, he returned to Kingzujian, obtaining the bamboo fungus his parents and other clan members had gathered for him that day, while also delivering prepared food, clothing, and gifts to them. After summoning back, he visited Naruto's home, rousing the still drowsy Naruto to accompany him to the Hokage building. Upon hearing Chun Majiao's proposal to contact the Nine Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. He felt a sense of relief at Chun Majiao's candor and was pleased by the goodwill displayed towards this panda. His trust in Chun Majiao had significantly increased. Yet he remained slightly apprehensive, fearing that Chun Majiao's good intentions might inadvertently disrupt the seal and unleash the Nine Tails. The disaster 9 years prior still haunted him. Are you confident? He inquired seriously. Rest assured. Absolutely, Chun Majiao assured, thumping his chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a jolt of discomfort in his trigeminal nerve and retorted. Every time you say that, my worries resurface. Chun Majiao replied. What about the fundamental trust between people and the panda? Chapter 41, Spitting Blood, a Drawl. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the window, observing Naruto playing alone outside, kicking stones. Moments earlier, Chun Majiao had quietly informed him of the need to discuss the Nine Tails and the Jinchuriki, prompting Hiruzen to send Naruto outside to wait. At that moment, Naruto remained oblivious to the truth. Watching the self-entertaining Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Let us see how this unfolds, but I must first mobilize personnel as a precaution. After Hiruzen gathered the necessary personnel and inscribed a small but intricately complex sealing array, it was nearly noon. Chun Majiao ceased his teachings in Senjutsu to Hiruzen and Kakashi, as well as the clone-esque guidance on chakra refinement for Naruto, exclaiming, Is it finally ready? I'll give it a try now. Obeying Hiruzen's arrangements, Naruto obediently sat in the center of the sealing array. At that moment, after a morning of turmoil with the sealing class, he vaguely sensed that his moniker as the Nine-Tails Fox was not without merit. Chun Majiao reassured him, Do not fear. It is nothing of great significance. Naruto swallowed nervously but nodded, placing his trust in Chun Majiao, who had consistently radiated kindness towards him. Chun Majiao approached him and sat cross-legged, channeling his chakra into Naruto's body. As the Sage of Six Paths had stated, chakra serves as a bridge of spiritual connection between individuals. However, Ninjas often prefer to use chakra for combat rather than connection. At that moment, Chun Majiao struggled to establish a spiritual link. His method resembled the principles of Jinjutsu, injecting chakra into the enemy to disturb their thoughts. Yet Naruto was no enemy. He sat still and compliant. With the enhancement of his divine weapon and aided by the blood pact with Naruto, Chun Majiao easily penetrated into the depths of Naruto's psyche. He encountered a waterlogged sewer, dark and damp, with a chilling, sinister aura emanating from the depths of the passage. Is this a scene from Kung Fu? A research center for abnormal humans? Why can't I glimpse the illusion of a sea of blood? Chun Majiao's spiritual form scoffed inwardly, then boldly strode deeper into the passage. At the end of the corridor lay a vast cell, within which a colossal monster was imprisoned. The Nine Tails, within the confines of the cell, opened its blood-red eyes. Filled with brutality and bloodlust, it immediately recognized Chun Majiao's youth, addressing him as little brat. Chun Majiao did not respond immediately. His gaze fell upon the claw marks on the iron bars, noting that one of the bars was deformed and even cracked. It seemed the Nine Tails was seeping chakra through this point, disrupting Naruto's chakra flow. Hey, I'm asking you a question. The Nine Tails raised its voice, fury surging, its murderous intent bearing down on Chun Majiao with palpable force. Chun Majiao felt a sudden halt in his breath. Despite the fact that his spiritual form did not require breathing, it was as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. The sensation of being targeted by a natural enemy. Was this the aura of the Nine Tails, a being that had slaughtered countless lives? Indeed, it was soul-chilling. Chun Majiao was inwardly alarmed and simultaneously recognized the significant disparity that still existed between him and the Nine Tails, a disparity cultivated over millennia. I am the summoning beast of Uzumaki Naruto, hence I can enter his spiritual space. As he spoke, Chun Majiao cast an identification technique on the Nine Tails. Name: Kurama, Nine Tails Yang Release Half, STR, 1042DX, 318 CHA, 35394 INT, 79 Skills, Eternal Life, Passive. Charging Up, Active, Features. As a chakra manifestation creature created on the foundation of Yin and Yang release, its chakra is highly integrated with its soul, enhancing the strength of the soul, giving it an invasive quality, and supporting chakra-based reincarnation. Gazing at the Nine Tails panel, Chun Majiao was taken aback. Its power surpassed his by a considerable margin, although its agility was significantly lower than his. This likely explained why seasoned ninjas could barely contend with it. Its agility did not exceed that of a typical jonin significantly, especially when jonin possessed techniques like body flicker, allowing them to temporarily accelerate. Brief skirmishes were still feasible. However, the most astonishing aspect was the Nine Tails chakra value, a staggering 35,000, far exceeding his own meager 1,000. Yet, Chun Majiao found himself puzzled and inquired of the system during their mental exchange. What is going on? The Nine Tails chakra isn't as high as I anticipated. Didn't it distribute a significant amount of chakra during the Fourth Great Ninja War to the thousands of ninjas present, granting them the Nine Tails chakra cloak for protection? Surely it couldn't have been just 3 or 5 points per person. Shaking head. Host, you misunderstand. First, at that time, the Nine Tails was cooperating with its Yin and Yang halves to provide a considerable amount of chakra. Yin and Yang pairing. Work without fatigue. Heart gesture. Though it was not a perfect fusion to the degree of forming Yin-Yang release, it could still complement each other, leading to a situation where 1 + 1 = 3 or 4 in terms of chakra volume. Admiring. Secondly, if you examine the skill descriptions on the panel closely, you'll understand. Snaps fingers. Chun Majiao followed the advice and scrutinized the details. Eternal Life. Passive automatically condenses chakra after death, taking around 3 years to resurrect. Charging Up. Active while not consuming chakra, the user can choose to enter a charging state, with an additional chakra recovery rate of 3, and upon fully charging, it will raise the temporary upper limit of chakra. The longer the charging lasts, the higher the conversion. After ceasing the charging, the new upper limit can be maintained for an hour before returning to normal levels. With this newfound understanding, Chun Majiao comprehended the situation entirely. Gathering strength. The Nine Tails exhibited remarkable chakra recovery speed, coupled with its immense power and intellect, along with a vast reservoir of chakra. It conservatively estimated a recovery of 1,700 points per second, truly monstrous. Moreover, this ability to gather strength could further elevate its chakra limits. Though temporary, If given a moment to accumulate energy, the results would be terrifying. No wonder during the Fourth Great Ninja War, it sat cross-legged in the mental realm, amassing chakra while telling Naruto to wait a little longer. It turns out it possessed this skill. What do you want? To witness my folly? The chilling voice of the Nine Tails interrupted Chen Majiao's contemplation. Nine Tails, I am here to negotiate, Chen Majiao replied, gazing unwaveringly at the beast. Reminiscent of Dr. Strange confronting Dormammu. Ha! You, a mere feral beast, what qualification do you have to negotiate with me? The Nine Tails jeered. A mere feral beast? Chen Majiao scoffed. I shall inevitably become the strongest summoning beast in the ninja world, defeating all you tailed beasts. Ha! Are you attempting to amuse me? Congratulations. You have succeeded. The Nine Tails laughed heartily, yet its malevolent intent remained undiminished. Chen Majiao ceased his futile dialogue. This Nine Tails had been corrupted for far too long. Mere words would not sway it. Action was required. He too radiated a fighting spirit, engaging in a spiritual clash with the Nine Tails. Worried, host, do not confront it head-on. You are at a disadvantage in this soul-level battle. Nervous, remember, your soul enhancement is defensive while it is offensive, and you are in enemy territory. Thus you are at a disadvantage. Chen Majiao fortified his soul with divine weaponry. The Nine Tails, too, had its soul strength augmented by chakra. This explained why. After millennia of consuming countless humans' negative emotions, it had not entirely succumbed to madness. Its soul strength remained formidable, its spirit resilient. However, the chakra augmentation leaned heavily towards aggression, rendering its soul corrosive. Consequently, when faced with powerful ocular techniques like the Sharingan and Rinnegan, despite its high soul strength, it could not withstand their onslaught due to its offensive nature. Moreover, considering the Nine Tails' relatively low intelligence and poor resistance to illusions, it found itself increasingly vulnerable to such controls. In stark contrast, Chen Majiao excelled in defense rather than offense. His divine weapon, the Heart-S Steel, integrated with his soul, provided comprehensive protection against various illusions and soul attacks. Thus, the system noted Chen Majiao's defensive prowess in contrast to the Nine Tails' offensive capabilities. At this moment, the struggle of soul strength favored the Nine Tails. While Chen Majiao's defensive nature ensured he would not be outright defeated, he was rendered powerless, unable to retaliate. He was hesitant to recklessly damage the iron bars that sealed the Nine Tails. Not only was he not inclined towards offense, but his hands were also tied. On the other hand, the Nine Tails faced no such constraints. Had it been Naruto's soul, the bond of the Jinchuriki and tailed beast would have prevented it from inflicting harm, but with Chen Majiao, it felt no such reservations. In this contest, Chen Majiao quickly found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being overpowered by the Nine Tails, forcing him to withdraw from Naruto's mental space. At that moment, he realized that despite significant enhancements to his attributes, he could potentially match the Nine Tails in the physical realm. However, once confined to a battle of souls, his lack of superior ocular prowess rendered him incapable of countering the beast's might. Naturally, the Nine Tails could not fully subdue him, but it could certainly drive him away. With his consciousness retreating back to reality, the residual shockwaves from the soul clash manifested physically, causing him to involuntarily spit blood. Wiping his mouth, he feigned composure, declaring, well, it's a draw. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto, and all the members of the sealing team collectively voiced, no, no, no. Clearly, you lost. I didn't lose. My soul remained unscathed. The Nine Tails couldn't breach my defenses. The blood is merely a physical consequence, not a loss. Chapter 42. I will return. Due to the disadvantages of being in enemy territory and the challenges of soul combat, Chen Majiao could not persuade the Nine Tails and chose to retreat for the time being, planning to regroup and devise a new approach for future negotiations with the tailed beast. In short, he hadn't fought, he retreated, and he would seek vengeance later. After sending Naruto downstairs, Hiruzen inquired, was it quite challenging? Chen Majiao scratched his head, not exactly, but it appears this will become a long-term battle. I believe I should attempt to confront the Nine Tails every day. It will never be able to completely defeat me, and I only need to overcome it once to resolve the issue. By defeating the Nine Tails and forcibly claiming part of its chakra for Naruto, he will gain a measure of strength to resist disturbances to his chakra flow. Every day, you say? Hiruzen pondered before agreeing. All right, then every evening. You should accompany Naruto here after school for training. The ceiling array is a necessary safeguard. As Naruto still had school, they could only arrange for after class. Shinmajiao nodded. How about this? I'll pick up Naruto from school every day, we'll have dinner together, then come here to spar with the Nine Tails. Hiruzen initially contemplated stopping him, concerned that Shinmajiao's frequent interactions with Naruto, the host, would burden the watching ninjas. However, glancing outside at the bored Naruto below, he sighed and acquiesced to Shinmajiao's plan. When Shinmajiao approached Naruto with this arrangement, the latter jumped with excitement. Finally, someone is here to pick me up from school and have dinner with me like family. Shinmajiao smiled and ruffled his hair. From now on, you'll be like my little brother, and I will look after you. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. Yeah. On their way back, Naruto, unusually pensive, hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Shinmajiao inquired with a smile. Speak your mind. Don't be shy. Naruto, surprisingly serious, asked, Brother Majiao, tell me the truth. The fox demon is inside me, right? Though naive, the day's events had been too strange, leading him to a clear suspicion. Shinmajiao paused, then nodded. Naruto forced a bitter smile. I knew it. But still, it's better than being the fox myself. Shinmajiao reflected on his earlier conversation with Hiruzen. What if Naruto inquired about the truth? Just explain to him about the Jinchuriki, but avoid discussing his parents for now. I fear he might hold resentment. Shinmajiao sighed. Naruto, you are indeed a Jinchuriki, the so-called vessel of a tailed beast. He proceeded to explain the concepts of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to Naruto, then subtly convey to him. Therefore, you are indeed a hero. You have confined the tailed beast that threatened the village within your own body, and your contributions are remarkable. It is merely the ignorant who fail to comprehend this, fearing your formidable power. They believe in rumors, and thus treat you so harshly. Naruto, feeling despondent, lowered his head. Yet, Naruto, I have faith that you will not be crushed by setbacks, will you? I believe you will withstand the pressure, confront difficulties, and eventually become Hokage, changing the perceptions of the people of Konoha, who will ultimately recognize you, right? Without hesitation, Naruto lifted his head, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. Of course. I will become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who witnessed all this through a crystal ball, smiled. Reminiscent of the smile he bore in the original narrative upon witnessing Iruka and Naruto connect on a deeper level. In the following days, Shinmajiao led a fulfilling life. Mornings were spent engaging with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi, discussing sage techniques, ninjutsu, and staff techniques. Afternoons were dedicated to presiding over the meeting organized by Sarutobi Hiruzen, signing contracts with the civilian ninjas and small clan ninjas from Konoha. Evenings involved picking Naruto up from school and dining with him, occasionally bringing along Rock Lee, who felt lonely while Guy was away on missions. Naruto and Lee enjoyed each other's company, unaware that they were rivals for each other's affections. Shinmajiao confidently strolled into various eateries with Naruto. Despite the villagers' lingering aversion towards Naruto, they dared not provoke the formidable summoning beast that was Shinmajiao, opting instead to feign indifference and coldly dismiss him. Eventually, after 6 or 7 in the evening, Shinmajiao returned with Naruto to Sarutobi Hiruzen, once again encountering the Nine Tails within Naruto's spiritual realm. Nine Tails, I am here to negotiate. The phrase became his daily opener, much to the Nine Tails' displeasure. Enough already. Am I trapped in an illusion, caught in a loop? Each time, the Nine Tails utilized its home advantage to forcefully expel Shinmajiao, yet it increasingly found the task arduous. Shinmajiao gradually grasped some subtle techniques at the soul level, rendering him increasingly tenacious. After all, he also possessed divine weaponry enhancing his soul's strength, making him fundamentally comparable to the Nine Tails. In fact, with his defensive capabilities, he was even more resilient than the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails began to contemplate. When I see that insufferable panda tomorrow, how shall I crush him and humiliate him? It failed to realize that it no longer felt lonely. Though it found Shinmajiao irksome, the mere thought of devising a strategy to utterly defeat the panda invigorated its thoughts. No longer did it languish in its prison like stagnant water. However, today, at the expected time, Shinmajiao had yet to appear. The Nine Tails had been gathering energy, preparing to unleash a soul pressure attack as soon as the panda made his entrance. Yet, he did not come. What was happening? The Nine Tails felt puzzled, even a bit disheartened. A thought flickered in its mind. Could it be that the bastard will never return? Just then, Shinmajiao's spiritual form suddenly materialized, bellowing, "Take this." and launched a mental shock, catching the Ninetales off guard. Haha, how do you like that, you wretched fox? This is a little trick I just learned to diminish my own presence. In truth, he had not learned it. It was a lackluster skill obtained from a lottery. An SR-level passive ability known as background NPC. In the past few days, many ninjas from small clans and the civilian populace had come to sign contracts. Among them were skilled individuals, including Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi, one of whom had contributed this SR-level skill. It effectively reduced one's presence, making it easily overlooked. Upon reading the skill's description, Chun Majiao felt a rush of excitement. Could this be a divine talent commonly found in stealth games? However, he soon discovered that the skill was rather vexing. Being a passive ability, akin to his previous malicious perception, it could not be turned off. Throughout the afternoon, he was ignored multiple times by Chun Ruinlu, even amidst conversations that abruptly ceased as he was forgotten mid-sentence. Was this the tragic fate of the sixth child in the Ten Cold series? After enduring an unbearable afternoon, Chun Majiao resolved to rid himself of this skill. He speculated, could the Oil Woman clan also possess a background NPC passive talent? That would indeed be unfortunate. While he could cleanse his skill, the Oil Woman clan could not. Nevertheless, Chun Majiao did not intend to discard the skill immediately. He aimed to use it to ambush the Ninetales and annoy the fox, then later cleanse it. He succeeded. The Ninetales, having lost the initiative, was instead struck first, inciting its fury as it bellowed, despicable. It seemed as though the plan to attack Chun Majiao the moment he appeared had not originated from its own mind. The Ninetales summoned its sole power to retaliate. 10 minutes later, it regained absolute dominance, gradually pushing Chun Majiao out. Listening to Chun Majiao's elongated cry of "I will be back," as he vanished, the Ninetales smirked, its lips curling up. Unbeknownst to it, only 30% of that smile stemmed from the joy of victory. Another 30% derived from the certainty that Chun Majiao would indeed return. The remaining 40% was a result of having been ambushed by Chun Majiao, who managed to land a soul shock without triggering its innate ability, malicious perception. Chapter 43. You have been surrounded. Once again defeated by the Ninetales, or rather, having fought to a standstill, Chun Majiao remained unfazed. At this moment, he had made significant progress compared to just a few days prior. His soul had become more solid and powerful, resulting in a greater affinity with his body. In the system's words, he had finally achieved a complete union of body and soul. It is noteworthy that when Chun Majiao arrived in this world, he did not start as a newborn. He had directly transformed into a half-year-old panda. Thus, his reincarnation was not a birth, but rather a form of possession, as he had attached himself to the body of a half-year-old panda that had died of illness. Now, through the sharpening experience with the Ninetales, he had finally resolved the mismatch between his soul and body caused by the possession. Presently, being expelled by the Ninetales did not leave him vulnerable to residual shock waves harming his body. He chuckled, reminiscing about the Ninetales' furious expression when he struck its face, lifting his spirits through mental triumph. Just as he was about to rise and take Naruto home, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Someone is summoning me. They specifically requested a Earth Cat. He swiftly summoned an Earth clone, instructing it to follow the summoning signal and teleport directly. Meanwhile, he activated his vision to discern the situation. In recent days, many had signed contracts with him, but none had ever truly summoned him. He had emphasized that unless it was for actual combat, casual summoning was prohibited, and any summoning would incur a steep fee. Therefore, no one would frivolously summon, as everyone was acutely aware that money did not come easily. Now, a specific request for the Earth Cat had surfaced. Could a battle have ensued? Chun Majiao was intrigued as he connected his vision to see what was happening. The Earth Cat appeared on a patch of moist, muddy ground, surrounded by collapsed buildings, indicating that a battle had taken place. Opposite the Earth Cat stood dozens of ninjas, some wearing the forehead protector of the hidden mist, while others donned masks. In the midst of the scene stood a middle-aged man, his right eye concealed beneath an eye patch, and both ears adorned with sealing talismans. This distinctive appearance unmistakably identified him as Ao of the Mist Village. Turning his gaze, the Earth Cat noticed that at his side were two Jonin from the Hyuga branch family, who had been compelled to sign a contract with him a few days prior due to an urgent mission necessitating their departure from the village. Surprisingly, next to these two Hyuga Jonin was none other than Might Guy, who had also set out on a mission days earlier. Observing that the enemy was leisurely tightening their encirclement without immediate intentions to attack, the Earth Cat inquired, "What transpired?" One of the Hyuga Jonin responded succinctly. We are in the land of hot water, where we seek to intercept Ao, who is here for recuperation, with the intent of reclaiming the Byakugan. However, this is a trap. The enemy has already laid an ambush. Chun Majiao gradually pieced together the situation. Ao possessed a Byakugan that had been taken from the Hyuga clan during the Great War, a trophy they considered a disgrace. After all, the eyes of the branch family, protected like caged birds, were not meant to be seized. Generally, the main family did not engage in combat, making it theoretically difficult for them to lose an eye. Yet, during the height of the war, a member of the main family was inadvertently ambushed and lost an eye, which Ao had subsequently transplanted into himself. The Hyuga clan had long sought to reclaim this Byakugan, as it was a matter of familial honor. Guy interjected with a wry smile. The third Hokage initially opposed the Hyuga's proposal to leave the village to seize the eye, fearing it would ignite a conflict between the villages. However, the Hyuga clan swore an oath on their honor to merely reclaim the eye without taking lives, prompting the third to dispatch me to supervise and assist them. The Earth Cat nodded in understanding, having grasped the entire sequence of events. Reports indicated that Ao had appeared alone in the land of hot water, seemingly indulging in a spa retreat. Consequently, the Hyuga clan had promptly requested permission to leave the village, aiming to intercept and reclaim the eye. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been reluctant to approve the Hyuga's request to leave the village, disinclined to see a dispute arise between Konoha and the Mist Village at such a critical juncture, potentially disrupting years of peace. Nevertheless, the Hyuga clan was a prominent family, and he had to consider their sentiments. No longer in his youth, he was not the formidable ninja he once was and could not forcefully reprimand the Hyuga as he had during the Uchiha incident. With the future heir uncertain and his desire for stability paramount, he did not wish to see the Hyuga clan become the second Uchiha clan. Hence he refrained from overt pressure. Even if he had to suppress them, it would be done subtly, without drawing attention. Thus, he granted the Hyuga clan permission to depart, while stipulating 3 conditions. They must guarantee that no one would be killed, or if someone was killed, it must be done without leaving any traces. If they lacked confidence, they must forego the endeavor and proceed cautiously. In times of peace, conflicts among the ninja villages during cross-border missions were commonplace, as long as no lives were lost. The issues could be resolved without major consequence. At worst, it would lead to mutual finger-pointing. However, should a death occur with evidence left behind, it would spell significant trouble. Not entirely reassured, Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically dispatched Might Guy to oversee and assist. The Hokage had deliberately chosen Guy due to his striking resemblance to his father, Might Due. Coupled with his signature 8 gates technique, this would undoubtedly instill trepidation in the Mist. He mused, if the situation were to be exposed, Guy's mere presence should compel the Mist to retreat, preventing an actual confrontation. Yet, the number of Mist ninjas present was overwhelming. The visible encirclement comprised 40 individuals, with several more hidden away. They showed no signs of retreat, instead tightening their formation. One of the Hyuga Jonin sensed the precariousness of the situation and hastily summoned Chun Majiao. Given that the enemy hailed from the Mist, renowned for their water release abilities, he incorporated a specific seal to summon the Earth Cat, a counter to water release. The Earth Cat surveyed the surroundings and muttered, "Over 40, you say?" He then called out loudly, "Mist ninjas across from me. You are now surrounded." The Mist ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous that a mere panda summoning beast would claim to encircle them. However, they soon witnessed the Earth Cat wave its paw gently. Instantly, dozens of Earth Cats appeared, bringing the total to 50. The encirclement faltered, their advance halted. What was happening? A shadow clone technique? Ao hastily removed his eye patch, scrutinizing with his Byakugan. Yet, the Byakugan was notoriously unable to discern shadow clones. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki could not penetrate such illusions, rendering Ao equally incapable of determination. Seeking reassurance, he looked closer, only to find his unease deepening. Through his Byakugan, he could see that the newly manifested Earth Cats were brimming with immense chakra, continuously flowing. Regardless of whether they were shadow clones, the sheer chakra they displayed was alarmingly high. Each one possessed chakra equivalent to that of 2 or 3 Jonin combined. Among the 43 present, only a handful were Jonin. Sweat beaded on Ao's forehead. In that moment of astonishment, the 50 Earth Cats surged forward at breakneck speed, executing a counter-encirclement. The Mist ninjas found their escape routes severed. They were genuinely surrounded. AO's cold sweat intensified. Such speed. The other mist ninjas were equally stunned. Some even believing they had fallen victim to an illusion, unwilling to confront reality. The multitude of Earth Cats grinned and shouted in unison, "Mist ninjas inside. You are surrounded." Realizing the dire situation, AO exclaimed, "We cannot continue like this. Follow me to break through." He dashed toward a side of the Earth Cats, prompting the other mist ninjas to follow suit. Not shedding tears until seeing the coffin. The Earth Cat chosen as the point of breakthrough felt quite disgruntled. "With so many brothers, you had to pick me. Do you think I am the easiest to bully?" Clasping its paws together, it bellowed, "Earth release. Gravity, defying world." All approaching mist ninjas suddenly felt their bodies lighten, involuntarily floating into the air. They struggled in midair, yet remained unable to touch the ground, completely robbed of their freedom of movement. This technique, akin to the third Tsuchikage Inoki's super lightweight rock technique, was Chun Majiao's Earth Release Ninjutsu, Gravity, Defying World. Compared to Inoki's, Chun Majiao's technique had a broader range of effect. It could influence not only oneself, but also the surrounding environment and individuals. For ninjas lacking flight capabilities, this single technique could significantly diminish their combat effectiveness and mobility. However, Chun Majiao had yet to master this technique fully. He could not banish them into the void. At most, they would float a few meters high, unable to inflict fatal damage. Yet, even a few meters proved sufficient at present, serving as a control skill. "Can we converse now?" The Earth Cat chuckled. Meanwhile, several Earth Cats, like cannonballs, dove into collapsed buildings, locating a few concealed mist ninjas, summoning the unyielding Iron Soldier's clones to swiftly incapacitate them. The unyielding Iron Soldier's indomitable characteristic allows it to damage any matter it contacts, freely controlled at will. At this moment, the Earth Cats, not wishing to kill, merely used blunt force to knock them unconscious, avoiding the level of devastation that would result in brain splatter upon contact. They then tossed the incapacitated ninjas into the floating zone, allowing them to join their comrades in drifting. Subsequently, all the Earth Cats ascended into the air, gazing down at the mist ninjas flailing in midair, performing the frog stroke, backstroke, butterfly stroke, and freestyle. AO, struggling in the air, felt a chill of despair. Damn it, have we encountered 50 Inokis? Where did such a formidable summoning beast arise from? He ceased his struggles, attempting to form seals to unleash a water release technique against the Earth Cats, only to be astounded to discover that the Earth-type chakra enveloping him made it exceedingly difficult to summon his water-type chakra. The sight of the Earth Cats swiftly subduing their foes left the three from Konoha momentarily stunned. It was only Guy, having anticipated Chun Magio's prowess, who quickly reacted, shouting, "Magio, do not kill them." This was not the moment to ignite conflict. Konoha could not afford to sever ties with Kirigakure completely. The Earth Cats nodded in agreement. And then over 40 of them suddenly clasped their paws together, exclaiming, "Earth release! Earth explosion spring roll!" Instantly, a torrent of sand and soil surged from the ground, ensnaring the Kirigakure shinobi and wrapping them tightly. Unlike the Earth explosion stars, which formed into spheres, this technique elongated them. Ultimately, only their heads and feet remained exposed, their bodies entirely encased in a solid structure of earth and stone, rendering them immobile. The Earth Cats then dispelled the gravity-defying effect of their fantasy world, allowing the captured shinobi to tumble to the ground, rolling about helplessly. Observers of the live broadcast voiced their opinions. "Earth Cats, don't you think your name is a misnomer? This is hardly a spring roll with both ends visible. It would be more fitting to rename it to Earth Release, Earth Explosion Bacon Inoki Roll." The Earth Cats unanimously agreed, exclaiming, "The observer speaks true. A piercing truth indeed. The perspective of a bystander is always clearer. Truly impressive." They all chimed in. Bacon inoki rolls are the most delicious when grilled. Chapter 44. A touch of green on Guy 2 of the Hyuga Jounin approached Ching, rolling him over so that his exposed head faced upwards. They swiftly removed the white eye from his right eye socket and placed it into a pre-prepared vial filled with the solution. One of the Hyuga Jounin, skilled in medical ninjutsu, even assisted in treating Ching, stopping the bleeding from his empty eye socket. The scene was remarkably harmonious and friendly, a stark contrast to the earlier tension that had filled the air. Ching remained silent, his face darkened, unable to argue against his inferiority. In this encounter, no casualties had occurred on the side of Kirigakure. The The matter was not severe enough to escalate into a full-blown conflict. The loss of a single white eye was hardly a cause for war. Moreover, Konoha was not entirely in the wrong, as this eye originally belonged to them. Ching had no choice but to concede defeat. As the Hyuga Jounin treated Ching, he smiled and inquired, "Can you tell us what transpired? Surely, you were not lying in ambush for us. We merely stumbled into your trap, correct? You were originally lying in wait for someone else." Ching remained tight-lipped. An earth cat leaned in, kindly suggesting, "At a time like this, you should display a defiant expression and grit your teeth, shouting, 'Go on, kill me.'" Ching's face turned a darker shade. "You insolent bear cat, how dare you humiliate me like this?" He struggled to turn his head, glaring furiously at the earth cat. Yet, in an instant, he seemed to come to a realization, suddenly smiling, his stiff expression becoming even more grotesque. "You wish to know who we were lying in wait for? Humph, I suppose I can tell you." The earth cats expressed their disappointment. "Don't give in so quickly. Why not hold out a bit longer? Where is your Kirigakure spirit? I preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. I was eager to experiment with a new technique on you, so please regain your composure." The Hyuga Jounin, skilled in medical ninjutsu, could no longer bear to see Ching's state. He waved his hand, instructing his companion to shoo away the earth cat, preventing it from provoking Ching further. He then turned to Ching with seriousness. "Please, go ahead." Ching replied calmly, "We received intelligence indicating that the rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Momochi Zabuza, seems to be active in this vicinity. Thus, we subtly surrounded this street, and I was to make a public appearance to draw him out, thereby tightening the encirclement or initiating a pursuit." As Ching recounted the events, the Konoha ninja and the earth cats began to comprehend the situation. No wonder among the several Kirigakure shinobi, some wore masks. They were part of the pursuit squad. This was akin to Konoha Sambu, who also had a custom of donning masks. They had come here specifically to capture the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. The reason Ching was leading a group of shinobi was that his Byakugan could penetrate the mist techniques employed by Kirigakure. Ching was the nemesis of Zabuza's silent assassination techniques. "Really?" The distanced earth cat called out. "You Kirigakure send so many just to catch Zabuza? Are you all so idle? If you have nothing to do, go chew on a lighter." Ching scoffed and said nothing in reply. Despite their brief acquaintance, Ching had already mastered the art of ignoring Shinmagyo. Much like Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, it was best to disregard him. This foolish bear cat often acted erratically, and engaging with him would only lead to trouble. However, the Hyuga Jounin accompanying the earth cat felt compelled to interject, offering a fair explanation for Ching. "Lord Magyo, do not underestimate the 7 ninja swordsmen, especially Zabuza Momochi. His assassination and concealment techniques are formidable. If he truly intends to escape, it would be challenging to apprehend him." This statement held truth. Shinmagyo was heavily influenced by the original narrative and perceived Zabuza as merely a novice village boss. In actuality, Zabuza had evaded capture by the Kirigakure pursuit squad for years, showcasing considerable skill, particularly in the arts of assassination and concealment. His silent killing technique effectively muted footsteps, heartbeats, and breathing, making detection exceedingly difficult. If there were no sensory ninja among the targets, he could easily execute surprise attacks. Against sensory ninjas, he also possessed the mist technique, mixing chakra within the dense fog to disrupt the target's senses. Consequently, even if the opponent sensed something amiss with the mist, they would still be unaware of Zabuza's location. Even the Sharingan could not fully penetrate the mist technique. Only the Byakugan, with its superior insight, could see through it. While Zabuza's direct combat capabilities were average, he excelled in assassination, ambush, concealment, and evasion. Thus, only with Ching present was there any hope of capturing Zabuza. The sizable contingent of shinobi was a necessity. Given the vague intelligence, Kirigakure was uncertain of Zabuza's exact whereabouts. To prevent him from slipping through their grasp, the encirclement had to be larger, necessitating more personnel. Consequently, Kirigakure dispatched a formidable squad comprising 5 jounin, 6 special jounin, and 32 chunin. Unexpectedly, Ching, intended to provoke Zabuza into revealing himself and leaving a trail, instead drew Konoha ninja, seeking the Byakugan. Alone, Ching could not contend with 3 elite jounin, especially one of whom was the son of Might Guy. The disgrace of the 7 ninja swordsmen remained unavenged. When would the hatred of the 3 treasures be extinguished? Therefore, the other Kirigakure shinobi within the encirclement had to abandon their original plan targeting Zabuza and instead rallied to assist Qing, turning the tide of the situation. Chunmajio began to understand. In the original world of the Hokage that he had not yet traversed, the typical sequence of events at this moment would have been Guy showcasing the prowess of the 8th gate for the first time in battle. This would enable him to lead the 2 Hyuga Jounin to successfully breach the encirclement of over 40 Kirigakure shinobi, once again shocking Kirigakure and solidifying the reputation of the Azure Beast. Only the steam produced by the 8th gate bore a blue hue. Upon reflection, it made sense. Guy would not have mastered the 8th gate, known as the Gate of Wonder, prior to the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, which was over 51 years ago. Therefore, the subsequent conflict requiring him to open the 8th gate would likely be this very encounter. Chunmajio scratched his head, pondering whether he had inadvertently muddled the moment of the Azure Beast's birth. Kai, he mused, it seems your somewhat dubious reputation must endure a little longer. Meanwhile, the thoughtful Hyuga Jounin, skilled in medical ninjutsu, inquired why Mr. Qing had suddenly become willing to divulge such intelligence. Mr. Qing fell silent, reluctant to elaborate on his plans, which were clandestinely arranged with the village's rising star, Terumi Mei. They had discerned something amiss with the 4th Mizukage and suspected he might be under the influence of Jinjutsu. However, the 4th Mizukage was now reclusive and appeared wary of Qing's Byakugan, leaving them without concrete evidence. Thus, the intention behind capturing Zabuza was not to eliminate him outright, but rather to apprehend him alive. To converse with this specter and ascertain whether he had uncovered any clues regarding the assassination of the 4th Mizukage. This was the rationale behind Qing's deployment of so many of his own people to capture Zabuza. The complexity of the capture mission exceeded that of a kill mission, and having more personnel ensured greater safety. Yet, unexpectedly, Konoha had intervened. Now, the elusive Zabuza was likely to escape, and with his heightened vigilance, he would prove even harder to capture in the future. After a moment of anger, Qing was compelled to rethink his strategy. Since the forceful capture of Zabuza was no longer feasible, perhaps it was best to abandon the pursuit altogether. There was no need for evidence. Given the 4th Mizukage's suspicious state, it would be prudent to join forces with the likes of Jinjetsu and Terumi Mei, to confine the Mizukage Yakura and ascertain whether he was truly under Jinjutsu control. As for Zabuza, now that Konoha harbored doubts about their intentions, why not simply inform them? Diverting Konoha's attention towards Zabuza could be seen as a contribution by this rogue ninja to the village. Resolving to reveal part of the truth, Qing candidly discussed Zabuza's situation. However, regarding the Mizukage's potential manipulation, such a notion was too fantastical and could easily provoke alarm. Even his trusted mist ninjas were unaware. Consequently, Qing was reluctant to disclose this to Konoha, fearing they might take advantage of the situation. After some contemplation, he fabricated a plausible reason. Responding vaguely, we require a young girl who is suspected to be a descendant of the Yuki clan. We seek her bloodline limit of ice release. The reason for sharing the truth with you, Konoha, is to seek collaboration. If you can capture Zabuza and that young girl, we are willing to compensate you for her. The eavesdropping Tuma and the watching entity scoffed. Come on. Back when your entire nation was calling for the extermination of the Yuki clan, did you not cherish the ice release bloodline? Now, you can't even ascertain the gender of the white-haired one. How could you possibly value it? This must be a ruse, perhaps even tied to the Mizukage affair. Nevertheless, Chunmajio had no intention of exposing Qing's subterfuge. Tuma eagerly chimed in. Well, since we've laid our cards on the table, let us part amicably. By the way, are you mist ninjas interested in summoning beasts? What do you think of me? Chapter 45. Please, cease the fighting. The Konoha and mist ninjas present were taken aback. What do you mean? We were just at each other's throats, and now you, with your pronounced brows and big eyes, suddenly wish to defect? Tuma chuckled and explained to Qing and the others. I am an iron beast from the Green Bamboo Gorge. Our clan maintains a neutral stance. Any ninja can sign a contract with us. I am among the elite of my clan, possessing the remarkable ability to create countless clones. You just witnessed, a single one of me can match an entire army. So how about it? Are you mist ninjas interested in signing with me? If so, I could take a clone to Mist Village for a more thorough discussion. Qing was utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom such an unexpected turn of events. Having become a captive, he was being treated like a client instead. His emotions were conflicted. On one hand, he had experienced Chunmajio's formidable power firsthand and realized how beneficial it would be to take such a powerful summoning beast back to the currently weakened Mist Village. It could enable Chun Majiao to assist them in subduing the Mizuki Jikura, potentially avoiding the chaos that the perfect Jinchuriki could unleash upon Mist Village. On the other hand, he worried that this might be a ploy by Konoha. Not long ago, this panda had demonstrated the ability to summon countless clones with a mere wave of his hand. If the clone they brought back could do the same, an overwhelming number of panda clones could descend upon Mist Village. In that scenario, they would not even need Yakura. The perfect Jinchuriki to wreak havoc in Mist Village. The multitude of panda clones could easily accomplish that. Contemplating this possibility, Ching felt a sense of powerlessness. How could such a potent cloning ability exist in the world? This feeling of helplessness was something even Sarutobi Hiruzen had deeply understood, which is why he had recklessly tested Chun Majiao with the Nine Tails. Majiao, are you truly considering engaging with the mist? The Hyuga ninja, unfamiliar with Chun Majiao, hesitated to speak, but Kai was forthright. His feelings were complex. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he was still a Konoha ninja and did not wish for Chun Majiao to associate with a foreign village. Tuma assumed a serious demeanor. To be candid, this has always been my dream, world peace. I believe that if all ninjas could sign contracts with me and summon my clones during battle, it could lead to a cessation of hostilities under my mediation. My aim is to achieve world peace in this manner. The first step towards this dream is to expand my influence, making it clear that signing with me is essential to remain competitive. This is the reason behind my persistent efforts to establish contracts. Once the majority of ninjas have signed with me, warfare will become increasingly difficult to ignite. I assure you, no matter which of my clones it may be, they will not attack any of my employers. This is Chun Majiao's coercive signing plan. Don't want to sign with me? That's fine. But when you encounter an enemy who has signed with me, don't come crying to me. I intend to foster a culture in the ninja world where those who have not signed with Chun Majiao are seen as easy prey. It will be a point of pride to have signed with me, while it will be a disgrace not to have done so. If you sign with me, and your opponent has also signed with me, then my clones will remain uninvolved, observing the conflict. They will endeavor to persuade you to cease hostilities, but if you refuse, that is acceptable. You can fight as you wish. My two clones will merely spectate. It sounded somewhat unscrupulous, essentially coercing all ninjas to sign with him. Yet, Chun Majiao cleverly framed his motives under the noble cause of world peace, making his aspirations appear grand and noble. Indeed, irrespective of others, Kai was undoubtedly moved. Tears welled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "What a lofty ambition for world peace. This is the essence of youth." Ching was initially reluctant to acquiesce to the proposal of the Earth Cat, deeming the risks involved too great. However, he soon observed the Earth Cat instructing the others to disperse and take independent action in an attempt to locate Zaibujan. The other Earth Cats sprang into the air, soaring in all directions. Ching was left astounded. Goodness, they can actually fly, and at such remarkable speed. His eyes sparkled with realization. If this panda harbored ill intentions towards the Mist Village, there would be no need for us to introduce him. He could simply depart from the land of soup and fly directly to the Mist Village. There was no concern about chakra limitations for sustained flight over the sea, as numerous islands lay between the land of soup and the land of water, providing ample resting spots. With this thought, Ching made a decision akin to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given the circumstances, we must take a gamble. He spoke. Very well, I can escort you to the Mist Village, but you must adhere to my arrangements. He intended to discreetly arrange for Chun Majiao to sign a contract with the anti-shadow team, addressing the significant threat posed by Yagura first. All right, that sounds good. The Earth Cat nodded. Seeing Chun Majiao's firm resolve, the two Hyuga ninjas sighed and ceased their objections. What more could they say? With 49 Earth Cats having already flown away, was it meaningful to insist on keeping this one? Shall we take our leave then? We are truly grateful for your assistance, Lord Majiao. The medical Hyuga ninja bowed to Chun Majiao. The other Hyuga ninja followed suit. They understood that without Chun Majiao's intervention, they would have surely lost the Byakugan and might even have perished. They felt a wave of relief. Had they not entertained the idea of visiting the food street just before leaving the village, and acted upon it by signing a contract with Lord Majiao ahead of time, they might well be dead by now. Having a powerful summoning beast partner was indeed invaluable. Unbeknownst to them, Kai had opened the 8 gates, enough to intimidate the Mist Village. Without the assurance of completely silencing the threat, both parties were compelled to exercise restraint. Fearing the outbreak of conflict between the two villages, the Earth Cat casually accepted their bows. Then, Turning to Kai, he smiled. You should hurry back. My true form returned the day before you left, yet I did not get to see you. Upon your return, you, in my true form, can continue researching the 8 gates. Yes, that sounds good. Kai grinned. After watching the 3 from Konoha depart, the Earth Cat remaining behind released the bindings on the mist villagers, setting them free. Only the one-eyed Ching silently donned his eye patch, tearing off the sealing symbols from his earlobes, and then inquired of the Earth Cat, "Shall we return to the mist now? Will you join us?" "Yes." The Earth Cat nodded. Ching produced a scroll and presented it to the Earth Cat, then released it, allowing the scroll to unfurl and reveal its contents. It depicted a full-body portrait of a handsome youth. "We cannot return with you as you are. For certain reasons, we must conceal your identity for a time. Transform into a 155 centimeters tall youth resembling this image, and for now, you shall be known as Seiya Masasuke." The Earth Cat scratched his head, hesitating to speak. What is it?" Ching asked, puzzled. The Earth Cat steadied himself and replied, "It's nothing." Then, with hands clasped, he shouted, "Transformation technique." A plump boy appeared. Ching glanced at the chubby boy, then silently turned the portrait to verify that the image of the handsome youth had not been swapped. "Do you not know the transformation technique?" The Earth Cat, now in the guise of a plump boy, blushed and chuckled awkwardly. "I just learned it. I'm still not proficient." The voices of the mist villagers echoed. What a peculiar character. Mastered the Earth Clone technique to perfection, but scored 0 in transformation? Chapter 46. Advancing into the Ninja World. Due to the Earth Cat's lack of proficiency in transformation techniques, Ching was compelled to alter his plans. He first completed the contract signing, and then told the Earth Cat that once they reached the mist, he would summon the Earth Cat over when time permitted. The Earth Cat agreed. Thus, the mist team retreated, leaving him behind. How peculiar. I find myself with nothing to do. The Earth Cat scratched his head. Shall I reach out to the others to inquire if they have located Zaibujan and Haku? He held little hope for this. Although the Earth Cats could fly at remarkable speed, capable of catching up to ground-moving ninjas, Zaibujan and Haku would undoubtedly conceal themselves and would not be foolish enough to flee openly along the main road. The Earth Cats lacked the keen eyesight to discern hidden forms or those transformed into commoners. Indeed, all 49 Earth Cats, having flown in various directions, were now nearly out of the land of soup, yet they had still failed to find any trace of Zaibujan or Haku. The original form chimed into the group chat. "Let it go. Forget about Zaibujan and Haku. I will not cancel your contracts. You might as well proceed to sign with the other nations. After all, you can retrieve contracts from the system. It is time for us to advance into the entire ninja world." One Earth Cat replied, "Is that wise?" All Earth Cats. "The direction I'm heading is closer to the land of thunder. It would be more suitable to summon a wind cat to replace me there, wouldn't it?" "Earth is weak against wind." The original form responded, "That works. I will summon a wind cat, and you can summon him over. I will not cancel your contract. You may change course and try your luck elsewhere. Does anyone else wish to swap?" Another Earth Cat chimed in, "I am going to the land of wind. Where there are more wind-released ninjas, summon a fire cat for me, but do not cancel my contract. The fire effects on the fire cat are more troublesome in daily life than my Earthstone aura. I will assist the fire cat instead." After a lengthy discussion, arrangements were finally completed, and the original Chinmajiao withdrew his focus. At this moment, he had already returned Naruto home. He rubbed his temples, chuckling bitterly. Managing multiple tasks simultaneously is truly exhausting. Earlier, he had been watching the Earth Cat's live stream while handling his own affairs, exchanging insights on staff techniques with Hiruzen and then escorting Naruto home. He was overwhelmed with tasks. Had it not been for the recent enhancement of his spiritual strength, he would have struggled to manage such multitasking. Now, finally free, he quietly pondered the issues the Earth Cat had revealed during the battle in the mist. Today, the Earth Cat had displayed great might in front of the mist, but ultimately lost some face due to his inability to perform transformation techniques. Chinmajiao watched the live stream. Feeling somewhat exasperated, his true form had managed to learn the body flicker technique with relative ease, as it was foundational. Yet, paradoxically, his clones were unable to master it. The elemental clones, after all, were not shadow clones, but mere techniques. Although, in many respects, his skills surpassed those of the shadow clone technique, they were not without their limitations. Shadow clones can replicate whatever the original can do. Of course, when it comes to secret techniques involving the soul, shadow clones without a complete soul are incapable of performing them. Furthermore, if the chakra allocated to shadow clones is insufficient, they naturally cannot execute certain high-level ninjutsu. In contrast, Chun Majiao's panda clones were bound by their skill set, defining their capabilities. Their skills dictated that panda clones excelled solely in earth, wind, and fire elements, with no provisions for other talents. Thus, they lacked any abilities beyond that. Skills defined everything. What exists is present, and what does not is absent. Unlike shadow clones, which completely mirror the original, panda clones possessed half the attributes of the original but lacked its skills and talents, instead having their unique skills and talents. Consequently, aside from their corresponding attributes, panda clones could be regarded as fundamentally lacking in ninjutsu aptitude. While they excelled in the earth, wind, and fire elements, they were only proficient in those specific elements. The earth cat was incapable of utilizing fire release techniques. It has only mastered the nature transformation of earth-style chakra. It also finds it challenging to learn the body replacement technique, as this technique, like the standard version of the Rasengan, does not involve any nature transformation and bears no direct relation to the earth element. Therefore, the earth cat lacks talent in this regard. Even if the earth cat manages to learn the body replacement technique through analogy, it often struggles to utilize it effectively. Much like Naruto at the beginning of the original story. Contemplating this, Chun Majiao mused, "It seems I truly need to learn the multi-shadow clone technique. Otherwise, my panda clones, unable to grasp sage arts or sealing techniques, will find themselves at a disadvantage during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Not to mention, enemies utilizing the Edo Tensei will be particularly troublesome. Without the true seeking balls or sealing techniques, how can one fight? Convincing them to relinquish their obsessions and attain enlightenment through mere words?" The imitation of the Earth Explosion Star that resulted in the Earth Explosion Bacon Mushroom Roll is essentially not a sealing technique. It is merely a binding jutsu, akin to the water prison technique, with limited control duration and unable to sustain casting for long. I should dispatch shadow clones to collaborate with elemental clones to compensate for their shortcomings. Having reached this conclusion, Chun Majiao activated the time-space shelf proactively, creating a spatial rift from which a scroll of ninjutsu fell. This was the scroll he had obtained through a transaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen using sage arts. Holding the scroll, he silently wished, "If only I could subdue the Nine Tails right now. That way, Naruto could learn the multi-shadow clone technique alongside me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Guy and two Jonin from the Hyuga clan were on their way back to Konoha from the land of hot water. Unbeknownst to them, the butterfly effect caused by Chun Majiao was still unfolding. Might Guy and the two Hyuga Jonin encountered Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Coincidentally, at this moment, the Akatsuki organization was in a stealth phase, their reputation concealed. Their primary daily task involved covertly accumulating funds and recruiting talent in preparation for significant undertakings. Thus, they had set their sights on Zabuza Momochi. More precisely, a two-person team within the organization focused on Zabuza. The others in the organization did not regard Zabuza highly. Many believed his strength was insufficient to handle a ring and become a formal member of the organization. Only Itachi and Kisame paid particular attention to Zabuza. Itachi's interest stemmed from the fact that the previous owner of Zabuza's beheading sword, Pakken Shizun, had a good relationship with him in life, while Kisame, being one of the new generation of the seven ninja swordsmen, viewed Zabuza with a different lens. They believed that even if Zabuza could not become a formal member of the organization, being a reserve would suffice. With adequate training over a couple of years, he might just qualify for formal membership. Consequently, they had been monitoring Zabuza's movements closely. Their interest in this demon was increasing as he was elusive and difficult to track. Undoubtedly a seasoned veteran, if recruited into the organization, he would be well suited for assassination missions. Finally, having obtained some intelligence indicating Zabuza's presence in the Land of Water, they came to test their luck. According to the original plot, which did not mention subsequent developments, the ambushing Mist Village team would clash with Konoha, prompting Zabuza to flee, causing Itachi and Kisame to miss him. However, due to Chun Majiao's intervention, the conflict was swiftly quelled, avoiding any standoff, escape, or pursuit, which surprisingly led to a series of butterfly effects. Itachi and Kisame, upon their arrival, fortuitously encountered the returning trio from Konoha. Upon seeing one of the two figures in red cloud-black robes, clearly the village's rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi, Guy sensed trouble and promptly lowered his head, loudly warning, "Don't look into his eyes." Yet, it was too late. The two Hyuga Jonin had already fallen victim to Itachi's silent genjutsu, standing frozen in place. Guy thought this is bad. He was not adept at projecting chakra outward, making it challenging to awaken his teammates through touch or chakra infusion. While other ninjas could liberate their comrades from genjutsu in an instant, his method required at least several seconds. Given Itachi's level of genjutsu, it could even take half a minute to a full minute. And the two S-rank rogue ninjas opposite him would certainly not grant Guy half a minute to a minute. Guy had no choice but to first repel the enemies. At that moment, he secretly regretted. If only I hadn't hesitated earlier and directly allied with Chen Majiao. I would have had support now and could protect my two teammates. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, focusing on the battle, lowering his head. He used the corner of his eye to observe the lower half of his opponent's body. A tactic he had learned from years of sparring with Kakashi to counter the Sharingan Genjutsu. Then he shouted, "The first gate. Open." A powerful aura erupted as blue mist began to surround Gaia's body. History seemed to correct itself. The Azure Beast, having missed its previous moment to appear, forcefully emerged at this instant. Chapter 47. It's just the Master's task. It was the 8 gates. Be careful. Itachi's expression turned serious. Kisame, eager to engage, said, "Let me handle this, Itachi." Itachi nodded and then turned his gaze towards a certain spot to his diagonal right. "Then I'll deal with the rat." Oh no. It was exposed. Upon seeing Itachi turn his gaze toward them, the two individuals lurking in the distance were struck with alarm. These two were the demon brothers of Zabuza, Meizu and Kajizui. Zabuza had already fled the scene, not knowing where he had hidden. To be cautious, he left 2 subordinates behind to gather intelligence. Meizu and Kajizui had disguised themselves as traveling merchants, only to witness the clash between Akatsuki and Konoha from afar. Unexpectedly, one of Konoha's ninjas suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, startling them into a state of panic, leading to their exposure. Itachi dashed over, throwing a shuriken with remarkable precision, effectively blocking the demon brothers' escape route. Then, using only taijutsu, he effortlessly took down the two. Afterward, with an air of nonchalance, he dusted off his sleeves, leaving without a trace. Having completed his unnoticed display, Itachi turned back to observe the fierce battle between Kisame and Guy. Water release, great waterfall technique. Guy rushed in at high speed. The speed unleashed by the opening of the first gate was astonishing. Kisame had no choice but to abandon his technique, shark bomb technique, and hurriedly used the Samahata to defend horizontally. The Samahata bent into a C shape from the force of the kick. Kisame felt a tremendous impact, and both he and the Samahata were sent flying. Meanwhile, an enraged Guy, relentless in his pursuit, charged forward. Kisame, neglecting to form seals, could only wield the Samahata to engage in a physical confrontation with Guy. Kisame was a rare honest man in the original story. He had never employed non-hand seal ninjutsu or single-hand seal techniques. He always diligently formed seals to release various water-style techniques. This was not only due to his inherent limitations, but also the result of external factors. Kisame possessed a vast amount of chakra and could use the Samahata to absorb his opponent's chakra to replenish his own. However, this came at the cost of instability, making it relatively difficult to control. To unleash ninjutsu, he had to methodically form seals to stabilize the chakra output. He could not simplify the seal formation as the second Hokage did. Generally, this was not a problem. Kisame's seal speed was considered relatively fast. Within the anime, everyone's seal speed was slowed down for the audience to see clearly, completely lacking the flair of forming 5 or 6 seals in a second. Moreover, Kisame's taijutsu and swordsmanship were formidable, making it challenging for others to exploit any openings in his taijutsu or swordplay while he formed seals. But with Guy having opened the 7th gate, his speed was astonishing. In the original narrative, Kai failed to seize the initiative, allowing Kisame to unleash numerous jutsu and create a water environment that constrained Kai's movements, rendering him somewhat restrained. The water prison technique is perilous and difficult to escape from internally. Techniques like the water shark bullet possess formidable repelling effects. However, the tables turned when Itachi seized the initiative, followed by Kai, who directly opened the 8 gates. Kisame found himself at the very end of the sequence. Consequently, under Kai's fierce assault, Kisame was unable to create any seals. He could only wield the Samahata to fend off Kai's onslaught, while the Samahata emitted a series of protests, expressing its discontent at being used as a shield. The Samahata is a sentient weapon, endowed with independent thought. It had just been kicked into a C shape and was in pain. This was troubling. Observing from the sidelines, Itachi swiftly realized that if things continued this way, the Samahata might rebel and flee, leaving Kisame to meet his end right there. The 8 gates truly counter the 7 ninja swordsmen with innate superiority. Kai declared, "Can you withstand this punch, honed over 20 years?" With a sharp tactical awareness, Itachi immediately resolved to take a hostage to force Kai to relent. He dashed towards the 2 Hyuga ninjas still ensnared in the illusion. At this moment, Kai, engulfed in pain but also in an inexplicable state of exhilaration, maintained his rationality. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Itachi's return and instantly grasped his intentions. He abandoned Kisame to assist his comrades. Being closer, he quickly reached the 2 Hyuga ninjas, shielding them from Itachi's grasp as potential hostages. However, this granted Kisame a moment to breathe. Infuriated yet embarrassed, Kisame immediately began forming seals and unleashed the water release, water shockwave. He expelled a vast amount of water, swiftly inundating an area of several dozen meters. Establishing his home ground advantage, he prevented Kai from easily closing in. Following this, he executed the water release, great water shockwave. This time, the volume of water was even greater. It surged not like a flood but akin to a colossal tsunami. Even Itachi, who had intended to intervene, was compelled to swiftly retreat to avoid becoming drenched, which would spoil his composure. Kai held one person while pushing back the 2 Hyuga ninjas. Yet he was still swept away by the torrent. He had no choice but to toss one Hyuga onto his back, freeing a hand to bite his finger and forcibly activate the summoning technique. The summoning technique can also simplify the seal-making process. Jiraiya successfully summoned during his encounter with pain without biting his finger, forming seals, or striking the ground. With Kai's chakra manipulation ability, using only his blood as a medium without forming all the seals, it is exceedingly difficult to successfully perform the summoning technique. Yet, in the face of crisis, his latent potential surged forth, and he succeeded against the odds. The sleeping ninja turtle was summoned, bewildered by the current circumstances. "Why am I in the water?" Clinging tightly to its shell, Kai explained, "I've encountered a formidable water release adversary and urgently require your aid to protect my 2 unconscious comrades." The ninja turtle, astonished, replied, "But I am a land turtle, not a sea turtle. My swimming skills are quite poor. I can barely float." Upon hearing this, Kai responded, "I apologize for the inconvenience." He tightened his grip on his 2 companions, then forcefully stomped on the ninja turtle's back, using the rebound to propel himself into the air. The ninja turtle, submerged in water, sputtered as it inhaled several mouthfuls of water. If it could speak underwater, it would likely scold Kai, saying, "Young man, you lack the virtue of a ninja. How could you put a turtle in such a predicament?" In midair, Kai traced a parabolic arc, reaching the apex before descending fruitlessly. Anxiety gripped him. "This is dire. I've lost all advantage, and the openings are glaring." Just then, 2 voices echoed from the sky. "Earth release, great dam," and wind release. "Love comes too swiftly." Instantly, a grand stone dam rose majestically before Kai and his companions, obstructing much of the water flow. Concurrently, a massive whirlwind materialized beside Kisame, directly ensnaring him as he merged with Samahata, transforming into a shark, preparing for an assault. Furthermore, the whirlwind expanded rapidly, growing in size. From a distance, Itachi, standing on the water's surface, narrowed his eyes in surprise. He discerned the 2 figures in the sky, realizing they were 2 pandas. One was enveloped in swirling air currents, while the other spun in a whirl of sand and gravel. They were none other than Chun Magio's Wind Panda and Earth Panda clones. Each descended gracefully, emanating an air of calm and composure as they showcased their extraordinary prowess. The Earth Panda even teased the Wind Panda, saying, "I always thought Shark Tornado was a terrible film, yet here you are, paying homage to it." Meanwhile, Kisame, now transformed into a shark man, was caught in the whirlwind, experiencing the sensation of being tossed in a washing machine. The Wind Panda cautioned the Earth Panda, "Be careful. This great water shockwave contains extreme morphological changes, potentially transforming into a massive water prison sphere. Quickly, let's deploy additional earth release techniques to counter the water release, preventing it from fully coalescing." The Earth Panda nodded, clasping its hands together. Earth release, gravity, imagination world. Itachi, in panic, realized that his body had become 4 to 5 times heavier. This time, the Earth Panda expended more chakra, broadening the range of gravity imagination world. Earth Release, Chrysanthemum Piercing Technique. Countless Earth spikes erupted. Within a radius of nearly 3,000 meters, the ground resembled a cavern. Numerous spikes shot up like stalagmites. Itachi, struggling under the weight, barely evaded them. Feeling a shiver of dread, I almost lost my virginity. The multitude of spikes also severed the great water shockwave, causing the water generated by the water shockwave to dissipate swiftly. The water from the great water shockwave was transformed chakra, not the naturally occurring water controlled by chakra. Thus it would quickly vanish under the influence of Earth Release. Because it was chakra converted into water, Kisame's limited capacity allowed him to expel such a massive quantity instantaneously. He was not expelling water, but rather condensed chakra poised to become water. The Earth Panda crouched down, striking the ground with its hands. Launching another technique, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A dragon formed from Earth surged from the ground, extending over 30 meters before crashing into the muddy water, bouncing twice before coming to a halt, resembling a dying loach. The Earth Dragon completely failed to reach its target and lay there. The Wind Panda remarked, "Why did you resort to that Earth Release technique? It fizzled out at the end." Viewed in isolation, the Earth Dragon Bullet, spanning over 10 meters and launching 30 meters, is indeed a respectable technique. Yet, when juxtaposed with the previous Earth Release techniques that spanned thousands of meters, it appeared as a mere small worm. The Earth Panda scratched its head. I intended to manipulate the Earth Dragon to frolic about, performing a dragon dance in the water, but alas, it failed. Earth Chakra is easily transformed once, but challenging to reshape multiple times. The Wind Panda nodded, expressing understanding. Creating a static image is easy, but animating it is quite difficult, isn't it? This is contrary to my Wind Release. Just as they engaged in this casual discussion about their techniques, Itachi suddenly unleashed Susanoo. The towering red figure enveloped Itachi, liberating him from the oppressive gravity. Itachi wielded the Tensigen, slashing at the whirlwind, astonishingly absorbing a portion of it into the Tensigen. Undoubtedly, the Tensigen is a sacred artifact of sealing. With the wind's strength diminished, Kisame finally managed to break free, rushing out of the whirlwind. However, he was immediately seized by Itachi's Susanoo, which swiftly retreated, taking both Itachi and Kisame with it. It seemed they were deeply wary of the two pandas. This is Itachi, resolute and rational in battle. Recognizing the untenable situation, he promptly initiated a retreat, especially in the absence of any necessary justification for conflict. Itachi's retreat was both decisive and unhesitating. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu both impair vision and should not be employed in such circumstances. The Earth Cat and Wind Cat were indifferent to their escape, remaining stationary as they continued their conversation. They watched as the giant vanished into the woods after retreating several kilometers. To be precise, the Earth Cat and Wind Cat had never intended to eradicate Akatsuki. After all, Akatsuki was also a target of their contracts. Today's display of strength would likely compel Akatsuki to regard their own power with greater seriousness. In turn, the brother responsible for the contract negotiations in the Land of Rain would find his work considerably eased. At this moment, just a few meters behind the Earth Cat and Wind Cat, a muddy Kai sat slumped on the ground. Having closed the gate of shock and sunk into a state of weakness, he feebly inquired, "What brings you here?" The Wind Cat shrugged in response, "Just fulfilling our master's task." Chapter 48. The Conference of Summoning Beasts. The Earth Cat and Wind Cat were among the first of the doppelgangers to engage with other ninja villages, as they were responsible for the hidden hot water village in the Land of Hot Water. This was indeed the Land of Hot Water, with the hidden hot water village located nearby. The village, known as the Ninja Village of Forgetting War, was famous for its love of peace. In truth, it was merely a village that could not compete with the other ninja villages, choosing instead to embrace a state of apathy. Today, the hidden hot water village was nearly defunct, with the weaker inhabitants reluctant to accept mission assignments, instead pivoting to the renowned hot spring tourism industry of the Land of Hot Water, adhering to the principle that even the smallest contribution is valuable. Chen Majiao dispatched 2 doppelgangers to this location for contract negotiations. Upon their arrival at the hidden hot water village, the villagers surrounded them, both eager and anxious, asking, "Would the boss like to stay at our inn? Would you like to enjoy the hot springs? Would you like to meet the lovely ladies?" After the doppelgangers expressed their intentions, The villagers sighed in relief, realizing that at least these two formidable beings were not there to cause trouble. They promptly signed contracts with Chun Majiao and arranged for the doppelgangers to oversee the stability of the land of hot water. Previously, the battle between the Mist and Leaf villages had been grandiose, and the villagers of the hidden hot water village, situated so close, were well aware of it. However, they acted like turtles retreating into their shells, too fearful to intervene in the chaos unleashed by the two great ninja villages on their territory. This was the tragedy of the hot water ninjas. They could only bow their heads, too timid to involve themselves in the conflicts among the powerful. Now, with Chun Majiao backing them, they felt a slight increase in their own resolve, hoping the Wind Cat and Earth Cat would assist in maintaining peace in the land of hot water. After all, the prior turmoil could have far-reaching consequences, and there would always be those ready to take advantage of chaos. Thus, the two doppelgangers began patrolling the skies over the land of hot water, thwarting those who sought to stir trouble amid the disorder. In the process, they unexpectedly discovered the battle between Kisame and Kai. The explosive water shark bomb was simply too conspicuous, easily visible from the heights above. This allowed them to timely rescue Kai. How about that? Now you understand the necessity of signing with me, don't you? The Wind Cat mocked, crossing his arms. The weakened Kai offered only a bitter smile, still haunted by the fear of his near demise. He lamented his inability to protect his two teammates, recognizing his own inadequacies. I am still too weak, lacking ninjutsu and employing only a singular tactical approach. If I truly wish to safeguard those around me, I must exert greater effort. I need to intensify my training and continue to grow stronger. Moreover, I should take seriously what Maja said about improving the 8 gates technique. He is right. I must enhance my combat capabilities in a regular state, rather than relying solely on temporary bursts of power. Majiao possesses remarkable foresight, though I struggle to grasp what he means by the specialized nature of Super Saiyan transformation and how Gohan, aided by the Kaioshin, achieved a more balanced state. Hey you punks, come lend me a hand. A deep voice called out. The Earth Cat and Wind Cat turned to see Ninja Tortoise, mired in a muddy pit, unable to right himself. The two couldn't help but silently ridicule the seemingly useless Ninja Tortoise. What a waste. If only you could deliver a 500,000 critical hit, like in the game. On the surface, they maintained a facade of respect for the elder. The Earth Cat waved his hand, causing a pillar of earth to rise behind the Ninja Tortoise, aiding him in flipping over. Only then did the Ninja Tortoise regain his freedom of movement and sluggishly crawl over. Seizing the moment, Kai remarked, Ninja Tortoise, these two are doppelgangers of the Iron Eater, Chun Majiao, from the Qing Bamboo Gorge. May I sign a contract with him? The inquiry was made courteously, demonstrating Kai's respect for the Ninja Tortoise's opinion. Under normal circumstances, the Ninja Tortoise would reciprocate this courtesy and not obstruct Kai's desire to form a contract with a new summoning beast. After all, his seniority did not grant him the strength or status to hinder Kai's aspirations. However, after a moment of silence, the Ninja Tortoise voiced his dissent. I do not advise you to sign with him. Why? On what grounds? Came the simultaneous queries from Kai and the Wind Cat. The Ninja Tortoise shook his head and replied, You young ones are far too impatient. Is this really the time for such discussions? Hurry and capture those two mice preparing to flee over there, and then we can address other matters. The Wind Cat scoffed and extended a claw. Wind Escape. Come here. From a distance, the ghostly brothers, having awakened from their stupor, attempted to sneak away but were horrified to find a powerful gust surrounding them, propelling them toward the two fearsome pandas. This was a ninjutsu that the Wind Cat had developed, inspired by his protective whirlwind technique. By ensnaring the enemy within this force, he could either draw them closer or push them away. It was akin to a wind-based version of the universal pull and heavenly push techniques. Although its power was not overwhelming, it boasted low energy consumption, no cooldown, making it ideal for disrupting foes incapable of utilizing fire release. Now fully awake thanks to Kai's chakra influence, the Hyuga ninja bore the burden of the illusion-induced headache, binding the ghostly brothers tightly. Now you can explain why you oppose Kai signing with me, the Wind Cat demanded coldly. Unfazed, the Ninja Tortoise replied leisurely, You are too young and overly ambitious. I recognized your potential at first glance, yet you are also quite perilous. You would upheave the ninja world and the summoning realm entirely. The Earth Cat frowned, and so, therefore, you are destined to fail. The Ninja Tortoise lowered his gaze. You underestimate the 3 great sacred lands. I cannot allow you to lead this foolish boy down the path of destruction. The Earth Cat and Wind Cat exchanged thoughts, having read the original manga and watched the anime numerous times. I should possess a deeper understanding of the three great sacred lands than you. With the card drawing system at my disposal, how could I possibly fear them? Ninja Tortoise. Do you know? The Earth Cat smiled. I do not underestimate the three great sacred lands, but rather, you underestimate me. The Ninja Tortoise shook his head, remaining silent. He felt that the youth were indeed impulsive, unafraid of the proverbial tiger. Chun Majiao's fiery temper would not tolerate such disdain from an elder turtle. The Earth Cat waved his hand, summoning the original being. After a brief explanation of the situation, the original nodded, placing one hand on his hip and pointing skyward. Henshin. The transformation was instantaneous, cloaking him in the powerful aura of Sage Chakra. Chun Majiao himself transformed into an inverse color mode, black becoming white, and white becoming black. With one hand enveloped in Sage Chakra, he effectively subdued the Ninja Tortoise. The elder's throat emitted a series of astonished sounds. Taking a moment to regain composure, you can use Sage Arts? The Earth Cat coldly chuckled. Now you see why I said you underestimated me. The tortoise, with its bulging eyes rolling curiously, suddenly inquired, how many clones can you create? Can these clones enter Sage mode? What proportion of the original strength do they possess? Its voice was urgent, not tinged with anxiety or embarrassment, but rather imbued with a hint of excitement, as if it had caught a glimmer of hope. Chun Majiao, in his true form, responded, I can manifest countless forms, yet the clones cannot access Sage mode. They are limited to a singular chakra attribute and possess approximately 1/10 of my strength. Although clones have half of the original's fundamental attributes, they are incapable of mastering Sage mode or utilizing other chakra types. Consequently, their strength can never attain even half of the original's level. The so-called 1/10 level is calculated considering that the clones can use the unique skill of the Iron Rod Soldier, which barely allows each to reach 1/10 of the original's prowess. The old tortoise, slightly disheartened, pressed on. Can your sage techniques be disseminated throughout your entire clan, enabling at least 10 pandas to master them? Chun Majiao scratched his head. In theory, yes, but you know about the Sloth Beast clan. There was no need for further elaboration. Having lived for centuries, the tortoise was well aware of the notorious laziness attributed to the Sloth Beast clan. After a prolonged silence, the tortoise finally posed another question. Can you teach humans? However, it abruptly halted mid-sentence. After a brief pause, it shifted the topic. Young one, have you heard of the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly? Upon hearing this, Chun Majiao narrowed his eyes slightly. I have heard the name, but I know little of the actual circumstances surrounding it. When he first displayed his Sage Chakra mode, the elder panda had been moved to tears, exclaiming, yes. That is precisely the feeling. It closely resembles the sages I encountered at the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly. At that time, Chun Majiao had not grasped the elder's emotional response, nor had he comprehended the significance of the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly. Now, with the tortoise bringing it up again, he keenly sensed that the depths of the spirit world were, indeed, profound. With a long sigh, the tortoise turned to Kai. Very well, you may sign with him. I shall not impede your endeavors, but do exercise caution. It then prepared to withdraw from the spirit realm. Chun Majiao, noticing this, quickly interjected, wait. Hold on. You can't leave it at that. What is the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly? Remarkably, the old tortoise smiled. It had maintained a solemn demeanor throughout the original narrative, never once smiling. Now, it regarded Chun Majiao with kindness and gravitas. Child, the key to unlocking this situation rests with you. Then, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Fuming, Chun Majiao exclaimed, curse it. Why do the old ones always speak in riddles, leaving half of their thoughts unvoiced? He sensed that the tortoise was intentionally withholding information, perhaps not wishing to reveal certain details in front of Kai and the captured ghost brothers. The implication seemed to be that since he had heard the name, it was likely from the elder of his clan. Thus, he should seek him for further clarification. Silently, Chun Majiao instructed the Fire Cat of Qingzhou Gorge, send the Earth Cat by my side to the elder's abode to inquire about the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly. The Fire Cat replied, understood. By the way, the fire effect on us fire cats is indeed quite bothersome. It prevents me from approaching even a bamboo hut. I am currently researching how to suppress or even turn it off. Good luck. That is indeed a valuable avenue of research. The Earth Cat then vanished from the scene. Summoned back to Qingzhou Gorge, Chun Majiao signed the contract with Kai and then addressed Kai and the two Hyuga ninjas. Given Kai's current condition, shall I carry you back? They agreed, and with a wave of his hand, Chun Majiao summoned 3 wind cats. He lifted one Hyuga ninja with one hand, while a wind cat carried Kai and another wind cat bore the captured ghost brothers, soaring towards Konoha. The remaining 2 wind cats continued their patrol duties, as they could not simply abandon their tasks after being remunerated. The ninjas, unlike Chenru and Lu, were not overly pampered. They could endure the biting cold wind during flight. Moreover, Chun Majiao had no intention of rushing, as the land of water was quite near to Konoha. Meanwhile, the Earth Cat returned to Qingzhou Gorge, greeted the Fire Cat, exchanged pleasantries, and then exited the water curtain cave, leaping to the cliff's edge before arriving at the elder's modest bamboo hut. It gently knocked on the door. "Come in, child," came the aged voice of the panda elder from within. As the Earth Cat pushed the door open and was about to enter, the elder suddenly called out, "Wait, do not come in. Your earthy aura might damage my jars and pots. Let us sit outside together instead." The Sloth Beast clan was not industrious nor skilled in craftsmanship. All their daily necessities were brought back by a few clan members who had signed contracts with ninjas, making them quite precious. Thanks to Chun Majiao, the communications and logistics business in the Land of Fire had begun to flourish, and he had accumulated some wealth, frequently bringing back good items. Otherwise, many pandas would struggle to procure mirrors, water bottles, pots, and other essentials. The elder panda, trembling, followed the Earth Cat outside and settled into a bamboo-woven lounge chair, gesturing for the Earth Cat to sit beside him on a cushion. "What brings you here? Is there something significant happening that you even sent a clone to find me?" The Earth Cat recounted its encounter with the tortoise and the topics discussed, then asked, "Elder, what did the tortoise mean? What is the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly?" The elder fell silent for a moment, so long that the Earth Cat nearly assumed the chair's comfort had lulled him to sleep. Finally, the elder sighed. "The tortoise is still not giving up." Do you also refer to the tortoise as a predecessor?" The Earth Cat was somewhat surprised, having thought that the elder and the tortoise were contemporaries. To his knowledge, the elder had also lived for nearly 2 centuries. It seemed the tortoise had lived even longer, hence its higher status. In this world, among all living beings that were not tailed beasts, perhaps only the sage of the big toad, the sage of the white snake, and the sage of the slug held a higher status than the tortoise. To speak of the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly, the elder began slowly. One must first understand what a spirit beast is. Spirit beasts? The Earth Cat was taken aback. It intended to articulate a definition, but suddenly faltered. What exactly is a spirit beast? Chun Majiao, too, realized belatedly. I do not fully grasp the precise concept of spirit beasts either. Are they beings that can be summoned by ninjas through a blood contract? Yet, those sloth beasts that have never signed contracts with ninjas can also be considered spirit beasts? The elder provided clarity. Non-human entities possessing a certain level of intelligence are deemed spirit beasts. The term spirit originally had no correlation with ninjas or blood contracts. Its earliest definition simply referred to beings with intelligence. At this juncture, the elder cast a complex gaze towards the Earth Cat. "Majiao, do you realize? All creatures in this world have undergone at least tens of thousands, if not millions, of years of evolution. Ultimately, only humans can be classified as a wise race. Humans are the sole intelligent beings." Chun Majiao was taken aback. Such a statement holds true in the past world, but within the ninja realm. What about our sloth beasts in Qingzhou Gorge? And what of the frogs in Mayaboka Mountain? Advanced spirit beasts can even speak human language, yet they are not considered intelligent beings? What nonsense is this? The elder seemed to perceive Chun Majiao's confusion and, with a wry smile, began to elucidate. "Allow me to start from the beginning. In the vast expanse of evolution spanning millennia, it is solely humanity that has, through the process of evolution, gradually birthed wisdom, becoming the apex of the food chain in this world. And what of us? You might think that we, as non-human entities, possess wisdom as well. However, we are not a race that has evolved gradually into wisdom. Theoretically, we can be classified as sentient beings, yet we cannot be deemed a wise race. For our wisdom, under ordinary circumstances, cannot be inherited by our progeny. Without stable inheritance, how can we speak of a race?" The Earth Cat, still somewhat perplexed, interjected, "But in reality, our species, the iron-eating beasts, is indeed wise, is it not? If the parents possess wisdom, it is only natural that their offspring inherit such wisdom. How can we possibly not be considered a wise race? The elder shook his head. Allow me to continue. Our wisdom initially stemmed from the natural energies that permeate the heavens and the earth. To trace our origins, we are not products of prolonged evolution, but rather of mutation. In the distant past, among a group of creatures that could only be regarded as beasts and not sentient beings, there were a few exceptional pandas. By inadvertently absorbing natural energy, they experienced mutations, giving rise to wisdom. They became enlightened. Enlightened? Chen Majiao was already familiar with this term. Was this not a concept from the realms of cultivation, fantasy, and supernatural tales? Beasts, plants, and even inanimate stones could become enlightened after prolonged absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. Could it be that natural energy is akin to the so-called spiritual energy of the universe? Or perhaps, while they are not identical, they share similar properties that allow living beings to attain enlightenment? Whether it be the frogs of Miaomu Mountain, the slugs of Webbone Forest, the serpents of Dragon Cave, or the pandas of Qingtong Gorge, or indeed the ancestors of other spiritual beasts, they all originated in this manner. They were not a race that gradually optimized and stabilized through prolonged evolution. They were mere individuals who experienced mutation. Unfortunately, such mutations cannot be reliably inherited, preventing descendants from maintaining the same level of wisdom. The Earth Cat finally understood. So it's akin to the mutants in X-Men? Mutants can bear ordinary offspring or another type of mutant with different abilities, yet it is exceedingly rare for them to produce offspring that inherit their powers intact. Magneto fathered several children, yet only one inherited his magnetic control ability, and even then, with far less potential. This is considered a relatively fortunate scenario for many mutants. Their offspring possess entirely different abilities, evoking a sense of unexpected fatherhood. Such randomness in offspring exemplifies the instability of inheritance. For a race, moderate mutation combined with relatively stable heredity is crucial. Without stable inheritance, what good is a perfect mutation? It cannot be passed down nor preserved. The ancestors of the spiritual beasts faced such dilemmas. Their acquired wisdom could not be passed on to their descendants. Individual enlightenment ultimately remained individual. Many cultivation, fantasy, and supernatural tales depict this scenario. Enlightened monsters give birth to offspring that are, in fact, still primitive beasts, requiring years of guidance from their parents to gradually awaken their intelligence. The ancestors of the spiritual beasts were even more troubled. They could not guide their descendants in cultivation. Our ancestors, having gained wisdom through natural energies, naturally desired not to exist in solitude. They wished for their companions and descendants to no longer remain in ignorance. They aspired to extend the phenomenon of enlightenment, the awakening of wisdom, to their entire race. Alas, they were unable to instruct their peers and progeny in the cultivation of natural energy, as their undeveloped kin faced issues with both talent and intellect. Thus, they tirelessly sought solutions, probing into the deficiencies that contrasted with humanity. They studied the soul, explored the pure lands, and ultimately confirmed one crucial fact. The shortcoming lay in insufficient spiritual essence. Spiritual essence? The Earth Cat blinked, indicating understanding, yet confusion remained. Chapter 50. No enlightenment allowed after national destruction. The elder elaborated. This is a theory. All things possess spirit. From a holistic perspective, the total amount of spirit in the world is essentially fixed. Beings that possess an ample share of spirit and a robust soul can attain wisdom. Those deprived of spirit remain mere beasts, plants, passing through a life of ignorance. Upon death, souls traverse to the pure lands, where, over a lengthy period, their consciousness gradually dissipates, and their souls slowly dissolve, returning to the essence, which in turn re-enters the world, nurturing it. Upon hearing this, the Earth Cat nodded slightly. This notion of reincarnation was familiar, aligning closely with previous knowledge. However, the crux of the issue lies in the process of spirit returning to the world. Spirit is not evenly distributed. Consciousness may dissolve, and souls may dissipate. Yet certain wills may still linger within the essence. These wills influence the choices of the spirit in the world, a phenomenon we refer to as reincarnation intent. Chen Majiao suddenly comprehended. Is this not akin to the youthful reincarnation of Indra and Asura? If we consider Indra and Asura as souls undergoing reincarnation, despite their incomplete souls, which hold little memory or consciousness, the essence of their souls still exists. In the case of typical reincarnation, the soul disintegrates into essence before reincarnating. The process and effects are significantly simplified. Devoid of the intense wills of Indra and Asura, it is impossible for them to continuously reincarnate into their descendants over millennia. Still entangled in love and conflict. In the reincarnation of essence, the remnants of will merely dictate the inclination of the spirit's rebirth. The elders sighed with a wry smile. Thus, this becomes troublesome. The birth of countless new lives in the realm is not entirely random in terms of how much spirit they receive. Rather, there exists a subtle manipulation behind the scenes. The vast majority of spirit has been appropriated by humanity. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. Some beings have developed claws, while others have evolved sharp fangs. Yet these adaptations have not truly grasped the essence. Only humanity has directed their evolution correctly, focusing on the strength of the soul. Consequently, after death, while their souls traverse the pure lands, they experience the same lengthy passage of time as other beings. Yet their souls do not dissipate completely, leaving behind a greater residue of will. This results in spirits returning from the pure lands, tending to favor reincarnation into the human race. Here, we merely accept fate, receiving spirit as it is allotted. Yet on the human side, they are seizing spirit. They gain without yielding, year after year compressing our resources. Thus, every newborn human possesses wisdom, qualifying them as a wise race. Meanwhile, we cannot claim the same. This disparity has gradually widened over the vast stretch of time. We simply cannot compete. Only a few ancestors have managed to supplement their spiritual essence through alternative channels of natural energy, thereby achieving wisdom. Yet this remains insufficient to enable their descendants, their race, to complete their essence. They sought to change this situation. They endeavored to discover methods to seize spirit from humanity. Ultimately, they identified two methods, or more precisely, 1.5 methods. Among these, the complete method is the blood covenant. Chun Majiao's expression revealed a hint of bewilderment. He patiently continued to listen as the elder explained the intricacies of forming a blood pact with the perfect race, humanity, thereby establishing a profound connection between their souls. This pact could deceive those spirits that retained only a flicker of will, devoid of concrete consciousness, allowing them to be reborn within our kind, thereby perceiving us as humans. The underlying principle is somewhat akin to the chakra that connects individuals through spiritual energy, serving as a medium for communication. However, we do not rely on chakra. The blood pact alone suffices to bind two souls together. This binding is precisely what we seek, for it will render our souls increasingly akin to human souls, enabling us to attract more spirits. Consequently, our descendants would enjoy a heightened probability of developing intelligence. This explains why our advanced spiritual beasts, despite possessing wisdom and independent thought, willingly serve humanity and submit to their will. We cannot exist without them. If our entire race were to sever ties with humanity for an extended period, our descendants would inevitably regress into mere beasts. We cannot claim to be an independent, intelligent race. Only by aligning ourselves with humanity can we attain wisdom on a racial scale. Both the Earth Cat and the entity watching the livestream fell silent. They had not anticipated the convoluted nature of the spiritual beasts within the world of Naruto. It is no wonder that no matter how rebellious Gamabunta may be or how malevolent the Great Serpent may seem, they still choose to serve humans. Despite possessing high intelligence and residing in secluded mountains, why do they venture forth to assist humanity? The crux of the matter lies here. Our entire race is dependent on humanity. Seeing that Chun Majiao appeared to have grasped the entirety of this concept, the elder continued. Even the sage of 6 paths, who transformed his state into something beyond life and death, becoming a guardian of the pure land, tacitly permitted various races to engage in the covenant of seizing humanity's fortune. This has, in essence, left us a glimmer of hope. However, the essence of spirits is limited. It is impossible for all races to receive an adequate share. The sage of 6 paths will not allow every race to indiscriminately divide all of humanity's spirits. Thus, the sage and his spiritual beast companion, the great toad sage, along with many other prominent figures within the spirit world who wield senjutsu, established the following regulations. First, every 30 years, a conference of spiritual beast representatives is convened. Through competitions among the representatives, the rankings of each spiritual race are determined, which in turn dictates the distribution ratio of spirits. The Sage of Six Paths personally intervenes to adjust the effects of the blood pact among the races, rendering it either more closely tied to humanity or more distanced. Second, only races that possess Senjutsu are qualified to chair the Spiritual Beast Representatives Conference. The chairperson enjoys the highest spirit distribution ratio and holds decision-making power over significant proposals within the spirit world. For instance, if a certain spiritual beast race loses its ability to communicate and its intelligence declines year by year, a proposal can be made to revoke its spiritual rights and return it to the wilderness. Third, using the destruction of ancestral nations as a temporal marker. A unified vote will be held regarding any newly evolved beings to confirm whether they should be exterminated. In truth, every time such a proposal arises, a resolution for extermination is passed. The three great holy lands will not permit the emergence of new powers that could threaten their status. The vast majority of spiritual races mockingly refer to this phenomenon as no new evolution is allowed post-annihilation of a nation. Hearing this, the Earth Cat fell silent. The elder panda gazed at him meaningfully and slowly remarked, "Do you realize? Although you possess a lineage and are not an entirely self-created evolved entity, you are also a new wielder of Senjutsu. Theoretically, at the next conference, the first proposal will be whether the Iron-Eating Beast clan, led by the sage Chen Majiao, should be elevated to the position of chairperson. And this situation, too, is a struggle for power against the three great holy lands." The Earth Cat frowned, visibly displeased. Are the three great holy lands truly so domineering? The elder shook his head, not entirely. The Sludge Forest Slug Sage is quite amicable. The Great Toad Sage of Miyaboku is somewhat difficult to approach, but in recent decades, he has become rather senile and almost entirely disengaged, with the attending Sage of Shinsaku being relatively easy to converse with. Only the White Snake Sage of the Dragon Cave is exceedingly tyrannical and ruthless. Under normal circumstances, we would likely secure 2 votes in favor and 1 against, allowing us to ascend to the chairmanship. However, whether the Dragon Cave will employ any underhanded tactics remains uncertain. The conference is merely a formality. The disputes occurring outside of it are far more troublesome. The Dragon Cave, huh? The Earth Cat scoffed. As long as those long worms don't provoke me, it's fine. If they dare to challenge me, I shall ensure they regret it. The Earth Cat brimmed with confidence. Yet the elder wore a concerned expression. His worry was not rooted in disbelief regarding Chun Majiao's strength. Rather, it stemmed from the safety of their entire race. After all, Chun Majiao was but one individual. At this moment, the elder remained unaware that his grandson was gradually becoming accomplished, possessing the capability to assist Chun Majiao in safeguarding their race. After making bold statements, the Earth Cat silently reflected on all that the elder had said and suddenly inquired. "You mentioned discovering a partial method. The complete one is the blood pact. So what is the remaining incomplete half?" The elder paused for a few seconds before quietly responding. "Slaughtering humans and forcibly extracting spirits from the living." The Earth Cat was taken aback. The elder's aged voice continued, "This method is not complete. It can only seize spirits but cannot successfully distribute them across the entire race. Spirits obtained in such a manner lack the passage of time for refinement, mixed with excessive emotion and consciousness. Spirits that are not pure cannot be utilized for new life. They often only serve to strengthen the individual, yet simultaneously taint their own soul, exposing it to various negative emotions and consciousness. Over time, this will drive the spirit thief to madness. They will transcend the realm of biological existence and become monstrosities. To my knowledge, there are indeed a few such monstrosities in the ninja world that transformed in this way." The Earth Cat and the observing entity silently echoed in their hearts. "Indeed, we are aware of them. Wuyo, Wraith, and Zero Tail." However, they did not expect the elder to proceed to name them. Wraith, Wuyo, and the Evil God. "Evil God!" Chen Majiao exclaimed in astonishment. "The evil god worshipped by Haydn? The evil god was once a spiritual beast?" The Earth Cat voiced his confusion. "Evil god? The one from the land of Soup's cult?" The elder appeared somewhat surprised. "You are aware of this minor sect?" "Indeed, that is it. In truth, their so-called evil god ritual is precisely the power of the spiritual evil god." After conversing with the elder, Chun Majiao realized that the monsters appearing in the theatrical version, Wuyo, Wraith, were originally ancient spiritual beasts that had strayed onto a path of destruction, choosing to kill directly to seize spirits. They gradually descended into madness, becoming monstrous. Zero Tail, however, is somewhat unique. It is an entity formed from dark chakra that developed an independent consciousness. It exemplifies the concept that even non-biological entities can evolve. According to the elder, if the Rashomon were nurtured with natural energy for several thousand or tens of thousands of years, it might also reach a state of evolution. Although Zero Tail also commits acts of slaughter, that is merely its dark nature manifesting through habitual behavior. Zero Tail itself harbors no intention of seizing spirits. It does not seek to enhance itself or its race through such means. It does not belong to any race. While it may be considered a broadly defined spiritual beast, it lacks an affiliated race. As for the evil god of the cult, its origins, much like Wuyo and Wraith, trace back to a powerful ancient spiritual beast. However, according to the elder, the evil god predates them and should have reached a level comparable to the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps even existing beyond the current world. The intricate rituals of the cult of the evil deity, which requires several hours to establish communication with the malevolent entity, stem from its vast distance from the realm of the living. This ritual is, in essence, a mutated form of spirit summoning, capable of channeling a fraction of the evil deity's power to sustain the practitioner's immortality. High above the land of fire, Chun Majiao, in his true form, soared alongside two Hinata ninjas, while simultaneously watching the live broadcast from Qingzhou Gorge. He could not help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that the world of spirit summoning is so profound?" He directed his attention to the Earth Cat and posed the elder's final inquiry. When will the next Spirit Beast Representative Conference be convened? In 2 years, came the response. 2 years? The year prior to the original storyline's unfolding? When Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are 11. He mused, by then, I shall likely confront the 3 great sanctuaries head-on. Yet, Chun Majiao felt no trepidation. 2 years was ample time for him to traverse the ninja world. By that time, relying solely on his foundational attributes, he would be capable of annihilating worlds with a mere flick of his wrist. How could he possibly fear the 3 great sanctuaries? Should the Dragon Cave dare to provoke him, they would be obliterated in an instant. Having envisioned the distant future, Chun Majiao shifted his focus back to the present. Confirming with the elder that the likes of Wulong and Wu existed as actual theater bosses, he realized he could indeed acquire the body manifestation secret technique. He shouted to Kai, who was flying alongside the Wind Cat, Kai, there is a healer named Shin-No in Konoha, correct? Have you heard of him? Kai, taken aback by Chun Majiao's sudden inquiry, shouted back, yes, I know him. Why do you ask? I plan to seek Master Shin-No's assistance to remedy the aftereffects of the cumin upon my return. Chun Majiao's heart soared with joy. This Shin-No, a remnant of the Sky Ninjas, masqueraded as a wandering medic, traversing the nations to gather secret techniques, aiming to revive the Sky Ninjas and exact vengeance upon Konoha for their annihilation. According to the plot of the theatrical adaptation, he had infiltrated Konoha several years ago to pilfer several forbidden techniques, including the 8 gates. At this moment, it was uncertain whether he had succeeded. In the original storyline, he had successfully fused various secret techniques, combined with the dark chakra of the Zero Tail, to create the divine body manifestation technique, which could almost be considered a form of immortality. He could open the 8 gates without dying. Of course, in the original material, his displayed prowess in taijutsu likely fell short of even Li's 5th gate, perhaps due to his identity as a healer rather than a warrior, lacking years of physical training to truly harness the full potential of the 8 gates. If I am to improve the 8 gates, Chun Majiao contemplated, I will undoubtedly require the body manifestation secret technique. It is time to engage with Shin-No, compelling him to relinquish the forbidden techniques. No, it should be Konoha that pressures him, with me as his last beacon of hope. Behold, the forbidden technique reporting technique. He declared, Kai, listen to me. Shin-No is not to be trifled with. He is likely a formidable individual, far from being an ordinary wandering medic. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame, having escaped the land of soup, found a secluded, uninhabited area to rest. Kisame shook his still slightly dazed head, his heart racing. Where did those 2 pandas come from? They're incredibly powerful. Itachi paused for a moment, then shook his head. They are not 2. They were once 1. With the exceptional insight of his Sharingan, Itachi keenly observed that the 2 pandas shared identical appearances, body structures, and muscle ratios. Their weights were likely identical as well. Itachi surmised that this was likely a form of Earth and Wind doppelganger. However, he had yet to realize that he had encountered many more Wind cats and Earth cats. When did Konoha acquire such powerful spirit beasts? The Iron Eater clan shouldn't possess such strength, should they? Itachi's mind was filled with questions. But he quickly regained his composure and resolved. This matter is significant. We should use the holographic body technique to inform the leader. Kisame nodded, but, unusually for him, who always respected Itachi, he hesitated and suggested, Itachi, could you perform the technique? Allow me to calm the Samahata first. Itachi replied, if you speak of the blade, you must also acknowledge the civility in our interactions. Meanwhile, within the village of Soup, a gigantic pitcher plant emerged diagonally from the cliff face. The plant opened to reveal a yin-yang face. It was Kuro. The black half of his face appeared uncertain, muttering, what are those two pandas? Where did they come from? They can fly, and so swiftly. The white half interjected, they must be the countless doppelgangers of the Iron Eater, as mentioned in reports from our Konoha brethren. It seems their strength is indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Kuro felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. Is what we witnessed merely doppelgangers? How many secrets does this ninja world hold that I remain unaware of? Damn it. Could these pandas become a significant hindrance to my plan of Mother, Love Me Again? On the sea, a group of mist ninjas traversed the waves with unyielding resolve. The leader, Ao, turned back to command. We shall rest and regroup at Omi Island. Over 40 individuals responded in unison, yes. They arrived at a small deserted island and, with practiced ease, approached a secret cave, retrieving provisions and water to distribute among themselves, each settling down to rest and refresh. A short, masked youth approached Ao. Senior, are we truly bringing this unstable variable, Chinmajiao, to the mist? As he spoke, he removed his mask, revealing a youthful and innocent visage, adorned with black-framed windproof glasses that seemed oddly fitted within the mask. He was none other than the prodigious genius of the mist, one of the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the user of the twin swords, Chojuro. As a member of the pursuit team executing a covert operation, he had sealed away the distinctively shaped swords within a scroll rather than carrying them visibly on his back. Ao replied coolly, Chojuro, are you suggesting that upon our return to the village, we initiate our actions to eliminate internal threats before addressing the matter of Chinmajiao? Chojuro, feeling a bit nervous, responded, yes, from a risk perspective, that seems the most prudent course of action, does it not? Although we would face that individual without Chinmajiao's assistance, we would also eliminate many unforeseen risks. What say you, senior? Ao nodded, yet his brow remained furrowed. After a long pause, he sighed, Chojuro, our risks are inherently considerable. Even if we postpone dealing with Chinmajiao, it does not diminish his threat in the slightest. Do you believe that by freeing our hands, we can prevent him from launching an invasion into the mist? At this point, Ao shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. The thought of a village leader being controlled by Genjutsu was utterly preposterous, and the puppet master had yet to reveal themselves, leaving uncertainty as to whether they still lurked within the village. In such circumstances, controlling the Mizukage presented an immense risk. What if they were to reveal themselves halfway through? Now, knowing that Chinmajiao possessed such strength, capable of easily assaulting a great ninja village, yet only sought to negotiate contracts with ninjas worldwide, Ao was struck with a bold thought. He yearned to take a gamble. At this moment, his mindset bore a striking resemblance to that of the once legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the third Hokage dared to wager because he had confidence, believing that with the sealing team's preparations, the Ninetales would pose little issue. Ao, however, had no backup plan. He feared making a miscalculation that could lead to total ruin. After much contemplation, he could only respond to Chojuro. Sigh, Chojuro, I understand your reasoning. Upon our return, we must consult with Lord Yuan, Terumi Mei, and deliberate carefully before making any decisions. The bitterness within Qing's heart. Indeed, as someone who constantly hesitates, I am unfit to be a shadow of the village, lacking in decisiveness. After the departure of the 4 generations, I ought to support Lord Yuan in managing the affairs of the Water Shadow until either Kahaku or Chojuro matures. Yuan, I feel utterly drained. At 84 years of age, I yearn for retirement. In Konoha, on the playground, a wind cat supervises Naruto, Lee, and Shinruinlu as they perform push-ups, simultaneously feeding them a dose of cynical wisdom. The North Wind proposed a contest to the Sun. Let us see who can remove the cloak from that traveler. The Sun agreed, and thus the North Wind began to blow fiercely, attempting to strip the traveler of his cloak. However, The cold was so biting that the traveler clutched his cloak tighter, shivering as he trudged on, rendering the garment even more secure. The north wind was compelled to concede, and the sun took its turn. The sun radiated immense warmth, compelling the traveler to shed his cloak. What lesson do you glean from this tale? Naruto blinked. Wear a cotton coat in the cold. The wind cat frowned and shook its head. I also bring forth the heat. Wisdom is that simple. With tears in his eyes, Lee exclaimed, youth is all about constant competition? The wind cat shook its head in silence. Lee, you are becoming increasingly foolish. Next, it was Chun Ruinlu's turn to respond. Though he was a glutton, his intellect shone brighter compared to Naruto and Lee. As he gasped for breath doing push-ups, he replied, perhaps the meaning lies in the importance of method. By employing the right approach like the sun, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The wind cat shook its head once more, solemnly declaring, you are all mistaken. This story reveals that the north wind lacks strength. Its power is insufficient to forcibly remove the traveler's cloak. It is too weak, which is why it succumbs to the sun. It must train and enhance its force. With fervor, the wind cat spoke, its energy surging. The three children on the playground were monitored by the Umbu. Chapter 52. The diffusion of 1,000,000 Shun Imo wines. Naruto, Lee, Ruinlu. It is time to halt your activities, the wind cat beckoned. My true form and Guy are nearing their return. Let us go greet them and enjoy dinner together. Lee joyfully exclaimed, wonderful. Teacher Guy is finally back. I must tell him I broke my record for sit-ups. Naruto timidly inquired, is that all right? Will Mr. Guy dislike me? Rest assured, the wind cat smiled, ruffling his hair. Guy will not concern himself with such rumors. In truth, Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and other prominent jonin of Konoha were vaguely aware of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's true nature, recognizing that Naruto was not a demon fox. They merely refrained from engaging with Naruto due to the presence of Danzo, the dark side of Konoha. Their intentions toward Naruto were not malicious. They simply dared not extend friendship. However, the circumstances have shifted. Chunmo's influence in Konoha has risen dramatically, openly aligning with Naruto, forcing Danzo to retreat. Especially after the first day's meeting. During the meeting, the venue was overcrowded, with guests eager to sign for free high-level summoning beasts. The arrangements were hasty, lacking adequate seating. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to borrow chairs from the Ninja Academy, originally planning to enlist nearby Umbu members for assistance. Unexpectedly, Chunemo waved his hand, summoning 50 Earth clones. The labor force for moving the chairs was immediately available. The appearance of the 50 clones astonished everyone present. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, the countless transformations are indeed real. Chun-Emo retorted, one day, you shall witness the diffusion of 1,000,000 Chun-Emo wines. In the shadows, Shimura Danzo seethed, cursed Panda. Too powerful. Too dangerous. It should be under my control. That day, Danzo sought an opportunity to meet Chun-Mo's true form. After much effort, he found himself confounded. As Chun-Emo remained entirely unfazed by his powerful Jinjutsu. Chun-Emo quipped, what are you staring at? Danzo was taken aback. What is happening? You should be bowing down to me. Why do you not adhere to my script? Is it possible that Shirsue's eyes have exceeded their expiration date? He quickly realized it was not a matter of the eyes, but rather a predicament with the panda. Recognizing that Chun-Emo was immune to the strongest illusions, Danzo grew increasingly wary. Thus, despite his discontent regarding Chun-Mo's close association with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he could only vent his frustrations in front of Hiruzen. He dared not confront Chun-Emo directly. After all, Danzo had meticulously scrutinized that contract, fully aware that Chun-Emo, the principal party, could unilaterally dissolve the agreement at any moment. Danzo remarked, cunning panda, claims he would never harm his employer, yet fails to include it in the contract. Chun-Emo countered, how dare you slander me? I, Chun-Emo, am a man of my word. To promise never to harm my employer is a vow I shall uphold. Tearing up the contract. From this moment forth, you are no longer my employer. Both Hiruzen and Danzo clearly recognized that this audacious panda had seized the upper hand. They had once believed they could take advantage of Chun-Mo's apparent weakness. However, they soon discovered that while he might seem vulnerable, his strength was anything but trivial. As they worried about their ability to eliminate Chun-Emo, they learned of his capacity to manifest countless clones and sign contracts with numerous ninjas. They had no choice but to acquiesce and seek to appease this panda. Danzo, too, if given a choice, would have opted to eliminate this unstable factor, Chun-Emo. Yet, he never felt confident in delivering a fatal blow. Thus, he compromised and chose to follow the trend of signing contracts. How could he bear to let Root miss out on this panda summoning beast? Konoha has it, yet we do not? In just 3.5 weeks, Root signed contracts with small and medium-sized clans, as well as ordinary ninjas, while larger clans were on the verge of signing. Chunmo's influence in Konoha rapidly expanded alongside the increasing number of signed contracts. The constraints imposed by certain Hokages and advisors diminished significantly, with Chunmo paving the way. Kakashi and the younger generation of Jonin felt less apprehensive, finally daring to engage with Naruto normally. Upon hearing the Wind Cat announce a pause in training to prepare for dinner, the chubby Chunrunlu sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. This little fellow's agility had surpassed 100. However, he still had a considerable gap to reach his goal of 200, estimating he would need at least another year of training to achieve it. Ruinlu, will you still be eating Odin alone tonight? Why not join us for hot pot instead? The Wind Cat inquired. At that moment, Us referred to its true form, as it would not partake. Hot pot. Splendid. I've never had that before. The little panda's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait, the Wind Cat pondered. During the first day's meeting, there were too many people, and I had to extend the time. I couldn't return in time, so I sent one of my clones to deliver 1,000 Rio, recommending you go enjoy hot pot. Did you not go? I intended to go, but upon reflection, 1,000 Rio is enough for 33 servings of Odin. Hot pot is not cost-effective. The Wind Cat's mouth twitched. Child, why did you settle for Odin? Hot pot is of a similar nature, yet far superior in taste. Do give it a try? Have you forgotten your original intention in coming to Konoha? To savor all the culinary delights of the village. Do not forget your Chushin, Ruinlu. Shin Ruinlu, a devoted follower of Odin, displayed an expression that conveyed, "You shall not shake my faith." How could there possibly be anything in this world that surpasses the exquisite taste of Odin? I refuse to believe that you would deceive me. An hour and a half later, the aroma was irresistible. Shin Ruinlu savored the thinly sliced lamb, radiating happiness. Naruto was similarly engrossed, devouring his meal with fervor. In truth, he had only purchased the base ingredients for hot pot once before, and instead of lamb or beef, he had used fish he caught himself, which naturally did not yield superior flavor. Yet, taste was not the essence of the matter. What captivated him was the convivial atmosphere of sharing a meal with so many others for the first time. Lost in the warmth of camaraderie, he found it difficult to extricate himself from the delightful surroundings. On the opposite side of the table, Kai waited listlessly for Sakura to feed him. How long had the 7th gate been open? Shinmajo inquired. Kai sighed, responding, about 45 seconds. Thankfully, it had not been too long, otherwise, he would have found himself utterly drained for several days like in the original story after battling Kisame. Shinmajo mused, and then chuckled. It seems your endurance is still lacking. You must continue to strengthen your body. Kai nodded in agreement. Additionally, Shinmajo added, the refinement of the 8 gates must also continue. You cannot return incapacitated each time after a great battle. Aim to surpass Kakashi, but do not emulate his lack of stamina. Kai concurred, you are right. Previously, I did not take your improvements to the 8 gates seriously, believing it to be profound enough for a lifetime of practice. However, it appears that you were correct. I need a new technique to enhance my regular combat effectiveness and cannot rely solely on the explosive power of the 8 gates. He resolved to persist with the 8 gates, but acknowledged the necessity for a new martial art. Indeed, Shinmajo nodded. Since both techniques are derived from the same foundational principles, the compatibility between the new technique and the 8 gates should be quite high, allowing for simultaneous cultivation. Oh, have you found a lead? Shinmajo had previously expressed uncertainty about where to begin. Yes, I have identified a breakthrough point, centered around Shinno. If I do not know where to start, I shall seek assistance from others. Shinmajo revealed a knowing smile. After he and Kai returned to Konoha, Kai reported to the 3rd Hokage alongside 2 Hyuga ninjas, detailing the circumstances of their mission. He mentioned Shinmajo's concerns about Shinno. Sarutobi Hiruzen took this matter seriously and promptly dispatched Ambu to discreetly surveil Shinno's medical clinic. What has befallen Master Shinno? Kai, trusting Shinmajo, did not dismiss his judgment and reported truthfully, yet he remained perplexed. I have received numerous favors from Master Shinno. Without his assistance in providing medicinal baths and resolving the internal injuries caused by overtraining, I would not have easily mastered the 8 gates. Shinmajo shook his head. I am not entirely certain, but Shinno could very well be a spy. His attentiveness towards you may be a ploy to covet your 8 gates technique. I even suspect that he might be using Jinjutsu while administering your medicinal baths and massages to extract your secrets. Let us await news from the third Hokage and see if we can catch him in the act. Initially, Shin Magio had little hope that characters and plots from the movie adaptations would be incorporated into this world, given the myriad alterations and severe contradictions with the original narrative. For instance, in the films, the 4 individuals absorbed by Obito's technique possess bloodlines that differ entirely from those depicted in the manga. Moreover, while the 7 ninja swordsmen are named after fruits or nuts in the manga, one character created for the film, Black Ho-Raya, deviates entirely from this pattern. Within this authentic Naruto realm, Shin Magio assumed that such cinematic elements would not be included. However, it now appeared otherwise. Indeed, those elements from the films that conflict with the original narrative do not exist in this world. For example, Obito and Black Ho-Raya are non-existent. You may interpret it as those plot lines being present in a parallel universe, while they are absent in your current realm. Nevertheless, those film elements that do not contradict the original story, such as Shinnon and the Zero Tails, still exist here. Oh, I understand now, Shin Magio remarked. Why did you not inform me sooner? You never inquired. Previously, he had lamented that if only he could acquire techniques such as physical manifestation and the 7 days calling method, he would be able to enhance the 8 gates. Your system's associative capabilities are insufficient. Please utilize more precise keywords to guide the system in narrowing its search range, or consider upgrading the system to enhance its performance. Shin Magio was at a loss for words. Are you pretending to be a malfunctioning AI now? How does one upgrade the system? Step 1. Become a singular cosmic deity like Otsutsuki Kagaya. Step 2. Alright, I understand. No need to elaborate further. Kagaya Otsutsuki, mentioned in Boruto, wields omnipotence and is the closest to a divine being. Shin Magio was acutely aware of his own limitations, far from mastering the bloodline techniques. Achieving the level of Otsutsuki Kagaya would likely require several more URs. It is still a long way off. However, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. To become a deity? One day, Chapter 53, the plan to eliminate Hiruzen 8 years prior. Shinnon had joined Konoha and ceased his travels. To the villagers and ninjas of Konoha, Shinnon was viewed as a kindly elder, embodying the essence of a healer's benevolence. He even willingly spent his own money to treat the impoverished without charge, earning widespread affection from the villagers. Hiruzen Sarutobi was no exception. Yet now, after hearing Kai's report, Hiruzen began to harbor suspicions about Shinnon's identity. There was an absence of any interpersonal connection between Shin Magio and Shinnon, nor any possibility of animosity. Thus, Shin Magio would not unjustly accuse a stranger. Could it be that Shinnon truly harbored ulterior motives? Was he a spy from another village? Hiruzen promptly arranged for the Umbu to closely monitor Shinnon. Then, he set aside this matter to address another, more pressing concern. The fact that Shin Magio had ventured to other ninja villages to broaden his network of contracts. Previously, Shin Magio had not concealed the whereabouts of those Earth Cats from Kai and the 2 Hyuga ninjas. Hiruzen eventually learned that Shin Magio had dispatched dozens of shadow clones to various ninja villages to secure additional agreements. Upon receiving this intelligence, he felt as though struck by lightning. He had failed to restrain this panda, which was now serving beyond Konoha's interests. Upon hearing Kai and the Hyuga ninjas relay Shin Magio's aspirations for world peace, Hiruzen discerned that Shin Magio was subtly coercing all ninjas to sign contracts. A surge of frustration and helplessness overwhelmed him. I have underestimated the ambition of this summoning beast. What restoration of the Iron Beast clan's prestige? He is indeed manipulating all of humanity, seeking to conquer the world. What a terrifying spirit beast, daring to single-handedly redefine the rules of human society. Initially, when Shin Magio first arrived, Rijan believed that his claims of having countless avatars were merely exaggerations. Now, however, Rijan has begun to realize that Shin Magio truly possesses the capability to sign contracts with all ninjas in the ninja world. Unbeknownst to Rijan, Shin Magio could only manifest dozens of clones after signing several Leaf Village ninjas. The Leaf Village is utterly incapable of restraining this panda. With this thought, Rijan's mind inevitably drifted back to a few days prior. Shortly after Shin Magio departed with Naruto, Danzo came knocking. He first reprimanded himself for allowing the untamed spirit beast to come into contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then proposed to gather the blood that Shin Magio had expelled upon first encountering the Nine-Tails. Danzo sought to uncover Chen Majiao's secrets through this blood. At that moment, Sarutobi Rijan felt a wave of displeasure. Danzo, you scoundrel, have you planted spies even within the sealing team? Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself and did not lash out, merely stating blandly that Panda deliberately expelled flames to incinerate its blood. After Chen Majiao awoke, the sealing team members had left, and Danzo's spy among them failed to witness the remnants of destruction left behind after Chen Majiao exchanged pleasantries with Rijan before departing. This meant that Danzo's expression darkened. He appears to be befriending us, yet he has been guarding against us all along, hasn't he? Rijan remained silent. Danzo displayed a frustrated expression. You are too weak, Rijan. You should have realized by now that he can never truly belong to the Leaf Village. Your compromises and concessions are utterly futile. Rijan longed to retort. At least Chen Majiao has a good relationship with Guy, Naruto, and Lee. Yet he could not voice this thought. It would be of no use, as Danzo never trusted such so-called bonds. Moreover, Rijan was uncertain. Even if Chen Majiao had fondness for Guy, Naruto, and Lee, what did that signify for his feelings towards me, towards the Leaf Village as a whole? Thus, the ensuing proceedings could succinctly be described. I am the shadow. You regret. Bang. Reflecting upon it all, Sarutobi Rijan rubbed his temples, fatigue etched across his face. The knowledge that Chen Majiao resolutely dispatched numerous clones to expand his business in other villages left him a bit at a loss, compelling him to engage Danzo in conversation about the next steps, even at the risk of ridicule. Rijan had reached an impasse with Chen Majiao. Summon Elder Danzo. I have matters to discuss with him. At this moment, Rijan was unaware that the umbu he dispatched returned empty-handed, only able to report that Elder Danzo was unavailable and had gone out on business. Amaru laboriously set down her basket, meticulously extracting and categorizing the herbs within. Some required drying, which she planned to place in the yard shortly. Amaru, is the meal ready? An elderly voice called from outside. Amaru hastily set aside the herbs, rose to her feet, and stood at attention. I apologize, master. While foraging for herbs in the forest behind the mountain today, I discovered a splendid location and spent a bit more time gathering in abundance. No hurry. The elderly figure entering the courtyard revealed a benevolent smile. I am not hungry. Take your time. Just leave the herbs to me. Amaru's face blossomed with a smile. Her master was truly kind, never blaming her for her clumsiness. She gazed at her master's slightly stooped figure with admiration. She had always held deep gratitude towards the Shinomori for healing her grave illness and providing her with work and compensation. However, unbeknownst to Amaru, the Shinomori had repressed his smile, his eyes filled with concern. Confirmed, I am indeed being monitored by the Leaf Sambu. As the leader of the Void Ninja and a seasoned spy, he was exceptionally skilled in counter-surveillance. An hour prior, he had sensed something amiss and deliberately engaged in house calls to test the waters. During his movements, he keenly perceived a group following him, coordinating seamlessly, thus confirming that it was indeed the Leaf's umbu tracking him. Damn it, why have I been exposed? Did Orochimaru betray me? What should I do? Should I flee before the Leaf makes its move? His heart was a tumult of confusion. At this moment, the Shinomori had essentially mastered medical forbidden techniques, including physical activation and regeneration, and had also gleaned some knowledge of the 8 gates. He was confident that if he were to escape now, no umbu could stop him. However, he could not abandon Amaru, an excellent vessel for the Zero Tails Jinchuriki. Yet, the difficulty of fleeing with the young girl was exceedingly high. Moreover, although he had pilfered the scroll containing the technique to control the Zero Tails from the Leaf, he had yet to fully master it. This technique involved extensive knowledge of sealing and barrier techniques, which only the Leaf, having plundered countless scriptures, possessed. He still required several years to consolidate his knowledge. He was reluctant to leave the Leaf. After years of planning, how could he afford to fail? Contemplating this, he began to self-soothe. What if the Leaf is merely conducting routine business? It is not aimed at me. However, he quickly dismissed this sense of false hope. For the shadowy machinations of the Leaf, Danzo Shimura had come personally knocking. Half an hour earlier, in the secret headquarters of the Root at the back of the Leaf, Danzo sat behind his desk, lost in thought. He had thoroughly infiltrated the umbu, the sealing team, and the medical units, leaving no stone unturned. Thus, the moment Rijan learned that Chen Majiao's clones had ventured to other ninja villages, Danzo was immediately informed as well. He harbored a deep resentment. That damned panda. Satisfied with what is in front of him while coveting what is in another's pot. Once again, he felt the urge to eliminate Chen Majiao. Yet he experienced a profound sense of helplessness. How to kill him? Chen Majiao's ability to create clones is too unfathomable, seemingly defying the laws of energy conservation. The shadow clone technique distributes the chakra of the original body among the shadow clones. The more clones created, the less chakra the original possesses. Yet Chen Majiao? He releases numerous clones while the strength of the original remains unaffected. It feels as if the chakra of the panda element clones materializes out of thin air. Such peculiarity led Danzo to question Chen Majiao's previous claim that if the original were to perish, he could be revived in any one of his clones. Which might very well be true, especially since this panda's cloning method is not limited to summoning clones of the original, but can also render the original non-existent, leaving only the clones behind. It seems the boundary between the original and clones is indeed very blurry. It is highly possible that the clones can truly serve as vessels for resurrection. How then can one strike? Like trying to grasp a shadow. Perhaps Chen Majiao is merely posturing? Should I test it? But what if that test leads to demise? After much contemplation, Danzo ultimately decided to remain still and gather further insights on this panda before taking action. Thus, a few days prior, he willingly exposed his spies to press Rizhan for that sample of Chen Majiao's blood. At present, the technology in the ninja world has not yet reached the level of cloning using highly differentiated red and white blood cells, nor can it fully extract the genes contained within. However, it can at least conduct genetic analysis to uncover secrets related to bloodlines. Even though Chen Majiao currently possesses no true bloodline, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one need not fear the result of 100 battles. Danzo may not know this phrase, but he understands a similar sentiment. He views Chen Majiao as a threat, an imagined enemy, and thus he would not overlook such crucial intelligence as a blood sample. Yet, Chen Majiao intentionally destroyed the bloodstains. Upon learning this news, Danzo grew even more wary of Chen Majiao. This seemingly simple panda has been on guard against Rizhan and me all along. Danzo's murderous intent intensified. At that moment, a subordinate approached with new intelligence. Chen Majiao had suggested that the healer Shinnong might be compromised, suspected of being a spy from another village. The third generation had already dispatched the Dark Division to keep a close watch on Shinnong, seeking evidence. Tuanzong, already slightly agitated, became even more irritable upon hearing this news. Rizhan, you are growing old. You have lost all your resolve. Why seek evidence? Simply capture him and arrange for interrogation. Tuanzong discerned Rizhan's mindset. Shinnong held considerable esteem among the villagers, making it inadvisable to act hastily. However, in Tuanzang's view, quietly apprehending the individual and conducting a discreet interrogation would suffice. What if we capture the wrong person? No matter. Just silently bury him in the back mountain and declare him missing. This encapsulated Tuanzang's thought process. He disregarded any ethical boundaries, convincing himself with the mantra, I am only doing this for the village. Thus, he felt profound disappointment towards Rizhan. He even redirected the murderous intent he had just directed at Chen Majiao towards Rizhan. Indeed, old friend, I should eliminate you. It would be for the good of the village and for your own sake, preventing you from tarnishing your legacy. According to the original narrative, Tuanzong would not conspire with Orochimaru to secretly harm Sarutobi Hiruzen until 3 years later, initiating what was termed the Konoha Collapse Plan, which essentially meant eliminating Rizhan. However, under the influence of Chen Majiao's butterfly effect, Tuanzong expedited his plans by 3 years. Devising a similar scheme, I cannot repeat my previous mistake of directly sending someone to assassinate Rizhan. I must redirect the blame. I should utilize Chen Majiao. Let this foolish panda take the fall. In that moment, the illustrious figure of Tuanzong experienced a profound revelation. He grasped the art of scapegoating. He pondered silently. Is there not an opportunity for framing? Bamboo fungus. Chen Majiao, why did you provide such perilous food for Rizhan to consume? With this thought, Tuanzang's eyes glimmered as he established a plan distinct from the original narrative, one that would lead to Rizhan's demise. As long as Rizhan is dead, the position of Hokage will be mine. Tuanzong reveled in the fantasy of becoming Hokage and leading Konoha to dominance in the ninja world. After some time, he regained focus on the present. Before executing the assassination plan, I should first create a momentum-building campaign, and the spy Shinnong can conveniently serve as my stepping stone. Leopard, Hawk, Raccoon, follow me. Assembling his team, Tuanzong confidently set out for Shinnong's residence. There is a saying, plans cannot keep up with change. Tuanzang's momentum-building plans swiftly faltered. Elder Tuanzang was absent, and his root colleagues reported that he had gone out for a matter. Upon receiving a report from the Dark Division, Rijan frowned slightly, but remained composed, seemingly unfazed. However, shortly thereafter, another subordinate burst in with an urgent report that left Rijan unable to remain seated. Report. Elder Tuanzang has encountered a conflict with the suspected spy, Healer Shinong, resulting in severe injuries, and he is in critical condition. Shinong has demonstrated extraordinary strength and has currently escaped the village. The Dark Division is in pursuit. What? Rijan sprang to his feet, his face a mask of shock and fury. If one were to interview Tuanzang at that moment, he would undoubtedly scowl and defend. I was careless. I did not foresee this. He had not anticipated such a downfall. If one were to merely assess the strength comparison between Tuanzang, 3 elite members of Root, and Shinong, one could conclude that Shinong was doomed. No need to mention anything else. Any of the 4 from Tuanzang's side could summon Qin Majiao's clone using the summoning technique, which would be more than sufficient to deal with Shinong. However, Tuanzang's mission was meant to be clandestine. He understood that Shinong was highly respected among the villagers. He knew he could not arrest Shinong publicly. The plan was to discreetly apprehend Shinong for interrogation, even forcibly extracting memories. If it turned out Shinong was indeed a spy, he would immediately publicize it, enhancing his own reputation while discrediting Rijan. Look at your Hokage, how incompetent he is, unable to detect a spy who has been lurking for so many years. It took me, Tuanzang, to step in. Conversely, if it was discovered that Shinong was not a spy, it would simply be a misunderstanding, and he would quietly eliminate him, ensuring he would not be resented by the villagers, and then turn the tables on Rijan, accusing Qin Majiao of baseless slander. Tuanzang's calculations were astute. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. The prerequisite was to act in secrecy. Thus, summoning Qin Majiao was out of the question. That loudmouth panda was not one of his own. Setting aside the influence of the summoning beast, the power balance between the 2 sides narrowed considerably. Although Shinong had not fully mastered Dark Chakra or developed corporealization, his formidable abilities, including bodily activation, regeneration, and the 8 gates technique, positioned him at a shadow level of strength. He could almost contend equally with Tuanzang. However, the heavily tattooed Tuanzang possessed the advantage of resurrection jutsu and 3 loyal elite subordinates, as well as the home ground advantage. Ultimately, Shinong was still at a disadvantage. Logically, Tuanzang should not have lost, yet his carelessness led to his downfall. He underestimated Shinong, assuming he was a mere pawn, thus barging in recklessly, intending to engage in small talk before attempting to apprehend him. Little did he know, the elderly Shinong had no regard for martial ethics and erupted unexpectedly, transforming from a hunchbacked old man into a muscular powerhouse in an instant. A single punch struck Tuanzang's chest, shattering his ribs and even impaling his lungs. Tuanzang was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. He coughed up blood, mixed with internal fragments. He nearly lost consciousness on the spot. Tuanzang's resurrection jutsu, Izanagi, required him to form specific seals in advance to activate, granting immunity to all adverse events for the next minute. At that moment, Tuanzang was mere steps away from Shinong. With such proximity, facing a close combat expert's explosive power, he had no time to form the seals. Yes. It was precisely because I couldn't form the seals that I was terrified. Tuanzang was caught off guard and knocked out in one blow. Ultimately, he suffered the consequences of lacking information. He had never anticipated that a shadow-level powerhouse would willingly remain undercover for so many years as a lowly spy. Despite being a high-ranking individual, Tuanzang still exercised diligence in his daily training, even honing his wind release to the utmost level. Yet, in reality, he had been removed from actual combat for years, lacking the instinct and awareness for life and death battles. He overlooked a fundamental fact, aside from the exceptional rakeage of past generations. Ninjas are generally fragile, agile heroes. No matter how strong, they could still suffer a downfall. As a ninja, one must never be careless. Fortunately, 3 subordinates arrived just in time to support him. Otherwise, Tuanzang would have been finished off by Shinong's follow-up strike. Shinong, too, did not dare to linger. After failing his second strike, he fled in haste. Amaru? Can't worry about him now. I'll find a new Zero Tails vessel later. My life is the only one I have. Thus, the entire process unfolded, rendering Tuanzang's momentum-building plan a complete farce. His injuries were severe, and he was on the verge of losing control of his wood-release cells. He needed to return swiftly for surgery to temporarily remove a portion of tissue containing wood-release cells or to transplant a Sharingan. Two of his subordinates quickly carried Tuanzong away, while the remaining subordinate initially intended to bring the bewildered Amaru back to Root for interrogation. However, the Dark Division appeared on the scene. They had already been ordered by the Hokage to monitor Shinnong in the vicinity. Little did they expect that Lord Tuanzong would rush in suddenly, and within moments, he would be carried out again. Furthermore, the target of their surveillance, Shinnong, was about to escape. The Umbu immediately appeared. Some pursued Shinnong while others stormed into the house to confront the remaining Root member. Both sides aimed to subdue Amaru. Ultimately, the Umbu, outnumbering the opposition, managed to control Amaru. Following the delayed instructions from Hisashi, the little girl was taken to the interrogation department. In the dead of night, Hisashi sent for Shinmagyo to discuss matters in the Hokage's office. What? Shinnong escaped? Shinmagyo exclaimed, his eyes widening. Did I not instruct Kai to inform you? That individual may be exceptionally powerful. In my perception, he qualifies as a formidable adversary. Hisashi smiled wryly. We did not anticipate his strength either. Furthermore, it was also Danzo's unilateral decision to confront him directly, thus alerting him. Hisashi recounted to Shinmagyo how Danzo had approached Shinnong and was swiftly defeated. Shinmagyo expressed his admiration, exclaiming, I must say, it is no wonder that the infamous Danzo is known for his audacity. Truly remarkable. However, Shinmagyo had misjudged Danzo. The root of Danzo's recklessness lay in incomplete intelligence during transmission. Kai, who reported to Hisashi, was acutely aware of Shinmagyo's strength and had emphasized. Shinmagyo specifically cautioned that Shinnong is likely a powerful individual. Had Danzo been present to hear this, he would have understood. If someone as strong as Shinmagyo regarded Shinnong with such gravity, then this spy was indeed extraordinary. Yet, the information relayed to the root was conveyed by a member of the Shadows who had been covertly swayed. This individual faced significant difficulty in transmitting the information under the scrutiny of peers. In fact, he used a method akin to Morse code to discreetly convey the message. He translated brief phrases into the number of folds on his forehead protector and the strands of hair pressed beneath it, then moved to a window or rooftop for distant root members to decipher the information through binoculars. The message conveyed was, Magyo, report, Shinnong, suspected, spy, strong, Umbu, under surveillance. It was all in Japanese katakana, equivalent to mere phonetics without concrete wording. While the essence of the message was clear, a crucial detail was omitted. The strength was an explicit warning from Shinmagyo. This ultimately led Danzo to misinterpret the significance of strong. He thought, is it possible that this time, the spy is a jonin? A big fish? He remained oblivious to the fact that big fish referred to a great shark. Due to his negligence, he was severely injured by the theatrical antagonist. Hisashi was infuriated by Danzo's unilateral actions, but also concerned for his old comrade's injuries. So he visited him that very night. He promptly summoned Shinmagyo to inquire if any further detailed intelligence was available. Shinmagyo crafted a narrative. I merely stumbled upon a resonance with the malicious perception of the nine-tailed soul during a confrontation, which was then amplified by my sage chakra. This led me to discover a substantial malevolent presence in a certain area of Konoha. Later, I dispatched a shadow clone to investigate from the air and confirmed that the location was indeed the beloved Dr. Shinnong's residence. Upon discreetly observing Shinnong, I noted that this elder possessed an unusually vigorous energy, entirely unlike that of an ordinary old man. Did you detect any anomalies during your soul confrontation? Hisashi blinked, seemingly convinced. He had heard of past Reikage-A's ability to gauge a partner's thoughts through a fist bump, understanding that such resonance occurs between those who share a deep bond. Thus, the possibility that Shinmagyo inadvertently encountered the Nine-Tails' malicious perception during their confrontation was not implausible. Hisashi was also aware of the concept of malicious perception. It was said that the Vortex Watergate could occasionally engage in dialogue with the Nine-Tails. More accurately, Watergate could easily overpower the Nine-Tails, compelling it to converse. Within the realm of the mind, Watergate acted like a seasoned courier, wrapping the Nine-Tails with tape until it was immobilized, leading to the Nine-Tails' reluctant submission. From this, Watergate gleaned that the Nine-Tails possessed the ability of malicious perception. This information was communicated to the village and preserved as vital intelligence regarding tailed beasts, accessible to the Hokage. It seemed that Shinmagyo had not lied. Hisashi pondered. Shinmagyo interrupted his thoughts. Old man, this is a spy who has been lurking in Konoha for many years. Does it not trouble your peace of mind? Hisashi squinted. What are you implying? Shinmagyo chuckled. I propose to help you capture him. All I seek is the reward for an S-rank mission. Hisashi's gaze flickered as he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Why are you so eager to target Shinno? Shinmagyo replied frankly. Because he likely possesses secret techniques that enhance physical vitality, which could greatly aid in the further development of the 8 gates. Hisashi nodded. Very well, it is a deal. But do not forget, if you achieve results from the 8 gates, you must share them with Kai. Shinmagyo scoffed, as if you need to remind me. Kai is my friend. Of course, I will share with him. How could I hoard the benefits? Yet he mused, but you will eventually discover the intricacies of sage techniques. According to the current dealings between Shinmagyo and Hisashi, Shinmagyo would obtain several ninjutsu scrolls, along with invaluable insights from a ninjutsu master, as well as support from Konoha's higher-ups regarding meetings and family invitations. Although it might appear that the benefits were not as substantial as the sage techniques Shinmagyo offered. He had once privately scoffed, who knows who will truly come out ahead? As Hisashi, believing he had gained an advantage, reveled in his good fortune. Shinmagyo would soon enlighten him about the true nature of renewal packages post-expiration. After receiving the mission from Hisashi, Shinmagyo exited the Hokage building and soared into the sky. He then activated his recently acquired SR level skill, Keyword Search Technique. SR Keyword Search Technique. Active, you can search the entire planet for individuals that match up to 5 specified keywords, obtaining their geographical coordinates. After several meetings, Shinmagyo had unlocked numerous cards. Upon acquiring this skill, he remarked, what a marvelous technique for capturing individuals. Black Zetsu, slippery as ever. Obito, appearing and disappearing at will. Kaguya, elusive in her movements. None of them will escape my grasp. It bore resemblance to the searching techniques found in cultivation or Shinsha novels, where knowing a person's name allows you to find them through divination. However, it was not limited to names. It had a search engine-like quality, using keywords for searches. Shinmagyo experimented with the keywords Uchiha Obito and Kimui, which led him directly to a coordinate, likely in the Land of Rain, presumably Obito's homeland. An exceptionally practical skill. Yet, it also had its limitations. The search technique could only target individuals. Shinmagyo tested various keywords like Chun Ruinlu, Chun Runo, Iron-Eating Beast, and Foodie, but could not locate the coordinates of the little chubby panda. This was because Chun Ruinlu was a panda, not a human. Similarly, searching for the names or characteristics of the 3 great sage locations yielded no results. Fortunately, Shinmagyo discovered that Black Zetsu counted as a human and could be located. Do not come near me. I am no longer human. Black Zetsu exclaimed, while Shinmagyo speculated that even the Otsutsuki could be classified as human. As for Shinno, the keywords would be Shinno, leader of the Sky Ninjas, physical vitality enhancement, and physical regeneration. Chapter 55. Shinno was bewildered. What is this operation? Shinmagyo activated his celestial mode, supplemented by the art of air escape and the earth escape gravity imagination, achieving an astonishing flight speed. In no time, he caught up with Shinno, who was currently concealed within a secret crevice. As a seasoned spy with extensive experience, he had erased all traces of himself and eliminated any scent. He hid here, anticipating that the pursuing Umbu would miss him, allowing him to escape in another direction. His mastery of medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques enabled him to completely conceal his chakra. Having remained undercover in Konoha for many years, he had never been detected by the professional sensing units. Now, facing the Umbu, he was even more confident in his ability to evade them. Little did he expect that a skill like the keyword search technique existed in this world. As Shinmagyo soared through the air without a hint of hesitation, he delivered a mighty blow to the crevice, causing the ground to crack and collapse. After several days of meetings and signing numerous contracts with ninjas, his power had surpassed 1,300. With a casual punch, he could unleash nearly 70% of the force of the Day Tiger towards the magpie, Daimiao. Meanwhile, Shinno, unprepared within the crevice, was unable to evade in time and had his arm crushed by the falling earth and stones. As the lyrics say, without a hint of defense, nor a trace of hesitation, you appeared in my world. Shinno's mastery of body activation and regenerative forbidden techniques, truly remarkable as medical ninjutsu, soon allowed him to regrow his arm. However, this came at a significant cost to his chakra. At this moment, He was far from the version of himself who had acquired the dark chakra power of the Zero Tails in the theatrical release, completing the ultimate forbidden technique of materialization. Shin-nong leapt from the ground, gasping for breath, his muscular body trembling and drenched in sweat, exuding an aura of philosophical depth. You, Chen Majiao, why do you obstruct me? As a spy, he was keenly aware of the rising star that was Chen Majiao. Chen Majiao tilted his head and casually uttered the words of robbery. Hand over all the forbidden techniques you possess. Shin-nong paused, seemingly surprised that Chen Majiao was aware of his secrets. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes flickering as he said, I can give them to you. Let us collaborate. Chen Majiao waved his hand dismissively. No. You misunderstand. I was not negotiating with you, nor was I bartering. What I mean is, give me the scrolls, or I shall end your life. Shin-nong felt a surge of anger, gritting his teeth. Yet, recalling Chen Majiao's earth-shattering punch, he relented. Very well, take them. He produced a storage scroll and tossed it towards Chen Majiao. Chen Majiao, unperturbed by the possibility of hidden toxins, maintained his celestial chakra cloak, impervious to such trivialities. He opened the scroll to reveal 3 additional scrolls, sitting cross-legged to examine them. The scroll of celestial technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia scroll, and the body activation scroll. He raised his gaze, fixing Shin-nong with a cold glare. Are you jesting with me? What of the regeneration? The materialization? What of the Zero Tails technique? Shin-nong was taken aback. He truly knows everything? At that moment, the panda before him seemed inscrutable. I shall grant you but one more opportunity, Chen Majiao declared, emanating a vast chakra interspersed with a chilling intent to kill. Refusal means death. Bargaining means death. Missing one scroll means death. Fake scrolls mean death. A poor throwing stance means death. Shin-nong thought, what on earth is this 5th cause of death? Am I at the mercy of his whims? However, in that moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board, too frightened to protest, fearing that any hint of defiance or negotiation would lead to his demise. He could only force a grim smile, raising his hands to signal his lack of resistance. Then, in slow motion, he summoned a snake, extracting a small scroll from its mouth. He prepared to toss the storage scroll, but reconsidered, choosing instead to unfurl it on the ground, summoning 5 scrolls of knowledge contained within. He cautiously explained, these 5 scrolls include the regeneration, materialization, and Zero Tails techniques you mentioned. However, I must caution you, the materialization technique is only a half-finished product at present, as it requires a powerful chakra source to function. Without a Jinchuriki, it is nearly impossible to realize. You are already aware of my Zero Tails technique, so I presume you have deduced my intentions. However, whether the materialization can be paired with the Zero Tails technique will require extensive experimentation and exploration. He was demonstrating his value, fearful that Chen Majiao would sever the bridge after crossing it. The other 2 scrolls, though not conventional forbidden ninjutsu, were nonetheless significant, representing emerging scientific technologies, soft body transformation, and cellular transplantation. Chen Majiao furrowed his brow. Does Orochimaru have contact with you? Shin-nong was startled. Could it be? Am I such a failed spy that he knows even the color of my undergarments? With a wry smile, Shin-nong confessed, indeed, Orochimaru occasionally contacts me, seeking my materialization techniques. But I informed him they are not yet complete. I exchanged my body activation technique with him for some technologies. Soft body transformation and cellular transplantation came from that. Chen Majiao nodded. Throw the scrolls over. Shin-nong took a deep breath, tossing each scroll while remaining cautious, continuing his earlier tone. Eager to showcase his value, these forbidden techniques and scientific technologies are not something one can master in a short time. If needed, I can provide detailed explanations on how to proceed at each stage. After throwing the 5 scrolls, Shin-nong anxiously awaited the outcome. Having said all that needed to be said, he could only hope that this ridiculously powerful panda would spare his life, recognizing his usefulness. Chen Majiao paid no mind to Shin-nong, meticulously examining each scroll. He confirmed that the regeneration and materialization techniques appeared genuine. He briefly skimmed over the Zero Tails technique. With his current sealing prowess, he could not discern its authenticity. Turning his attention to the soft body transformation technology, he realized it resembled the level of Jian Meiqing's work, albeit inferior to Orochimaru's. No wonder Orochimaru was willing to trade it. Shin-nong, though robust enough to compete in bodybuilding contests, often presented himself as a frail old man. linked to the body activation technique and soft body transformation. He had slightly altered his aging appearance to appear more feeble, rather than resembling a muscular elder like Silver Fawn. When battle was required, Shinnong would immediately activate the body activation technique, rejuvenating his physique and instantly restoring his youthful vigor. "Very well, you are perceptive," Chunmajiao said, satisfied as he stored the scrolls. Shinnong felt a surge of anxiety. He wouldn't suddenly turn on me, would he? Chunmajiao indeed shifted his demeanor. From a cold expression, he transitioned into a professional smile. "So, dear, would you like to sign a contract with my powerful summoning beast?" "Huh?" Shinnong was bewildered. "What is this operation?" Just moments ago, he was exuding murderous intent, having extorted all my resources, and now, he suddenly changes his tune? I thought I would die or become a slave to his whims, yet here I am, unexpectedly becoming the employer. What is this panda thinking? Chunmajiao, it's quite simple. I seek to gain summoning opportunities and your technical prowess. However, what he articulated was not quite so straightforward. Your punch that sent Danzo flying has greatly impressed me, directly striking at my heart. I hold great optimism for you, so I would never harm you. Let us sign a contract together. Chapter 56. Appearing hesitant, yet actually in control. I am well aware of your identity. You are the leader of the Sky Ninjas. A simple statement from Chunmajiao left Shinnong in a state of acute tension. The animosity between your Sky Ninjas and Konoha can be traced back to the Second Great Ninja War. I understand your desire for revenge against Konoha. Shinnong lowered his head in silence, though a resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. However, you are destined to fail. Even if you acquire the Zero Tails, restore the airborne fortress, and perfect the physical manifestation technique, you will still be no match for Konoha. Shinnong looked up in disbelief. Chunmajiao shook his head. To be frank, the plot of the movie is quite perplexing and feels entirely contrived. The Sky Ninjas possess several aircraft carriers and flying squadrons, leading one to believe they are decades ahead of their time. With such advanced technology, attacking the wooden walls of Konoha, which only transitioned to concrete during the Naruto era, should be akin to a dragon riding in triumph. How could they possibly lose? Yet, they did lose, and in a truly absurd manner. The aircraft carrier was devoured by the insects of the oil woman, Shino. Devoured. Chunmajiao, upon witnessing this, felt an itch on his scalp, as if his brain were about to burst. The astonishing turn of events resembled a bizarre strategy from a fictional agency, now realized in reality. What followed was even more bewildering. The so-called Zero Tails, a manifestation of humanity's negative emotions and an indestructible dark chakra entity, was utterly obliterated due to the destruction of the airborne fortress. This creature hardly deserves the name of Zero Tails. It tarnishes the reputation of tailed beasts. Seeing Shinnong's skepticism, Chunmajiao succinctly explained the truth behind the insect's ability to counter aircraft carriers and elaborated on the inadequacies of the Zero Tails. Shinnong was left bewildered by the wind. You may not believe it, but this is the truth, Chunmajiao shrugged. To be candid, I possess a foresight ability akin to that of the great toad sage of Miyaboku Mountain. In the future I have glimpsed, your demise is rather tragic. After hearing Chunmajiao's detailed descriptions, Shinnong began to believe. This panda knows far too many hidden secrets, such as the physical manifestation technique and the Zero Tails jutsu, which are secrets he has concealed for many years. There is no familial bond between us. He should not know so much. Yet he does. He is even aware of the specific military arrangements of the Sky Ninjas and proposed a countermeasure that left me, who once believed in the invincibility of aircraft carriers, trembling with fear. The insects of the Oil Woman clan. Shinnong had indeed heard of the iron-eating bear insects. Chunmajiao even knew the complete effects of the physical manifestation technique, a forbidden technique that I have yet to perfect and have never demonstrated in this world. Shinnong could not help but believe that Chunmajiao truly possessed the ability to foresee the future. After hearing the narrative of his own failure, he felt a wave of confusion. Was my years of planning merely a farce? Chunmajiao was not acting impulsively or attempting to deceive Shinnong on a whim. He had long intended to recruit Shinnong. The words he previously exchanged with Sarutobi Hiruzen were not mere jest. He was sincere. I have come to realize that neither I nor my guy are suited for research. He genuinely requires individuals adept in research to assist him, particularly those skilled in physical combat, medical science, and biological technologies. Orochimaru is the ideal choice. However, he is currently inaccessible. Thus, Shinnong becomes the new optimal choice. Presently, it is the 57th year of Konoha, We have yet to reach the timeline of the movie 5 years later. Shenong has not yet resorted to desperate measures. He has not plotted the massacre of his kin nor committed any other heinous acts. Shinmagyo feels no moral burden in preserving Shenong. However, the dynamics of their relationship must place him in a position of dominance. Hence, Shinmagyo did not acquiesce to Shenong's initial proposal of cooperation. Instead, he sought to subdue the other party before asserting from a position of superiority. If you sign a contract with me, I can assure you that you will return to Konoha without fear of imprisonment. I will protect you. If you assist me in perfecting the physical manifestation technique and the 8 gates, I may even help you restore your nation. At this point, Shinmagyo grinned broadly, revealing his sharp fangs. He displayed his fangs. Shinmagyo is a bit of a fool, often making silly mistakes. Yet, in his previous life, he was an adult who worked for several years and is a realist. Thus, during his time in Konoha, when he felt subtly constrained by Hiruzen and provoked by Danzo, he merely responded to challenges, resolving difficulties. He would not react like some hot-headed individuals, seeking to sever ties or resort to violence at the slightest inconvenience. Such extremes and avoidance are not choices befitting a mature mindset, especially since Shinmagyo, relying on the skills provided by the system, possesses the confidence to safeguard his life and can even counter-threaten others, leaving him with ample maneuverability. Therefore, he remains in Konoha, enjoying good food and restful sleep. It is Hiruzen and Danzo who are truly restless. For Shinmagyo, Konoha offers immense benefits. Countless ninjas await to sign contracts. He would not abandon the entire forest for 1 or 2 rotting trees like Hiruzen and Danzo. He is not that naive. Even if one were to have a complete falling out with the company owner, one would still need to collect their final paycheck before leaving, right? How could Shinmagyo possibly give up midway? After all, he has laid so much groundwork. Would it all be for naught? Thus, he would not choose to evade or seek to start anew in another ninja village. In truth, no village would readily accept a stranger, especially not an unfamiliar panda. The numerous clones Shinmagyo has dispatched recently have also encountered stalemates in various ninja villages, likely requiring intricate maneuvering before true contracts can be established. Therefore, a few weeks ago, he chose to confront Hiruzen and Danzo directly. He did not consider a rash confrontation. Such actions would only push friends like Guy and Lee, whom he had just made, into opposition. What he needs to do is solely target Hiruzen and Danzo. After all, they initiated the conflict against him. This is Shinmagyo's principle, only retaliating against those who oppose me. No nested retaliation allowed. Through a strategy of retreating to advance, employing both negotiation and pressure, he subtly compelled Hiruzen and Danzo to concede. His cloning ability provided him with this confidence, even forcing Hiruzen to reluctantly arrange for him to meet the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki ahead of schedule. As the upper echelons of Konoha began to relax their vigilance and trust him to some degree, he swiftly expanded his operations into other villages. This completely disrupted the plans of Hiruzen and Danzo. He intends to make these Konoha leaders realize that he appears hesitant, yet is truly in control. The initiative has always remained in his hands. Shinmagyo, do not even think of it. I am the panda hero you shall never attain. In this current moment, Hiruzen, Danzo, and others perceive a sense of powerlessness in Shinmagyo, a sentiment that will persist and spread to more individuals. This is Shinmagyo's coercive signing plan. If you do not sign with me, you will fall behind. Falling behind means facing consequences, and signing with me means you must properly support me. Previously, lacking fame and strength, primarily due to insufficient clones, Shinmagyo merely exerted subtle pressure, compelling Hiruzen and Danzo to concede, reluctantly allowing him to sign contracts profusely in Konoha. After securing a substantial number of contracts and establishing a formidable presence, he is finally poised to openly assert his dominance. Dare to offend me? Then do not blame me for tearing up the agreement. By then, the entire world will have signed with me, except for you. Just imagine, will you not be tormented? This encapsulates Shinmagyo's grand strategy, cloaked under the guise of world peace, yet fundamentally aimed at world domination. He is not one to excel in crafting intricate plots. He prefers to play the open strategy. QQ's rise to prominence and Tencent's expansion can be attributed to its fundamental principles, offering services free of charge and ensuring widespread accessibility. The necessity for cultivating popularity is paramount, as popularity translates to resources and the promise of the future. When each new generation of ninjas comes to regard signing with oneself as an inherent privilege, One becomes a sovereign without a crown. This embodies a pure, strategic overture. With power solidified, Shin Majiao establishes his authority not through violence, but rather by striking at the heart of the matter. This time, returning with Shin Nong, yet forcibly safeguarding him, marks the onset of his formidable rise, presenting an overt challenge to the authority of the higher echelons of Konoha. Should Hisashi concede this time, he would likely continue to do so in the future, much like his inherently submissive disposition. "Are you certain you can protect me?" Shin Nong inquired hesitantly. "I am confident," Shin Majiao replied with a self-assured smile. "All I require is a plausible verbal justification. Mr. Shin Nong has entered into a contract with me as my employer, and I shall ensure his safety." After a prolonged contemplation, Shin Nong clenched his teeth and declared, "Very well. I shall trust you this once." Hisashi wore a sour expression, akin to one who had just consumed a distasteful meal. Before him, Shin Majiao spoke with ease, while beside him sat Shin Nong, bound yet smiling and unperturbed. Thus, I posed a seemingly light-hearted inquiry, only to be met with Shin Nong's tears, leading me to realize the depth of his grievances. It appears that the empty ninjas have endured considerable hardship. With decades of vengeance stemming from the massacre of Konoha, Hisashi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Struggling to suppress his anger, he feebly defended during the Second Great Ninja War. The world was in chaos. We had no choice but to eliminate the empty ninjas lest they allied with the Wagakure. Shin Nong retorted coldly, "What nonsense. We merely wished to remain neutral, avoiding entanglement in your great ninja village conflicts." Hisashi scoffed derisively. "Neutrality? You soar high in your airborne fortress, overlooking the land while watching others fight to the death. Who would dare believe in your neutrality? What if I were engaged in battle with another faction, and you seized my resources from above?" In the tumult of the ninja world, no nation or village can easily extricate itself from the fray. Especially the empty ninjas, a mid-tier force with both strength and ambition, are a thorn in everyone's side. Their desire for neutrality and to observe from the sidelines while reaping the benefits will not be tolerated. "Enough. I do not care how things were in the past, nor who is right or wrong," Shin Majiao interjected, tapping the table to silence the bickering duo and assert his stance. "In any case, I believe Shin Nong has committed no grave error. We must protect him from harm by Konoha. He has signed a contract with me as my employer, and I will ensure his safety. As for the grievances between the empty ninjas and your Konoha, we can negotiate if possible. If not, I am indifferent to any conflict that arises. I shall remain impartial, as stated in the terms of my contract. In situations where the tasks of multiple employers conflict, I will not favor either side in the event of war. At most, I would assist a select few individuals whom I hold in high regard on a personal level. Prior to his demise, I intend to safeguard him, extricating him from the turmoil and discord. As for those I currently favor," Shin Majiao extended his voice, pausing dramatically to survey the expressions of Hisashi and Shin Nong, both revealing anticipation. Shin Nong counts as one, but he turned to Hisashi, who appeared momentarily pleased, ready to express his gratitude. Shin Majiao continued earnestly, "We can also include Guy, Tsunade, Lee, and Naruto." Hisashi froze. Shin Majiao subtly curled his lips, hinting at a teasing smile. "Surely, no one is deluded enough to think otherwise?" Feigning concern, he remarked, "Oh, what seems to trouble you, third Hokage? Your expression is rather grim. Have you been subsisting solely on bamboo fungus lately?" Hisashi, suppressing his inner frustration, began to feel a pang of bitterness in previous business dealings. He would refer to others as old man. Now, the new generation surpasses the old, and he must address them as third Hokage. Shin Majiao appeared unfazed, as though nothing had transpired. "By the way, old man, do not forget to settle the payment for the S-rank mission." He extended his hand, reminding him that it was acceptable to refer to him as old man when requesting payment, much like the monthly fees for communication services and bamboo fungus supplies. Hisashi appeared flabbergasted. "What? Aren't you supposed to protect Shinno? You haven't even handed him over to us. Why should you still collect payment?" Shin Majiao shook his head vigorously. No. Do not forget, my original words were, I would assist in bringing him back, and I have done so. The task is complete. And now it is time for you to settle the bill." Hisashi's frustration peaked, his face shifting from red to white, seemingly on the verge of erupting. Yet, the resilient ninja ultimately restrained himself. He responded with a grunt, "Fine." Shin Majiao smiled, reveling in the sight of Hisashi's vexation without the means to retaliate. Chapter 57. The Udon Plan Bang. Clatter. Danzo forcefully toppled the force stand, allowing the infusion bottles to shatter into a cascade of glass shards. Hizashi, how can you endure this? He erupted, cursing vehemently. I warned you that the panda was far too dangerous, yet you refused to listen. Now he has colluded with other ninja villages, and it is too late to deal with him. A self-centered individual like Danzo would naturally refuse to reflect upon his own faults, instead laying blame upon Hizashi's indecisiveness. He conveniently overlooked his previous targeting of Chun Majiao, which resulted in a loss of face, not daring to reclaim his dignity due to concerns over Chun Majiao's formidable power and the rumored immortality he possessed. Ultimately, it was a matter of pride, a fear of falling behind akin to the mindset of countless overambitious parents in a previous life. Chun Majiao adeptly exploited this psychology. From the smallest concerns, what if everyone in Konoha signed on with him while my roots did not? To larger ones, if other ninja villages signed with him, how could we possibly refrain? This realization propelled his signing campaign. He resembled a stock. Once he accumulated a portion of capital and showcased his formidable strength, he would merely await others to follow suit. Hizashi, Danzo, still unwell, observed with increasing coldness, you truly cannot remain any longer. If this continues, Konoha will encounter significant problems. Resolute, he summoned Fu, Torian. Two elite ninjas from the root organization appeared instantly. They were Danzo's most trusted and valued aides. Go forth and execute the Udon plan. The two elite ninjas departed without uttering a word. Danzo reclined, continuing his recuperation. Fu, Torian, your sacrifices will not be in vain. Meanwhile, Konohamaru lamented, why can't we see him anymore? It's so bothersome. We're only 5 years old. We won't even start the Ninja Academy until next year. Why does his family still need to hire a tutor? Mohan complained, there's nothing we can do. He is, after all, the grandson of the third Hokage, the young master of the Sarutobi clan. Our status is not the same as mine as a commoner or yours as a branch family girl. Mohan's mood soured. Regardless of status, we are all good friends. Udon quickly chimed in, of course. We are all part of the Konohamaru Corps. At that moment, he instinctively reached out to wipe his running nose. Disgusted, Mohan lost interest in her lollipop and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Wow, Mohan, your shuriken technique has improved again. Udon clapped his hands, giving the group leader due credit. Hee. Mo Huang proudly declared, we must not fall too far behind Konohamaru. Let us engage in special training together today. The two children, lacking in stamina and patience, quickly grew weary after half an hour. They exchanged farewells, each intending to return home. Udon Ise strolled through the desolate alleyway, where sunlight barely penetrated, rendering it dark and foreboding, which instilled a sense of fear in the timid boy. He tread cautiously, fearful that any sound might summon lurking spirits. Yet, as fate would have it, two shadowy figures suddenly materialized, startling Udon so profoundly that his heart raced, and he nearly cried out. However, as he opened his mouth, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The intruders were none other than Yamashiro Kaze and Aburame Toryun from the Root organization. Kaze observed the unconscious child on the ground with an impassive expression, extending his hands with fingers splayed, thumbs and index fingers touching. Before invoking a secret jutsu, the heart-transferring puppet technique, his spirit entered Udon Ise's body, while Udon's spirit was temporarily displaced into a puppet. Toryun took possession of Kaze's body and the puppet, addressing the stirring Udon, we must act swiftly. To ensure our plan unfolds flawlessly, we must transfer him back before he regains consciousness. We cannot eliminate him, as that would only unveil the truth. Udon nodded. Please confirm immediately if the Hawk has initiated the covert operation and relocated Ebisu. Toryun nodded in response and vanished. Udon then resumed his cautious demeanor, quietly exiting the alley and heading towards the park where he had parted ways with Fujimo. Indeed, upon arriving, he spotted a jubilant Konohamaru approaching. As Konohamaru ran, he called out, Udon, where's Mo? I just got free. She hasn't gone home already, has she? Udon donned his signature silly grin. Yes, you arrived too late. She has left. I was also on my way home, but I suddenly felt lucky and thought I might find that easily contractable panda. Konohamaru's interest piqued. Do you want to sign it too? I do. But I've asked my grandfather so many times, and he refuses to take me to see that panda. Udon's eyes sparkled with longing. I heard that Panda knows sage techniques. I really want to learn sage techniques. Sage techniques? Konohamaru was oblivious. Udon elaborated, passionately describing how possessing sage techniques could allow one to defeat the likes of Hashirama and Madara. Konohamaru's imagination ignited. I want to learn sage techniques to defeat my grandfather. However, Udon quickly doused his enthusiasm. I heard that the chubby panda, Lord Runt, mentioned during a meal at the food street that your grandfather is secretly learning sage techniques from Lord Mujo. What? Konohamaru fumed. Grandpa actually sneaked away. How cunning. He had always viewed his grandfather as a role model, aspiring to surpass him so that others would see him as more than just the grandson of the third Hokage. He turned to sprint towards the Hokage building, determined to confront Hiruzen. Udon hastily grabbed his arm. Wait, I haven't finished. Lord Runt also mentioned that humans are not iron-eating beasts. Mastering panda sage techniques is exceedingly difficult. Thanks to the bamboo fungus they provide, it might be possible. Bamboo fungus? Udon explained further. Understanding dawned on Konohamaru. So that's why Grandpa hasn't been eating lately. Everyone enjoys their meals, while he just watches, stuffing his mouth with bland mushrooms. That's it. If we have it, we can learn sage techniques too. Udon chuckled, but a glimmer of coldness lingered in his eyes. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then I'll sneak out and steal some bamboo fungus while Grandpa's not home. Udon, or rather Yamashiro Kaze, thought to himself, perfect. He knew that the Hokage's residence was loosely guarded from the outside, making it difficult for ninjas to infiltrate. However, inside, the rules were more relaxed, especially concerning family privacy. Ninjas valued privacy highly. For instance, the Hyuga clan maintained close ties with the sealing unit. Why? Because they needed assistance to seal their walls with barriers that the Byakugan could not penetrate. Kaze continued to masquerade as Udon, feigning a suggestion. Perhaps we should reconsider. We might get scolded. How about you just steal one piece to test it? All right. Konohamaru readily agreed. Kaze patted him on the shoulder. If it doesn't work out, don't force it. We mustn't be discovered. It would be disastrous if your grandfather found out. Meanwhile, an object discreetly emerged from Kaze's sleeve and slipped into Konohamaru's collar. It was a small insect, a common parasite from the Aburame clan, yet it was covered in hundreds of nano-sized decay insects, the true specialty of Toryun. These nano-insects easily infiltrated the refrigerator's leak-proof pipe without disturbing the seal, then climbed onto the bamboo fungus and burrowed inside. Ultimately, they perished within. Decay insects are specialized creatures that cannot survive outside Toryun's body for long. In the original text, they either attached to Toryun's skin to infect enemies or were blown away to actively contact foes, but prolonged detachment would result in their demise. This time, Toryun encased the decay insects in chakra, allowing a few hundred to linger a bit longer, all imbued with Toryun's wind attribute chakra. Upon contact with the bamboo fungus, they caused it to spoil. Furthermore, the corpses of the burrowed decay insects possessed a certain level of toxicity. To avoid detection by the sensory ninjas guarding the third Hokage's residence, the number of infiltrating decay insects was limited, and their toxin levels were not lethal enough to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, combined with the spoiled bamboo fungus, it became deadly. Kaze returned to his own body, then cast an illusion on the still unconscious Udon, making the child believe he had conversed with Konohamaru, voluntarily mentioning sage techniques and bamboo fungus. Once completed, Kaze silently returned the child home, slipping him back into his room unnoticed by his mother. After everything settled, he encountered Toryun, who had come to regroup. Toryun inquired, so? Has Konohamaru backed down? Kaze nodded. Yes, he gave up. As planned, the hypnosis worked. He followed my guidance and did not forcibly extract the bamboo fungus, thus preserving the seal. Toryun remained silent for a moment before speaking. In truth, if the third Hokage dies and the ANBU investigates, they will still find Udon Ise and confirm the traces of the illusion. Kaze silently nodded, but by then, we will have succeeded, and the ANBU will not pursue further. Success, success. The jade shattered. The girl gently touched her chest and abdomen, silently reflecting. Chun Majiao, accompanied by Chun Ruinlu, moved out of the inn and directly into Shinnong's home. Hey, you there. Bring me that thing. Chun Ruinlu shouted at a little girl. Amalu, bewildered, responded. What do you mean by that? And by the way, my name is Amalu. Previously, under Shinnong's guidance, Chun Majiao had retrieved Amalu from the interrogation department, sparing her from further distress in the prison. Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had consented. Oh, there's no understanding at all. Chun Ruinlu exclaimed. Bring the medicinal herbs. He discovered that certain herbs might effectively alleviate his grandfather's, The Elder Pandas, rheumatic arthritis. The iron-eating beast clan had not interacted with the land of fire for ages, making it difficult to acquire the precious medicinal plants from this country. Seizing the opportunity, Shenruanlu intended to search for the appropriate herbs to honor the elderly. He was quite unreserved, as his brother had said, "When you come to Shinnong's place, feel free to treat it like home." Teacher Amalu, with tearful eyes, sought assistance from Shinnong. "He's going to ruin the herbs I painstakingly collected." Shinnong smiled wryly. "Just give them to him. From today on, I'm closing my doors and will no longer see patients." "What?" Amalu exclaimed anxiously. "Then you will be responsible for seeing patients." A wind cat in the courtyard interjected with a grin. "Amalu, haven't you studied medicine with Shinnong for several years?" "Me?" Amalu stammered. "I only know how to treat minor ailments like colds, fevers, and sprains. Then when serious issues arise, you can seek help from your teacher." The patients Shinnong typically attended were mostly ordinary villagers, who generally didn't suffer from severe ailments. Even if they did, in this era, it often boiled down to fate. After sending the dazed little girl away, the wind cat asked Shinnong, "So, what about my proposal? Can it be realized?" "Very difficult," Shinnong replied candidly. "I need more samples of techniques, and I may even require data from Orochimaru's human experiments." "Orochimaru?" The wind cat pondered. "What are your thoughts on his experiments?" "Very humane." "What? Humane?" he reiterated. "How can a normal person conduct such acts?" The wind cat shook his head. "I can find a way to capture him to cooperate with you. But you must refrain from conducting human experiments." Chun Majiao was eager to modify the techniques swiftly, yet using living beings for experimentation felt too morally reprehensible. He had his own moral compass. Some actions simply could not be taken. "Orochimaru, I advise you to embrace kindness. If persuasion fails, perhaps I shall have to eliminate you a few times before attempting to persuade you again." At that moment, Chun Majiao's true form was accompanying Naruto towards the Hokage building, eagerly anticipating a joyful interaction with the Nine Tails. However, upon arriving, they found only the bustling sealing team, with no sign of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Where's the third?" Chun Majiao inquired. "The third lord is feeling unwell," the sealing team leader, who was quite familiar with Chun Majiao, replied. "He has gone to rest." Chun Majiao frowned. "What should we do now?" The sealing team leader respectfully responded. The third lord said to proceed as usual. Chun Majiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a peculiar sensation bubbling within him. What is going on? Has Sarutobi Hiruzen completely given up? Had it been just a few days prior, he might have speculated that Hiruzen was attempting to show goodwill and trust. However, yesterday, he had laid bare the situation, directly confronting Hiruzen regarding Shinnong's matters, forsaking any pretenses and openly applying pressure. And now, today, Hiruzen merely said to proceed as usual? Why not say let us pause today and discuss tomorrow? Though the old man was weak and easily swayed, it shouldn't be this extreme. Chun Majiao realized something was amiss today. It was utterly illogical. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is he determined to strike at me while I am in contact with the Nine Tails? Does he believe I will leave an opening when my soul is projected out? He couldn't help but entertain the notion, growing increasingly convinced. Who orchestrated this trap? Sarutobi Hiruzen? No, if it were him, he should have been present to stabilize me. Therefore, it must be Shimura Danzo's unilateral decision, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen must have been sent away by Danzo. Chun Majiao's thoughts raced, yet he maintained a calm facade. Let us begin. He had essentially deduced the truth and even anticipated Danzo's tactics, the four-symbol seal, since killing the panda would lead to his rebirth in a clone. Then he would opt for sealing instead, considering that Chun Majiao possessed the ability to transfer his soul to his clone. The most suitable technique would be one effective against souls. Moreover, it must be a technique that could be activated in an extremely short time. It must not give Chun Majiao time to react. The only technique that somewhat fit the bill was the four-symbol seal. No, the four-symbol sealing technique. This sealing technique would activate upon the caster's death, causing their blood to erupt, sketching the seal while expanding into a spherical form, sealing the surrounding matter within the caster's body. It would simultaneously devour the soul, as stated in the Book of Formations. The sealed object would never see the light again. If he used other sealing techniques, such as the Shiki Fujin, while they could also seal souls, they would create too much commotion and take too long to prepare. Perhaps the soul of Chun Majiao, projected out, would sense something was off and directly transport his true soul away. The four-symbol seal was preferable. It also had a brief activation time, but during that moment, Chun Majiao's soul would be projected out, communicating with the Nine Tails, leaving him little time to react. This was Danzo's strategy. He believed he had a substantial advantage. But Chun Majiao was wholly unafraid. Danzo, you remain woefully ignorant of my power. My casual soul projection and interaction with the Nine Tails are not mere posturing. Chapter 59. Time stopped. Active. Chun Majiao had previously confirmed with the system regarding the actual effects of the SSR skill element separation, active. He had specifically posed a question. If my true soul were to be sealed within by the Shinigami's Shiki Fujin, what would happen? Or if it were sealed by the Ten Tails, or had already entered the Pure Land? The system had responded at that time. As long as your true soul retains consciousness and can actively invoke this descent ability, you can escape any sealing space or dimensional constraints, successfully swapping souls with your clone. Thumbs up? However, generally speaking, within the Ten Tails or the Pure Land, consciousness will be forcibly halted, and with your current soul strength, you cannot counteract this consciousness disruption. You would be unable to actively invoke the descent ability. This was what the system had conveyed to him. At that time, Chun Majiao had yet to acquire his beloved divine weapon. Once he had obtained his fated divine weapon and enhanced his soul strength with it, he would no longer fear the Ten Tails or the Pure Land. Theoretically, as long as he retained a clone somewhere in the world, even if his true soul entered the Pure Land, what would it matter? He could easily swap it out. That said, under normal circumstances, with his clone still existing, Chun Majiao wouldn't die, and his soul wouldn't enter the Pure Land either. This was what was referred to as an immortal body, Chun Majiao's greatest reliance. He was utterly unafraid of anyone attempting to kill him or seal him away. He held absolute confidence. However, realizing that he was likely ensnared in Danzo's conspiracy, Chun Majiao remained vigilant. While he himself was safe, Naruto nearby could very well be in danger. Regardless of the circumstances, one must protect their own companions. Chun Majiao leisurely engaged in stretching exercises while subtly surveying the members of the sealing team. He harbored suspicions that there were infiltrators from Danzo among them. Whether they had been lurking within the sealing team for years or were merely masquerading as such, it was only a matter of time before they revealed themselves, potentially activating the four-symbol seal. This exemplified the advantage of information. Having read the original work, Chun Majiao was aware of Danzo's hidden cards. Conversely, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Majiao knew his stratagem, believing his plan to have a high success rate. In preparation for Naruto, Chun Majiao silently readied a skill, SSR times stasis, active. This was a new ability derived from a card drawn from Might Guy. Initially, when he drew this card, he felt a tinge of disappointment at not obtaining a UR level card from an ultra-rare draw. However, upon examining this skill card, excitement surged within him. Oh my! It is a time manipulation ability. To an ordinary person, the powers of space and time seem extraordinarily grand. For instance, Obito's Kimui is undeniably impressive. He was elated to acquire the ability to halt time. Could it be that I possess the potential to become the protagonist of an adult anime? Yet, he soon found himself at a loss. SSR times stasis. Active, you can target any living being and activate this skill to freeze the target's time for 5 minutes. While it may appear to be a skill suited for adult anime, it is anything but. For the target whose time has been frozen, their entire state is thoroughly immobilized. This skill essentially acts as a damage immune ability. Chun Majiao tested it on Chun Ruinlu. The little chubby panda was utterly unaware that he had missed 5 minutes of the world. By the time he regained his senses, he was merely surprised by the change in his surroundings. In reality, during those 5 frozen minutes, Chun Majiao had pummeled him and even employed fire release to roast him. Yet the panda emerged unscathed. The only thing Chun Majiao managed to do was relocate the chubby panda to another spot, and throughout the process, he could not even bend a single hair on the panda's body. Chun Ruinlu was entirely invulnerable. This exemplifies the notion that one's state is completely frozen. The system informed Chun Majiao, scratching head, if you wish to break the SSR level time stasis, you can only summon a trusty iron soldier and forcibly crush it with UR level invincibility. Of course, Chun Majiao would not test this on his own companion. He ceased the experiment, satisfied. Although this skill does not align with my initial expectations of time-stopping abilities, it still serves as a commendable support skill, capable of protecting those I care about, rendering them invincible for 5 minutes. It could also be used against enemies. From their perspective, The moment their eyes close and reopen, the battle landscape would have transformed. What is instantaneously stopping water, or the yellow flash? None can surpass my speed. In truth, this skill imposes no restrictions on its target and could also be cast upon Chun Majiao himself, granting him invincibility for 5 minutes. However, he would never use it on himself, for while invincible, he would be entirely unaware of the 5 minutes spent in stasis. This lacked initiative. What if an enemy, upon realizing they could not harm the panda, simply picked it up and disposed of it in a dung pit? The damage may be minimal, but the humiliation would be profound. Chun Majiao would prefer to choose defeat, since he could revive through his shadow clone even after death. Why bother with this mediocre skill for self-preservation? Thus, he resolved to utilize time stasis solely on others. Now was the opportune moment. Chun Majiao refrained from immediately whisking Naruto away, relying instead on this skill. He was confident that before the 4-symbol seal could fully activate, he would bestow an invincibility buff upon Naruto. He intended to turn the tables and thwart Danzo's scheme. Subsequently, he would confront this old coin and deliver a decisive blow. Danzo had previously refrained from directly provoking him, and it would be unwise for Chun Majiao to act out of turn. Otherwise, he would be seen as an enemy by the higher-ups of Konoha, such as Guy and others. Now, a legitimate reason to eliminate Danzo had presented itself. Chun Majiao could hardly contain his exhilaration. He steadied himself and prepared to touch Naruto's abdomen to activate the soul projection. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Naruto's face contorted in anguish as his chakra surged with alarming rapidity. Violent chakra emanated from the seal on Naruto's abdomen, spilling forth in increasing quantities. That was the chakra of the Nine Tails. The surrounding members of the sealing team gasped in horror, hastily forming hand seals and activating the array on the ground to contain the eruption of Nine Tails chakra. They succeeded. The chakra did not continue to overflow, but Naruto's pupils transformed into slits. The whisker markings on his face thickened and became more pronounced. Was Naruto going berserk? Chun Majiao was taken aback but remained unperturbed. For Naruto remained motionless. Moments later, his gaze suddenly regained a glimmer of clarity, and with great difficulty, he uttered, "A great fox has instructed me to convey to you. Chun Majiao, take Naruto and flee. It is a trap." Then he lost consciousness. Chun Majiao supported him. At that very moment, 2 members of the sealing team suddenly tore open their shirts, revealing the 4-symbol seal tattooed upon their bodies. In that instant, they plunged daggers into their own hearts. Instantly, fissures appeared across their bodies, and torrents of black blood surged forth, threatening to engulf everything nearby. Chun Majiao sighed and promptly unleashed 2 instances of time stasis, active, freezing them in place. Initially, he had only intended to provide Naruto with a safeguard and disregard the deaths of the sealing team members. After all, the 4-symbol seal did not destroy the corpses of its practitioners. Having corpses as evidence would suffice. The demise of a few sealing team ninjas would only serve to aggravate Danzo's crimes. Yet, at the last moment, Chun Majiao's heart softened. After all, these individuals were innocent. If they could be saved, he would do so, especially since the act of activating the 4-symbol seal through self-inflicted heart wounds revealed their true identities. Observing the 2 individuals, frozen in time along with the splattering black blood suspended in midair, Chun Majiao scoffed. The Wind of the Mountains and the Oil Woman's clan have truly made a grand gesture, Danzo. 2 of his most capable subordinates had surrendered without a fight. Chun Majiao shook his head, reminding the astonished sealing team members, "We must leave swiftly. I cannot maintain their stasis indefinitely." The leader of the sealing team promptly regained his composure, anxiously declaring, "We need to evacuate immediately. This is the 4-symbol sealing technique. Once ensnared, there is no escape." As the leader of the sealing team, he naturally recognized this forbidden sealing technique, though he had not been authorized to learn it. Only possessing a general understanding of its power, he found it hard to believe how the nearly pure black blood that had spilled forth remained suspended in midair. Lord Majiao had forcibly halted the 4-symbol seal. It had been activated, yet they were still alive? How could this be? Even as they fled the Hokage building, he remained dazed, as if caught in a dream. Thus, he cast an illusion technique on himself. To his surprise, it proved effective, and he exclaimed, "I have been caught in an illusion. The Umbu must have tampered with my memories. Lord Third never informed me that today was still the same." Chun Majiao clapped his hands, bringing him back to reality. Danzo has likely betrayed us. Where is Lord Sarutobi? Why does he feel unwell? Quickly, take me to see him. He may have fallen victim to Danzo. Shinmajiao was not particularly concerned about Sarutobi Hiruzen's fate. However, he hoped that Sarutobi was at least still alive. In the name of the Hokage, it is only fitting that Danzo be condemned for his defection from the village. Shinmajiao activated the keyword search technique, using Danzo, the Shadow, the 55th Hokage, and the Half-Bridge Devourer as keywords to conduct his search. He sensed the results swiftly moving away from the village and could not help but smirk. I will allow you to flee for 99 kilometers. My loyal soldiers can extend their range up to 100 kilometers. Chapter 60. The Sensation of Gliding. This chapter holds a certain flavor. Readers currently dining are advised to refrain from reading, and those who have just finished their meal should also wait, lest they be warned of what is to come. Tsuruhi Hizashi felt a sense of exasperation akin to that of a defeated soul. Perhaps he ought to add a touch of red to his woes. He lay in bed, devoid of hope, the traces of tears still visible at the corners of his eyes. The bed was stained a deep brown. Earlier, after consuming bamboo fungus at noon, Tsuruhi Hizashi felt a twinge of discomfort in his abdomen. He dismissed it, attributing it to the ailments of age, as it was quite common for the elderly. Unbeknownst to him, the abdominal cramps he experienced should have reached the level of childbirth pain, ringing alarm bells within him. However, the minute toxins from the corpse of the phosphorescent beetle had temporarily numbed the nerve endings in his gut, dulling his sensitivity to pain. Despite this, Tsuruhi Hizashi proceeded as planned to the Konoha orphanage. He intended to donate supplies and bolster his reputation. In front of a group of children who had barely read a handful of books, he expounded upon the will of fire with fervor. The children, drowsy from his monologue, along with the orphanage staff, began to lose patience. What are you rambling on about? Just drop off the supplies and let us handle it. What is this place of Konoha's flight if the fire does not ignite itself? If you set the mountains ablaze, you'll end up imprisoned. These caretakers, the lowest tier of villagers, were indifferent to Tsuruhi Hizashi's grandiose rhetoric. An orphanage is not a ninja school, and there are no specialized courses in ideological education. His speech, lacking in context, was abrupt and failed to resonate with his audience. Yet, the old man remained undeterred, oblivious to their disinterest. Now, let me elaborate on the third point, which consists of 11 subpoints. The caretakers and children gazed skyward in exasperation. If I am guilty, let me be punished, rather than have the Hokage deliver a lecture to us. Decayed leaves can become fertilizer, nurturing great trees. Just then, applause erupted. Tsuruhi Hizashi frowned. Why are they clapping at this moment? I have not yet finished speaking. However, a foul odor wafted through the air, and he suddenly realized, oh no, did I just soil myself in public? The stomach troubles that had begun with the tainted bamboo fungus, combined with the numbing effects of the toxin, had led him to glide into an unfortunate situation. The audience of caretakers and children caught wind of the smell, their expressions turning to shock. Is there a punchline to that statement about leaves becoming fertilizer? Hokage-sama, are you spontaneously creating fertilizer now? The potency of the biochemical weapon was still escalating. Puff, puff, pop. The children, still young and unable to bear such indignities, began to wail and flee, covering their noses. The members of the Shadow Guard, the orphanage director, and the caretakers were left bewildered. The inadequacy of the Shadow Guard as a professional team became evident, lacking the crisis management skills of a competent administration. Tsuruhi Hizashi's face turned purple as he struggled to defend himself, but the world spun around him, and he felt faint. He collapsed to the ground. The phosphorescent beetle toxin declared, "At last, the mission is complete. I have not failed." The Shadow Guard and the concealed Umbu rushed in, hastily carrying the old man away from the orphanage and straight to the hospital. The next hour became a nightmare for Tsuruhi Hizashi. The spoiled bamboo fungus compelled him to make frequent trips to the restroom, while the insect toxin caused him to lapse into unconsciousness intermittently. It is worth noting that these occurrences did not take turns as one might expect. They coincided with alarming frequency. Consequently, the bed upon which the elder lay suffered greatly, and the stench in the room grew increasingly unbearable. Shinmajiao, rushing alongside the sealing team, skidded to a halt at the entrance of the Konoha hospital. His keen sense of smell detected something amiss. Perhaps I should not go in after all, he mused, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, refusing to lift. Inside the hospital, the frantic Tsunade Komatsu, upon spotting Shinmajiao, brightened and called out urgently, "Maju-sama, why have you arrived so late? I have sent 3 parties to summon you. The Shinnong family, the Food Street, and the Hokage building. Where have you been? Chun Majio, pinching his nose, managed a wry smile. Please refrain from mentioning food-related matters. I feel somewhat queasy. What time is it for you to still be joking? Tsunade Komatsu was genuinely distressed. Is there a problem with the bamboo fungus? Chun Majio shook his head. There was no issue during the morning inspection, and the third Hokage had consumed some without any adverse effects. It cannot be a morning mishap. From a food safety standpoint, it would be prudent for Chun Majio's main body to be present for inspections before allowing Hisashi and Kakashi to partake. However, Chun Majio was unwilling to accommodate. I cannot afford to spend every meal in your presence for a mere fraction of my worth. I have already been exceedingly generous, inspecting the bamboo fungus when delivering it each morning. After that, you should store it properly yourselves. Thus, both Tsuruhi Hisashi and Hatake Kakashi had to consume their breakfast on the spot, carefully preserving the remainder for later meals. They required regular meals, as bamboo fungus, when consumed raw, contains excessive moisture and cannot be finished in one sitting. Even if they forced themselves to eat until full, a subsequent restroom visit would leave them hungry again. Initially, neither Hisashi nor Kakashi thought much of it. What is the big deal about preservation? Little did they know, a genuine issue had arisen. If the bamboo fungus they received was spoiled, where else could the fault lie? Tsunade Komatsu, now flustered, adopted a somewhat brusque tone. Chun Majio furrowed his brow, displaying displeasure. This prompted Tsunade Komatsu, accustomed to giving orders, to realize that this formidable panda could not be addressed with such a tone. Setting aside Chun Majio's personal strength, he had also signed contracts with numerous civilian ninjas and small clan ninjas, establishing a solid grassroots following. Tsunade Komatsu could not afford to treat him with indifference. I apologize. I was overly hasty, she quickly amended. Chun Majio gave a cold snort and responded coolly. First, calm down. Something is seriously amiss. Just moments ago, the sealing team and I were attacked at the Hokage building. Members of the Root organization, namely Oil Girl Toryun and Yamanaka Ino, launched a suicide attack. They activated the 4-symbol seal. They assaulted me, Naruto Uzumaki, and the sealing team. You sent people to find me? I saw no one. They may have already been killed by Root. Upon hearing this, Tsunade Komatsu gasped in shock. Has Danzo gone mad? Why would he target this panda? Wait, was the incident involving Hisashi orchestrated by Danzo as well? This was what they referred to as a preemptive strike. As Chun Majio laid bare his grievances, Sukun Komatsu swiftly redirected her suspicions towards Danzo. Had Danzo's original plan succeeded, and Chun Majio met his demise, Danzo would have arrived to denounce Chun Majio to Tsunade Komatsu. He would proclaim, the malevolent panda, intending to harm Hisashi with spoiled bamboo fungus, has been eradicated. While my two subordinates heroically sacrificed themselves, Danzo could take advantage of the chaos surrounding Hisashi's plight to enforce a hasty conclusion. He would tidy up all traces of his involvement, exonerating himself in the process. In the end, he reluctantly assumed the mantle of Hokage, burdened by an overwhelming sorrow. By that time, both the sealing team and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had perished, and the envoy sent by Tsunade to the Hokage building in search of Chun Majio had mysteriously vanished. Surely the work of that malevolent panda, Danzo declared, believe it or not. I have faith in this outcome. As for the situation with isekai'd, Danzo would guide everyone to focus solely on whether the bamboo fungus had spoiled, conveniently ignoring when it had actually deteriorated. He would adamantly assert that when the quality assessment of the bamboo fungus was conducted in the morning, Chun Majio had lied. After all, the dead cannot contest the living. With a few days' delay, as the traces of the illusion dissipated, all evidence would vanish. As for whether others believed him, Danzo scoffed. By then, Sarutobi Hiruzen would also be dead, and with Danzo wielding supreme power, who would dare to pursue the truth beneath his watchful gaze? This was Danzo's Udon scheme. He even devised several contingency plans, should Tsunade or Mito Kurenai begin to suspect him. He had strategies in place to eliminate them silently before they uncovered any evidence. Danzo was confident that, being the master of Root, it would not be difficult to dispose of these two advisors, who wielded power without military might. He had meticulously considered every aspect of his plan, even going so far as to select two of his most capable subordinates to execute the suicide mission. For their mastery of transformation techniques and their precise timing in battle were unmatched. Danzo was determined to maximize the chances of success. He thought to himself, once Chun Majio is dead, I will. However, Chun Majio did not die. Upon learning that Chen Majiao had safely exited the building, Danzo seethed with rage. Cursed panda, is it truly invincible? Even when I attempted the four-symbol seal while his soul was unanchored, it failed, despite two individuals activating it simultaneously. Why did it not succeed? The crux of the issue lay in the disparity of information. Chen Majiao had read the original text and was aware that Danzo's ultimate technique was the four-symbol seal. Coupled with his own immortality, he could easily deduce that Danzo would likely resort to this sealing technique against him. Danzo, however, was oblivious to the fact that Chen Majiao knew of the existence of the four-symbol seal. He was entirely unaware that Chen Majiao had long prepared countermeasures against it. Furthermore, Danzo did not comprehend that Chen Majiao's ability to create clones and his divine weapons for soul protection rendered him impervious to the four-symbol seal. Danzo's knowledge was woefully inadequate. Thus, he was convinced that employing the dual four-symbol seals would suffice to eliminate Chen Majiao. He believed he held a significant advantage. Meanwhile, Danzo's spies dared not raise alarm and merely observed from a distance outside the Hokage building, unaware of the events transpiring within. As a result, Danzo remained oblivious to the specifics of what had occurred and could not fathom the reason for his failure. All he knew was that not only Chen Majiao, but also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the entire sealing team had exited the building alive. It was all over. With these witnesses, I cannot overturn the verdict. Danzo felt a bitter pang in his heart. The position of Hokage was within his grasp. Yet he could only turn his back and leave. He had no time to lament and could only wave his hand dejectedly. The members of Root, already prepared, shouldered their various belongings and set forth. After all, Danzo was Danzo. He had anticipated the possibility of failure when devising his plans. He intended to lead Root in defection from the village. He sought to find Orochimaru, betting on that final glimmer of hope. Just wait, I will return. At the summit of the back mountain, Danzo cast a final glance at the panoramic view of Konoha, silently vowing his oath. Chapter 61, Shinnon, Deal. The actions of the Umbu were exceedingly efficient. They swiftly relayed their report to Tsunade and the recently arrived Mido Kurenai. Within the Hokage building, in the original sealing chamber, the bodies of Root ninjas Yamashiro Kazuki and Yamanaka Koto were indeed discovered. Furthermore, their corpses bore the marks of the four-symbol seal, with their bodies as the epicenter. The structural integrity of the room had been hollowed out, forming a vast spherical void. Within this sphere, no remnants remained. It was determined that the four-symbol seal had been successfully activated, drawing all nearby matter into itself. Upon hearing this, Chen Majiao smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear. In my haste to leave, I forgot. Since I paused their actions and had a few extra minutes, I should have retrieved the accumulated household refuse from the downstairs trash bin and brought it with me. Let them travel with the garbage as well. Alas, how could I have overlooked that? Allowing them to leave empty-handed is so impolite. Absorbing refuse and sealing it within my body is an absolutely eco-friendly waste disposal method." Tsunade and Mido Kurenai, along with the reporting Umbu, were taken aback. "What time is it? And you still have the energy to joke?" Mido Kurenai chuckled bitterly. He had just returned from the Konoha orphanage, where he had mandated the lockdown of the events that transpired that day before rushing back. Tsunade wore a worried expression, her brow furrowed as if clutching at straws, and inquired once more, "Are you truly not going to check on Hiruzen's condition?" At this moment, she had discerned from Chen Majiao's continuous nose-holding gesture why he had refrained from entering the main entrance. With a frown, she exclaimed, "What time is it? And you still care about that?" Chen Majiao replied nonchalantly, "The one in peril is your Hokage, not our clan's elder. I am in no rush. Even if I went to see him, it would be of no use, as I possess no medical knowledge." He shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. "Medical knowledge, indeed." Tsunade's eyes lit up. "Could you please summon Shinnon? His medical skills are quite remarkable, and after all, he is an interdimensional spy. He must have been hiding his true abilities before. Should we let him give it a try?" In her desperation, she sought the help of Shinnon, who harbored deep resentment toward Konoha, to treat the Hokage. This line of thought was utterly bizarre, prompting Chen Majiao to scrutinize her more closely. As if finally realizing her ambition, "Are you attempting to take advantage of this situation to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and ascend to the position of Hokage yourself?" Tsunade sharply denied. How could that be possible? She was acutely aware of her limitations. In her youth, she could have been considered a competent elite jonin, but now, aged and out of practice, She barely reached the level of a chunin. Were she to ascend, the other Kage from the 4 great ninja villages would surely find it laughable. Then why summon Shinnong? Do you believe he would save the third? Or would he seize the opportunity to poison him? Or perhaps he would simply watch the third die, gleefully enjoying the spectacle? Shinnong interjected, I choose option C. Also, please bring me 2 bottles of beer. I must celebrate this occasion properly. Tsunade recognized that her suggestion was somewhat absurd. However, she felt she had no choice but to take a gamble. I may not trust Shinnong, but I can at least trust you. While her words were rather touching, Shin Majiao remained entirely unconvinced. They were merely platitudes. This old woman was more of a politician than the indecisive Sarutobi Hiruzen, and her words were not to be trusted. Very well, Shin Majiao shrugged indifferently. I have already instructed my clone at Shinnong's residence to inform him to come. You can discuss it with him. I am merely a delightful panda summoning beast and won't interfere with your human negotiations. Thank you. Both advisors expressed their gratitude simultaneously. 6 or 7 minutes later, Shinnong arrived, bouncing along the rooftops. Wind Cat had informed him to hurry at the fastest pace possible. If he were late, he would miss out on the excitement. And so he complied. It was rather exhilarating, to be honest, traversing the rooftops of a hostile ninja village, feeling utterly unbothered. Yet, his exhilaration quickly waned. What? You want me to save the Hokage? Shinnong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Majiao, are you jesting? No. Shin Majiao waved his hand dismissively. I have no intention of forcing you or getting involved in this matter. You should speak with the 2 advisors from Konoha. He emphasized the word speak. Shinnong, an experienced figure, immediately grasped the intent behind Shin Majiao's words, his eyes lighting up as he did so. Before Xiaochun and Yin could voice their thoughts, he laid down his terms. Assist us in the restoration of the Sky Country and compensate us with 10 billion taels. Impossible, Zhuangqin Xiaochun exclaimed. Shinnong turned to leave. Wait. Mizuho Min Yin quickly intervened. Let's negotiate further. We can acknowledge the status of your Sky Country and Sky Ninjas in the name of Konoha, and even sign a strategic cooperation agreement for mutual support. But as for the compensation, we truly cannot commit. Shinnong rolled his eyes, then let Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can make such decisions, enter the Pure Land and dream of it for you. He feigned a move to depart once more. All right. How about this? Restoration. Plus 5 billion taels, to be paid over 3 years. That's all I can offer. Deal. Shinnong immediately nodded, extending his hand to shake Zhuangqin Xiaochun's, gripping it firmly as if afraid she might retract her agreement. Damn, I overplayed my hand. Zhuangqin Xiaochun felt a sense of despair, as if she had swallowed a fly. Reluctantly, she shook Shinnong's hand, hoping he would save Hiruzen first. After both parties concluded their discussions and signed the agreement, with fingerprints affixed, Shin Majiao casually remarked, as if by chance, delivering a final blow to Zhuangqin Xiaochun's wounded heart. So you truly reached an agreement, huh? Well then, I 1T medal further and consider the considerable expenditure of chakra to summon Tsunade back for assistance. What? Zhuangqin Xiaochun felt as if struck by lightning. How did I not think of that? This panda has already signed a contract with Tsunade. Furthermore, he possesses the capability of summoning over vast distances. He could easily call her back in an instant. In her urgency, she had only considered the absence of Tsunade, as the other medical ninjas in Konoha were at a loss regarding Hiruzen's dire state, leaving her reliant on Shinnong. Yet, she had overlooked that Shin Majiao had an agreement with Tsunade. With his immense chakra reserves, he could indeed summon Tsunade from afar, a feat typically challenging. Even the sage of Mayaboku needed complex formations to succeed, something ordinary high-level summoning beasts could not achieve. Thus, it was understandable that Zhuangqin Xiaochun, in her moment of desperation, had not thought to ask Shin Majiao beforehand. Cursed panda, he deliberately withheld this method from me. They are clearly in cahoots. They are extorting me. Zhuangqin Xiaochun was on the brink of madness. But would she dare to reverse her decision immediately? She could not. Shin Majiao subtly aligned himself with Shinnong, and she truly felt she had no choice. Shinnong, upon hearing Shin Majiao's words, realized the implications and couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily losing the composure he had cultivated over many years in espionage, his emotions betraying him. He quickly took action to solidify the agreement to prevent any future complications. Then I shall proceed. He entered the hospital with a beaming smile, ignoring the frustrated expressions of Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Mizuho Min Yin behind him. Naturally, Shinnong was elated. the restoration of the Sky Country. The aerial fortress of Ankelbandian would eventually soar back into the skies. With the influx of several billion taels, every member of the Sky Ninjas could enjoy a better quality of life. Previously, they had scrimped and saved to build aircraft carriers, and now they could finally improve their living conditions. Why not continue constructing aircraft carriers? Of course, everyone understood the future prospects. Would they really build a few more just to improve the meals of the Oil Clan's insects? Shin-Nong had begun to see the reality clearly. He recognized that the Sky Ninjas were ultimately no match for Konoha. The true power to contend with Konoha was Chun Majiao. Therefore, he resolved to cling to this alliance. The 5 billion taels he extorted must be shared at least half with the talented Majiao. As for setting aside animosities with Konoha, that could be postponed for now. After all, they were not rivals. If the third Hokage could be saved, then so be it. The restoration was paramount. As Shin-Nong weighed his gains and losses, a smile adorned his face as he entered the building, guided by the shadow guards into the ward. Yet soon, he could no longer smile. Oh my, this stench is overwhelming. In an instant, he understood the situation. No wonder the keen-nosed Majiao lingered outside the Konoha hospital, covering his nose. Outside, Chun Majiao had disregarded the anxieties of the two advisors, engaging in conversation with Naruto. To prevent Danzo from acting rashly and abducting Naruto, Chun Majiao had kept him close since leaving the Hokage building. So, Naruto, you can now enter the mental space to see the Nine Tails, correct? Naruto remained silent for a few moments before nodding. Yes, I can see it now. This was indeed several years ahead of the original timeline, Chun Majiao mused. Today, within the Hokage building, the Nine Tails likely sensed a tremendous malevolence directed at Naruto and Chun Majiao, unaware of Chun Majiao's capabilities to counter it. It felt compelled to forcefully impact the seal, seeking to establish contact with Naruto and send a warning to Chun Majiao. Is this wretched fox trying to help me? Or does it merely wish to prevent the Jinchuriki's death, fearing its own demise along with it? Chun Majiao could not ascertain. He did not dwell on it. He would inquire with the Nine Tails when time permitted. Over the past few days, he had engaged in continual sparring with the Nine Tails, fostering a reluctant acquaintance. A panda and a fox, while not yet on amicable terms, could occasionally exchange a few words. The Nine Tails' proactive warning was a promising start. Perhaps, in due time, he could persuade it to allow Naruto to become the perfect Jinchuriki sooner rather than later. Chapter 62. The operator loses an old customer. Shin-Nong's ability to develop the divine medical forbidden technique of physical manifestation undoubtedly attests to his medical prowess. He quickly stabilized Sarutobi Hiruzen's condition. However, upon exiting, he conveyed to the two advisors, the situation is grim. The bamboo fungus has indeed deteriorated, but more critically, a bacterial entity has been detected within Sarutobi's body. This is likely the reason for his unconscious state and worsening illness. It may also explain the deterioration of the bamboo fungus. Mizuho Min-yen, after inquiring about the characteristics of this bacterial entity, grimly gritted his teeth and said, Rinbad worm. Oil woman Tsukun. Danzo. He swiftly connected the dots. The death of oil woman Tsukun in the Hokage building was linked to the Rinbad worm. Zhuangqin Xiaochun, equally enraged, added, the Umbu just reported that they found traces of Jinjutsu on Sarutobi Konohamaru's companion, Isekai'd, who was manipulated through this child. As long as there were no rude obstructions to the Umbu's actions, their investigations remained efficient. I don't care about your petty matters, Shin-Nong replied nonchalantly. I am merely informing you. I have temporarily alleviated Sarutobi Hiruzen's condition, but if left unattended, he will still perish and suffer immensely. Minute toxins are permeating his body. At most, he has 1 hour left before he succumbs to exhaustion. I can perform surgery now, excise the necrotic tissue, and then utilize the physical revitalization forbidden technique to help him regenerate tissue, followed by employing the extraction technique I covertly learned from Tsunade to completely eliminate the residual toxins. Shin-Nong had fully embraced his newfound freedom. With Chun Majiao's protection, he could openly discuss such forbidden techniques. He discovered he was captivated by the thrill of dancing on the edge of Konoha's high-level boundaries. Oh, I'm out again. Now I'm back. What do you think? I'm out again. Come at me, you fool. To completely save Sarutobi, he would have to abandon his role as a ninja henceforth. The physical activation forbidden technique, after all, was not learned and autonomously initiated by him, but rather executed by me on his behalf. During the operation, I was still unable to repair his chakra meridian system point to point as I lacked the Byakugan. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer be a ninja? Tsunade and Mito Minju exchanged glances. Even Shinmajo appeared somewhat astonished. No way. I was counting on him to reach the first stage of the Qingju Gorgeous Sage Arts. The Sage Arts developed by Shinmajo had a significant drawback. They were too perfect. They perfectly matched the physical characteristics of the iron-eating beast of Qingju Gorge, rendering them unsuitable for human learning. In this respect, the Sage Arts of the three great sacred lands were similar. However, Shinmajo's Sage Arts were even more exaggerated. So perfectly tailored to the iron-eating beast that if a human were to master them, that individual would become exceptionally reliant on them. Much like Jiraiya in the original work. The Sage mode typically utilized by humans had a long activation time and a short duration, which was detrimental in practical combat scenarios. This was a consequence of version incompatibility. Jiraiya took a different approach, having two toad sages perch upon his shoulders, employing the Sage Art, two lives technique to form a trinity. With the assistance of these two sages, he could swiftly activate Sage mode and extend its duration. It was a clever method, yet it still relied on external forces. One could not disregard the aid of the two sages. The same could be said for Chunmajo's Sage Arts. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi managed to master the first stage and absorb natural energy with relative safety, they would soon find themselves frustrated. If they wished to survive, they would have to prepare for a full day and night just to utilize half a minute of Sage mode. Ultraman. At last, there exists something less enduring than me. EVA Unit 01. Finally, something that takes longer to prepare and is even less enduring than I am. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi wanted to change this awkward situation, they would have to summon Shinmajo's true form to assist them in supplying natural energy. Only then could they instantly activate Sage mode and prolong its duration, making Sage mode genuinely usable in combat. However, this would give rise to a new awkwardness. If Shinmajo's true form was already present, why not simply have him fight on their behalf? Why go through the trouble of having him supply natural energy while they engaged in battle? Given Shinmajo's true form's strength, wouldn't this be redundant? Moreover, it wasn't easy to summon Shinmajo's true form. He would certainly negotiate a hefty fee before permitting them to summon him. This was precisely why Shinmajo had previously provided the Sage Arts so readily, while secretly scoffing at who would ultimately suffer a loss. Currently, his Sage Arts were akin to a useless trinket for humans, entirely impractical for combat. Yet, they weren't completely devoid of utility, at the very least. They could be used for health maintenance. Regularly entering Sage mode could nourish the body and prolong life, which would undoubtedly appeal to someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was nearing the end of his life. However, the 24 hours of preparation for half a minute of Sage mode would surely be insufficient, leaving him with no choice but to seek Shinmajo's assistance. Shinmajo could extract a considerable sum from him. This was akin to the tactics employed by the three major telecommunications providers. New users are showered with discount packages upon registration, seemingly advantageous, but once accustomed to the number, the perks vanish entirely. Yet now, Shinmajo's telecommunications company was about to lose a long-time customer. If Hiruzen could not become a ninja, he would naturally be unable to master the Sage Arts. Shinmajo exclaimed, "Hiruzen, hold on. I am still waiting for you to cultivate the chives. How could you wither away on your own?" Although he had not invested anything into Sarutobi Hiruzen, and thus suffered no loss, the method of Sage Arts training was shared. Yet without the bamboo fungus, no one could master it, so it remained contained, and Shinmajo incurred no loss. He still felt regret at not witnessing Hiruzen's frustrated face as he was forced to purchase a package. "I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you have already fallen. What kind of situation is this?" Tsunade interrupted Shinmajo's thoughts. "Lord Majo, could we possibly request you to summon Tsunade again? Let us see if there is any other method to save Hiruzen's life while allowing him to continue as a ninja." After speaking, she quickly apologized to Shinnong, fearing he might be displeased. "I apologize. It's not a lack of trust in your medical skills, just a glimmer of hope. What if?" Shinnong impatiently cut in. "I don't mind. Feel free. However, I can assure you that both Tsunade and I can only manage to this extent. We are not gods." After a moment of consideration, he added, "But whether it's Tsunade or I as the lead surgeon, the agreement we signed still stands." Tsunade smiled awkwardly. Of course. Then she turned to Shinmajo with an expression of anticipation. "The reverse summoning technique is quite challenging, requiring a substantial amount of my chakra, Shinmagyo remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, it will consume 700 points, almost a fifth of my current chakra. If you have any demands, feel free to state them, Tsunade replied, yielding under the circumstances. I wish to see your sealing book, and in addition, I require a fee of 80 million ryo. At present, Shinmagyo's limit on the number of clones had reached approximately 280. He was in the process of expanding his logistics operations within the Land of Fire, officially launching his telecommunications and logistics company, offering services to the public. With sufficient startup capital, he could enhance marketing efforts and secure logistics guarantees. He was confident his company would grow immensely. What? Dog East Logistics? Claiming next-day delivery? Too slow. Xiao Lingtong Logistics guarantees arrival within 5 seconds. Please be prepared to sign for your package. Tsunade displayed a troubled expression as she conversed in hushed tones with Mito Minju for a while, ultimately gritting her teeth in agreement. Fine. Please proceed with the reverse summoning. Shinmagyo laughed heartily and waved his hand. Reverse summoning technique. Tsunade, who had been in the midst of a game at a casino, was instantaneously transported beside Shinmagyo. Following the momentum of her previous action, she threw 3 dice, exclaiming, 666. Then she was taken aback. Huh? Where's the gambling table? Where's the dealer? Meanwhile, at the distant casino, the dealer was astonished. Did the big fish run away? Beside her, Shizun felt like crying. Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. She clutched her pig plush tightly. In that moment, Shizun felt that in this materialistic society, where hearts grew cold and indifferent, only this little piglet retained some warmth. Chapter 63. The candidate for 5th Hokage. Shinmagyo glanced down at the dice that Tsunade had thrown onto the ground. 3 ones. Excellent. Tsunade's performance was consistent. At that moment, Tsunade realized she had been reverse summoned. What was happening? The training of a ninja allowed her to instantly comprehend that an urgent situation must have arisen. Otherwise, the use of such a long-distance reverse summoning technique would not have been warranted. Tsunade briefly explained the situation to her. What? Danzo secretly harmed the Hokage, attempted to assassinate Shinmagyo, and then fled? And the Hokage is critically ill? Tsunade found it difficult to believe, but forced herself to calm down and nodded. I need to check on the old man's condition. A few minutes later, she slowly emerged. Her brow furrowed. Shinnong, upon seeing her, sighed, as expected of Princess Tsunade. What happened? Shinmagyo inquired, puzzled. She took merely 3 or 4 minutes to ascertain the full extent of the illness, Shinnong explained. In contrast, I spent over 10 minutes. And it is evident that my medical proficiency pales in comparison to hers. Tsunade had already approached, having overheard Shinnong's remarks, and humbly responded, that is not the case. Your previous emergency measures were executed flawlessly. They were so evident that they directly guided me in the right direction. Without your involvement, I would have taken more than 10 minutes to grasp the situation. Shinnong smiled but did not reply, acutely aware that Tsunade far surpassed him in skill. His emergency treatment involved a forbidden technique to activate the body, and though Tsunade was unfamiliar with it, she swiftly eliminated its interference without consuming additional time. This was truly remarkable. A genius indeed. No wonder she was able to unravel Chiyo's secret poison in such a short span. Tsunade's lack of interest in their mutual flattery prompted her to hastily inquire. So, what viable treatment options do we have? Tsunade sighed and shook her head. Mr. Shinnong is correct. The old man can no longer serve as a ninja. Both Tsubaki and Mito Minen lowered their heads in disappointment, and even Naruto, who was merely a bystander, wore a somber expression. Only Shinnong and Shinmagyo appeared indifferent. Shinnong felt no turmoil within. Instead, he found himself craving barbecue and beer. Shinmagyo, too, felt a tinge of disappointment, albeit for different reasons than those of the Konoha group. Well, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer a viable option. It appears that the sage arts will have to be pursued through Kakashi. Kakashi was still young, likely uninterested in longevity, but burdened by the weight of his Sharingan. He should also desire to bolster his health. I hope Konoha continues to provide funding for Kakashi, allowing him to afford my services. This line of thought led Shinmagyo to ponder. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were incapacitated, who would succeed him as the 5th Hokage? Would it be Tsunade? As in the original narrative? If she were to take on the role, she would presumably continue to support Kakashi's pursuit of sage arts. Coincidentally, Mito Minen contemplated this very question. He wished to voice his thoughts, but restrained himself. It felt inappropriate to discuss succession so soon after Hiruzen's fall. Too hasty. He was a man who valued face, even daring to maintain a facade before Danzo. Unbeknownst to him, with Danzo and the Root's operational style, he was living in a state of precariousness between life and death each day. At that moment, Mito Minin was not aspiring to the position of Hokage, like Tsubaki. He had self-awareness. Once an elite jonin with exceptional strength, he now felt the weight of his age, acknowledging his diminished capacity to command respect. Remaining in a consultant position, enjoying a comfortable life, seemed far preferable to shouldering burdens at the forefront. He merely wished to endorse Tsunade for the role of fifth Hokage. Noticing the glimmer in the eyes of his longtime partner, Tsubaki reacted, her temperament more direct. Tsunade, with Hiruzen no longer able to serve as Hokage. You must take up the mantle. She recognized Tsunade's reluctance to remain in Konoha, leading to her urgency, disregarding the inappropriateness of the situation, even with Chun Majiao, Shinnon, and Naruto present as mere spectators. Tsunade's expression reflected her dilemma. The unresolved turmoil in her heart made her reluctant to return to Konoha permanently. Remaining there would only lead her to tears daily, engulfed in sorrow. Moreover, without resolving her internal strife, she could not address her blood disease, and her strength would be severely compromised, rendering her unfit for significant responsibilities. Thus, she decisively shifted the blame. Let me fetch Jiraiya. He can take on the role of Hokage. However, the two consultants were not pleased. Jiraiya's status does not compare to yours. This is unacceptable. They placed great emphasis on lineage and background. Although they had once come from humble beginnings, they had now ascended to high positions, transforming into staunch defenders of the ruling class. They understood that allowing a commoner like Jiraiya to assume the position of Hokage could lead to political discord. Reminiscent of the fourth Hokage's era, with significant ideological discrepancies between the Hokage and the consultants, potentially igniting even more intense political strife. What if Jiraiya, upon assuming power, stripped them of their advisory roles? Absolutely not. Jiraiya is far too carefree. It must be you, Tsunade. Jiraiya knows nothing of governance. You, at least, have been exposed to it since childhood, making you far more competent. Your standing and reputation are sufficient to command respect. Do not evade this responsibility. The two consultants bombarded her with an array of arguments, cloaked in the guise of righteousness. Tsunade cast a pleading glance towards Chun Majiao. Please, tell them that your reverse summoning technique has time constraints, and then seize the opportunity to cancel it, so I can leave. Chun Majiao responded with an understanding gaze. I completely grasp your intent. He flashed a bashful smile, puffed out his chest, and boldly proposed to the two consultants. How about I take on the role of fifth Hokage? Tsubaki, Mito Minin, Tsunade, and even the onlookers Shinnon and Naruto reacted incredulously. Chun Majiao, please don't say such things. Sometimes silence can be more hurtful. Tsunade retorted. You don't understand at all. You have completely misinterpreted my look. Clearing his throat, Chun Majiao attempted to lighten the mood, but Tsubaki abruptly shifted gears. Ignoring Chun Majiao's murmurs, I'm not joking. Tsunade, you must realize that Konoha is in grave danger. We cannot afford to lose you. Her tone softened considerably. A negotiation tactic she excelled at. Someone who is typically aggressive will disarm others by lowering their guard, often leading to surprising outcomes. However, Tsunade was no naive girl. After a prolonged silence, she ultimately declined. Allow me to consider this. The two consultants, undeterred, pressed on, only for Shinnon to interject on Tsunade's behalf. Ahem. While I have no objections, have you all truly given up on Hiruzen's well-being? Are you prepared to abandon him entirely? If we delay for another 20 minutes, even divine intervention would be futile. Moreover, if I am to perform the surgery, I will require at least another 10 minutes of preparation. Shinnon was notably straightforward, reminding everyone with kindness. It dawned on them. Indeed, the third Hokage had not yet escaped the danger zone. Tsunade, will you perform the surgery? Mito Minin inquired. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head. Let us not. Considering the blood involved, I still lack confidence. I believe we should rely on Mr. Shinnon. Shinnon nodded, turning without hesitation to enter the room. Chapter 64. Revenge does not wait for nightfall at Tsunade's request. Chun Majiao canceled the reverse summoning technique, allowing her to return to the casino. The two consultants attempted to intervene, but Tsunade asserted, if I do not return soon, Shizen may be sold off to repay debts. Speaking of summoning techniques, the duration of reverse summoning and the option to cancel are quite intricate. Typically, both summoning and reverse summoning lack a time limit. Once summoned, the creature may remain indefinitely. For instance, a summoning dog like Pakin can track enemies for days without issue. Only the act of canceling the summoning or reverse summoning allows the summoned creature to return. This cancellation can be performed by the summoner or the high-level summoned creature itself. However, there is an exception when a high-level summoned creature has signed a clan contract. The clan contract entails that the high-level summoned creature signs its name on the family tree, binding it to a collective agreement of mutual support and obligation with its entire lineage. Clan contracts and summoning contracts often bolster and oppose each other in equal measure. The symbiotic relationship between the two contracts lies in the fact that with the clan contract serving as an annex, the summoning contract can be signed not just individually, but for an entire clan. But what constitutes the specific scope of the summoning beast clan? It is determined by the family tree. This explains why Jiraiya and Naruto could sign for a whole brood of toads. During the summoning, they can send signals and autonomously select their summoning targets. Yet the toads also possess the authority to change the summoning subject at their discretion. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Naruto needed a colossal summoning beast on the battlefield, he summoned Fukusaku, but instead, the fully grown toad, Gamma, appeared, declaring his willingness to fight on behalf of his father. Oh no, it was merely a matter of my father being occupied. I came in his stead. The contradiction between the two contracts arises in the fact that signing the clan contract imposes a time limit on the summoning contract. In the same Fourth Great Ninja War, the toad Gamma, who was once a military companion, soon informed Naruto, "The summoning time is about to end. Let me unleash a final attack before I take my leave." He epitomizes the quintessential office worker, clocking out promptly without delay. As of now, Chun Majiao has yet to be inscribed in the clan tree of the Qingzhou Stream clan. The indolent pandas do not sign like the toads from Mayaboka Mountain, who had all signed during their tadpole stage. Generally, the pandas allow their offspring to consider signing upon reaching adulthood. Without coercion, signing or not is entirely up to them. This reflects the elder panda's mantra that every panda is free. The clan does not intend to constrain you. You may do as you wish. Shinong has commenced surgery on Ritsuka, reportedly a significant operation that will take around 20 hours. Consequently, the crowd decided against waiting idly and opted to return home to rest. Chun Majiao intercepted the departing Tsukun and Mito with a query. "By the way, I'm off to take revenge on Danzo. Do you have any opinions or suggestions?" Chun Majiao thought to himself, "Even if you have suggestions, I won't heed them. I merely wish to inform you of my intentions." The two advisors exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual confusion. Mito inquired, "Can you locate Danzo?" "The tracking Umbu have yet to report back." "Indeed. I possess a secret technique that enables me to locate anyone across the globe." The notion of finding anyone caused both advisors' hearts to skip a beat. What peculiar abilities does this panda possess? His formidable and unique abilities include a powerful shadow clone technique, the capacity to open spatial rifts to retrieve objects, a skill akin to stopping time, and the ability to seek out any individual. In their minds, they silently labeled Chun Majiao as a monster, flawless and formidable, an entity to be reckoned with. Simultaneously, a sense of unease crept in. If one day he truly resolved to become Hokage, would we possess the strength to resist him? After much contemplation, they arrived at a singular conclusion. No? Their hearts felt heavy. Should Chun Majiao become aware of their thoughts, he would scoff. "Humph. It is merely the position of Hokage. Do you truly hold it in such high regard? Today you disregard me, but tomorrow, I'll make you long for my favor." If you could capture Danzo, Mito's trailing words were abruptly cut off by Chun Majiao. "No, no, no. I intend to kill him directly. Capturing him would waste Konoha's resources. How troublesome." Mito and Tsukun exchanged glances, their apprehension deepening. This seemingly simple-minded panda, always cheerful and approachable, indeed harbors a temper. This time, he is resolute in his intent to eliminate Danzo, indicating that Danzo has crossed a line with him. "Danzo, oh Danzo, what were you thinking? Why provoke such a terrifying entity?" "Very well," Tsukun gritted her teeth. "Please proceed to kill him. The death of a friend does not hinder my path. Danzo is finished." The two advisors, recognizing this reality, naturally refrained from attempting to prevent Chun Majiao from avenging Danzo. Seeing their understanding, Chun Majiao smiled slightly and turned to Naruto. "You may return home. I shall seek you out tomorrow. Please convey my gratitude to the fox." Naruto nodded obediently, Alright, Brother Majiao, take care. At this moment, Naruto exhibited a maturity far beyond his original characterization, having been transformed by Chun Majiao's presence. His once lonely and ostracized childhood had blossomed into friendships, illuminating his spirit. Having experienced the fleeting brush with death today and established a connection with the Nine Tails within him. He also overheard the discussions of Konoha's high-ranking officials outside the hospital. In a short span of time, he grasped many profound truths. He was no longer the mischievous child he once was. Chun Majiao ruffled Naruto's hair, smiling. When I return, I shall teach you a jutsu, an A-rank forbidden technique. Observing the seemingly harmonious exchange between Naruto and the Nine Tails, it appeared that the latter might no longer cause any trouble. Thus, Naruto's signature technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, could indeed be imparted to him. A-rank, a forbidden technique? Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement, nodding vigorously. Yes. Chun Majiao laughed heartily, soaring into the sky like a superhero. With remarkable speed, he arched through a parabolic trajectory and exited Konoha, breaking the sound barrier amidst a thunderous roar. He donned a pristine white wedding dress, sonic boom cloud, and swiftly vanished from the gaze of the onlookers. Sukun and Mito remarked, "Did you forget to maintain your facade? Wasn't it stated that the ultra-long-distance reverse summoning technique would consume a vast amount of my chakra?" Chun Majiao, with a pained expression, replied, "Indeed. A fifth of my chakra just vanished. It took me half a minute to replenish it." Currently, Chun Majiao's chakra recovery speed is remarkably high, one of his key strengths. In fact, through card draws, he has been able to continually boost this attribute, bordering on the realm of a bug. At present, he has achieved a recovery rate of approximately 8 per second. Theoretically, he could replenish his chakra from near depletion to full capacity in just 12 to 13 seconds. However, maintaining numerous clones consumes most of his recovery resources. He currently has around 250 active clones, with about 100 dedicated to signing contracts and 150 managing communications and logistics. Each clone consumes 1 chakra point per second, leaving him with an effective recovery rate of roughly 30 chakra points per second. Chun Majiao's total chakra has also seen considerable growth, currently around 3,500, after unlocking numerous cards. Yet, without a few SSR-level attribute doubling cards, he is still far from the chakra levels of the Nine Tails or Hashirama, which are in the tens of thousands. However, while he may not rival their total chakra, his endurance remains formidable. His most commendable feature is his chakra recovery rate, currently at 8, with hopes of reaching 10, 20. At that point, he would truly resemble a perpetual motion machine. Chun Majiao mused, "I am akin to Android 17 or 18, an infinite energy type. What of 19 or 20? Absorbing energy types? What trash?" The Nine Tails possesses a recovery rate of only around 5, 3 of which stems from the latent energy, active, skill that only functions when not in combat. Chun Majiao's chakra recovery speed is the foundation for fully realizing the effects of his elemental separation, active, skill, crucial for gradually manifesting countless incarnations. Just as he contemplated increasing the number of PANDA clones responsible for global contracts from 50 to 100, he found that progress remained sluggish in most regions, leaving Chun Majiao somewhat exasperated. In the land of lightning, the Wind Cat sought the assistance of 20 fellow Wind Cats, lamenting, "Alas, it seems we are unable to break the deadlock here. It may be time to resort to conflict." He expressed his grievances, stating, "Raikage is exceedingly obstinate, treating me merely as the Eight Tails, intent only on subduing me through brute force, with no genuine inclination for dialogue. Meanwhile, the scheming strategist from the hidden cloud, a cunning old fox, feigns goodwill while secretly probing for my vulnerabilities. I have come to understand that the hidden cloud has always employed the tactic of playing the good cop and the bad cop. Why is it that despite their rigid sealing techniques, which make it difficult to harness the tailed beast's chakra, they frequently receive cooperation from the tailed beasts themselves, who willingly offer their chakra? Why do they always seem to have perfect Jinchuriki? This is because every Raikage in history has played the good cop, taming the tailed beasts, only to later present a counterpart who plays the bad cop, manipulating them. The Eight Tails and Two Tails have all been domesticated. Now, they wish to employ this same strategy against me. I believe it would be wiser to overpower them and speak from a position of strength. I feel that in the fierce culture of the Land of Lightning, conflict is the only way to establish rapport." The Wind Cat responded, "Very well. Let us engage in battle, but be cautious. It is best not to forge deadly enmities. The entity replied, "Is this what others feel when I assure them not to worry?" Chun Majiao's objective was to compel the vast majority into signing contracts with him, rather than driving them into outright opposition, which would not only thwart any agreements, but also ignite war. If a life-and-death battle were to commence with a village's leader, it would likely escalate into a true confrontation with the entire village. When many are involved, genuine conflict can easily lead to collateral damage, such as unintended casualties or the tailed beast going berserk. Should several significant individuals perish, there would be no room for retreat. Thus, Chun Majiao, unless absolutely necessary, is reluctant to initiate hostilities with a village leader. He lacks confidence in merely wounding without killing. Should he cross that line, it would irrevocably ruin his relations with the entire village and render him a monster in the eyes of the world, akin to the likes of the spirits and their adversaries. In such a scenario, being despised by an entire village and viewed with suspicion by humanity would further complicate any attempt at securing contracts. His broader ambitions of controlling humanity and conquering the world would thus be thwarted. Hence, Chun Majiao must maintain vigilance, keeping a close watch on the 21 Wind Cats, ensuring that as they exert pressure on the hidden cloud, they do so without causing fatalities. Should the situation in the hidden cloud spiral out of control, he would have to intervene personally to restore order. On the other hand, the Earth Cats in the Hidden Stone are also met with wariness. Unlike the Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Stone does not overtly display their suspicions or attempts to drive them away. The high-ranking officials, such as Inoki, treat the visiting Earth Cats with utmost respect. Yet the Earth Cats have not been able to establish widespread contracts. Inoki has only performed superficial gestures. He harbors no real trust in the Earth Cats. He is even more obstinate than other notorious hardliners like isekai'd and Raso. A quintessential old-school hawkish ninja, he is stubborn, paranoid, and quick to assume the worst of others. It is no wonder that Gaara questioned him in the original narrative. When did you lose your sense of self? At that time, Gaara's ability to sway Inoki with a single sentence stemmed from the latter's advanced age and waning strength. His successor had fled, his Jinchuriki had escaped, and he was suffering from severe back pain. However, at present, Inoki remains ambitious and resolutely obstinate, not easily swayed. He at least stands firm without physical discomfort. Literally, he does not suffer from back pain. While his back is not as bad as it would become later, it is still troublesome, though not as severe. Inoki graciously stated that only when Chun Majiao's true self arrives could both parties genuinely feel the sincerity of a detailed discussion. To put it bluntly, he believes that a mere clone lacks real intent. Currently, Inoki has permitted the Earth Cats to sign contracts only with a few lower-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas, likely for the purpose of long-term observation, intending to wait several months to see if any issues arise with these ninjas. After all, the form of the contract is quite unique. It is not the usual summoning scroll, but rather a contractual agreement laden with onerous terms. The suspicious Inoki is wary of any hidden traps. Relying on the defensibility of the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki is emboldened in his procrastination. When the Earth Cats proposed an exchange of sage arts and secret techniques for dust release, Inoki outright rejected it. Impossible. Dust release is the foundation of the Hidden Stone. It cannot be leaked. The Earth Cat scoffed. Then you might as well not use it. As long as you use it a few more times in front of me, my true self will surely learn it. Yet, the Earth Cat cannot attack Inoki now, as that would completely sever their relationship. Thus, the situation in the Hidden Stone remains at an impasse, unable to advance. The Earth Cat can only send over a few more brothers to bolster their presence, intending to replicate the strategy employed by his true self in the Hidden Leaf, continuously demonstrating strength to subtly pressure Inoki into concessions. Additionally, he occasionally teases Inoki, "Oh, Elder, are you feeling back pain again? TSK, TSK, TSK. By the way, I have a secret acupuncture technique for treating back pain that works wonders." Inoki retorted, "Even if I were to be in excruciating pain, with my spine fractured in two, I would never exchange secrets with you." 6 years later, Inoki would exclaim, "Get out of my way. I'll trade." Meanwhile, the Fire Cat and Earth Cat in the Hidden Sand have successfully signed contracts with 30 to 40 individuals. Considering the limited number of ninjas in the Hidden Sand, this is a commendable achievement. The Hidden Sand, constrained by finances and unable to support a large number of ninjas, must adopt an elite approach. However, after signing 30 to 40 contracts, the rest have likely been ordered to temporarily halt their agreements. awaiting further observation. The fourth Kazakage Raso, Chio, and other high-ranking officials understand the wisdom of not placing all their eggs in one basket. Consequently, the Fire Cat and Earth Cat must engage in a battle of wits with the upper echelon of the hidden sand, likely prolonging the negotiations. Nevertheless, they maintain an optimistic outlook, as the breakthrough point in the hidden sand is glaringly obvious. The Fire Cat suggested, "Why not arrange for a few clones to send some funds over, so we can invest directly in the hidden sand village?" The Earth Cat concurred, "Indeed. If we can bring in money and expand logistics, Raso and the others will undoubtedly treat us as esteemed guests. The hidden sand is in dire need of funds, and if Chun Majiao were to present lucrative opportunities under the guise of investment, it is entirely possible that the hidden sand could become the first major ninja village to bow to him, serving him loyally." As for the hidden mist, despite their initial hesitations, they have ultimately summoned the Earth Cat, albeit with the stipulation that he must remain concealed for the time being. Individuals such as the Venching Ao and Terumi May are working on refining their counter-shadow plans, seeking to prevent the perfect Jinchuriki, Kurama, from wreaking havoc in the hidden mist. For now, there is no opportunity for the Earth Cat to engage in widespread contracting. They cannot afford to alarm the snakes. The Earth Cat proposed, "My true self, may I discuss something with you? Since there will be no progress in the hidden mist in the next few days, why not have the Fire Cat replace me? The humidity here is unbearable for my fur. If it were the Fire Cat, who radiates heat, he would have no issues drying himself out." Thus, all four great ninja villages find themselves at a standstill. They must follow the example set by the Hidden Leaf, spending at least 2 to 3 weeks demonstrating their strength, coercing and enticing to slowly negotiate. The situations in the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone may take even longer, likely requiring over 6 months. Conversely, the progress in signing contracts with smaller ninja villages appears relatively promising. In the Hidden Waterfall, the current leader resembles a mere figurehead. As serious infighting occurs among the various factions, they paid no heed to the uninvited strays, wondering if there were ulterior motives at play. Even if the bait were poisoned, they would swallow it. After all, if they did not, their adversaries would, and who could remain unafraid? The evil-repelling sword manual circulated through the martial world, and if one did not act, their enemies would. Once they gained strength from their conquests, they would come for their heads. So what were they waiting for? They hastily scrambled to seize the initiative. After a stalemate lasting a day and a night, within the realm of Takian, various small factions reached a temporary consensus. If they were to sign, they would all sign. If death was to come, they would face it together. To an outsider unaware of the truth, it might seem they were brothers bound by life and death. The remaining small ninja villages, such as Takigakure, Kusagakure, Odo, and Aim, after a slight probing, hastily signed contracts yesterday and today. These small villages had little choice and were acutely aware of their own insignificance. What grand conspiracy could possibly target their dilapidated territories, which even the great powers disregarded? Even if there were one, they lacked the strength to resist. It was better to lie back and enjoy the ride. Regrettably, the hidden forces behind Odo and Aim, Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, continued to lurk in the shadows, not actively seeking contracts. They were likely observing the situation, just as the other major ninja villages were. The clones assigned to those villages pretended to be oblivious, biding their time. Setting aside the hidden powers, these small villages offered little in terms of rewards. They were mere scraps. One could only draw numerous N and R level cards, with only a handful of SRs and not a single SSR. After exhausting the entire village, it was likely no SSR card would be found. The situation was even more amusing in Kusagakure, which had a total of 7 jonin, 4 of whom had already signed. The system notified Chun Majiao that the potential of these 4 was that of Chunin. Chun Majiao broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the entire village was merely putting on a facade of strength. As for the smaller villages, such as the ones mentioned in the original work, Yamagakure, Hanagakure, Sunagakure, and others, Chun Majiao could hardly remember their locations. He sent out about 10 clones to scour the world, hoping for luck in finding them. Back in the group chat, Chun Majiao summarized the status of his clones, knowing most needed time to break the deadlock. However, he could assist them in shortening this stalemate. The method? To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The chicken he chose was Danzo, the dark figure of Konoha and the shadowy leader of the root. By sacrificing Danzo's life, he intended to instill fear throughout the world. Shin Majiao had no reason to worry about humanity's disdain for his actions. On the surface, his killing of Danzo was merely due to a bounty placed on him by Konoha. Shin Majiao was simply fulfilling his role as a summoned beast as entrusted by Konoha. However, the fact that a mere summoning beast could eliminate the notorious Danzo and his root would ultimately convey a clear message. This panda was not to be trifled with. This panda must be signed. Flying at high speed, Shin Majiao no longer needed to refer to the coordinates provided by the keyword tracking technique. He had caught up. In his line of sight, he saw over 100 root ninjas, their formation slightly unsettled in their panic. He could even faintly discern the expression of despair on Danzo's face. Chapter 66. The Death of Danzo. Oh, is that not Lord Danzo? Where are you in such a hurry? Shin Majiao taunted. Danzo's expression was grim. Humph. If I am outmatched, I have no words to say. Come. If you wish to kill or torture, do as you please. He fixed his gaze on Shin Majiao, an unmistakable desire to slay him evident in his eyes. Not so fast. Let me first tear up your contracts, declaring that I no longer recognize you as my employer, Shin Majiao replied, producing a stack of contract papers and shredding them one by one. I cannot attack my employer. This is a matter of principle and integrity. Danzo desperately wanted to order all of Root to attack, but his concerns held him back. What if this panda summoned dozens of clones? His meager forces would be insufficient against them. Shin Majiao leisurely continued to tear apart the contracts with Danzo and his members, allowing the scraps to scatter. So what now? Any last words? He understood that villains often perish due to their verbosity, yet he could not help himself. I was wrong, but I refused to change. He primarily wished to see if Danzo had any tricks up his sleeve, hoping to witness his demise in the process. After all these years, I have yet to experience the ability to resurrect through my clones. However, at that moment, Danzo seemed resigned, ignoring Shin Majiao as he embodied the very sentiment of having nothing left to say. His gaze became unfocused as if he had drifted away. This was the true essence of surrender. Danzo knew he had no chance of survival, so he gave up. In the original narrative, he had never surrendered against Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Obito because he believed in Izanagi, the power of wood release, and the ultimate wind release techniques. He felt he held significant advantages. But now, he understood he had no hope against Shin Majiao. The sheer number of his clones was overwhelming. Any ninja village that learned of Shin Majiao's ability to create so many clones would dispatch sensory ninjas to verify each clone's chakra levels. Only to be astounded. How could the summoning of a new clone not deplete the chakra of the original and its other clones? What was the cosmic will doing? Where was the law of conservation of energy? Danzo recognized that the revival coins he possessed were insufficient for Shin Majiao's many clones to fully enjoy the game. So, what of escape? What manner of escape could evade the high-speed flight of Shin Majiao? Halfway through an escape and then hiding? What good would that do? He would surely track him down and find a way to capture him. In an instant, Danzo pieced together his thoughts, understanding he was at the end of his rope. He felt a profound sense of unwillingness and despair, but as the moment approached, he found a semblance of acceptance. He resolved to activate the four-symbol seal on himself, ready to face his death on his own terms. Whether or not he could wound Shin Majiao mattered not. He simply wished to decide how he would die. In that moment of impending death, his thoughts drifted back to that battlefield, where 6 weary figures sat resting, listening to their teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, say, "We are surrounded. The enemy has 20 men, and judging by their tracking capabilities and formation, they are from the elite forces of Kumobikure, led by Kinkaku." The sudden sound of a slap interrupted Danzo's recollection. He snapped back to reality, realizing Shin Majiao had already appeared before him, his face ablaze with pain from a tremendous slap. Hey, I'm asking you a question." Shin Majiao's expression was one of arrogance. "What were you daydreaming about? Please, show some respect. I'm in the midst of a murder here. Hurry and speak your last words. I have a late-night snack to get back to." Danzo, no longer resigned to his fate, felt a resurgence of unwillingness and frustration. Damn it, is this too much? Not even allowing me to finish my dying memories? Shin Majiao's slap reignited the already fading embers of Danzo's fighting spirit. Fine then, skipping the memories, let me summarize in one sentence. I have never been able to become Hokage. You are the sunlit leaf, while I am the root in darkness. Summary complete. Damn it. May the dead rest in peace. The thought swiftly traversed through Danzo's mind. Devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of rote memorization, lacking in any charm. A moment of self-indulgence was shattered by the clumsy panda, igniting Danzo's fury as he thundered, "Root! Obey my command." Before he could utter the word attack, a dark, elongated staff materialized in Chun Majiao's hand, accompanied by a thunderous explosion as he flickered in a flash, dispatching over 100 root ninjas in mere moments. In that instant, nearly all present had their brains splattered, meeting a gruesome fate. "Isn't that my whistle arrow?" Danzo mused, realizing Chun Majiao's astonishing speed had allowed him to swiftly eliminate the root ninjas and return to confront Danzo in less than a second. Danzo's vision blurred. The recent explosions had ruptured his eardrums, leaving him dazed and slightly concussed. After several agonizing seconds, he doubled over, retching up bile, regaining a semblance of clarity. To his horror, he discovered that all his subordinates lay dead. This was the speed exhibited by Chun Majiao, whose agility surpassed 1200. Concepts of instant movement and yellow lightning paled in comparison. Once again, despair enveloped Danzo. What good was his anger? What good was his hatred? Powerlessness remained paramount. "Chun Majiao, you shall not meet a good end." Ignoring Danzo's wrath, Chun Majiao focused on manipulating his shadow clone, attempting to strike a pose akin to the end of a Chinese Odyssey. Part 2, Cinderella, where Sun Wukong rests his staff behind him, showcasing a flamboyant stance. However, after several futile attempts, he despondently realized his robust physique made it impossible to emulate the pose without deforming the staff, rendering it an unrefined burden. Frustration boiled over in Danzo. "You insolent panda! How dare you disregard me, humiliate me?" In a fit of rage, he voiced his inner thoughts. Chun Majiao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Why would you think that? I hold you in high regard. After all, I took time out of my busy schedule to come kill you. Not everyone receives such treatment." Danzo, however, was oblivious to Chun Majiao's words. His eardrums were damaged, and he continued his furious tirade. "Let us die together." He plunged a kunai into his heart, laughing maniacally. "May you accompany me to the underworld." Chun Majiao recoiled in disgust. "You are not my wife. Why would I share a grave with you? Besides, can we not have some originality? Another 4-symbol seal? This is the third one." The audience will grow weary and leave a 1-star review. Silently, Chun Majiao activated his time stop ability, freezing Danzo in place as blood gushed from him. He grasped the blood column connecting to Danzo and lifted him effortlessly. It wasn't the strength of the blood column that held Danzo. Rather, the entire state was suspended in time, incapable of shattering. Chun Majiao soared at his maximum speed, seeking a nearby town or village to fulfill his earlier intention, to send Danzo on his way with some refuse, contributing a small act of environmentalism. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his direction and, after 5 minutes, finally spotted a village. Normally, he would have run out of time, but he persevered, for his time stop skill had no cooldown and could be activated at will. Estimating that Danzo would require approximately 0.5 seconds to complete the 4-symbol seal after recovering, Chun Majiao believed he could successfully reapply the time stop within that brief window. He was confident in his reflexes, bolstered by his high agility. Currently, he believed he was swifter than Minato when it came to reaction times, barring combat instincts. Indeed, the moment Danzo released the time stop, Chun Majiao promptly reactivated it. Yet, upon succeeding, he wore a grave expression, devoid of any joy. In that fleeting moment of skill replenishment, he heard a woman's voice. Wait. What was happening? Why did a woman's voice suddenly emerge? What was there to wait for? Chun Majiao was bewildered. Given his current soul strength, he dismissed the notion of hallucination. He was alone in the sky with only Danzo. As the great Sherlock Holmes once stated, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." Thus, Chun Majiao channeled his inner detective. "The cunning frog has been touching your belly. There is only one truth." Danzo was, in fact, a woman, not merely a comrade of Hizashi, but a lover. 3 seconds later, Chun Majiao silently acknowledged his lack of detective skills and discarded his fanciful notions. He had heard clearly. The voice did not originate from Danzo, but was a sound emanating from an indescribable source, as if transmitted from a different dimension. "Wait for me," he murmured. "Is it telling me not to use the time stop skill? What kind of existence would know of my ability to stop time from across realms?" Gently, Chun Majiao descended with Danzo, choosing not to land in the village but rather in a secluded area, placing Danzo on the ground. He set aside thoughts of garbage collection and patiently awaited the passage of 5 minutes, eager to discern the nature of the mysterious voice. This time, he would refrain from activating the time stop skill, allowing Danzo to proceed uninterrupted. After all, he feared nothing. He was confident in his survival. 5 minutes elapsed. Danzo's blood coalesced into a colossal sphere, enveloping Chun Majiao. According to the original narrative, the four-symbol seal should have contracted and absorbed all matter within, returning everything to Danzo's body to complete the sealing process. However, the sphere inexplicably halted. It merely formed without proceeding to the next stage of contraction and absorption. The woman's voice resonated once more, imbued with a sense of joy. Finally, I have reached you. Meeting you has proven quite a challenge. Who are you? Chun Majiao scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. However, through his natural energy perception, he sensed an indistinct, plump figure materializing before him. Greetings, young one. The voice replied amicably. I am your predecessor. Predecessor? I am a member of your kin, a departed soul of the iron-eating beast clan. My name is Chun Lulu. Chun Lulu. Chun Majiao exclaimed in surprise. Are you not the exceptional figure from 3 centuries ago? The one who authored the meridian nurturing techniques? Oh, the hazy figure quivered, seemingly delighted. You have read my scrolls? Indeed, Chun Majiao replied respectfully. Your insights have greatly inspired me. No wonder. Chun Lulu seemed to be speaking to herself. You are just as peculiar as I am, passionate about learning, which is why you are so formidable. Able to freeze time and render me unable to intervene. Passionate about learning? If my teacher from my past life heard that, he would surely challenge you to a duel. Chun Majiao cleared his throat and corrected her. I do not possess a passion for learning. Rather, I am devoted to cultivation. In truth, he was not even particularly devoted to cultivation. A decade of arduous training was merely a choice he had to make. It was already his limit. We are all the same. Chun Lulu dismissed his correction. In any case, for the iron-eating beast clan, individuals like you and me are considered anomalies. Senior, could you enlighten me about this matter? Why do you wish to see me? Did you come from the Pure Land? Chun Majiao addressed the matter directly. All right, I shall share everything with you. Chun Lulu replied with a smile. However, I wonder if you have any understanding of the concepts of spirit, soul, Pure Land, and Yellow Springs? This is crucial for your comprehension. Chun Majiao paused for a moment before responding. I have some knowledge of spirit, soul, and Pure Land. The Grand Elder of our generation has informed me. He also spoke of the Spirit Beast Representative Assembly. As for the Yellow Springs, I have a vague recollection of having heard that term somewhere, but I am not well acquainted with it. Chun Majiao recalled the space abilities of Kagaya Otsutsuki, known as the Yellow Springs Path. Yet, he felt he had encountered the name Yellow Springs in another context within the Naruto series, though he could not quite place it. You are already familiar with Spirit, Soul, and Pure Land? That saves me much explanation. As for Yellow Springs, that is precisely where I have been. I did not come from the Pure Land. I originate from the Yellow Springs. Oh, a thought suddenly flashed through Chun Majiao's mind. He remembered. Chun Lulu continued her explanation. After death, the soul enters the Pure Land, gradually being worn away by time, returning to the spirit. However, many individuals with powerful obsessions or simply strong wills may not wish to enter the Pure Land directly upon death. Their souls linger in the passage between the present world and the Pure Land, endlessly wandering. This passage is known as the Yellow Springs, or the Yellow Springs Path. It is the crevice between the present world and the Pure Land, the boundary between life and death, a temporary resting place for lost souls. Chun Majiao nodded, indicating his understanding. He recalled a moment in the original work where Kakashi, during the battle against Pain in the Leaf Village, was on the brink of death, his soul having left his body and embarking on the Yellow Springs Path, heading toward the Pure Land. However, he encountered his father, Tsukumo Hatake, along the way. Since the day of his death, Tsukumo's soul had been waiting on this path, kindled by a fire, for Kakashi. After a touching conversation between father and son, Kakashi was rescued, while Tsukumo expressed that it was time for him to move on. According to Senior Chun Lulu, the place where the Hatake father and son resided was indeed the Yellow Springs. Tsukumo Hatake had been forced to take his own life under public pressure. Still concerned for his young son Kakashi, harboring deep obsessions. Thus, he did not proceed to the Pure Land, but remained in the Yellow Springs. Only after their conversation was he able to let go of his attachment and continue on his journey, completing the Yellow Springs path to the Pure Land. For souls, the Pure Land and the Yellow Springs are two entirely different realms. Souls in the Pure Land cannot perceive the passage of time, as their consciousness is completely frozen. In the original work, All souls reincarnated through impure world reincarnation experience a sense of disconnection, unaware that years, even decades, have passed since their death. During the Leaf Village collapse plan, the unfortunate workers, such as the first and second Hokage, who were summoned again after a few years, remarked that those years felt like a mere instant to them. The Yellow Springs, however, is different. Within the Yellow Springs, souls retain their consciousness and can perceive the flow of time. This is why Tsukumo and Kakashi were able to communicate within the Yellow Springs. It also explains why those with obsessions choose to remain in the Yellow Springs rather than moving on to the Pure Land. The four symbols sealing technique is truly fascinating. Chunlulu remarked. The Uzumaki clan is indeed renowned for their sealing expertise and mastery of souls. The four symbols sealing technique can seal the encapsulated matter within the user's body, utterly annihilating it. If a soul exists within, it is sent to the Yellow Springs. In other words, this seal directly connects to the Yellow Springs. I utilized this technique's properties to establish contact with you, Chunmajiao nodded, acknowledging the connection between the four symbols sealing technique and the Yellow Springs. However, he was unaware that in the Naruto series, there was a description of the four symbols sealing technique stating, it seals the surrounding matter and brings it into the Yellow Springs, preventing the sealed object from ever seeing the light again. This statement, while dramatic, was quite inaccurate. Firstly, all nearby matter would be sealed within the user's body, completely annihilated. This was stated clearly in the original work and contradicted the description of bringing it into the Yellow Springs. In reality, it did not seal matter into the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs is not a garbage dump, it only accepts souls, not material objects. Secondly, the assertion that souls entering the Yellow Springs would no longer see the light is debatable. After all, Tsukumo had kindled a fire, didn't he? He could see the glow of the flames. In truth, the accurate statement would be that they can no longer see the true sunlight of the present world, though they can still perceive the ethereal light on the level of souls. Chunlulu softly remarked. Previously, two individuals activated the four symbols sealing technique. The moment they connected to the Yellow Springs, I quickly sensed, through my own means, the bloodline tracking technique, that they were sealing my kin. Thus, I intended to use my other technique, the 10,000 method sealing technique, to forcibly control their technique. This way, I could traverse the Yellow Springs, leveraging the connection of the four symbols sealing technique to communicate with my living kin. Furthermore, after our exchange, I would be able to assist him in escaping certain death. It was truly a twofold benefit. At this point, Chunlulu's tone shifted, filled with frustration. How was I to know that my kin possessed incredible abilities and could free themselves from the seal? They even froze time, preventing me from forcibly controlling the four symbols sealing technique in the Yellow Springs. Once the freezing period passed, I could control the seal. But it would be of no use, as you had already escaped. Chunmajiao scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. He finally understood the entire sequence of events. Previously, when Oil Girl Toryun and Yashiro Aoi activated the four symbols sealing technique, Chunlulu, situated in the Yellow Springs, sensed him and intended to intervene. She wished to connect with him and assist him. Unexpectedly, Chunmajiao had used his time-stopping ability to escape directly. Moreover, once time resumed, he was already far away, chatting nonsensically at the entrance of the Leaf Hospital. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, where the four symbols sealing was controlled, Chunlulu, able to interact with the living world within the seal, could not call him back. Thus, when Danzo activated the four symbols sealing technique this time, Chunlulu hurriedly called out for a moment, but she was still preempted by Chunmajiao's time stopping. Fortunately, when Chunmajiao restored his skills, the moment time resumed. The passage between the four symbols sealing and the Yellow Springs still conveyed Chunlulu's voice to him. He heard her half-uttered call, and thus, he finally did not run away again nor continued the time stop. Chapter 68. The origin of the evil god. I remained in the Yellow Springs for 300 years because I, too, had my obsessions, sighed Senior Chunlulu. Young one, have you heard of the name of the evil god? The evil god. Why is it being mentioned again? Chunmajiao replied, somewhat astonished. I know. In the land of hot water. I'm not sure if there was a land of hot water in your era, but in a small nation, there exists an evil god cult. In that place, the inhabitants worship a malevolent deity, engaging in sacrificial rituals involving murder and intricate ceremonies to communicate with this dark entity. Through these acts, they believe they can acquire the deity's power, even achieving a semblance of immortality. The elder of our generation once confided in me that this dark ritual is akin to a mediumistic practice. The malevolent deity was once an ancient spiritual beast, which, in its quest for souls, committed mass slaughter of humanity, gradually transforming into a monster. Upon hearing this, Chenlulu nodded and sighed. Ah, is this all that the ancient spiritual beast revealed to you? It seems your elder also shunned the true identity of the malevolent deity. Chenmajiao squinted. What do you mean? Chenlulu dropped a bombshell. The malevolent deity was once a steel-eating beast. It belongs to our kin. What? Chenmajiao exclaimed, utterly shocked. He never anticipated such a revelation. Could it be that the malevolent deity was once a panda of the steel-eating beast clan? How could this be? Observing his astonishment, Chenlulu explained in a somber tone. Approximately 4,000 years ago, there was a steel-eating beast that, like you and me, was an anomaly among its kind. While I was enamored with the art of healing and you with cultivation, it was obsessed with eternal life. It chose the most expedient path to immortality, soul extraction. As Chenlulu elaborated, Chenmajiao began to comprehend. As the elder had previously stated, humanity is the sole intelligent race. Other species must rely on humans to maintain their wisdom, entering into blood contracts to share in human fortune. This is the only complete method. The alternative, slaughtering humanity to directly seize souls, proves utterly futile. The acquired souls, lacking temporal refinement, are rife with impurities of consciousness, memory, and will, rendering them incapable of nurturing new life. Such an approach merely results in the creation of imbeciles. Nonetheless, certain ancient spiritual beasts obstinately pursue this flawed method, hoarding the tainted souls they seize for their own use. Why? Because they have forsaken their kin. They no longer ponder how to perpetuate their wisdom through lineage. Instead, they choose to absorb vast quantities of souls, relentlessly fortifying their bodies and spirits in a desperate bid for eternal life. Chenmajiao recalled a phrase from his previous life. It is precisely because one cannot attain immortality that life yearns for progeny and legacy. He also remembered another saying, "Am I an immortal deity? Of course, I lack the peach of immortality, for otherwise, the celestial realm would be filled with little deities." Such thoughts resonate with certain ancient spiritual beasts. They seek not lineage, but personal immortality. They unequivocally abandon their race, pursuing individual eternal life. I care not whether my descendants are wise. I do not even desire descendants. As long as I achieve immortality, I shall become a witness to history and the future. This encapsulated their former mentality. However, they have largely devolved into monsters, having long forgotten their original intentions. The malevolent deity, too, fervently pursued immortality. Through years of murder and soul extraction, it extended its lifespan from the typical 200 years of a steel-eating beast to 400, 800, and ultimately 1,000 years. Almost every few decades, it would manifest, conducting massacres to gather sufficient souls, which it would then assimilate into its own essence over the following decades. It lived for thousands of years, caught in a monotonous cycle of slaughter and seclusion. Such a tedious existence raises questions about its obsession. Perhaps it is the fixation of a madman. Yet, no matter how thoroughly it digested the souls, the embedded consciousness, memory, and what would invariably impact it. Ultimately, it succumbed to madness, losing all rationality, transforming into a true monster. Notably, unlike entities such as Wu and Wang Liang, the malevolent deity possessed considerable talent. The steel-eating beast clan is inherently gifted with diligence. All members can achieve greatness. Every few centuries, remarkable individuals emerge, like Chenmajiao, Chenlulu, and even the malevolent deity itself, gifted beyond measure. The malevolent deity surpassed Wu and Wang Liang, approaching the threshold of divinity. It reached the level of the Six Paths sage. However, soul extraction is ultimately a self-destructive method, and the impurities of its spirit became increasingly apparent. It could not progress further. After all, the Six Paths sage is not a true god. As life waned, death became inevitable. In the world of Naruto, to become a true god, one must at least reach the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki, consuming a ripe chakra fruit to achieve a bloodline limit and assimilate with chakra, rendering one nearly immortal. The malevolent deity could not achieve this. Its foundation was too tenuous. Thus, it eventually met its demise. Longevity is merely an extension of life, not true immortality. Although spiritual energy prolonged its existence, it was not infinitely sustainable. The malevolent deity's body perished, yet its soul, endowed with 6 paths level power, roamed the world. Like the later 6 paths sage, the malevolent deity's soul could endure for several millennia. At this point, having attained 6 paths level and freed from the constraints of flesh, it could occasionally wrest itself from madness, regaining a semblance of rationality. In this brief moment of clarity, it resolved to emulate a successful upstart in pursuit of immortality. The malevolent deity thought, "If my intellect is insufficient, I shall simply mimic others." This successful figure was named Kagaya Otsutsuki, the very 6 paths sage. The sage established the ninja sect, and the malevolent deity followed suit by creating the Church of the Malevolent Deity. After the sage's death, he became the overseer of the Pure Land. Not willing to be outdone, the long-dead malevolent deity seized control of the Yellow Springs. For nearly a millennium, the master of the Yellow Springs has been the malevolent deity. Lulu's voice turned icy. "A disgrace to our clan occupies the Yellow Springs and incessantly meddles in the mortal realm through the Church of the Malevolent Deity, inciting bloodshed and chaos. Its sins are profound. I must put an end to it." Chen Majiao solemnly nodded. At this moment, he had come to understand 2 crucial matters. The first, the elder's astonishment at how Chen Majiao came to know of such a minor sect as the Church of the Malevolent Deity. The question arose, how could the elder, who had not ventured beyond the Qingzhou Gorge for decades, be aware of such a small sect? Naturally, it was due to the elder's vigilant monitoring of it, having recognized the malevolent deity's ties to the steel-eating beast clan. It is likely that when the elder was young, the previous elder had instructed him to ensure the clan gathered information on the Church of the Malevolent Deity, remaining cautious of the malevolent deity. The second matter concerned the transformation of Fadewan during his technique activation in the original text. Upon completing his technique, Fadewan would undergo a transformation, becoming entirely black with white markings appearing in certain areas. Chen Majiao had initially realized that these white markings represented bones, such as the skull, arm bones, finger bones, and rib bones, each corresponding to a skeletal location on the surface. However, now he had an epiphany. These markings not only represented bones, but also mirrored the black and white coloring of the panda. The fervent devotee Fadewan was emulating the malevolent deity's coloration. Indeed, the malevolent deity was once a steel-eating beast of Qingzhou Gorge, a panda, yet it has long since transformed into a monster. In truth, Chen Majiao had traversed to this realm quite early. He had not encountered the updates of the Naruto spin-off, the Smoking Ninja Scroll, which emerged after his arrival. He was unaware that in the era of Boruto, Asuma Sarutobi's daughter, Sarutobi Mirai, also encountered the followers of the evil deity in the Land of Soup. At that time, the leader of the evil cult, Longqi, was an admirer of Haydn and possessed the ability to manipulate life and death through blood. However, his transformation style bore no resemblance to Haydn's signature skeletal form. The white patterns did not signify bones. Yet at least he maintained a black and white color scheme, consistent with the evil deity's palette. Had Chen Majiao been privy to this information, he would have grasped the deeper significance that the evil deity also embodied shades of black and white. At present, Chen Majiao was only aware that his predecessor, Chen Lulu, was trapped in the Yellow Springs, battling against the evil deity. She aspired for a day when she could obliterate this disgrace of a clan entirely. Reflecting on Haydn's ability to manipulate life and death, which likely echoed the evil deity's color scheme, Chen Majiao felt an intense sense of discontent. Why was it that your transformation radiated an aura of malevolence and dominance, while mine was reduced to mere farce, evoking laughter? The imposing appearance of Haydn's ability contrasted starkly with the mere inversion of colors in his own sage mode. Chen Majiao's frustration was, in truth, self-directed. During his earlier self-training in sage arts, he had contemplated directly cultivating sage techniques to normalize them, eschewing any transformation into sage mode. In the original narrative, the characters like Deep Zaku and Jima were capable of directly manifesting sage techniques without the need for a transformation. They were inherently sages. Only humans, due to incompatible versions of their techniques, were compelled to transform, adopting animal traits corresponding to their learned methods to better assimilate and control natural energy. As a creature resembling the iron-eating beast, Chen Majiao surmised that by creating a sage technique perfectly tailored to his nature, he should theoretically be able to wield sage arts in his regular form without the necessity of transformation. Regrettably, during his creative process, he unwittingly encountered a significant bottleneck. It was both absurd and critical. His affinity for natural energy was exceedingly strong. The execution of sage arts required what was termed sage chakra, the absorbed natural energy combined with his physical and mental energies to form sage chakra. Yet, Chunmajyo, blessed with extraordinary talent and a body endowed by divinity, effortlessly absorbed vast quantities of natural energy. This presented a rather awkward dilemma. In comparison to the colossal influx of natural energy, his physical and mental energies, or chakra, were insufficient. At that moment, he had no means of drawing upon cards and relied solely on rigorous practice, accumulating a chakra value of over 300, surpassing that of a jonin. Yet, it was a mere drop in the bucket. It was akin to supplying high-voltage electricity on one end while only having a microwave on the other. Could one connect high voltage directly to a microwave? Fortunately, Chunmajyo's divine-endowed physique was robust enough to manage this imbalance. His affinity for natural energy, rather than merely the efficiency of absorption, allowed him to expel the excess natural energy that could not coalesce into sage chakra. Otherwise, he would have been assimilated by natural energy at the moment of his first intake, transforming entirely into a statue. Even so, the incompatibility hindered his ability to utilize sage arts in his normal state. Recognizing that he could not elevate his chakra levels to those of Senju Hashirama in a short span, Chunmajyo opted for a different approach, to restrict the intake of natural energy. He fashioned a transformer to bridge the gap between high voltage and the microwave. This transformer was what he dubbed Sage Mode. His inverted transformation was, in essence, a deliberate disruption of his affinity for natural energy. Ironically, the Sage Mode of humanity aimed to emulate animals such as frogs and snakes to enhance efficiency. Yet for Chunmajyo, his Sage Mode was precisely the opposite. Designed to distance himself from panda traits, thereby diminishing efficiency. It was no wonder his transformation appeared so ludicrous. It was, after all, intended to deviate from panda characteristics. Chunmajyo was acutely aware that this transformer was merely a temporary measure. Ultimately, the enhancement of his chakra was the fundamental solution to his quandary. Elevating his chakra levels entailed augmenting his physical and mental energies, thus strengthening his body and enhancing the intensity of his spirit. How to achieve this? Chunmajyo discovered that natural energy itself could nurture both the body and soul. It was not strictly necessary to fuse it with chakra to form sage chakra. Disregarding chakra, natural energy was indeed highly valuable. It is worth noting that prior to the arrival of the Otsutsuki, the ninja world had its own combat professions, such as warriors, monks, and shrine maidens. They were distinct from modern chakra warriors, ninja monks, and shrine maidens, as they did not rely on chakra for combat, but rather on pure physical strength or natural energy. For instance, the earliest warriors of the land of ancestors fought with real weapons using their physical prowess, without any chakra-infused techniques. Yet, their physical strength remained formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals from Chunmajyo's previous life. Why? Even though their meridians did not circulate chakra, how could they possess such immense strength? Because, to some extent, they all absorbed natural energy, using it to nurture their bodies. Similar to how lightning chakra modes stimulate cellular activity, natural energy could likewise nourish cells and enhance physical strength. Departing from a chakra-centric environment, beings could still seek pathways to strength through natural energy. To be precise, utilizing natural energy was the original, normal evolutionary path for life on this planet. It was only with the extraterrestrial arrival of the Otsutsuki through the divine tree that a more universally applicable chakra environment was established, altering everything. Chunmajyo's training was not confined solely to chakra. Given his high affinity for natural energy, failing to exploit it would be a waste. He began to emulate the ancients, those who existed before the Otsutsuki's arrival. He committed to daily breathing exercises, allowing natural energy to nourish his body and soul, thereby indirectly fostering the growth of his chakra. Like the creatures in tales of cultivation and strange phenomena, Chunmajyo diligently practiced each day, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. He was enhancing his spiritual journey. At this juncture, he remained unaware that he was inadvertently approaching the indigenous path to divinity on this planet, rather than following the path laid out by external deities. In the original narrative, the combat profession of Otsutsuki prior to the existence of chakra relied solely on physical strength and natural energy for battle. subtly hinting at the warriors of the land of ancestors and the priestesses of the land of demons. Though these elements were not the focal point of the original work, they hold significant importance in my interpretation. This involves the transformation into a sentient being and the exploration of the Tao, forming the foundation of one of the protagonist's three major cultivation paths, the route of Senjutsu. In the first chapter, I cleverly laid a subtle trap, believing the readers would remain oblivious. However, I underestimated a few. They remarked that as an iron-eating beast, transformation should be unnecessary, and that Kazaki Shima directly unleashed Senjutsu, which was supposed to be a process of breathing in and exhaling natural energy. How could it conclude with an increase in chakra on the panel? At that moment, I felt as if I were bleeding internally like Tang Yuyu. I struggled to suppress my urge to reveal spoilers, but now, I can finally unveil the mystery. Shin Majo has increasingly discerned that certain concepts within the Naruto universe bear striking resemblance to those found in novels of cultivation and supernatural tales, summoned beasts and monsters, natural energy and spiritual essence, the demonic path of forcibly absorbing another's Tao. Shin Majo has chosen the righteous path of cultivating through the inhalation and exhalation of natural energy. Conversely, the evil deity has opted for the malicious path of spirit theft, harming others for personal gain. I cannot allow this malevolent entity to grow any stronger. Shin Lulu stated, my strength is inherently inferior to its, relying solely on the gifts of the Sage of Six Paths to barely contend with it. I continuously obstruct it in the underworld, making it difficult for it to harm the souls that have entered the realm of the dead. Fortunately, the evil deity typically lacks rationality and does not know how to exert its full power, allowing me to engage with it despite my considerable disadvantage. To pursue it, I am perpetually employing the bloodline tracking technique. This technique enabled me to promptly discover your presence. I possess another method, the universal sealing technique, which I previously mentioned in relation to seizing the four symbols sealing technique. This new ability emerged after receiving the power of yin-yang release from the Sage of Six Paths while in the underworld, and I primarily rely on it to thwart the evil deity. While I cannot slay it, I can at least seal it for a time. However, I increasingly feel overwhelmed. The current era of the evil deity cult serves as a significant boon to its power. Once, the ninja sect relentlessly pursued the evil deity cult. Yet now that the ninja sect has vanished, the ninjas are preoccupied with their own conflicts, allowing the evil deity cult to resurge in scale year after year. Particularly, a few years ago, they seemingly discovered a perfect avatar for the evil deity, a divine child. This individual possesses the ability to hunt formidable foes and harvest an abundance of their essence. This divine child alone can rival 1,000 men. The essence he contributes to the evil deity is not to be overlooked. My purpose in seeking you out is to request your assistance in eliminating this divine child within the current realm. Shinmajo nodded solemnly. I understand. I shall eliminate him. He is well aware of who this divine child is. Haydn. Chapter 70. Parker. As long as I'm not disqualified, it's a success. I shall not let you toil in vain. Shun Lulu chuckled. I will impart the bloodline tracking technique and the universal sealing technique to you, without yin-yang release. It may be challenging for you to master these two techniques entirely. However, at the very least, they should provide you with significant insights. Do not neglect our clan's innate talents in yin and yang release. Remember, that is the true gift of our lineage. Not merely the aptitude for energy manipulation or physical prowess. Those are merely outward manifestations of yin and yang release. Just as our appearance showcases the interplay of black and white, we are inherently adept in yin and yang release. However, few pandas can seamlessly integrate them to form yin-yang release. Yin-yang release is not a mechanical overlay of yin and yang, nor a haphazard proportional blend. It is an organic amalgamation. In a sense, it can be likened to Tai Chi. Where there is yin, there is yang. Where there is yang, there is yin, distinct yet intimately intertwined, complementing one another. It is not simply mixing black and white into a uniform gray. Over the past 2 millennia, the Summoned Beast clan has seen only the evil deity independently develop yin-yang release. However, in its loss of reason, it fails to harness the creative potential of yin-yang release, resorting only to its destructive capabilities. My own yin-yang release is, in fact, merely a gift from the Sage of Six Paths, limited in scope, which is why I deliberately developed these two techniques, focusing on a singular aspect. Shinmajo began to grasp the concept. akin to how the Sage of Six Paths distributed yin and yang power to Sasuke and Naruto during the Great War. He also allocated yin-yang release to Senior Chinlulu. The combined forces of yin and yang, which constitute yin-yang power, are merely a small manifestation of the profound intricacies of yin-yang release. Due to the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura, each could only embody one attribute, compelling the Sage of Six Paths to divide the yin and yang power between Naruto and Sasuke. Senior Chinlulu, however, is different. Possessing the innate talents for yin and yang release from the iron-eating beast clan, she can encompass both attributes simultaneously. Thus, the Sage of Six Paths entrusted her with a relatively complete form of yin-yang release, empowering her to contend with the evil deity. I hope you can draw inspiration from my techniques and become the second iron-eating beast to independently master yin-yang release after the evil deity. At this juncture, Senior Chinlulu's ethereal form extended a pudgy paw, gesturing towards Chinmagyo. Chinmagyo blinked, bewildered by what transpired. Huh? Chinlulu exclaimed, oh? She realized that her transmission had failed. Unwilling to accept defeat, she attempted twice more, yet still met with failure, her astonishment palpable. No way. This little one has a stronger soul than I do. I cannot forcibly impart memories to him. I am already at the pseudo-six paths level. This was a misunderstanding on her part. She was unaware that after the iron-eating beast essence merged with his soul, Chinmagyo had become particularly adept at soul defense. Not even Otsutsuki could invade Chinmagyo's soul. Chinlulu pondered, what should I do? Failing to impress a younger generation is quite embarrassing. Can someone tell me how to salvage this situation? I am anxiously awaiting a solution. Coughing, Chinlulu deliberated for a while and resignedly stated, I will explain the principles to you instead, first 10 minutes later. Do you understand? Only about 60%. Then I shall reiterate. Another 10 minutes later. Do you comprehend now? Only about 30%. What is happening here? Chinlulu fumed. How could it be less than before? Chinmagyo replied in surprise. Why aren't you following the usual method? You should repeat it. I forgot everything you said. And then you could joyously declare that I am ready to graduate. Regrettably, Chinlulu's method of imparting knowledge was not as mystical. In her exasperation, she had no choice but to instruct Chinmagyo to memorize it verbatim. Once you return, quickly transcribe it, then delve into it slowly. She realized that this kin diverged entirely from her developmental path and was not particularly inclined towards analytical thinking. In truth, if one were to merely assess the panel, Chinmagyo's intelligence value currently exceeded 400. This is already quite extraordinary, far surpassing the average person's intelligence value of 5. Even among elite ninjas, it would hover around 20, as they are typically agile heroes. Perhaps mage roles like the priestesses of the land of demons might score higher. Yet, even the most formidable priestess, who could confront malevolent spirits, likely wouldn't exceed an intelligence value of 200. Chinmagyo's intelligence score has reached inhuman levels. However, intelligence is merely a number. It may represent cognitive reflex speed, memory, analytical capabilities, and other superficial metrics, yet it cannot wholly encapsulate an individual's practical wisdom. True wisdom requires learning, practice, experience, and reflection to attain. In his past life, Chinmagyo had also perused certain biographies of notable figures. Many renowned figures appeared rather dull in their youth, often neglecting their education, only to later reveal their exceptional intelligence. After supplementing their learning, they blossomed into scientists, inventors, mathematicians, and philosophers. For Chinmagyo to fully unleash his intellectual potential and manifest it as wisdom, diligent study is imperative. Chinmagyo, I refuse. I have a brain, and I won't use it. I'm just being foolish, playing around. After Chinmagyo memorized the material, Chinlulu wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat. As a spiritual entity, she could not perspire, but the weight of her emotions compelled her to mimic the gesture. You, Chinlulu, she remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Have you been so focused on muscle training that your intellect has rusted? You've seen my scroll. Has it not stirred even a flicker of interest? Why not consider pursuing a career in medical research? Chinmagyo pondered for a moment before responding. Because studying medicine cannot save the people of the ninja world? Chinlulu, having spent a brief time with him, understood that this member of their clan was rather peculiar. She decided to abandon the attempt to comprehend his nonsensical reasoning and swiftly change the subject. By the way, the Inuzuka clan has not been disbanded, have they? They still serve as summoning beasts? Huh. Chinmagyo paused before answering. No, they still exist. Kakashi's ninja dog, Pakin, is quite lively. Shinlulu pressed on anxiously. Is there a noticeable decline in their intelligence? Shinmajiao scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. With a sigh, Shinlulu explained. When I was alive, I had the assistance of the Inuzuka sage, and I owe him much. However, he passed away when I was 150. I worry that the white serpent sage, who harbors animosity towards the Inuzuka sage, may cause trouble for the Inuzuka clan during the Summoning Beast Representative Conference. After all, without the sage's support, the Inuzuka clan has lost their chairmanship and could be subject to further misfortune. Shinmajiao contemplated for a moment and hesitantly replied, I'm not very familiar with the Inuzuka clan's past glory, but from what you've said, it seems they have indeed fallen quite a bit. The few advanced summoning beasts I've encountered among the Inuzuka dogs are far from numerous. It appears their spiritual allocation ratio has diminished. Many Inuzuka dogs possess sentience, but lack the ability to speak human language. Currently, I am only acquainted with one who can. When Professor Kakashi was teaching sage arts, he once brought Pakin along, and I came to know him. I casually asked Pakin a question that piqued my curiosity. Do the Inuzuka clan's dogs count as summoning beasts? Pakin hesitated before responding. In name, yes, but the summoning contract quotas for the Inuzuka clan have been restricted by previous summoning beast representative conferences. The reasoning was that the clan was overpopulated and required limitation. Nowadays, the Inuzuka clan has very few summoning contract slots available. Only a few branches of the clan are permitted to sign contracts and become summoning beasts. The dogs raised by the Inuzuka clan no longer qualify for contracts. Even if they were to force a contract, they would not gain any spirit. While there are many Inuzuka dogs in the world, few can contract with humans, allowing their offspring to receive sufficient spirit to maintain high intelligence and longevity. This explains why, in the original story, Inuzuka Kiba's dog, Akamaru, cannot speak human language, though Kiba can understand dog language and ages rapidly. By the time Kiba is in his 30s, Akamaru is already quite old, whereas Pakin can speak and ages slowly. Pakin's parents are among the rare few who still have contract eligibility, which is why Pakin was born with an ample spirit. The vast majority of Inuzuka dogs no longer enjoy such privilege. Shinmajiao summarized Pakin and Akamaru's situations for Shinlulu, adding, thus, while the Inuzuka clan remains relatively large in scale, in terms of the number of dogs capable of speech, they cannot compete with the Inuzuka cats. Is it really that few? Shinlulu sighed despondently. The once greatest clan in the summoning world has fallen so drastically in just 300 years. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly inquired, have you learned sage arts? I noticed you seemed able to perceive my spirit projection through natural energy. Shinmajiao nodded. Shinlulu, seeing this, cautioned him. You must be careful. The Dragon Cave may try to sabotage you around the time of the next Summoning Beast Representative Conference. They might even attempt to harm you. The Inuzuka sage had previously been ambushed by the White Serpent sage and the three goddesses while in seclusion, severely injuring him, preventing his further progress, and leading to his premature demise at just over 1,000 years of age. Don't worry, senior. Shinmajiao laughed heartily. If those serpents dare to provoke me, I will annihilate them. Still, exercise caution. Shinlulu shook her head. The snakes of the Dragon Cave are also man-eaters. They will seize spirit. The spirits they capture can significantly enhance their power. However, they have managed to control the frequency of their spirit seizing, avoiding complete corruption by impure spirits. Regardless, they are ancient beings, having lived for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. In comparison, you are still quite young and lack the necessary foundation. No matter how strong your talent, it cannot compensate for the gap created by time. Shinmajiao thought to himself, you are unaware of my advantages. However, he refrained from arguing, as he respected this elder, both for her knowledge and her actions, spending 300 years in the dark abyss of the underworld, relentlessly pursuing the remnants of a fallen race for the sake of balance in the world is no small feat. Shinlulu earnestly requested. If you successfully become the chairperson, please take care of the Inuzuka clan as well. Of course, he replied. Presently, the three great holy lands monopolize sage arts, and consequently, they dominate the chairperson position of the Summoning Beast Representative Conference. They wield absolute authority in the summoning realm. If the three great holy lands behaved like the Wetbone Forest, that would be one thing, but such a scenario is unrealistic. The Wetbone Forest is an exception. To put it bluntly, the Slug Sage is in a similar situation as mentioned earlier. He has forsaken the legacy of his race in pursuit of individual immortality. However, unlike Wukong, Wraith, and evil gods, he does not seize spirits and remains on the righteous path. His approach mirrors that of Chun Majiao, breathing in and exhaling natural energy to nourish the body and soul, thereby extending life. The Slug Sage embodies unity, and unity embodies the Slug Sage. He has no need for racial interests and does not require spiritual distribution among his clan. He is self-sufficient and has no disputes with the world. Thus, he is the easiest to converse with. In contrast, Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave must consider their livelihoods. With so many clan members needing to reproduce, they all require spirit. Naturally, they must vie for more power and benefits at the conference. Especially the Dragon Cave, which is ruthless and acts without regard. Even if their opinions are dismissed at the conference, they will resort to underhanded tactics. Other summoning beast clans can only endure in silence. This is why the elder previously remarked that the Inuzuka Tortoise Elder has not given up hope. The Inuzuka Tortoise hopes that Chun Majiao's emergence can break the monopoly of the three great holy lands, allowing smaller summoning beast clans a slight chance to rise. Even Pakin, upon learning that Chun Majiao possesses sage arts, wagged his tail in enthusiasm, hoping that Chun Majiao would speak favorably on behalf of the Inuzuka clan during the Summoning Beast Representative Conference. Now, the Inuzuka clan has declined to the point where they must humble themselves. Chun Majiao realized that the upcoming Summoning Beast Representative Conference in 2 years would likely be a tempestuous affair. Various representatives would rise to declare their claims. Deep Earth Sage. This signifies that we are the foremost clan in the summoning realm. White Serpent Sage. Because I am the White Serpent Sage. Slug Sage. I will uphold the moral standards of summoning beasts. The Immortal of Inkwine. To restore the glory of the green bamboo stream is our undeniable duty. The Loyal Hound Parker. Not being expelled is a success in itself.